Chapter 1. The Divine Auction System. Douluo Continent. Star Dou Forest. Bang! A sudden, resounding explosion echoed across the boundless sky, shattering the seemingly indestructible fabric of space with a powerful, mysterious force. In a fleeting moment, a dark vortex materialized, from which a radiant beam of light surged forth, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a cacophony of sound. As the dust settled, a young man rose to his feet. This young man possessed striking features and exuded an ethereal aura, making him a remarkable presence among the crowd. Where am I? Wasn't I just sleeping at home? How'd I end up in this place? Could it be a prank, leaving me here? He rubbed his painfully aching shoulder, his sleep-laden eyes scanning the surroundings in astonishment. What kind of place is this? It feels like a primordial forest. This young man, named Liu Yun, was an ordinary office worker from Blue Star who had gone to bed early after a tiring day. Little did he know that as soon as he fell asleep, he would awaken in this unfamiliar realm. Is this some sort of ancient forest? Liu Yun attempted to calm his frenzied emotions, wandering about and noticing the pervasive dampness surrounding him. The fresh air enveloped him, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. Such an environment. Could it truly be an ancient forest? The thought sent shivers of trepidation through Liu Yun's heart. He was well aware of the formidable beast that roamed such primordial forests. Should he inadvertently cross paths with one, it could spell his doom. Ding! Host detected. The divine auction system is binding to the host. Binding in progress. In the midst of Liu Yun's confusion, a cold voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Nanny? A system? Could it be that I have truly traversed to another world, akin to a fantasy novel? But where is this world? Upon hearing the icy voice in his mind, Liu Yun's body trembled with fear, quickly replaced by a surge of exhilaration. To think that the legendary system had descended upon him. As an avid reader of novels on Blue Star, he was well aware that a system was an unparalleled existence, capable of granting any wish. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune to have befallen him. Yet, Liu Yun was curious, what kind of world had he entered? Was it a world of fantasy? Or perhaps a realm of cultivation? Ding! Binding successful. Please accept the specifics of this system and the world. Host ate tea that moment. The system's cold voice continued in Liu Yun's mind. As soon as the words faded, a sharp pain surged through his head, an influx of knowledge flooding into his consciousness. After a brief moment, Liu Yun emerged from the onslaught of information, his gaze shimmering with brilliance. I have actually transcended to the Douluo Continent. Indeed, Liu Yun had arrived in a world known as the Douluo Continent, a place he had previously explored through novels and animations in his past life. He naturally yearned for the day he could traverse to the Douluo Continent and experience the allure of martial souls. Little did he know, his wish was about to be realized. The divine auction system, this must be the foundation for my foothold in the Douluo Continent, right? Liu Yun began to comprehend the functionalities of the system in his mind. The divine auction system, as its name suggests, allows for the auctioning of items. The commission earned from the auction can be exchanged for auction points, which can then be used to purchase rare treasures from the system store to enhance one's power. Thus, this system is indeed a formidable existence. However, Liu Yun found himself in a predicament at that moment. System, my body has traversed here, yet I possess not a shred of strength. How is holding an auction any different from courting death? Moreover, I have nothing else to auction. This was the dilemma Liu Yun faced, and he was oblivious to his surroundings. Even a decade-old soul beast would likely prove to be his superior. Surely, he could not arrive in the Douluo Continent only to be slain by a decade-old soul beast. That would be a grave embarrassment for any traveler. In light of the host's current predicament, a luxurious beginner's gift pack is hereby bestowed. At that moment, the system continued. The ancients do not deceive indeed. A beginner's gift pack exists. System, open the luxurious beginner's gift pack. Upon hearing the system's words, Liu Yun smiled and eagerly opened the luxurious beginner's gift pack. The term luxurious filled him with boundless anticipation. Suddenly, beams of golden light flashed before him, dazzling to the utmost degree at a Star Dou auction house. One auctioneer, one protector of the auction house, and a complete set of attire for the housemaster. As Liu Yun gazed with delight at the items unveiled from the luxurious beginner's gift pack, he could not contain his excitement. However, upon seeing the specifics, a wave of confusion washed over him. What was the matter? Why was there nothing akin to a martial soul? How, then, was he to enhance his power? System, do I possess a martial soul? At this juncture, Liu Yun continued to question the system, perplexed. Unlike others who traversed to the Douluo Continent through their souls, he had arrived with his entire body. Now in his 20s, he had naturally missed the age of 6, when martial souls are typically awakened? Or could he possibly acquire a martial soul? There exists no martial soul within the host's body. However, upon completing an auction, the host will receive a martial soul gift pack. The cold voice of the system echoed on. Lu Yun, upon hearing this, wore a furrowed brow, never expecting that he would need to conduct an auction to obtain a martial soul. Without strength, how could he possibly hold an auction? Moreover, he lacked any valuable items to attract soul masters from the Douluo Continent. Alas, let me first examine the other items. Resigned to his situation, Lu Yun decided to set aside his immediate concerns and investigate what else lay within the luxurious beginner's gift pack. Upon further inquiry, Lu Yun discovered that the Star Dou Auction House was already established and did not require him to travel anywhere for auctions. Having the Star Dou Auction House was immensely convenient for Lu Yun. Is there any connection between the Star Dou Auction House and the Star Dou Great Forest? At this moment, Lu Yun noticed the name of the auction house, his brows furrowing in perplexity. Suddenly, a look of horror crossed his face as an unsettling thought struck him. System, I am not in the Star Dou Forest, am I? Lu Yun voiced his concerns, albeit with an air of certainty. He was convinced that the place where he had landed was undoubtedly the Star Dou Forest. He simply did not know whether it was the outskirts, inner regions, or the core zone. If he found himself in the core area, would that not spell certain doom for him, given the existence of soul beasts that had roamed for 100,000 years? A mere sneeze from one of them would be beyond what his frail body could withstand. Chapter 2. Two titled Douluo experts. At this moment, the host found himself within the inner regions of the Star Dou Forest. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Indeed, I am in the Star Dou Forest. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's heart sank, and he relinquished any remaining hope. Fortunately, he was not in the core area. Although the inner regions were frequented by 10th sandier soul beasts, they were far less formidable than those in the core. Trusting that the system would not allow him to walk blindly towards death, Lu Yun felt a slight sense of relief as he continued to inspect the remaining details. Auctioneer, Xian Shuang, level 95 title Dou of the assault system, martial soul, ice element, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. After examining the auctioneer's detailed information, Lu Yun was left dumbfounded. Could be true. A title Douluo expert. This meant that with her protection, he could almost traverse the Douluo Continent with impunity. He need not worry about treasures at the auction being snatched away. He had not expected the system to be so considerate. With the presence of this title Douluo, Lu Yun felt a newfound confidence. The protection of a title Douluo granted him assurance while moving through the inner regions of the Star Dou Forest. From Xian Shuang's martial soul, Lu Yun understood that the ice element represented an ultimate martial soul. It could harness the ice elements of the world to engage in battle, as well as convert water elements into ice elements to unleash widespread devastation. Although the power of combat on land could not compare to that of the seas, the might of an ultimate martial soul was not something ordinary martial souls could contend with. With a thought, Lu Yun summoned Xian Shuang, causing strange ripples to appear in the space before him. Suddenly, a woman clad in an ice blue gown materialized, her skin as white as snow, and her flowing white hair danced in the wind. A chilling aura inadvertently emanated from her, making him hesitate to approach. The surrounding air seemed to freeze under the influence of her extreme cold. One could only imagine the profound mastery Xian Shuang possessed over her ice attributes. Xian Shuang pays her respects to the master of the pavilion. Upon her arrival, information flooded her mind. She gazed at Lu Yun, retracting her icy aura, and respectfully bowed before him. In response, Lu Yun nodded calmly, though internally, he was filled with joy. With Xian Shuang's protection, he felt momentarily free from concerns. Lu Yun continued to examine the guardian of the Star Dou Auction House, speculating that, given the nature of the system, it would not assign him a protector weaker than a title Douluo. The guardian of the Star Dou Auction House, Jiu, a level 99 ultimate assault Dou, martial soul, nether dragon, soul rings, black, 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 red, 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 at that moment. Lu Yun beheld the specific information of the guardian, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Ha ha ha, to think it is an ultimate Douluo system, you are truly benevolent to me. Lu Yun exclaimed loudly in his mind, overwhelmed with joy. This was indeed an ultimate Douluo. Currently, there are only 3 ultimate Douluo on the Douluo Continent, and he never anticipated that the guardian of the Star Dou Auction House would also be such a formidable title Douluo. The Nether Dragon Martial Soul belongs to the realm of divine-level martial souls, intertwined with a fragment of the soul of a Nether Dragon. With its support, the Nether Dragon Martial Soul stands among the pinnacle of divine-level martial souls, far surpassing those of the sea god and the six-winged angel. Moreover, the nether dragon martial soul boasts a remarkable soul ring configuration, rendering Jiuyu's soul rings a unique existence on the Douluo Continent. Even Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island, possesses only 8 black and 1 red soul rings. With Jiuyu's protection, Lu Yun could traverse the Douluo Continent without concern for anything else. Boom! Lu Yun summoned Jiuyu, and a middle-aged man appeared before him, emanating an astounding aura of nether energy that surged towards the heavens. This triggered a tremendous upheaval in the Star Dou forest, yet upon seeing Lu Yun's visage, Jiuyu reigned in his formidable presence. What had just transpired seemed as if it had never occurred. With 2 powerful guardians at his side, Lu Yun leisurely wandered through the Star Dou forest, seeking an appropriate location for the Star Dou Auction House. The Star Dou Auction House was destined to be a singular entity on the Douluo Continent. The inner perimeter of the Star Dou forest indeed proved to be an excellent locale. It served as a paradise for soul beasts, and even ordinary tidal Dou would refrain from venturing here. This greatly enhanced the mystique of the Star Dou Auction House, drawing in even more powerful beings. As time passed, Lu Yun arrived at a certain spot and discovered a vast open area surrounded by towering ancient trees, exuding tranquility and mystery. Indeed, this is a splendid location. Lu Yun decided to establish the Star Dou Auction House here. System, place the Star Dou Auction House in this location. Lu Yun instructed the system in his mind, and immediately, a golden light flashed as a grand edifice materialized from a void, crashing down with a thunderous thud. The astounding commotion stirred up clouds of dust, prompting Lu Yun and his companions to retreat to avoid being affected by the overwhelming force. Once the uproar subsided, Lu Yun gazed ahead. He discovered that the Star Dou Auction House was a spacious, magnificent building, 3 stories high, exquisitely crafted, seemingly adorned with a layer of mysterious luminescence. The plaque inscribed with the 5 characters of Star Dou Auction House radiated an aura that transcended the Douluo Continent. A mere glance at the scene was enough to induce a piercing headache. Lu Yun hastily diverted his gaze for someone devoid of any soul power. Lingering for even a moment longer would likely result in consequences he could scarcely endure. Accompanied by Jiuyu and Xian Shuang, Lu Yun ventured inside, only to find the surroundings transformed drastically. The once 3-story pavilion now stood entirely vacant in the center. The interior space was significantly more expansive than the exterior. The first level featured ordinary seating capable of accommodating a myriad of individuals, extending beyond the eye's reach. As for the second and third levels, they were adorned solely with private boxes encircling the entire pavilion. These boxes were presumably designated for the affluent and influential. At the forefront of the seating arrangement loomed a colossal auction stage spanning 3 tiers. Impressive. Truly, the ingenuity of the system is beyond comprehension. Lu Yun could not suppress a gasp of awe upon grasping the intricate architecture of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. From this moment forth, he had established a foothold in the Douluo Continent. Xian Shuang, you should be aware of your role within the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. Henceforth, you shall oversee the auction affairs while also ensuring the pavilion's security, preventing any miscreants from causing havoc. And as for Jiuyu, you shall remain by my side to safeguard my well-being. After a brief moment, Lu Yun instructed the 2 titled Douluos beside him. Chapter 3, Invulnerable to all laws. As creations of the system, their loyalty was unquestionable, alleviating any concerns regarding potential rebellion. Yes, Pavilion Master. The 2 titled Dou responded with a tone of utmost respect. System, present the Pavilion Master's attire. Lu Yun glanced at his own sleepwear, which appeared rather peculiar on the Douluo Continent. He immediately summoned the luxurious novice gift package, revealing the Pavilion Master's garments. A flash of brilliance enveloped Lu Yun as the azure robe draped over him. Adorned with intricate patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, it resembled a vast, mysterious sea of stars. Ah, it possesses such extraordinary effects. As Lu Yun donned the attire, an astonishing ability emerged in his mind. Pavilion Master's attire. Within the auction pavilion, it is invulnerable to all laws and can withstand any attack. Understanding the magnitude of this ability filled Lu Yun with exhilaration. With this robe, he could remain motionless within the auction pavilion, impervious to any harm inflicted upon him. Alas, should he venture beyond the confines of the pavilion, the protective effects of the attire would cease to exist. This realization deepened Lu Yun's desire to enhance his own strength. He could not possibly remain within the Star Dou Auction Pavilion for eternity. Such a fate would be dreadfully mundane. Furthermore, The robe was remarkably pristine, possessing an automatic cleaning function that ensured it would never become soiled, regardless of continuous wear. Lu Yun harbored a profound yearning for strength. He could not perpetually stand by and allow others to strike him. Such a fate would be beneath his dignity. It seemed imperative for him to engage in an auction, acquire a martial soul, and embark on his journey of cultivation. Well, let me set a modest goal, to become a title Douluo powerhouse within 5 years. At that moment, Lu Yun thought to himself with great pride. With the divine-level auction system at his disposal, such a remarkable system would make it rather effortless to achieve the status of a title Douluo within 5 years. As long as he consistently participated in auctions and accumulated auction points, his strength would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights in a short span of time. 5 years to become a title Douluo may seem a tad extended, but it appears that his aspirations should be set even higher. Becoming a title Douluo is not his ultimate destination. In the heart of the Star Dou Forest lies the Lake of Life. Here, the shimmering waters reflect the light, and a gentle breeze stirs the surface, creating ripples that emanate a profound essence of vitality. Beside the Lake of Life, there exists a colossal giant ape, its massive form adorned with patterns reminiscent of molten lava, clinging to its grand physique. It emanates an aura that belongs to a soul beast of 100,000 years. The soul beast in question is one of the 2 great sovereigns of the core region of the Star Dou Forest, the Titan Great Ape. However, the Titan Great Ape, sensing something amiss, turned its gaze towards the depths of the Star Dou Forest, its enormous eyes, reminiscent of bronze bells, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Suddenly, the water's surface ahead exhibited unusual ripples, and a colossal soul beast with the body of a serpent and the head of an ox emerged from the depths, radiating the essence of a 100,000-year soul beast. This was none other than another imperial soul beast, the 100,000-year-old sky blue bull python. Did you also sense it, Ming? The sky blue bull python's gaze was similarly directed towards a specific location within the inner region, precisely where Lu Yun had placed the Star Dou auction house. Indeed, an incredibly potent energy was palpable there, accompanied by the presence of 2 title Douluo level auras. Could it be that the human soul masters were scheming something once more? Upon hearing this, the Titan Great Ape nodded vigorously, its hearty voice reverberating throughout the area. Humph. I never imagined that human soul masters would be so audacious, daring to send title Douluo level powerhouses into the Star Dou Forest. Do they truly consider us, the 2 beasts, insignificant? With a disdainful snort, the Titan Great Ape unleashed its formidable 100,000-year soul beast pressure, which rapidly spread from the core region to the periphery. Countless weaker soul beasts, overwhelmed by this regal aura, collapsed to the ground, uttering soft moans that signified their profound terror. Ming, I shall go and confront those 2 title Douluo powerhouses. At that moment, the Titan Great Ape appeared to ponder something, striking its immense chest with a resounding thud. Wait, the 2 title Douluo possess formidable abilities, even from a distance. Their powerful aura is palpable, suggesting they are among the pinnacle of human soul masters. I shall accompany you. Even if we cannot prevail, escaping will pose no challenge. Just as the Titan Great Ape was about to venture into that realm, the Azure Bull Python intervened, its expression grave. It could sense the overwhelming power emanating from that area, far surpassing that of the Titan Great Ape. Each aura seemed to rival its own. And should the Titan Great Ape proceed alone, it would likely fall victim to the nefarious intentions of those 2 title Douluo. Thus, the Azure Bull Python was reluctant to allow the Titan Great Ape to embark on this perilous journey alone and resolved to accompany it. Together, they should be able to confront the 2 title Douluo. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, should they fail against those 2, their escape would remain unchallenged. Thus, the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python, with their colossal forms, hastened towards the area where Lu Yun resided. Wherever they passed, the oppressive aura of 100,000-year soul beasts cascaded forth, plunging the surroundings into a tumultuous uproar. As the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python sped towards Lu Yun's location, he remained oblivious to any disturbances. However, beside him, Jiao Yu and Xian Shuang furrowed their brows, distinctly sensing 2 powerful auras advancing towards them. Master, 200,000-year soul beasts are approaching us. Shall I take action to eliminate them? Jiao Yu's commanding voice resonated, exuding the formidable aura of a limit Douluo. Oh, 200,000-year soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, contemplating briefly and deducing the identities of these soul beasts. In the current era of Douluo Continent, the only publicly recognized 100,000-year soul beasts are the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape. The distance from his position to the life lake of the Star Dou Great Forest is not considerable. Perhaps the commotion caused by his establishment of the Star Dou Auction House awakened them, prompting their arrival. Nonetheless, Lu Yun remained unfazed. The audacity of the Azure Bull Python and Titan Great Ape to confront him was of little concern, with Jiao Yu and Xian Shuang safeguarding him. Not even 200,000-year-soul beasts, nor even more, posed any threat. There is no rush to eliminate them. Capturing them here would serve my purposes. At that moment, an enigmatic smile graced Lu Yun's face as he contemplated the idea. Securing those 200,000-year-soul beasts to guard the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House seemed an excellent choice, bolstering the establishment's prestige. Chapter 4. The realm of ice and snow. 2 soul beasts, each 100,000 years old, stood guard, establishing the formidable reputation of the Star Dou Auction House. This reputation rendered other soul masters hesitant to provoke the establishment lightly. Should other soul masters from the Douluo Continent hear such a statement, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The notion of employing 100,000-year-soul beasts as sentinels is unprecedented. While many might entertain such ideas, they lack the strength to actualize them. Yet, who could disregard the presence of a peak-level limit Douluo by Lu Yun's side? Leave this matter to me to resolve, esteemed master. At this moment, the cold-faced Xian Shuang respectfully addressed Lu Yun, urging him to resolve the 2 10,000-year-soul beasts as swiftly as possible. That can be arranged. But you must remember to capture them with utmost speed and avoid prolonged combat. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun nodded gently, though a serious expression adorned his face. He was well aware that the Star Dou Forest was not limited to only the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape beneath the Lake of Life. There existed a spatial anomaly teeming with ferocious soul beasts, each exceeding 200,000 years in age. Moreover, there was the Silver Dragon King, who possessed godly power at the peak of his strength. Even though he had been grievously wounded by the pantheon of deities, he still wielded divine-level might. Should the tumult of battle draw forth the ferocious beast lurking beneath the Lake of Life, it would spell disaster. With the presence of the 9 Nether, Lu Yun felt no concern for his own safety. Yes, master, Xian Shuang replied, her expression equally grave. As her words faded, she transformed into a wisp of icy power, vanishing abruptly from sight. Truly, as one endowed with an ice element martial soul, her abilities were astonishing. Lu Yun gazed at the figure of Xian Shuang disappearing, stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. Though an ordinary person, he could sense that when Xian Shuang departed, she seemed to merge with the elemental ice of the world, eluding perception and comprehension, indeed, profoundly powerful. Yet, he pondered whether Xian Shuang could defeat the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Lu Yun was eager to discover the extent of her prowess when she unleashed her full potential. The ice element martial soul belonged to the realm of ultimate martial souls, and with her soul power at level 95, she likely had a significant chance of conquering the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. At that moment, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, hurrying from the core region of the Star Dou Forest, emanated an overwhelming aura of 10,000-year-soul beasts. They advanced directly toward Lu Yun, and after a brief interval, the 2 gargantuan soul beasts stood before the Star Dou Auction House, their expressions laden with gravity. Ming, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss here. How could the structure have appeared out of thin air? Furthermore, for some reason, I sense a fatal sense of crisis emanating from this area. At that moment, the solemn Azure Bull Python addressed the Titan Giant Ape beside him, articulating all the unsettling emotions that dwelled within him. Having attained such formidable strength, he was unequivocally capable of perceiving the looming threats to his very existence. This left him feeling somewhat indecisive. Who is the architect of this edifice, and what formidable beings dwell within? It is evidently the scheme of those human spirit masters. The Star Dou Forest is the dominion of our spirit beasts. The persistent intrusion of human spirit masters is tantamount to courting death. Witness as I obliterated. Ming, with his fiery temper, paid no heed to further contemplation and harnessed the immense spirit energy within him, condensing it into his right fist. In an instant, he launched a ferocious strike towards the Star Dou Auction House, his aura bearing down like the weight of Mount Tai, threatening to annihilate all in the path of his fist. Ming, cease. The Sky Blue Bull Python, witnessing the Titan Giant Ape's hasty attack as his fist approached the Star Dou Auction House, shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. The sense of impending doom that had earlier pervaded the air was now palpable. Indeed, a startling scene soon unfolded. An ice curtain forged from the power of frost manifested before the Star Dou Auction House. Bang! The terrifying force of the ice surged forth with an overwhelming chill. Such formidable icy energy. This is dire. Both the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape felt their own spirit power momentarily stifle, their movements rendered sluggish by the frigid onslaught. With a crack. When the titan giant ape's fist struck the ice curtain, all his might was instantaneously diffused, creating ripples that spread outward. The ice curtain shattered with another crack, dissolving into the elemental force of ice that faded into the ether. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the Star Dou auction house, radiating an unprecedented chill. This was Xin Shuang. Human spirit masters, have you constructed this place? The sky blue bull python, sensing the immense strength of this tidal Douluo before him, inquired with caution, recognizing that her power was on par with his own. This is the location of the Star Dou auction house. Today, you 200,000-year spirit beasts have disturbed our master's serene cultivation. We have been dispatched to apprehend you and present you to our master for judgment. At this moment, Xian Shuang did not engage in pleasantries with the Tianqing Yo python, but spoke coldly. As her words faded, tendrils of icy elemental power began to permeate the surroundings. The ice and snow domain. It was as if a subtle yet palpable aura enveloped the entire expanse, with flakes of snow descending gently, exuding an inexhaustible chill. This aura represented a domain skill. How could she manipulate the forces of nature? The Tianqing Yo python suddenly sensed a transformation in the surrounding environment. As boundless ice elements converged towards them, their soul power was nearly frozen, rendering them incapable of fully exhibiting their strength. Even the previously fearless titan giant ape appeared gravely serious, shifting its massive form to stand beside the Tianqing Yo python, ever vigilant for the impending peril. Let us depart. The Tianqing Yo python contemplated internally, resolutely deciding against continuing the battle with this human soul master. Earlier, it had sensed the presence of two tidal Douluos, and the individual before it was one of them. Comparatively, this one seemed significantly weaker, indicating that within the Star Dou auction house, there was another, more formidable tidal Douluo. The soul master wielding the power of ice elements was already a substantial threat, not to mention the existence of an unknown powerful entity. Thus, the two beasts resolved to retreat to the core area of the Star Dou forest. Ugh! The titan giant ape, hearing the Tianqing Yo python's words, wore an expression of reluctance, yet for the sake of its own life. It had no choice but to follow in the footsteps of the Tianqing Yo python and leave the area. Chapter 5. The emergence of Jiu. To think one could escape under my command is sheer folly. Xian Shuang scoffed disdainfully, leaping into the air as boundless icy power emanated from her palm. Surrounding her were 9 soul rings, releasing an even more potent force of ice and snow. Xian Shuang continued to manifest her ice and snow domain, transforming the entire forest as if it were midwinter, with countless ice spikes slowly coalescing in the void. An endless surge of frost power spread outward, as each ice spike shot directly towards the Tianqing Yo python and the titan giant ape. Damn it! The Tianqing Yo python's countenance turned grim upon witnessing the situation. The path ahead was completely obstructed by ice spikes, leaving them no avenue for escape. Moments later, the Tianqing Yo python and the titan giant ape resolved against retreating, determined to eliminate this human soul master. Her power was overwhelmingly formidable, posing a catastrophic threat to the Soul Beast clan, and she could not be allowed to leave alive. The Tianqing Yo python's soul power surged before it, manifesting an astonishing force of thunder. Spherical bolts of lightning hurtled towards Xian Shuang. Gravitational domain. Beside them, the titan great ape unleashed its gravitational field. With clenched fists, it pounded its chest, releasing a terrifying aura that, combined with the assault of the azure bull python, surged relentlessly towards Xian Shuang. Humph! Observing this scene, Xian Shuang scoffed, seemingly dismissing the two formidable attacks. The ice spikes, previously shattered by the might of the azure bull python and the titan great ape, began to coalesce once more, fueled by the swirling power of ice and snow. This time, however, the momentum they carried was even more potent as they charged towards the two beasts. At that moment, the azure bull python and the titan great ape unleashed an even more formidable force, determined to shatter the surrounding ice spikes. Enough of this wasted time. 8th soul skill, Ice Snow Prison. Immediately, the 8th black soul ring around Xian Shuang shimmered to life. A resplendent power erupted from her right hand, condensing the moisture in the air of the Star Dou forest into elemental ice energy. An endless surge of icy power gathered above the Star Dou auction hall. As the concentration of ice energy reached a critical threshold, Xian Shuang clenched her right fist, and the icy power suddenly coalesced into a cerulean prison, instantly ensnaring the azure bull python and the titan great ape in place. Damn it! Why is this human soul master so powerful? Diming. Use all your strength to break this prison. The azure bull python, realizing it was trapped within the prison, found its efforts to shake off the icy confinement futile. Xian Shuang advanced towards them, and the two beasts dared not hold back any longer, preparing to unleash their most ferocious attacks. Titan Sky Break. At this moment, the Titan giant ape concentrated all its soul power into its fists, while the gravitational field surrounding the area exerted its influence incessantly. By invoking the Titan celestial breaking technique, it condensed the surrounding gravity to a certain extent. When the opportune moment arrived, it unleashed its fists towards the icy prison encasing its foes. The azure bull python, too, summoned all its soul power, its dual horns emanating a formidable aura. Within the confines of the prison, thunder and lightning erupted, releasing cataclysmic energy aimed at shattering the surrounding icy cage. Indeed, the collision of these two immense forces caused the once indestructible icy prison to exhibit fine cracks, which rapidly expanded. Diming continue. Upon witnessing this development, the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python exerted all their strength once more, shattering the icy prison in a decisive blow. The ensuing explosion of terrifying energy radiated outward, affecting the entire Star Dou forest. Countless soul beasts were obliterated by this overwhelming energy surge, their blood staining the earth. After all, this was the most powerful strike unleashed by the azure bull python and Titan giant ape at the height of their prowess. You have managed to break free from my restraints. It seems I have underestimated you. Xian Shuan exclaimed, astonished by the destruction of her icy prison. Clearly, these 200,000-year soul beasts were formidable indeed. She intended to strike again with the most ferocious methods to capture the Titan giant ape and azure bull python and present them to the sect leader for judgment. Meanwhile, Lu Yun from the Star Dou Auction House observed Xian Shuan's strength and nodded slightly. In his eyes, her power was indeed remarkable, worthy of her ultimate martial soul. Unless unexpected circumstances arose, it seemed likely that Xian Shuang would soon defeat the azure bull python and Titan giant ape. As the residual shockwaves from their clash began to engulf the entire Star Dou forest, Lu Yun contemplated the potential repercussions. Should the life lake exhibit any disturbances, it would spell disaster. Jiu Yu, I entrust these 200,000-year soul beasts to you. After a moment of reflection, Lu Yun spoke gravely to Jiu Yu beside him. Aim to resolve this swiftly to avoid wasting time. Understood, sect leader. Jiu Yu replied, nodding vigorously, her eyes radiating boundless underworld power, shimmering with intensity. Chapter 6. The 100,000-year soul beast guarding the gates. Jiu Yu stood firm, waving her hand as a torrent of soul power surged into her right hand. With a crackle, two black-purple chains began to coalesce in the void, exuding a terrifying dragon's roar. It was as if all things in the universe were ensnared by these chains, sealing the heavens and binding the earth. Go. With a thunderous roar, Jiu Yu summoned two chains that pierced through the fabric of space, appearing before the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape in the blink of an eye. This is dire. That formidable presence has made its move. Diming. Flee at once. The sky blue bull python, upon witnessing the chains materializing around it, exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to break free. However, it was to no avail. As the soul power within them made contact with the chains, it felt as though it had been utterly dissolved. The chains tightened their grip, binding them with an unyielding force. As they struggled, the chains constricted even further, rendering them powerless. Upon witnessing this, Xian Shuan immediately recognized Jiu Yu's intervention. Do not waste your strength. Come with me to meet the master. She approached the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape, leading them into the Star Dou auction house. Reluctantly, the two beasts were ushered into the auction house, where the scene inside left them utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that the Star Dou auction house, which appeared so modest from the outside, harbored such a vast and wondrous expanse within. The distinction between the two is indeed monumental. Moments later, an astonishing perplexity arose within the hearts of the two beasts. What manner of trickery is this? Truly, the two sovereigns of the starry forest, the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, live up to their illustrious reputations. As the two beasts were engulfed in awe, a voice, tinged with amusement, suddenly echoed in their ears. Human soul master, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Upon hearing this voice, the azure bull python quickly regained its composure and, with great reluctance, roared in defiance. Its formidable aura, cultivated over 100,000 years, sought to break free, yet was relentlessly subdued by the chains, rendering it immobile. Oh, your words are quite entertaining. It seems that it was you two beasts who sought trouble with our starry auction house, and your lack of strength has led to this predicament, rendering you prisoners. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun subtly shook his head, unreservedly mocking the two beasts. Blaming others for one's own inadequacies is truly absurd. If you have the capability, then release me. The Titan giant ape, its temper flaring, could no longer contain its fury upon sensing its power shackled and enduring the mockery of the human soul master. It struggled against the chains, only to find them tightening further, to the point where even breathing became exceedingly arduous. If you wish for me to spare you, it is not impossible. You need only agree to one condition. Suddenly, a meaningful smile graced Lu Yun's face as he gently addressed the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python. What condition? The azure bull python, sensing a scheme within Lu Yun's words, cautiously inquired, prioritizing their lives. It is not too demanding. You two beasts are simply required to guard the starry auction house for me. You will assist in dealing with any troublesome soul masters or soul beasts that may arise. In essence, you will serve as the gatekeepers of our esteemed establishment, Lu Yun stated directly, his enthusiasm palpable as he observed the reactions of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, eager to see if these ancient soul beasts would acquiesce. Never. To die is preferable to dishonor. Though we, the soul beast clan, may perish, we shall never concede to your terms. The Titan giant ape vehemently rejected the proposal, displaying a defiant demeanor as if ready to face death. They would rather self-destruct than become the prisoners of a human soul master. In that case, you shall bear the consequences of your choice, Lu Yun declared, having anticipated this outcome. He gently gestured for Jiu to handle the two ancient soul beasts, harboring no doubt that they could be subdued. As Lu Yun's words faded, a sense of dread took root within the hearts of the two beasts. Indeed, after the passage of an hour's stop, we agree to your conditions. Please, cease at once. In the auction house of the starry constellation, two voices pleading for mercy echoed, belonging to the Titan great ape and the azure bull python. Chapter 7, The Harvest of Treasures. At this moment, the two soul beasts appeared in a lamentable state, their bodies marred by numerous gaping wounds, drenched in blood. It seemed as though they had endured prolonged and brutal torment, rendering them into this pitiful condition. Indeed, this was all the handiwork of the netherworld. He had employed his profound soul skills to mercilessly batter the two beasts, subjecting both their spirits and physical forms to unimaginable suffering. This compelled the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape to reluctantly beg for mercy. With the presence of Jiu beside them, even if they wished for death, it would be utterly unattainable. If only they had agreed sooner. I would not have had to expend such effort. Observing the situation, Lu Yun nodded with a smile on his face. Subsequently, Jiu directly planted a restriction within the spiritual seas of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, allowing for the control of their lives at any moment to prevent them from causing turmoil. Though we have acquiesced to your demands, as members of the soul beast clan, we cannot be compelled to slaughter our kind. Upon realizing the restriction imposed upon them, the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape understood that their lives were now in another's grasp, forced to bow their heads under the eaves. Their existence was entirely under someone else's dominion. The azure bull python, with a grave expression, addressed Lu Yun, affirming that as members of the soul beast clan, they would never partake in the killing of their brethren. This is acceptable. I shall agree to your request. Lu Yun nodded indifferently in response, consenting to the azure bull python's stipulation. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. He merely sought to manage the Star Dou auction house diligently and gradually enhance his own strength. However, should any soul beast foolishly provoke him, they should not expect mercy from his hands. Thus, the matter reached its conclusion. The azure bull python and the Titan giant ape prepared to depart, dutifully guarding the entrance of the Star Dou auction house. On their faces lingered expressions of profound discontent. The once mighty 10,000-year soul beasts, the rulers of the Star Dou forest, were now reduced to the role of gatekeepers at the behest of human soul masters. An utter disgrace to their kind. If word of this spread, their reputation and dignity within the Star Dou forest would be irreparably tarnished. Wait a moment. Relinquish the treasures you have collected, such as soul bones and rare herbs. Lu Yun gazed at the distant figures of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, a smile nearly escaping him. Indeed, the once majestic soul beast sovereigns now found themselves living under another's roof. How could they possibly feel at ease? Previously, Lu Yun had been troubled, pondering how to conduct the first auction, when he suddenly spotted the two beasts ahead. They were ostensibly the strongest entities in the Star Dou forest, and it was likely they had amassed quite a collection over the years. Thus, He decided to use the treasures collected by the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape as items for the inaugural auction. Upon hearing this, the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape felt a jolt of apprehension. Indeed, it had come to pass. They had not only lost their freedom, but were also to part with the treasures they had cherished for so many years. Yet, they understood that withholding them was simply not an option. Resolving to comply, they agreed to present a portion of their collection. "I'm fully aware of your thoughts. Remember, I expect the entirety of your treasures. Should I discover any attempt to conceal them, you understand the consequences that will follow." At this moment, Lu Yun's languid voice resonated once more. The expressions of the heavenly blue bull python and the Titan giant ape shifted once again, rendering them speechless in their plight. "Yes, Master." Thus, under the overwhelming pressure of the formidable aura emanating from the extreme Douluo of the 9 serenities, the two beasts returned to the Lake of Life, retrieving all the treasures they had amassed over the years. After the passage of half an hour, an array of countless treasures lay before Lu Yun, including peculiar stones of various shapes and an assortment of vividly colored herbs. However, what was even more abundant were the soul bones. The Star Dou forest was teeming with soul beasts, and every day, some would perish. Although soul bones emerged only occasionally, their accumulation over time was not insignificant. Before Lu Yun, there were no fewer than 20 soul bones. The soul bones in question are all of an ancient lineage, each possessing a minimum age of 10,000 years. It is likely that only soul bones exceeding this age could be collected by two 10,000-year soul beasts. Among these, the most striking are 2 soul bones emanating the aura of 10,000-year soul beasts, which are exceedingly rare on the Douluo Continent. One of these is a fiery red right arm bone, exuding a vibrant essence of flame. The other is a cranial soul bone, radiating an immense mental attribute, presumably belonging to a 10,000-year soul beast of psychic nature that perished, leaving behind this bone. Indeed, Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing these treasures, astonished by the substantial collection of the 2 soul beasts. With these 2 10,000-year soul bones in hand, it would be more than sufficient to establish the name of the Star Dou auction house. Furthermore, it would yield a considerable amount of auction points, enabling a swift enhancement of his strength. Chapter 8. The Golden Essence of Life. Just then, Lu Yun's gaze fell upon a small herb beside the soul bones. This small blade of grass displays a vibrant emerald hue, interwoven with several strands of crimson that encircle it, creating an utterly enchanting appearance. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy emanates from this grass, compelling the attention of those present to acknowledge its formidable presence. Lu Yun gazes upon this celestial herb, filled with a desire to uncover its name and properties. This celestial herb appears to be unlike the celestial herbs depicted in the eyes of the dualities of ice and fire. Although Lu Yun has read the original text, he remains unfamiliar with this particular herb. Just as he is engulfed in confusion, several lines of text suddenly materialize before him, providing an introduction to this celestial herb. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Lu Yun realizes it is the work of the system. 9 Hearts Mystic Herb, a premier spiritual attribute, celestial herb. Consuming it can significantly enhance one's mental prowess. The name and specific properties of this celestial herb are entirely known to Lu Yunji. A spirit attribute herb is indeed exceedingly rare. It seems this particular specimen could serve as an excellent item for auction. Lu Yun cast a satisfied glance at the herb, nodding in approval. He understood that spirit attribute herbs are of immense value on the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, mental strength is equally crucial for soul masters, and the current methods of cultivating mental power on Douluo Continent are rather rudimentary. If one possesses formidable mental strength, not only can they manipulate their soul skills, rendering them more intricate, but they can also unleash a more potent offensive from their abilities. Thus, this auction item is bound to attract considerable attention. After further searching, Lu Yun appeared to have found nothing exceptionally valuable. His gaze suddenly fell upon a stone nestled in the corner, pitch black in hue, with a pockmarked surface, seemingly ordinary. Yet, this seemingly mundane stone emanated a rich aura of life. The inscription read, "Living gold, infused with dense life force." Upon reading this brief description, Lu Yun was overwhelmed with joy, a feeling that excitement alone could scarcely encapsulate. To think this small stone was living gold was beyond delightful. He quickly held the stone in the palm of his hand, feeling the vibrant life force within it, rendering him utterly speechless with exhilaration. This treasure, living gold, is entirely condensed from life energy into a solid state. One can only imagine the immense magnitude of life force contained within this small stone. Otherwise, it would not have formed into solid living gold. Having read the original text, Lu Yun was well aware of the significance of living gold. One should not underestimate this piece. The life force it harbors could undoubtedly reach half the scale of the Star Dou forest. One of the properties of living gold is its ability to enhance one's physical constitution, transforming it into a life form capable of infinite growth. It purifies impurities within oneself, thereby amplifying innate talents. This piece of living gold shall not be auctioned. I will retain it for my own absorption. Subsequently, Lu Yun pondered and resolved to keep the living gold for personal use. Although he lacked a martial soul within him, further strengthening his constitution would facilitate the future absorption of soul power for cultivation. I am quite satisfied with the treasures you have presented. Rest assured, 5 years hence, I shall grant you your freedom. However, I believe by that time, you will be reluctant to leave the Star Dou auction house. Lu Yun stowed away these treasures and slightly raised his head, casting a beaming smile towards the sullen faces of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. I hope your words hold true. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the heavenly blue bull python and the titan great ape's eyes sparkled momentarily before they quickly masked their expressions. They were skeptical that this human soul master would indeed release them after 5 years. Nevertheless, they secretly hoped that Lu Yun would honor his word. Observing the expressions of the two beasts, Lu Yun chose not to elaborate, instead allowing a knowing smile to grace his features. In 5 years, the Star Dou auction house would likely evolve to unimaginable heights, and his own strength would have reached an extraordinary level. As long as the Titan Great Ape and the heavenly blue bull python were not foolish, they would not easily abandon the Star Dou auction house. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yun dismissed the two beasts, signaling their departure as he prepared to absorb the life gold. Once they had left, Lu Yun settled cross-legged on the ground, placing the life gold before him. He turned to the ethereal entity known as Jiu and said, Jiu, assist me in absorbing this life gold. He instructed Xian Shuang to stand guard while Jiu aided him in the absorption process. At this moment, he was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any soul power. Thus, the influx of such immense life force could lead to unforeseen consequences within his body. Chapter 9. Preparations for the auction. Understood, Master. Jiu replied, his expression grave as he nodded. In the next instant, a vast surge of soul power emanated from his hands, causing the life gold to levitate before Lu Yun. With a grand gesture, Jiu unleashed a torrent of soul power, resulting in the life gold erupting into countless fragments, suspended around Lu Yun's form. As the life gold shattered, an overwhelming essence of life force surged outward, seeking release. Converge, Jiu calmly uttered, and an invisible force swiftly sealed the area. Drawing the dissipating life force back toward Lu Yun's body, threads of life force began to flow into Lu Yun, purging impurities from his system and transforming his ordinary physique into one imbued with life attributes. Time flew by as Lu Yun reveled in the influx of life energy, feeling as if he were immersed in a warm, rejuvenating spring. His body expelled dark impurities that emitted a foul odor, while simultaneously, a fragrant essence of life began to emanate from within him. His overall aura became increasingly ethereal, as if he were a living elixir in human form. Nearly half an hour passed, and the life force in the vicinity gradually diminished, fully absorbed into Lu Yun's being. With Jiu, a formidable limit Douluo aiding him, not a single fragment of the life force contained within the life gold was wasted. All was consumed by Lu Yun. Ah, Lu Yun exhaled. Is this what my body has become after being transformed by the life gold? It is simply exquisite. After absorbing the essence of life, Lu Yun rose to his feet, stretching his limbs to invigorate his entire body. He felt an overwhelming vitality coursing through him, saturating his bones, blood, and meridians. It was difficult for Lu Yun to fathom how he had transformed in such a manner. Moreover, the life energy that inadvertently emanated from his body became a source of perplexity for him. The formidable vitality at hand will undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of malevolent soul beasts. It seems prudent for him to refrain from venturing too deeply into the Star Dou forest until his strength is enhanced. It is time to commence preparations for the inaugural auction. After calming his excitement, Lu Yun gazed into the distance, a glimmer of enthusiasm flickering in his eyes. He currently possessed several treasures, making it possible to initiate the first auction. Jiu, please draft several invitation letters and deliver them to the foremost powers of Douluo Continent. In 1 month, the Star Dou auction house will hold an auction, and we hope that all factions will attend. Lu Yun instructed Jiu directly. requesting him to personally convey these invitations to the various powers. After all, Jiuyu's strength was that of a limit Douluo, the most formidable being of the present age. With him delivering the invitations, it was certain that the other factions of Douluo Continent, including the Spirit Hall, would not dismiss them lightly. They would surely approach the Star Dou Auction House out of curiosity to witness its profound heritage. Simultaneously, this would provide an opportunity to gather numerous auction points and acquire a bountiful spirit gift package, thus beginning the enhancement of his own strength. Understood, Master. Upon hearing this, Jiuyu nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Although Jiuyu and Xin Shuang were soul masters created by the system, their memories had been implanted with all relevant matters pertaining to Douluo Continent. There was no need for Lu Yun to elaborate. They inherently understood the factions of Douluo Continent in their respective locations. Jiuyu, do not hesitate to exhibit your strength when the time comes. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Yun, and he continued. He urged Jiuyu to exercise discretion in order to attract more factions to the Star Dou Auction House. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, Jiuyu nodded slightly, and in an instant, the surrounding space rippled as his figure vanished from sight. Embarking on the journey to deliver the invitations to the various powers of Douluo Continent, Lu Yun stood still, hands clasped behind his back, anticipating the auction a month hence. Xin Shuang, during Jiuyu's absence, the security of the Star Dou Auction House is entrusted to you. Lu Yun said softly. Rest assured, Master, with me here, no petty miscreants would dare to intrude upon the Star Dou Auction House. Xin Shuang replied with solemnity. Chapter 10. The Hall of the Pope. This is a resplendent grand hall, suffused with an air of opulence. At the head of the hall sits a woman adorned in a flowing gown of purple and gold, exuding an enchanting allure. Crowned with a 9-curved diadem and grasping a scepter, she radiates the commanding presence of royalty. The woman before us is none other than the illustrious Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. At this very moment, she is diligently attending to the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, a disturbance in the spatial fabric reverberates through the air, a formidable aura cascading forth, enveloping the entire Pope's chamber. The instant this potent presence manifests, Bibi Dong is acutely aware of it. With a thunderous roar, her immense soul power surges forth, propelling towards the source of the disturbance, as her martial spirit is unleashed, revealing 9 resplendent soul rings that shimmer in succession: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. Who dares to trespass upon the sanctity of the Pope's palace? Bibi Dong's ferocious might surges forward, her explosive energy causing the very walls of the chamber to tremble. Just then, an equally formidable force swiftly suppresses her overwhelming aura. A golden sheet of paper materializes slowly from the void, descending gracefully onto the desk before Bibi Dong. The master of this aura is none other than Jiuyu. Heeding Lu Yun's command, he promptly arrived at the Pope's palace and delivered the invitation to Bibi Dong. Upon successfully presenting the invitation, Jiuyu tore through the fabric of space, intending to depart the Pope's palace and proceed to his next destination. The ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo obstructed him. Bibi Dong, having sensed Jiuyu's intention to leave, immediately instructed the 2 powerful Douluo hidden in the depths of the void. Yes, Your Holiness. 2 figures emerged from the void, one draped in a golden robe, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, spoke in a voice that was neither masculine nor feminine. The other, clad in a black robe, was shrouded in swirling shadows, emanating an eerie presence. These 2 were the esteemed title Douluo of the Wuhuan Palace, the right and left arms of Bibi Dong. The chrysanthemum spirit and the ghostly spirit were unleashed simultaneously, their 9 soul rings flashing in succession, manifesting the might of 95-level title Douluo, joining Bibi Dong in their assault. The combined pressure of the 3 title Douluo surged towards Jiuyu, intent on subduing him. Bibi Dong was acutely aware of the formidable power this individual possessed, yet she remained oblivious to his origins. To eliminate any potential threat, it was imperative to capture him. Otherwise, she could not foresee the dire consequences that may unfold. Dual polar stillness domain. At that moment, the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo cried out in unison. Their 9 soul rings detached from their bodies, slowly coalescing in the air before them to form a colossal halo of soul rings. In an instant, the very fabric of time and space within the Pope's palace seemed to be suspended. Nothing could move even a fraction. Humph! Just as the 3 reveled in their triumph. A chilling scoff echoed through the chamber. With such a feeble martial soul fusion technique, you dare to impede my progress? What a delusion! Jiuyu retorted coldly, his immense soul power erupting forth, instantly shattering the dual polar stillness domain. This overwhelming force sent the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo flying backwards, crashing to the ground and spewing blood profusely. The invitation had been delivered. He had fulfilled his purpose and saw no reason to linger. After all, Liu Yun had merely instructed him to deliver the invitation to the Pope's palace and had not authorized him to unleash a massacre. Otherwise, the three before him would undoubtedly meet their demise. Thus, the void rippled as Jiao Yu abruptly vanished from his location, leaving not even a trace of his presence behind. Shall we pursue him, Your Holiness? Lying on the ground, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, with their heavily injured bodies, slowly rose to their feet. They turned to Bibi Dong, inquiring whether they should continue the pursuit. However, deep down, both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo hesitated to press on. The two had invoked their polar stillness domain, a force capable of ensnaring even the most formidable tidal Douluos at levels 96 and 97, rendering them immobile. Yet, when they attempted to confine the enigmatic powerhouse, he initially remained still. Ultimately, however, that mysterious figure shattered their polar stillness domain through sheer soul power. They suffered the backlash from the collapse of their domain, as the man unleashed two formidable waves of soul energy, inflicting grievous injuries upon them. They understood that this formidable being had not even released his martial soul or soul skills, yet could achieve such feats through his inherent strength. Should he unleash his martial soul, their demise would be inevitable, and even the Pope would not be spared. Chapter 11. The intention to depart. If you are not afraid of death and wish to pursue, then go ahead. At that moment, Bibi Dong cast a glance at Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, assessing the extent of destruction in the main hall. Is the situation still unclear? Even if the two of them pursue, they could hardly stand against that enigmatic powerhouse. Have you discerned the essence of that mysterious figure, and from which faction they hail? A profound glimmer flickered in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes as she turned to inquire of Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. Did they perceive the soul of that enigmatic strongman and the specifics of their might? Upon hearing this, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo hung their heads, their eyes darting in uncertainty, evidently at a loss for a suitable response. They could hardly admit that the moment they unleashed their polar stillness domain to bind that mysterious figure, they were instantly obliterated by an overwhelming force, failing to even draw forth the opponent's soul. Wouldn't that be laughable? Two esteemed tidal Douluo level warriors, employing a soul fusion technique, yet unable to elicit their adversary's soul. How peculiar. It appears that all your years of training have been in vain, if you cannot restrain a single individual. Upon witnessing their expressions, Bibi Dong grasped the situation and remarked with a hint of irritation. Based on the formidable aura emitted by that individual earlier, their soul power level must be at least level 98, potentially even that of the legendary limit Douluo. However, as their soul had not been revealed, I cannot ascertain from which faction they originate. With her right hand gripping her scepter, Bibi Dong gazed into the distance, murmuring softly. Clearly, that mysterious strongman was overwhelmingly powerful. Even she felt a sense of helpless pressure. What? They could be a limit Douluo. Upon comprehending Bibi Dong's words, both Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo could not suppress their astonishment. Surely they had not misheard. That enigmatic powerhouse could very well be a limit Douluo. After a brief moment of contemplation, both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo internally affirmed this conclusion. The soul fusion technique they had unleashed was indeed insufficient to restrain a 99-level limit Douluo. Had that mysterious figure harbored murderous intent, they would have been utterly erased from Douluo Continent. The mere thought sent cold sweat down their backs, thankful that the enigmatic powerhouse had not chosen to strike. Otherwise, the consequences would have been beyond their imagination. By the way, Your Holiness, it seems that the mysterious figure mentioned something about an auction. They invited our spirit hall to participate. At that moment, Zhu Douluo suddenly recalled a significant detail. The enigmatic powerhouse had seemingly uttered the crucial words auction upon departure. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, her thoughts gradually clarifying. She had been so intrigued by the origins of the mysterious figure that she had overlooked this important matter. Subsequently, Bibi Dong glided gracefully towards the table ahead. She soon discovered a piece of golden paper resting upon it, emanating an extraordinary energy that rendered it remarkably resilient. Otherwise, under the pressure of their formidable auras, this paper would have been utterly obliterated upon landing on the surface. As Bibi Dong scrutinized the contents of the paper, an inscrutable expression flickered across her eyes. The Star Dou Auction House? An auction is to be held in the Star Dou Great Forest, inviting the Spirit Hall to participate. How intriguing. The ability to dispatch such a figure, seemingly an ultimate Douluo, To deliver a message to the spirit hall suggests that the owner of the Star Dou auction house is indeed formidable. A profound interest blossomed on Bibi Dong's face, and she found herself exceedingly curious about this unknown force. The spirit hall's influence spans the entirety of the Douluo Continent, yet they remained oblivious to the existence of the Star Dou auction house, a force capable of nurturing ultimate Douluos. It seemed as though the Star Dou auction house had only just emerged on the Douluo Continent. This sparked within Bibi Dong the notion of embarking on a journey to the Star Dou auction house. Your Holiness, shall our spirit hall attend the auction at the Star Dou auction house in a month's time? Both the seraph and the ghost Douluo inquired solemnly upon reading the contents of the paper. The Star Dou auction house remained an enigma. Even their location was shrouded in mystery. If they were to venture there recklessly, they could potentially fall into an ambush, which would be disastrous. As the supreme pontiff of the spirit hall, any misfortune befalling her could inflict an unprecedented blow upon the entire institution. Such a situation is not one that either of them wishes to witness. Chapter 12. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Why not go? The fact that the Star Dou auction house dares to send an extreme Douluo to deliver a message speaks volumes about their intentions. As for these questions, all answers will be revealed when we visit the Star Dou auction house a month from now. After a brief moment, Bibi Dong sat in her chair, an aura of unparalleled authority instantly enveloping the entire hall of the Pope. Her tone was laced with nonchalance, as if she regarded it all with indifference. Indeed, upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged no further remarks. They complied with her command, preparing to journey to the Star Dou auction house in a month's time. At this moment, within the main hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, an elegant young man was discussing matters with two middle-aged men by his side. The three individuals are none other than the esteemed leaders of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingji, renowned for possessing the continent's foremost support-type martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, and a formidable soul sage of level 79. Beside him stand two distinguished middle-aged men, who are undoubtedly the steadfast pillars of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. One wields the Seven Killing Sword Martial Soul and is a super Douluo of level 96. The Sword Douluo Qinshin. The other possesses the Bone Dragon Martial Soul and is a Super Douluo of level 95, the Bone Douluo Gu Rong. The prowess of these two spirit Douluos ranks among the elite within the entire Douluo continent. As Ning Fengji and his companions deliberated on the future trajectory of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, an overwhelming force of spatial energy suddenly enveloped the grand hall of the sect. Naturally, the trio perceived this crushing aura, and their expressions turned gravely serious. With a thunderous roar, they unleashed their respective martial spirits, vibrant soul rings shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, emanating a formidable presence as though they could rend the very heavens asunder. Just as they braced themselves for an impending threat, a ripple of spatial energy manifested before them, and a sheet of golden paper descended gracefully into view. This seemingly unremarkable piece of parchment, however, elicited a dramatic change in the trio's demeanor, prompting them to unleash a powerful assault aimed at shattering it. Yet, upon contact, their attacks were effortlessly neutralized by an overwhelming force, leaving the paper entirely unscathed. How could this be? The peculiar transformation rendered the expressions of Ning Fingji and his companions increasingly grave. Subsequently, the Sword Douluo, with a tone of utmost seriousness, bellowed into the void ahead, "Who dares to challenge me?" As soon as his words echoed, silence enveloped the space before them. After a brief pause, a commanding voice resonated in their ears, proclaiming, 1 month hence, the Star Dou auction house shall hold an auction, and all esteemed members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are cordially invited to attend. After delivering the invitation, Jiu promptly turned and departed, intending to proceed to the next power. Upon hearing this perplexing statement, Ning Fingji and his companions were engulfed in confusion, their expressions marked by an even greater air of severity. Who is this enigmatic powerhouse, endowed with such a formidable strength? And what is the origin of the Star Auction Pavilion, a force that has remained shrouded in mystery until now? As thoughts of departure crossed his mind, Jiu was suddenly aware of the intent to leave, prompting a shared glance between Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Their formidable soul power erupted forth, with 9 soul rings pulsating in rapid succession, each of their martial spirits emanating an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. 2 brilliantly radiant soul techniques surged toward Jiu, their momentum sufficient to obliterate an entire region. Just as Jiu contemplated his exit, he sensed the rapid approach of the 2 attacks from behind. His eyes narrowed slightly as he let out a cold snort. In the next instant, He raised his right hand slightly, conjuring a swirling vortex of deep purple and black that drained the surrounding soul power, gathering it into his palm. In a moment of critical urgency, he thrust it forcefully toward the two impending assaults. As the three monumental forces collided, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air. In an instant, Jiuyu's counterattack obliterated the soul techniques of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, continuing its relentless momentum toward the front. This was dire. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo felt a tempest of dread surge within them. What transpired here? The soul technique they just unleashed was nearly a full-force attack. Yet it was effortlessly thwarted by their opponent. Their soul technique was utterly annihilated, prompting the two to channel their internal soul power and form a protective shield in a bid to withstand the ensuing shockwaves of the assault. Once Jiuyu witnessed the success of his objective, a ripple of spatial distortion enveloped him, and he vanished from the scene, heading towards the next faction. Bang, bang, bang. After Jiuyu's departure, the terrifying assault struck the shield position before the three individuals. The shield shattered instantaneously, sending the trio staggering back several paces, their faces paling abruptly as blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. This vividly illustrated the sheer magnitude of the attack unleashed by Jiuyu. Chapter 13. The auction is about to commence. Cough. To what extent does that individual's power reach? Moments later, Ning Fengji, dragging his injured form, solemnly inquired of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo beside him. Uncertain, he did not fully unleash his soul rings or all of his soul power. Merely the display he exhibited earlier rendered the two of us utterly defenseless. He must undoubtedly be the legendary Limit Douluo. I had not anticipated that there existed another unknown Limit Douluo within the Douluo Continent, and it appeared that his soul power did not belong to either the Haotian clan or the Spirit Hall. At that moment, the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo likewise shook their heads, indicating their lack of knowledge regarding the strength of this enigmatic powerhouse. However, one could surmise that his soul power undoubtedly resided at the level of a Limit Douluo. The three individuals present bore expressions of utmost seriousness, clearly taken aback by the existence of such an exceptional powerhouse within the realm of Douluo Continent. Could it be that this ultimate Douluo was cultivated by the Star Dou Auction House? After a considerable pause, Ning Fengji suddenly discerned a keyword in the man's tone that seemingly alluded to the Star Dou Auction House. Since he was entrusted with delivering the message, it was evident that this ultimate Douluo hailed from that very establishment. Perhaps this mysterious ultimate Douluo was indeed formidable. Fengji, should we venture to the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time to partake in the auction? One of them inquired, noticing the contents inscribed on the golden parchment. The Sword Douluo turned to Ning Fengji, eager to hear his subsequent thoughts. The enigmatic powerhouse from earlier did not exhibit any intent to harm us. Moreover, should he truly wish to eliminate us, it would require little effort on his part. The Star Dou Auction House does not maintain an adversarial relationship with our Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to deceive us into coming to the auction house only to eliminate us. After pondering for a moment and clarifying all possible scenarios, Ning Fengji ultimately concurred with the plan to visit the Star Dou Auction House in a month. He was also intrigued to witness the depth of influence possessed by a faction with an ultimate Douluo in their ranks. Extending an invitation through such a powerful figure was indeed a grand maneuver. However, what piqued Ning Fengji's curiosity even more was the nature of the items that the Star Dou Auction House was set to auction. This is precisely the aspect that Ning Fengji finds most intriguing. With this in mind, let us journey together to the Star Dou Auction House. Even if we are truly faced with a life-and-death crisis, both I and the Old Bones will undoubtedly strive to ensure your safe return. Hearing these words, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo had no choice but to follow Ning Fengji to the Star Dou Auction House. However, they remained uncertain about their safety, and during this month, they would do their utmost to prepare adequately so as to avoid any unforeseen crises. Time swiftly passed, and Jiuyu traversed through space, successfully delivering invitations to the foremost powers of Douluo Continent. Once all the invitations were dispatched, Jiuyu returned to the Star Dou Auction House. Within the encampment of the Star Dou Great Forest, Lu Yun pondered how to conduct the auction a month hence and what strategies to employ in order to secure a plethora of auction items. At that moment, a ripple in the space ahead heralded the fleeting appearance of Jiuyu. Report to the pavilion master, all invitations have been successfully delivered, and we now await the auction in a month's time. Jiuyu relayed his accomplishments to Lu Yun without omitting a single detail. Excellent. I appreciate your hard work. However, the security of the Star Dou Auction House will still rest upon your shoulders a month from now. Lu Yun responded with a beaming smile upon receiving this news. He had not anticipated Jiao Yu's efficiency. Within merely half a day, all invitations had been delivered. Nevertheless, Lu Yun had not invited too many forces to the auction, limiting it to the most prestigious powers on Douluo Continent. Naturally, these factions were also the wealthiest. Once the auction successfully unfolds in a month's time, even without sending additional invitations, affluent individuals will naturally be drawn to the Star Dou Auction House. At that juncture, would not a multitude of auction items come easily? He could then rest assured, waiting for the arrival of auction items to bolster his own strength. P.S. My sincerest apologies, dear readers, for the recent delay. I have been quite busy updating my other book. Thus, this new work will see fewer updates. However, once this month concludes, I shall endeavor to provide at least 4,000 words daily, with occasional bursts of additional content. If necessary, you may choose to save your reading for later. And I apologize once more. Chapter 14. A month later, Lu Yun eagerly anticipated the extraordinary martial spirit he would receive in the forthcoming Soul Master gift package. After all, life without a martial spirit was profoundly discomforting, leaving him feeling unfulfilled. Jiao Yu, I have another task for you. I hope that within this month, you can thoroughly disseminate the reputation of the Star Dou Auction House. As for whether others choose to believe it, that need not be a concern. It suffices that they are aware of the Star Dou Auction House. After a brief moment, Lu Yun appeared to have an epiphany, his face blossoming into a radiant smile as he addressed Jiao Yu. Even if Jiao Yu were to disseminate information about the Star Dou Auction House at this moment, it would hardly suffice to elevate its reputation to prominence. Thus, they would bide their time for a month, awaiting the arrival of the Spirit Hall and other factions to partake in the auction within the Star Dou Forest. Once the auction concluded, the pathway for the Star Dou Auction House would be irrevocably cleared. What he desired was to have the Star Dou Auction House become a name known to all, echoing in every corner. Yes, Master, Jiao Yu replied, respectfully nodding before departing the Star Dou Auction House to commence the promotional efforts. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and soon, a month had slipped by. On this day, the auction was set to officially commence. It was on this very day that the foremost powers of Douluo Continent dispatched at least one elite warrior each, hastening towards the Star Dou Forest. This unusual occurrence did not provoke significant upheaval within the Douluo Continent, yet it was tacitly acknowledged among the continent's elite powers. Within the confines of the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun sat quietly in his private booth, awaiting the arrival of a group of affluent patrons, seizing the opportunity to consolidate his auction points and enhance his capabilities. The coveted Soul Master gift package, which had long occupied his thoughts, would finally be within his grasp upon the conclusion of this auction. 1,000 meters away from the Star Dou Auction House, 3 figures suddenly appeared. The foremost being a woman clad in a flowing purple golden gown, the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Flanking her were her trusted aides, the formidable Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo. It was unexpected that the Star Dou Auction House would choose to establish its base within the inner circle of the Star Dou Forest. At this moment, Bibi Dong had already arrived at the periphery of the Star Dou Forest, where ancient soul beasts occasionally manifested. The trio consciously suppressed their presence, for while the 1,000-year soul beasts posed no threat to them, engaging in battle could incur injuries, and the dangers that lay ahead upon entering the Star Dou Auction House were uncertain. Therefore, they resolved to approach the impending crisis with their full strength. Bibi Dong felt a flicker of astonishment. She wondered what had driven the Star Dou Auction House to construct its premises in such a perilous location. Did they not fear attacks from the ancient soul beasts? After all, human soul masters and soul beasts were sworn enemies, and their encounters often culminated in life or death. However, recalling the extreme Douluo who had previously delivered a message to them, it seemed they were not unduly concerned. In the eyes of an extreme Douluo, even a 100,000-year soul beast would be insignificant. Thus, the trio advanced with measured steps towards the Star Dou Auction House. Upon reaching the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House, Bibi Dong was instantly captivated by the exquisite structure, particularly by the 5 characters emblazoned on the plaque. What a formidable sight! It ensnared her very spirit, and after a brief moment of distraction, she quickly regained her composure, internally startled. She had not anticipated that, despite her formidable strength, her soul could be so nearly drawn in by those 5 characters. This aroused her curiosity regarding the origins of the Star Dou Auction House even further. Your Holiness, just at that moment, As Bibi Dong pondered the secrets of the Star Dou auction house, a voice filled with trepidation and tinged with a hint of terror emanated from beside her. It instantly brought Bibi Dong back to her senses, causing her to cast a discontented glance at Douluo. What could possibly instill such fear in a formidable title Douluo? At that moment, Bibi Dong failed to notice that Douluo, too, was experiencing a similar contraction of his pupils, his face etched with fear as he retreated. As if confronted by some great horror, Bibi Dong directed her gaze toward Douluo, and there, before the entrance of the Star Dou auction house, loomed two colossal creatures, exuding the oppressive aura of 100,000-year soul beast, rendering her unable to disregard them, her heart pounding with trepidation. These are 100,000-year soul beasts. Upon comprehending the forms of the 200,000-year soul beasts, her pupils constricted, and her reaction mirrored that of Douluo and Douluo. Surely, she could not be mistaken. Those were the two sovereign soul beasts of the Star Dou Great Forest, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. But why were they positioned at the entrance of the Star Dou auction house? Furthermore, they appeared remarkably docile, unlike the ferocious demeanor she had previously witnessed. As Bibi Dong pondered the presence of the 100,000-year soul beasts at the auction house entrance, a thunderous sound erupted. In the next instant, the gazes of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape fixed upon them, and under the weight of the 100,000-year soul beast's oppressive presence, the three could not help but take a deep breath. In that moment, they simultaneously released their soul rings, ever ready to confront the impending crisis. These 200,000-year soul beasts are among the most formidable on the Douluo Continent. Even the three of them would find it challenging to withstand their might. They completely set aside thoughts of the Star Dou auction house, failing to ponder why these two ancient soul beasts would appear at its entrance. Chapter 15. Dread Bibi Dong and her companions unleashed their martial spirits, preparing to launch their soul skills in an effort to attack the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. However, the 200,000-year soul beasts exhibited no signs of agitation, merely casting a fleeting glance at Bibi Dong and her companions, their eyes radiating an undeniable aura of pressure. In that moment, Bibi Dong and her comrades felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Suddenly, an intense chill swept through the air, interrupting the impending confrontation. A woman emerged from the Star Dou auction house. It was Xian Shuang. Her gaze was as frigid as ice, and she cast a cool glance at Bibi Dong and her companions, declaring, "This is the territory of the Star Dou auction house. No soul master is permitted to engage in combat here. Violators shall face dire consequences." The lethal tone of Xian Shuang's voice reached the ears of Bibi Dong and her companions, causing both Douluo and Ghost Douluo to shiver involuntarily. Such a chilling presence. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong did not react with anger. Her violet-red eyes remained fixed on Xian Shuang, her expression grave. Unable to contain his frustration upon hearing such disdainful words, Douluo shouted at Xian Shuang, "How dare you speak to His Holiness the Pope in such a manner? Do you have a death wish?" His words, devoid of thought, spilled forth without restraint. Meanwhile, Ghost Douluo remained silent, his eyes burning with fury, clearly in agreement with Douluo's outburst. Xian Shuang's audacity was intolerable, after all. They were esteemed titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, not to be belittled by a mere woman. Xian Shuang's eyes narrowed upon hearing Douluo's words, and a surge of frosty power emanated from her right hand, releasing an aura so chilling that it froze the surrounding area within mere moments. "Hold on. This time it is our Spirit Hall that has acted thoughtlessly. I hope for your understanding." Bibi Dong felt the overwhelming coldness and her eyelids twitched, a profound sense of danger washing over her. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Bibi Dong shot a warning glance at Douluo to cease his remarks while simultaneously attempting to temper Xian Shuang's ire. If the personnel from the Spirit Hall witnessed this exchange, they would surely be taken aback. Bibi Dong was not one to be trifled with. Occupying the highest position within the Spirit Hall, the pressure she exuded made it impossible for weaker soul masters to meet her gaze. It was hard to fathom that Bibi Dong would utter such words today. Even when she spoke, her noble aura remained unmistakable. "Your Holiness the Pope," Douluo exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. How had the situation devolved into this? Before he could continue his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Bibi Dong. With a warning glance, she cautioned him to refrain from any rash actions. Upon receiving this signal, Douluo finally came to his senses. Observing the serious expressions of both Bibi Dong and Douluo, he began to scrutinize the enigmatic Xian Shuang ahead. Uncertain of what he sensed, a wave of terror surged within Douluo. His body instinctively recoiled. as he truly felt the earth-shattering power residing within Qian Shuang at that moment. This woman must undoubtedly be an extraordinarily powerful title Douluo, her ultimate soul power level surpassing both his and Ghost Douluo's. He sensed a profound sense of imminent danger emanating from Qian Shuang, indicating that the woman before him possessed the capability to end his life. This startled Douluo into silence. Observing this situation, Qian Shuang nodded slightly. These 200,000-year soul beasts were captured by our esteemed master specifically to guard the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. Noticing the gaze of Bibi Dong and her companions fixed upon the distant sky blue bull python and the titan great ape, Qian Shuang spoke up to clarify, urging them not to be overly alarmed. The two soul beasts are currently affiliated with the Star Dou Auction House, and without their consent, no unexpected occurrences will naturally arise. What? These 200,000-year soul beasts were captured by your master. Upon hearing this, the delicate voice of Bibi Dong erupted into a shriek, causing Qian Shuang, who was nearby, to furrow her brow. Initially intending to inquire further, she was instantly silenced by Qian Shuang's expression, sealing her lips in fear of provoking the frosty woman before her. A misstep could render her as mere ice sculpture. Qian Shuang refrained from elaborating further with Bibi Dong and her companions, instead leading them slowly towards the direction of the Star Dou Auction House. The commencement of the auction was imminent. Thus, Bibi Dong and her companions followed in Qian Shuang's footsteps, entering the Star Dou Auction House. Bibi Dong's heart was tumultuous. The reason she refrained from taking action earlier was twofold. Firstly, Qian Shuang's formidable strength, while not surpassing her peak, was still formidable. Moreover, due to other constraints, she could not unleash her full power, which compelled her to utter those previous words. Secondly, the Star Dou Auction House possessed a mysterious limit Douluo, whose prowess far exceeded her own. Such a being was not to be taken lightly, and the enigmatic nature of the Star Dou Auction House heightened her caution. The mere presence of these two tidal Douluo-level powerhouses warranted such treatment from the Spirit Hall. Most astonishingly, the 200,000-year soul beast sovereigns of the Star Dou Great Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, had been captured by the Star Dou Auction House to serve as gatekeepers. This was beyond her wildest imagination. The Star Dou Auction House must possess extraordinary strength to compel the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape to submit. Bibi Dong's curiosity regarding the Star Dou Auction House intensified, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Her paramount objective in visiting the Star Dou Auction House was to uncover its true strength and ascertain whether it posed a threat to the Spirit Hall. Such inquiries were essential, for without clarity, her future plans would be exceedingly difficult to execute. Chapter 16. The auction commences when Bibi Dong and her companions entered the Star Dou Auction House. The scene before them was nothing short of breathtaking. The opulence of the interior was striking, and the expanse was far greater than what they had witnessed from the outside. In the eyes of Bibi Dong, this architectural style was a source of great perplexity, as it was her first encounter with such a manner of construction. Although the exterior appeared rather unadorned, it exuded an air of opulence. Allow me to elucidate the rules of the Star Dou Auction House. Within its confines, no conflict is permissible. Any breach will result in consequences that you must bear. Furthermore, the Star Dou Auction House requires a financial certification of your faction. Only those possessing over 100 million gold soul coins may occupy the private boxes on the second floor, while those with less than this amount are relegated to the ordinary seating on the first floor. Qian Shuang led Bibi Dong and her companions into the depths of the Star Dou Auction House, expounding upon its regulations. The wealthier the faction, the more advantageous the seating within the auction house. Upon hearing the rules, Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement. She found the regulations of the Star Dou Auction House quite satisfactory, as the private boxes on the second floor offered greater privacy and an added air of mystery compared to the first floor. Moreover, for the Spirit Hall, 100 million gold soul coins were merely a trifling sum, aside from the unparalleled power of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Their Spirit Hall was undoubtedly one of the wealthiest factions. Without a doubt, after undergoing the financial certification, Bibi Dong and her companions made their way to the private boxes on the second floor. Once inside, they awaited the commencement of the auction in silence. Bibi Dong extended her spiritual sense, probing the surroundings to uncover the peculiarities of the Star Dou Auction House. Oddly enough, her exploration revealed that aside from the unusual architectural style and spaciousness, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. She also failed to detect the presence of the previously encountered mysterious limit Douluo, as she directed her spiritual probing towards the third floor. An overwhelming force abruptly repelled her spiritual sense. Intriguing. She had not anticipated that the Star Dou Auction House possessed such formidable restrictions. Upon realizing her spiritual energy had been thwarted, Bibi Dong expressed her astonishment. Through this exploration, she discerned that the true enigma of the Star Dou Auction House lay within the third floor. However, no matter how she utilized her spiritual power, she could not glean any insight. While she had a vague understanding of the mystery surrounding the third floor, the true purpose of that level remained unknown to Bibi Dong and her companions. Only Lu Yun, Jiao Yu, and Xin Shuang were privy to its secrets. On the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House, the most exquisite treasures of each auction are displayed, serving also as the residence for Lu Yun and his companions. Surrounding this area are formidable restrictions imposed by the system, ensuring that even the mightiest deities cannot breach them. The entire Star Dou Auction House has been fortified by the system's power, rendering it impervious to ordinary beings. As time flowed steadily, an hour slipped by unnoticed. Various factions, having received the invitation, began to arrive, including some unfamiliar powers. Upon witnessing the mobilization of the foremost forces from the Douluo Continent, they approached the Star Dou Auction House out of curiosity. Rather than oppose this influx, Lu Yun welcomed it, for the greater the number of attendees, the wider the renown of the Star Dou Auction House would spread, greatly benefiting his collection of auction items. However, every soul master entering the Star Dou forest was inevitably startled by the imposing presence of the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape at the entrance. After an explanation from Xin Shuang, they were able to relax, though a lingering sense of fear remained. The strength of the Star Dou Auction House was undeniably formidable. The ability to subdue 200,000-year-old soul beasts indicated that the auction house must possess even more powerful title Douluo. Certain soul masters, harboring ulterior motives, could only suppress their thoughts, daring not to act recklessly again. With merely a minute remaining before the auction commenced, nearly every faction had taken their designated positions. The grand doors of the Star Dou Auction House closed completely, signifying the official start of the auction. Any latecomers would be denied entry. At last it began. One could only wonder what treasures the Star Dou Auction House would present this time. Surely, they would be rare artifacts, capable of subduing even the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape. The items to be auctioned must be extraordinary. Anticipation filled the air, accompanied by a concern over whether 1's gold soul coins would suffice. As the auction commenced, curiosity swelled among the attendees, eager to witness the depth of the Star Dou Auction House's offerings. Some were tinged with hesitation, aware that those present were predominantly the most elite factions of the Douluo Continent, blessed with substantial financial resources. Would they stand a chance to acquire anything of value? Numerous others, adopting a wait-and-see attitude, were keen to discern the true purpose behind the auction. Chapter 17. The Greenstone. Now that everyone has gathered, I hereby declare the auction to commence. Xian Shuang slowly approached the auction platform, speaking with a grave tone. As her words fell, it signified the official commencement of the auction. With a grand gesture, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, unveiling the first item for bidding upon the platform. In a private box on the second level, 3 individuals sat. Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, can you discern the origins of the Star Dou Auction House? At this moment, Ning Fengji observed the commencement of the auction and subsequently, with a grave demeanor, inquired of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo beside him. Their arrival had not been met with significant peril. However, they were enveloped in intrigue. They remained oblivious to the true intentions of the Star Dou Auction House, which so audaciously nestled itself within the heart of the Star Dou forest, especially with 200,000-year soul beasts stationed as sentinels. At that moment, the 3 of them were utterly astonished. It was unclear why, but the power of the Starry Auction House was undeniably terrifying. We, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, must never provoke them. The Sword Douluo's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the woman standing at the auction platform, speaking in a grave tone. The woman, who stood at the auction, possessed a minimum strength equivalent to that of a title Douluo, though I was uncertain of her exact soul power level. However, I distinctly sensed a lethal threat emanating from her, implying that in a life-and-death duel, I might not stand a chance against her. Subsequently, the Sword Douluo revealed a piece of astonishing news, instantly leaving Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo beside him speechless, their eyes reflecting a profound shock. How is this possible? The 2 of them are acutely aware that the strength of the sword-fighting Douluo ranks among the very pinnacle on the Douluo Continent. Yet, who could have anticipated that the prowess of that woman would surpass even that of the sword-fighting Douluo? This revelation left both individuals utterly astonished. The formidable limit Douluo, who had previously emerged from the Star Dou Auction House, revealed the profound depth of its resources, far surpassing that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in terms of elite combat power. At this moment, Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo began to trust the judgment of Sword Douluo, firmly reminding themselves not to provoke the Star Dou Auction House. Indeed, it is a force not to be trifled with. However, one must ponder the true purpose of this auction hosted by the Star Dou Auction House, and what treasures it might unveil. After a brief pause, Ning Fengji shifted his focus to the auction. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the most illustrious sect on the Douluo Continent, and typical treasures hardly captivate their interest. Yet, with such formidable resources at the Star Dou Auction House, it stands to reason that the items for auction would be exceptional. Curiosity flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. Xian Shuang lifted the crimson cloth draped over the first auction item, revealing a green stone atop the auction podium. It emanated a verdant mist, suffused with an inexhaustible aura of life. What is this? A mere stone? Is this truly the first auction item? Observing this green stone, the crowd furrowed their brows, evidently perplexed as to why the initial item up for bid was simply a stone. This has elicited visible displeasure among numerous factions. Did the Star Auction House summon them merely for amusement? The audacity to present a mere stone for auction is utterly laughable. However, due to the formidable power of the Star Auction House, they are compelled to stifle their thoughts, fearing for their very lives in the next moment. Within the second-tier private box, several prominent factions fixate intently on the vibrant green stone, their expressions marked by an unprecedented severity and their desire growing increasingly palpable. What could this stone be, containing such astonishing life force, rivaling that of a supreme life treasure? Ning Fengji in the private box finds his breath quickening, a fervent desire to acquire this stone blossoming within him. As for why Ning Fengji was the first to recognize the extraordinary nature of this green stone, he possesses his own methods. The moment the stone made its appearance, the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda martial soul within him trembled with infinite longing. It is worth noting that their Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda martial soul harbors a hidden ability, enabling it to discern true treasures. The more precious the item, the greater the commotion generated by the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda martial soul. This is also the reason why Ning Fengji was able to instantly discern the extraordinary value of this green stone, a realization that left him in sheer astonishment. Even within the treasury of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, no other treasure possessed a vital essence that could surpass that of this seemingly ordinary green stone. Chapter 18. A sudden change in another private room. Bibi Dong and her companions were present. At this moment, Bibi Dong gazed in awe at the verdant stone before Xian Shuang. With their formidable prowess, they could undoubtedly sense the immense life force embedded within this unremarkable stone. Moreover, it exerted a profound allure upon them. After all, having cultivated to their current level, how could they not bear the scars of past injuries within their bodies? As one's strength ascends, these lingering injuries become significant impediments to further breakthroughs. To achieve a flawless advance to the next level of soul power, meticulous preparation is essential. Treasures embodying the life attribute in the Douluo Continent are exceedingly rare. Encountering even one is considered an unparalleled opportunity. They had not anticipated that the first item up for auction at the Star Dou Auction House would be such a precious life treasure. This green stone must be acquired at all costs. In that instant, Bibi Dong, without a moment's hesitation, turned to Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo, instructing them to ensure the acquisition of the stone. Understood, Your Holiness. Upon hearing her words, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo nodded vigorously and began to prepare the wealth they had brought. With the discerning eyes of the three, they recognized the stone's value, and it was inconceivable that others from different factions would fail to notice it as well. If all went as anticipated, the competition for this stone would be unprecedentedly fierce. Regardless of the outcome, they were determined to secure this stone for the sake of their esteemed Pope. Most individuals were eager and impatient to bid for the stone. Standing on the auction platform, Xian Shuang could clearly perceive the eagerness reflected in the eyes of the majority. The rarity of this precious life treasure is undeniably alluring to soul masters from the outside world. Firstly, it is the inaugural item of this auction, the Stone of Life. You must have sensed the astonishing vitality encapsulated within this stone. In many respects, possessing this Stone of Life would enable one to recover swiftly from even the gravest of injuries, leaving no lingering scars behind. Subsequently, Xian Shuang meticulously introduced the name and efficacy of this stone, further enticing a greater number of participants to engage in the auction. This technique was imparted to her by the pavilion master, as it effectively piques the interest of many. As for this stone, It was procured by Lu Yun from the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. Although the life force contained within this stone is indeed immense, it pales in comparison to the ferocity of the golden essence of life. The life force contained within this stone holds little significance for Lu Yun and his companions. Consequently, they intend to present it as the first item for auction today. The precious value of this stone pales in comparison to the other items up for auction. The starting bid for the Stone of Life is set at 1 million gold soul coins. After tantalizing the audience, Xian Shuang decisively announced the opening price of this remarkable stone. A gasp echoed through the crowd. Such an exorbitant sum for what appeared to be an ordinary stone. Even if it harbored an immense life force, it hardly warranted such a staggering price. 1 million gold soul coins is truly a terrifying figure. And this is merely the first item on the auction block. What will the subsequent offerings demand? Alas, it is indeed pitiable. With my current fortunes, I am unable to afford even a single stone. As soon as the opening bid was revealed, the audience on the first level displayed expressions of shock. Clearly, they had not anticipated such a steep price for this stone. Many abandoned their bidding intentions, opting to await the appearance of the next few items. They could only hope that the prices would not be as outrageous as the first. However, their hopeful calculations were destined to be dashed. At this auction, this small stone of life is considered the least valuable item among the offerings. While the audience on the first level is astonished by the exorbitant price, several powerful factions in the private boxes on the second level deem the starting bid to be excessively low. Such a treasure embodying the essence of life is exceedingly rare. Having encountered it this time, one must spare no effort to secure this life stone at auction. Should this opportunity slip away, who knows how long one must wait for another chance to encounter such a precious artifact. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, none anticipated the presence of a man cloaked in black at the corner of the first floor, his back hunched and an ominous aura emanating from him, filled with malevolence. Suddenly, a chilling laughter erupted from this enigmatic figure. Who would have thought that a mere Star Auction house would harbor such a valuable life treasure? It appears my arrival here was fortuitous. Pardon me, everyone, but I shall graciously claim this life stone for myself. In an instant, the terrifying soul power surrounding the man surged outward, revealing his diminutive stature and grotesque visage. With a thunderous roar, his greedy gaze fixated on the life stone before Xian Shuang, and he leapt forward, the dark energy swirling around him. The small man approached the auction stage, extending his right hand, intent on seizing the life stone for himself. The sudden turn of events left most in the crowd momentarily stunned. How audacious to create a disturbance in the Star Auction House, daring to snatch its prized possessions. Were they unaware of the formidable Tianqing Miao Mang and Titan Great Ape guarding the entrance? The strength of the Star Auction House, capable of subduing 200,000-year soul beasts, was beyond reckoning. In such circumstances, to provoke the Star Auction House was to invite certain doom. Consequently, some gazed pityingly at the small man, while others appeared eager to witness the unfolding drama, curious to see how the Star Auction House would respond. Just as the diminutive figure was about to succeed, Xian Shuang's smile faded, her icy gaze fixed ahead. With a resounding crash, an overwhelming force of ice spread throughout the Star Auction House, the elemental power rapidly converging towards the forefront. A blue ice barrier materialized, directly obstructing the small man's advance. What? The small man, initially elated at the prospect of success, found his hand colliding with an impenetrable ice wall, momentarily stunned. In an instant, the terrifying cold power surged from his palm, quickly enveloping his entire being. Faced with this life-threatening crisis, the small man decisively severed his right arm and vanished from the spot. Chapter 19. The Ice Divine Sword. Strike to kill. Yet, as he glanced at his frozen, severed limb, his heart was engulfed by an overwhelming dread. What is happening? How is this possible? The diminutive man murmured in disbelief. How can this be? The sudden emergence of a frigid veil left him utterly powerless, instantly encasing his right arm in ice. Had he not hastily relinquished his limb and vacated the spot, he would have undoubtedly been transformed into a lifeless ice sculpture, devoid of vitality. In that moment, he recalled the azure bull python and the Titan Great Ape at the entrance of the Star Dou Auction House, finally grasping the folly of his actions. How could he have underestimated a place capable of subduing 200,000-year soul beasts? Regret is a luxury that does not exist. He would ultimately pay a grievous price for his transgressions. No, he must flee. There was no time to linger here. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, and he transformed into a wisp of dark vapor, soaring towards the exit of the Star Dou Auction House. desperate to escape this perilous realm. To dare to cause a ruckus at the Star Dou Auction House, he would be the first. Thus, let all present witness that the Star Dou Auction House is not to be trifled with. Xian Shuang's gaze, icy and resolute, fixated on the retreating figure of the diminutive man, her tone imbued with murderous intent. With her right palm outstretched, she unleashed her ice element martial soul, drawing upon the elemental power of ice that gradually coalesced before her. From this gathering emerged a long sword of icy blue, radiating an endless gleam and formidable chill. Once the icy divine sword was fully formed, Xian Shuang waved her hand, and the sword shot forth at an astonishing speed, piercing directly toward the fleeing man. The chilling power erupted, and in a moment of sheer terror, the diminutive man was impaled by the icy blue blade. Moments later, his body exploded, countless shards of ice scattering across the ground. The scene fell into a profound silence. The entire Star Dou Auction House was enveloped in an eerie stillness. How could her strength be so terrifying? I initially believed her to be merely a simple auctioneer. Who would have thought she could vanquish a trespassing soul master with a single strike, without even invoking any martial soul or soul skills? Such a fearsome woman. Such an awe-inspiring Star Dou Auction House. One must never provoke them. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, every individual present at the Star Dou Auction House was left in profound shock, intermingled with an even greater sense of dread. The prowess of this woman is undeniably formidable, and according to their perceptions, the strength of the diminutive man is at the level of a soul Douluo. Remarkably, he could not withstand even a single strike from her. If there are no unexpected developments, her power is at least that of a title Douluo, and she stands among the elite of title Douluos. Each individual mentally categorized the Star Dou Auction House as a most untouchable entity, simultaneously planning to inform their respective factions to refrain from provoking it again upon their departure from this place. However, within the second-floor private chamber, the factions present were clearly astonished by the unfolding scene. Well, can either of you discern anything? Bibi Dong straightened her posture, her beautiful eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness as she turned to inquire of both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. She wished to ascertain whether they had discerned the nature of the woman's martial spirit, although she herself had failed to observe the martial spirit that the woman manifested. She could perceive the gathering of ice elemental power from the heavens and earth, forming a formidable attack. It was this lethal threat that ultimately led to the demise of the soul Douluo. At this moment, Bibi Dong was profoundly shaken. She had not anticipated the woman's strength to reach such heights. Without resorting to her martial spirit or soul skills, she had managed to slay a soul Douluo through mere cunning. Even for Bibi Dong, achieving such a feat would be nearly impossible. The Star Dou Auction House, indeed, piques her curiosity. She wondered about the origins of this establishment and who their esteemed leader might be. The entire occurrence transpired so swiftly that no one had truly noted the martial spirit that the woman unleashed. Perhaps she had already activated her martial spirit, but it remained concealed from view. Could it be that her martial spirit was invisible? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's inquiry, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo sank into contemplation. Although the events unfolded at an astonishing pace, their keen eyes allowed them to discern the woman's methods. She had harnessed the chilling power of ice from the cosmos to conjure a long sword, successfully vanquishing the diminutive man. While they had not clearly seen the form of her martial spirit, the mere fact that she could gather elemental power without relying on her martial spirit was utterly astounding. Such an achievement seemed almost impossible, thus giving rise to another speculation within their minds. Perhaps the woman possessed the ability to conceal her martial spirit, rendering it undetectable to others. Is that the case? Bibi Dong appeared uncertain upon hearing this ambiguous response. Across the entirety of Douluo Continent, it is indeed rare to encounter a soul master capable of concealing their own martial spirit and soul rings. How bizarre. This matter is not something she needs to ponder at the moment. The pressing concern is to expedite the auction of the life stone. In another private room, Ning Fingji and his companions gazed in astonishment at Xian Shuang before them. Her prowess was indeed terrifying. Yet, what perplexed them was her ability to summon the icy forces of nature. They had never heard of any martial soul possessing such astonishing power. The sword Douluo. Witnessing Xian Shuang's decisive action in effortlessly vanquishing the soul Douluo, spoke gravely. The strength of that woman is truly formidable, even for him. Attempting to grasp the ice divine sword, forged from elemental ice, would require considerable effort, and this was under the premise that she had not yet employed her soul skills. Were she to unleash her attacks while utilizing her soul techniques, the sword Douluo could not guarantee his safety against her onslaught. What an enigmatic martial soul! It can manipulate the elemental forces of an entire region, a feat achievable only through domain soul skills. However, I did not observe that woman manifesting her martial soul. The bone Douluo sighed in disbelief, unable to remain calm in light of today's revelations. P.S. I have a delightful announcement. Starting today, the author will not take breaks lightly, delivering at least 2 updates daily, totaling 4,000 words, with the possibility of even more. I sincerely hope all esteemed readers will lend their support. I am immensely grateful. Chapter 20. Transaction of 4 million gold soul coins. I have realized it. Her martial soul may indeed be an elemental martial soul. At that moment, a spark of wisdom flickered in Ning Fengji's eyes as he surmised the origins of Xian Shuang's martial soul. An elemental martial soul? Fengji, are you certain? There are indeed several types of elemental martial souls on the Douluo Continent, such as those at the Shandong Academy and the Tianshui Academy, whose students are not without elemental martial souls. Yet, their martial souls ultimately do not harness the elemental forces of nature, nor do they produce such remarkable destructive power. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's explanation, the sword Douluo appeared perplexed, clearly at odds with the information he possessed. Moreover, elemental martial souls are not typically this potent. I am not referring to an ordinary elemental martial soul. The elemental martial souls currently existing on the Douluo Continent are merely manifestations of physical entities and can also be termed elemental martial souls. However, this woman's martial soul could be described as an exceptionally pure element. In fact, from a certain perspective, the ice element present on the Douluo Continent could almost be considered her martial soul. Furthermore, she can harness the ice element of the Douluo Continent in combat, resulting in a destructive capacity that is evidently unparalleled by ordinary elemental martial souls. Most importantly, it is likely that this woman has attained the rank of title Douluo. It appears that none of the title Douluo on the Douluo Continent possess an elemental martial soul. Ning Fengji acutely sensed the moment when Xian Shuang unleashed her elemental attack and articulated his conjecture. However, he remained uncertain of its accuracy. Yet he believed the ultimate truth was not far off. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's explanation, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo maintained their furrowed brows, unable to relax. Ultimately, they could only attribute everything to the formidable strength of that woman. Should Lu Yun and his companions hear Ning Fengji's interpretation, admiration would surely gleam in their eyes. Indeed, Ning Fengji is a truly erudite and versatile soul master, although his conjecture was still quite distant from the true origins of Xian Shuang's martial soul. He had nonetheless discerned a fragment of truth. Indeed, Xian Shuang's ice element martial soul bears resemblance to elemental martial souls but is not a mere ordinary one. Her ice element martial soul can be any trace of ice elemental power found in the world. Whenever she desires, she can harness the ice elements of the entire Douluo Continent to unleash bizarre and enigmatic attacks. Moreover, Xian Shuang's ice element martial soul has reached the pinnacle of icy power, representing the most potent force among ice elements. Coupled with her formidable strength as a 95th level super Douluo, the earlier display of power was merely a subtle manifestation of her ice element martial soul's might. Should Xian Shuang truly unleash her full strength, she could encase an entire forest in ice with a single strike. Furthermore, she could utilize the ice elements from the vast Star Dou forest in battle, resulting in unimaginable devastation. Regardless, the Star Dou Auction House is an entity the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, cannot provoke. Setting aside the previously mentioned mysterious ultimate Douluo, this woman alone is sufficient to compel us to exert our utmost effort in response. Henceforth, Sword Douluo chose to disregard the matter, speaking gravely as he designated the Star Dou Auction House as an untouchable presence. After all, although the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is the wealthiest sect on the Douluo Continent, their top-tier combat power consists solely of himself and Bone Douluo. Merely facing Xian Shuang is enough to keep both of them occupied, illustrating just how profound the foundation of the Star Dou Auction House truly is. The probing thoughts within their hearts were entirely extinguished. They would do well to participate in the auction with utmost sincerity. Should they provoke the Star Dou Auction House, it is likely that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would encounter catastrophic misfortune. Now, having traversed that minor interlude, the auction shall continue. After vanquishing the diminutive man, Xian Shuang's expression returned to its frigid demeanor as she announced the continuation of the auction. The preceding incident seemed trivial to her, hardly worthy of consideration. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun stood beside Jiu Yu, both captivated by the unfolding events below. Lu Yun felt a sense of satisfaction with Xian Shuang's decisive handling of the situation. In the eyes of the many factions on the Douluo Continent, the Star Dou Auction House emerged as a newly established force. Most factions, without exception, came to the Star Dou Auction House to gauge its capabilities. With her formidable approach, Xian Shuang had effectively dispelled any doubts. Henceforth, the Star Dou Auction House officially ascended to the ranks of the premier powers on the Douluo Continent. 1 million gold soul coins. At that moment, a delicate voice emerged from a private room on the second floor, making the first bid at 1 million gold soul coins. A staggering increase of 500,000 gold soul coins over the initial asking price. In the private room sat Bibi Dong and her companions. The one who called out 1 million gold soul coins was the Zhu Douluo. Naturally, Zhu Douluo had his own intentions, aiming to significantly raise the auction price in one go, thereby deterring various factions. At this moment, he clearly underestimated the desire of the other factions for this life stone, which they would not readily relinquish. 2 million gold soul coins. In another private room, Ning Fengji also announced his bid, showing no sign of hesitation on his face. A mere 2 million gold soul coins posed no significant burden to the seven treasure glazed tile sect. Is it truly this astonishing? A mere ordinary stone has commanded a bid of 2 million gold soul coins. Which faction possesses such wealth? Confusion filled the air, as many struggled to comprehend the extraordinary value of the stone. When the figure of 2 million gold soul coins was first uttered, the initial layer of onlookers was struck with awe, completely oblivious to the stone's true worth, which seemed almost otherworldly. 3 million gold soul coins. Upon hearing the price called by the seven treasure glazed tile sect, Zhu Douluo's brow furrowed as he raised the bid again. He had not anticipated that the seven treasure glazed tile sect would also vie for this life stone. The amount of gold soul coins they had brought might not surpass that of the seven treasure glazed tile sect, which was considerably wealthier than the Spirit Hall, causing uncertainty to arise in the hearts of Bibi Dong and her companions. They wondered if they could successfully acquire this life stone. 4 million gold soul coins. Shortly after, Ning Fengji called out another astonishing price, once again eliciting shock from the crowd. It was truly outrageous. A stone was valued at 4 million gold soul coins, collectively. Their net worth did not even approach such a staggering figure. Who possessed the audacity to compete for this life stone? Chapter 21. Nine-Heart Mysterious Grass. However, those in the know regarding the situation shook their heads in disbelief. Fully aware that the Spirit Hall and the seven treasure glazed tile sect were bidding against each other for this life stone, the other factions suppressed their excitement, recognizing that this clash between two titanic entities did not involve them. Moreover, the price of the life stone had soared to 4 million gold soul coins, which was indeed excessive. Thus, the other factions refrained from participating, allowing the Spirit Hall and the seven treasure glazed tile sect to continue their contest. Your Holiness, the seven treasure glazed tile sect has actually intervened in the auction for this life stone. The situation is becoming rather complicated. It remains uncertain whether we should continue to compete. At that moment, Zhu Douluo heard Ning Fengji once again raise the price by 1 million gold soul coins. His expression darkened, and he spoke in an irate tone, as if opposing the Spirit Hall. How could the illustrious seven treasures glazed sect lack such a rare treasure of life? Why should they bid on this life stone? Never mind. Let this life stone be given to the seven treasures glazed sect. I possess a strong premonition that the value of the subsequent auction items will undoubtedly surpass that of this life stone. It is prudent to conserve my gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong fell into deep contemplation, grappling with the decision of whether to continue bidding on the life stone. Soon, an inexplicable intuition surfaced within her. If she rashly acquired this life stone, it seemed she would forfeit a significant opportunity. Thus, Bibi Dong heeded her inner voice and relinquished her bid for the life stone, choosing instead to observe the forthcoming auction items, which she believed would be equally valuable. 4 million gold soul coins, once. 4 million gold soul coins, twice. 4 million gold soul coins, thrice. As no one else raised the bid, I now declare that the owner of this life stone is the seven treasures glazed sect. At that moment, Xian Shuang tapped her wooden hammer, officially confirming the ownership of the life stone. With a grand gesture, the life stone slowly floated toward the private box where Ning Fengji resided. Surrounding the stone was a formidable barrier of soul power, unless one were a title de law. Breaking through the confinement to seize the life stone was impossible. Recalling previous lessons, it was evident that no one dared entertain the thought of snatching the life stone. It was indeed the seven treasures glazed sect. Initially, I had pondered which power possessed such financial clout to purchase an ordinary stone. until I heard the name of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and suddenly understood. Truly, they are the wealthiest sect in the Douluo Continent, living up to their illustrious reputation. Upon hearing that the Life Stone had ultimately been acquired by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, everyone present exhibited expressions of realization, simultaneously lamenting the immense wealth of the sect, effortlessly spending 4 million gold soul coins in the blink of an eye. What a pity. However, a portion of the onlookers soon realized that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was indeed the wealthiest sect on the Douluo Continent, boasting 2 titled Douluo powerhouses within its ranks. It seemed inconceivable that they would be captivated by an ordinary stone, prompting most to acknowledge that the origin of the Life Stone was undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, why would the Seven Treasures Glazed sect invest 4 million gold soul coins to auction off such a seemingly trivial stone? Ning Fengji gazed at the Life Stone hovering before him and reached out to take it. In an instant, the entire private room was suffused with an overwhelming vitality, as if it had liquefied into droplets. At that critical moment, the Sword Douluo acted swiftly, completely sealing the outflow of life energy. If he had not intervened, it would not have taken long for the vitality within the Life Stone to dissipate significantly, rendering it far less precious. What an astonishing concentration of life energy! Ning Fengji marveled at the fact that the Star Dou Auction House would present such a rare treasure of vitality. Upon sensing this immense life force, he shook his head in astonishment, further reshaping his perception of the Star Dou Auction House. Previously, when observing the Life Stone from a distance, he had failed to grasp its profound essence. It was only when he touched the stone that the vast tidal wave of life energy surged into his body, instantly healing the lingering wounds he had sustained. This was truly astonishing. With the Life Stone in their possession, they had acquired a means of safeguarding their lives. Consequently, Ning Fengji hastily stored the Life Stone away. Every moment it remained in the outside world would result in a gradual loss of its life energy, which was an unwise trade-off. The group of Ning Fengji began to gaze expectantly, awaiting the unveiling of the next auction item. Before long, with a wave of Xian Shuang's hand, the void before them shimmered. Suddenly, a verdant sprout appeared, entwined with striking red threads that radiated an extraordinarily mysterious aura. What is this? Such an enigmatic presence. I can perceive fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from this small grass. What could this mean? Has this sprout attained sentience? Indeed. From the moment the sprout materialized, all gazes converged upon it. Upon sensing the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy it released, most soul masters immediately sensed an anomaly. Each one pondered how peculiar it is for a mere sprout to exhibit such spiritual energy. Only a grass that has successfully transformed into a soul beast might undergo such a change. Yet, despite their probing, the sprout showed no signs of having metamorphosed into a soul beast. If it had not transformed, how could it possibly generate spiritual energy? This was an extraordinary herb known as the Nine Hearts Mysterious Grass, a highly coveted treasure of the Douluo Continent. Its most significant attribute was its capacity to greatly enhance the spirit power of the one who consumed it. It is well known that in order for a soul master to ascend to a higher level of soul power, the enhancement of their mental strength is an indispensable component. Consequently, the more formidable the soul master, the more intense their yearning for mental fortitude becomes. There are even certain soul Douluo who have been unable to break through to the rank of title Douluo due to insufficient mental strength. On the other hand, in order to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, a soul master must endure the resentment and killing intent of the soul beast, as well as mental shocks, thus underscoring the paramount importance of mental power. With the consumption of this nine-heart mystic grass, one's mental strength could undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement, potentially enabling the absorption of higher-aged soul rings. Subsequently, Xian Shuang gradually elucidated the specific effects of the nine-heart mystic grass, providing several examples that left all present in a state of astonishment, clearly unprepared for the extraordinary capabilities contained within this humble herb. Chapter 22. Groundbreaking news. This small herb, indeed an extraordinary elixir, possesses the remarkable ability to substantially augment a soul master's mental strength, truly wondrous. Upon hearing the specifics of the nine-heart mystic grass, Bibi Dong's heart was far from tranquil. Although her soul power had reached the remarkable level of 99, certain constraints prevented her from fully unleashing her potential. Should her mental power be further elevated, the limitations she faced would greatly diminish, resulting in an even more formidable prowess. At this moment, Bibi Dong harbored an intense desire for the nine-heart mystic grass, eagerly wishing to acquire it. It was only upon reaching the tidal Douluo realm that she truly grasped the critical importance of mental strength to a soul master, it is simply an irreplaceable aspect. Of course, if a soul master possessing a mental attribute martial soul were to obtain this 9-heart mystic grass, the resultant enhancement of their abilities would be beyond imagination. Regrettably, there are currently very few martial souls with mental attributes in the Douluo Continent. Your Holiness, this is undoubtedly an extraordinary herb. You are aware that my rare heavenly chrysanthemum is also an extraordinary herb, and I can indeed sense the genuine efficacy of this 9-heart mystic grass. It can certainly lead to a substantial improvement in mental strength. Should our spirit hall make a move to secure it? Before Bibi Dong could respond, the nearby Douluo, brimming with excitement, addressed her. His eyes sparkled with elation. He had believed that extraordinary herbs were exceedingly rare throughout the Douluo Continent, yet here he was, witnessing the 9-heart mystic grass at the Star Dou Auction House, an herb capable of significantly enhancing mental strength. Such rarity. Acquire the 9-heart mystic grass. Bibi Dong then straightened her posture, her expression serious as she commanded Douluo from a distance to ensure that the 9-heart mystic grass was secured at auction. Understood. Your Holiness. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's agreement to auction the exquisite herb, Douluo felt a surge of anticipation, eager to call out a price and contend for this prized possession. However, he pondered the starting bid for the 9-hearts mystic grass. He surmised that its rarity far surpassed that of the previous life stone. If all went as expected, the final selling price would undoubtedly be substantial. Given that the Spirit Hall had relinquished their claim on the life stone, they would certainly not easily part with the 9-hearts mystic grass. Furthermore, they had brought a significant amount of gold soul coins, providing a strong likelihood of successfully acquiring this treasure. In another private box, Ning Fengji gazed at the 9-hearts mystic grass with equal astonishment, contemplating its acquisition. This herb indeed held the potential to enhance one's mental prowess. Although your soul power had reached level 79, the limitations imposed by your martial spirit prevented you from ascending to the rank of a title de law. To elevate your strength, one viable approach lay in enhancing your mental capacity. The 9-hearts mystic grass, a supreme treasure for this purpose, was ideally suited for you, enabling mastery of mental attribute attacks and facilitating the cultivation of the 7 treasures glazed heart, thus allowing for greater efficacy in your endeavors. At that moment, beside him, the sword Douluo suggested that Ning Fengji ought to secure the 9-hearts mystic grass. He understood that Ning Fengji's 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit bore a critical flaw, the inability to surpass the 80th level of title de law, thereby precluding the addition of an 8th spirit ring. If one sought to enhance their capabilities, the only avenue was through mental fortitude. Moreover, Ning Fengji had trained in the 7 treasures glazed sect's ultimate technique, the 7 treasures glazed heart. Mastery of this technique, combined with the 7 treasures glazed tower's support for others, would render him exceedingly formidable. It would enable the equitable distribution of soul skill potency among allies, amplifying the auxiliary effects of the 7 treasures glazed sect and potentially determining the outcome of battles. To fully unleash the 7 treasures glazed tower's might, the enhancement of mental power was paramount. Should Ning Fengji consume the 9-hearts mystic grass and bolster his mental faculties, his utilization of the 7 treasures glazed tower would become profoundly nuanced. He yearned to acquire the 9-hearts mystic grass, yet wondered how the other powers would regard this development. Upon hearing the sword Douluo's counsel, a shadow of gloom flickered in Ning Fengji's eyes. Indeed, the constraints of the 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit had plagued him throughout his life, leaving him in deep contemplation, regardless of the circumstances. He found himself unable to transcend the limitations of the 7 treasures glazed tower to ascend to the realm of title Douluo. This can be regarded as a lingering concern for Ning Fengji. Soon, he cast aside all disordered thoughts, and a glimmer of hope emerged within him. The Star Dou Auction House possesses an abundance of treasures. Perhaps in the future, he might truly have the opportunity to shatter the constraints of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda's martial soul, thereby ascending to a higher level of soul power. Nevertheless, Ning Fengji remained optimistic, desiring to acquire the 9-hearts mysterious herb through auction. However, this auction may not proceed smoothly, for this is a celestial herb capable of enhancing mental strength. The other prominent factions are unlikely to relinquish it easily. Beside him, the Bone Douluo spoke earnestly, a hint of sorrow flickering in his gaze. A celestial herb that can enhance mental prowess is coveted not only by them, but also by those soul masters on the verge of breaking through to title de law. They would vie fiercely for the 9-hearts mysterious herb. One can only imagine how fiercely contested this upcoming auction will be. Nevertheless, the Bone Douluo harbored little anxiety. For the Seven Treasures glazed tile school possesses ample wealth. With sufficient funds, any auction item becomes attainable. This is the very foundation of their confidence. Hailing from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Furthermore, allow me to enlighten you about the extraordinary properties of the nine-heart mystic grass. While its primary function is to enhance one's spiritual strength, it is, after all, a celestial herb imbued with an immense reservoir of soul power, capable of significantly augmenting your soul power level. For soul masters with a lower soul power, the elevation of their soul power level is all the more pronounced. According to our evaluations at the Star Dou Auction House, should a soul Douluo consume this divine herb, their soul power could potentially increase by as much as 12 levels. At this moment, Xian Shuang unveiled a momentous revelation. Once this news emerged, the breath of everyone present became hurried. The nine-heart mysterious herb possesses such formidable effects, capable of not only enhancing their mental prowess but also significantly augmenting their soul power. While the precise increase in soul power for weaker soul masters remains uncertain, the fact that a soul Douluo can elevate their power by 12 levels is astonishing. After all, a soul Douluo is a formidable figure, and each increment in soul power demands an immense expenditure of energy and time. Chapter 23. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan takes action. Who would have imagined that this nine-heart mysterious herb could enable such a feat? It is truly beyond belief. As for how Xian Shuang came to possess such detailed knowledge of this celestial herb, it is naturally derived from Lu Yun's inquiry through the system. The system provided a hint, confirming that a soul Douluo level powerhouse consuming the nine-heart mysterious herb could indeed surpass 12 levels in soul power. Moreover, the quality of this herb far exceeds that of the celestial herbs found within the ice and fire duality, even attaining the title of celestial grade supreme. As for why Lian chose not to consume the nine-heart mysterious herb, but rather opted to auction it, his reasoning is clear. On one hand, this celestial herb could serve as a gateway to fully unlocking the Star Dou Auction House, while on the other, the existence of the system ensures that not only this nine-heart mysterious herb, but even more precious celestial herbs can be effortlessly acquired. Thus, in Lu Yun's eyes, the nine-heart mysterious herb is hardly remarkable. Being a celestial grade herb, the opening bid is set at 5 million gold soul coins. Moments later, Xian Shuang announced the initial bidding price for the nine-heart mysterious herb. Upon hearing the price, most attendees gasped in disbelief. It was utterly terrifying. Surely, they had not misheard. The price for a mere herb had soared to 5 million gold soul coins, which was astonishing. Although some of the weaker soul masters, after hearing Xian Shuang's detailed introduction of the nine-heart mysterious herb, were evidently unaware of the critical importance of mental prowess, the majority could not comprehend why its initial bid had reached 5 million gold soul coins, deeming it outrageous. Only those who had truly attained the rank of soul sage or higher would grasp the immense value of the nine-heart mysterious herb, a worth that transcends monetary measures. Almost all top-tier powerhouses gazed greedily at the nine-heart mysterious herb, yearning to claim this celestial herb for themselves at once. Yet, they were acutely aware of their surroundings within the Star Dou Auction House and refrained from making any attempts to seize the herb unless they were prepared to tempt fate. 5 million gold soul coins. At that moment, an elder in the center of the first floor promptly called out the price. The prowess of this venerable elder resides at the pinnacle of soul sage, tantalizingly close to transcending into the realm of soul Douluo. Yet, it is this minuscule distance that has ensnared countless gifted soul masters. The vitality of the elderly man swiftly waned, prompting him to seek a decisive breakthrough to the soul Douluo realm with the aid of the nine hearts mysterious herb. 5 million gold soul coins. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man on the first floor echoed the bid. Predictably, this herb held immense significance for him as well. Thus, the price of the nine hearts mysterious herb soared. 10 million gold soul coins. At that very moment, a robust voice resonated from another unfamiliar private room, exuding an overwhelming presence that left all present in awe. It was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. They too had entered the fray. Some knowledgeable soul masters, aware of the identities within the room, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Who would have thought that this nine hearts mysterious herb would draw the attention of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? It seemed this auction was indeed fierce, with the most formidable factions of the Douluo Continent, Spirit Hall, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect engaging in competition. This has rendered certain minor factions mute, compelling them to relinquish their subsequent pursuits. After all, the prestige of these three formidable powers is exceedingly overwhelming. Even if they were to fortuitously expend vast sums of gold soul coins to secure this nine-hearted mystic herb, would they possess the strength to safeguard it in the end? Consequently, the majority of individuals have opted to forego the auction for this nine-hearted mystic herb, allowing the prominent factions to vie amongst themselves. Shall we continue, Sir Dunkel? Observing the momentum of the martial soul hall and the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, it seems they are determined to acquire this nine-hearted mystic herb. Although this herb is an exceedingly rare spiritual treasure, we do possess some valuable alternatives within the treasury of our seven treasures glazed tile school. Upon the emergence of this price, the prominent factions present fell into a profound silence, engaging in fervent discussions regarding whether to proceed with the auction. The decision, indeed, has become increasingly intricate. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo let out a deep sigh, conceding that Ning Fengji should make the choice. 15 million gold soul coins. Just then, the chrysanthemum Douluo raised the bid by 5 million gold soul coins, resolutely determined to secure the 9 hearts Xian grass for His Holiness the Pope. Master, shall we continue to pursue this? In the private box of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, 3 men were present, with an elder at the forefront whose eyes gleamed with clarity, exuding an overwhelming aura. Clearly, he was a formidable title Douluo, the strongest of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yu Engine, a super Douluo of the 96th rank. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is one of the top 3 sects among the 7 major sects of Douluo Continent. Recognized as one of the most powerful families on the continent, the disciples of the sect possess the formidable blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul, renowned for their dragon transformation, robust physique, and mastery over lightning, earning them the title of the world's premier beast martial soul, even commanding respect from the Spirit Hall. We must pursue this. No matter the cost, we must secure this 9 hearts Xian grass. Yu Engine contemplated for a moment before commanding loudly, continue the bidding. The 9 hearts mystic grass is of paramount importance. Regardless of the cost, it must be secured through auction. As for why Yu Engine covets this particular herb, it is evident that his soul power has reached the pinnacle of level 96. After decades of relentless effort, he finds himself unable to advance even a fraction, as if an invisible barrier confines him, hindering his breakthrough. Yu Engine understands that the source of his perplexity lies in his spiritual power. His soul power has reached a critical threshold, yet his mental fortitude is evidently insufficient to propel him into the ranks of a super Douluo at level 97. If he successfully consumes this 9 hearts mystic grass, he is confident that he possesses a 90% chance of achieving that coveted level. At that juncture, the status and power of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family will ascend to new heights. After all, the disparities in strength among those who reach level 95 and beyond are immense. Each incremental rise in soul power represents a significant leap, one that cannot simply be compensated by mere cultivation. Indeed, responded the members of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, their expressions grave as they acknowledged Yu Engine's command. We shall continue to raise the bid. It is imperative that we secure the 9 hearts mystic grass. Throughout the Star Dou auction house, only the Spirit Hall and the blue lightning tyrant dragon family were engaged in fierce competition, with prices escalating in an astonishing manner. Many factions watched in awe, recognizing the fierce rivalry between the top-tier powers of the Douluo Continent, a contest not to be taken lightly. Chapter 24, The Price of Celestial Herbs, 20 million gold soul coins. At that moment, the blue lightning tyrant dragon family once again astonished the crowd with their audacious bid. At the moment the price was announced, everyone present was left in utter astonishment. It was simply outrageous. One might say it was outrageous to the point of absurdity. A single blade of grass was sold for 20 million gold soul coins. How utterly extravagant. This exemplifies the demeanor of the top-tier powers, indeed characterized by vast wealth and audacity. At that moment, Zhu Douluo found himself ensnared in hesitation upon hearing the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan ultimately bid 20 million gold soul coins. He had never anticipated that they would be so resolute in their pursuit of the 9 hearts mystic grass. The funds brought by the Spirit Hall were not substantial. Should they continue to escalate their bid, they would soon find themselves excluded from the subsequent auctions. The value of the forthcoming auction items would undoubtedly be even more precious. Leaving Zhu Douluo momentarily indecisive, he turned to Bibi Dong, seeking her counsel. Continue. Bibi Dong urged with a glimmer in her eyes, her tone grave as she instructed Zhu Douluo to persist in the bidding. No other faction, apart from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, could rival the financial prowess of the Spirit Hall. Although their current funds were limited, the Star Dou auction house had not stipulated any prohibition against credit. They could secure the treasure first and later send representatives to the Star Dou auction house to deliver the remaining gold soul coins. She had faith that the Star Dou auction house would possess the necessary magnanimity, thus there was no cause for concern. 25 million gold soul coins. With newfound confidence, Douluo raised the bid by an additional 5 million gold soul coins, aiming to intimidate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan with such a staggering sum. At that moment, he underestimated the determination of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to acquire the 9 Hearts Mystic Grass. 50 million gold soul coins. The atmosphere fell silent for a brief moment. Yu Yuanzheng subdued his simmering anger, pondering why the Spirit Hall was so intent on securing this 9 Hearts Mystic Grass. He understood that Bibi Dong and her companions did not urgently require it, so why did they persist in their pursuit? This 9-hearted mysterious herb is pivotal to his breakthrough and must not incur any loss. He estimates that the amount of golden soul coins he has brought amounts to merely 50 million, thus he boldly proclaimed this price. Ultimately, the fate of his endeavor hinges on whether the Spirit Hall will persist in its bidding. Should the Spirit Hall choose to raise the stakes once more, he would have no choice but to concede, relinquishing this precious 9-hearted mysterious herb to them. What? That old fellow Yu Yuanzheng has audaciously bid 50 million golden soul coins. Originally, Douluo intended to increase his offer, but upon hearing Yu Yuanzheng's declaration of 50 million, he could not help but utter a curse in frustration. Has Yu Yuanzheng lost his senses? Spending 50 million gold soul coins to bid on this 9 Hearts Mystic Grass seems rather excessive. Although in the eyes of Douluo, the value of this 9 Hearts Mystic Grass is indeed extraordinary, it is hard to believe that Yu Yuanzheng would invest such a staggering sum. Has he been kicked in the head by a donkey? What a surprising turn from Yu Yuanzheng. I did not expect your blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family to bring such a fortune. Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon the private booth of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. An knowing smile crept across her face. At that moment, she couldn't help but wonder why Yu Yuanzheng desired this 9 Hearts Mystic Grass so fervently. Could it be that he intends to use this miraculous herb to elevate his own soul power level? The 9 Hearts Mysterious Grass is capable of enhancing a soul master's power by 1 to 2 levels. However, given that Yu Yuanzheng has attained the status of a super Douluo, it is evidently insufficient. It appears there are still matters unknown. As for whether Yu Yuanzheng ultimately succeeds in his breakthrough, even Bibi Dong is uncertain. How many golden soul coins have we brought this time? At that moment, Bibi Dong turned to inquire of Douluo, wishing to ascertain whether their resources would suffice for the upcoming auction. We have only 80 million golden soul coins. Douluo replied respectfully. They had initially believed that this amount would be adequate for the auction. Their previous visit to the Star Dou auction house had merely been exploratory, and they had not anticipated encountering such a plethora of treasures. A sense of regret filled Bibi Dong and her companions as they pondered why they had not brought more golden soul coins from the Spirit Hall. Unfortunately, they found themselves in a rather constrained position now. If they continued to increase their bids for the 9 Hearts Mysterious Grass, their remaining golden soul coins would dwindle, proving insufficient to contend for the forthcoming treasures. Moreover, they were unaware if 50 million golden soul coins represented the limit for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Is that so? Bibi Dong fell into a deep contemplation, torn about whether to secure the 9 Hearts Mysterious Grass. Her thoughts mirrored those of Douluo. None could ascertain whether the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had brought a greater supply of golden soul coins. May I inquire, does the Star Dou auction house accept credit? Bibi Dong's voice, laced with curiosity, broke the silence. The other factions pricked up their ears, eager to learn if the auction house would permit credit transactions. If so, they might also vie for the treasures. Alas, most factions had not brought sufficient golden soul coins. Having underestimated the Star Dou auction house's enigmatic nature and the abundance of rare treasures it offered. Regrettably, the Star Dou auction house does not offer credit. Payment must be made up front. Xian Shuang responded decisively, having already established the house's rules against any form of credit transactions. To procure items from the Star Dou auction house, one must possess an adequate amount of golden soul coins. As soon as Xian Shuang finished speaking, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, struggling to comprehend the auction house's stance against credit. Why impose such restrictions? However, she dared not voice her objections, mindful that they were on foreign ground. Provoking the Star Dou auction house could lead to dire consequences. Thus, she could only sit in contemplation, strategizing their next moves. Let us forego the 9 Hearts Mysterious Grass. After this auction concludes, you two shall visit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to see if we might exchange other items for the 9 Hearts Mysterious Grass. With a heavy heart, Bibi Dong reluctantly relinquished her pursuit in the ongoing competition. She solemnly instructed both Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo to visit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family after the auction concluded, endeavoring to exchange for the coveted 9-heart Xianqiao. Initially, Bibi Dong had intended to employ ruthless tactics to seize this precious herb. Yet she recognized that the time was not ripe. The spirit hall had yet to fully develop its wings, making it ill-advised to engage in overt conflict. Should they manage to procure the 9-heart Xianqiao through alternative resources, it would be most fortuitous. 50 million gold soul coins, once. 50 million gold soul coins, twice. 50 million gold soul coins, thrice. I now declare that the owner of the 9-heart Xianqiao is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. After a brief silence enveloped the atmosphere, and with no other factions daring to raise their bids, Xian Shuang announced the final victor of the 9-heart Xianqiao. Chapter 25, The Emergence of the 100,000-Year Soul Bone, Astonishing All. Upon hearing that the 9-heart Xianqiao had successfully fallen into his possession, Yu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. The competition was exceedingly fierce, and they had brought only 50 million soul coins with them. Fortunately, at the last moment, the Spirit Hall refrained from further bidding. Otherwise, he might have truly missed out on this precious herb. Such a loss could potentially prolong his breakthrough in soul power indefinitely, leaving him uncertain if he would ever have another opportunity to advance. Observing this scene from the third level of the Star Dou auction house, Lu Yun felt a twinge of confusion as he noted the urgency in Yu Yuanjin's tone. Could it be that he had an urgent need for the 9-heart's mysterious herb? He voiced his curiosity to Juyo beside him, seeking clarification on the matter. Esteemed master, Yu Yuanjin has already reached the pinnacle level of soul power at 96. His accumulation of soul energy is sufficient. However, his mental strength has yet to reach a critical threshold. He likely seeks to utilize the 9-heart's mysterious herb to enhance his mental fortitude and facilitate further breakthroughs. Juyo cast a casual glance at Yu Yuanjin, recognizing the predicament he faced, and spoke plainly. Ah, I see. It's unfortunate that the Spirit Hall did not continue to raise the bid. Otherwise, they could have amassed a considerable number of auction points. Lu Yun sighed in resignation. Previously, he had sensed Bibi Dong's intent to continue bidding when she mentioned the possibility of credit. However, the system had imposed restrictions, prohibiting credit transactions within the Star Dou auction house. If not for that, Lu Yun would have eagerly agreed to Bibi Dong's proposal to bid on credit, seizing the opportunity to acquire more auction points and swiftly enhance his strength. The rules of the system were firmly in place, and for now, he lacked the means to contest them. He hoped that the next auction item would allow him to collect more points. At that moment, Lu Yun watched as the 9-heart's mysterious herb was sold, filled with anticipation for the arrival of the next item. It was clear that from the instant the third auction item appeared, all factions would be unable to maintain their composure, ready to stake their fortunes in fierce competition. The influx of soul coins was nothing short of exhilarating. After delivering the 9-heart's mysterious herb to the private box of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Xian Shuang commenced the next auction. A low hum resonated as Xian Shuang moved her right hand, unleashing a tremendous wave of soul bone pressure that flooded the entire Star Dou auction house. Before them materialized a fiery red right-arm soul bone, radiating an overwhelming aura of flames, as if threatening to incinerate the very space around it. Most notably, this soul bone bore the oppressive presence of a soul beast over 100,000 years old. All factions present instinctively recoiled, feeling the terrifying weight of this power. This is a soul bone. I never expected the Star Dou auction house to present such a coveted item for bidding. This is indeed audacious. The intensity of the soul bone's aura prompted speculation. Could it be a relic from a soul beast that had existed for over 10,000 years? At that moment, the individuals from the first tier, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a soul bone, were left utterly astounded, feeling as though they were in the realm of the extraordinary. A soul bone. For the soul masters of the Douluo Continent, such an artifact is exceedingly rare. Most soul masters may traverse their entire lives without ever encountering a single soul bone. Even the most ordinary century-old soul bones are nearly impossible to obtain. This underscores the profound significance of soul bones in the hearts of soul masters, often surpassing even that of soul rings. Unfortunately, the majority of those in the first tier had never truly experienced the formidable aura of a powerful soul bone, leading them to merely assume that this particular one was of the 10,000-year great. Meanwhile, in the second tier's private boxes, the other factions, upon laying eyes on the soul bone, collectively drew a deep breath, grappling with disbelief. Surely, they could not have been mistaken? The aura emanating from this soul bone rendered them utterly unable to blink, their gazes fixed intently upon it. their faces betraying expressions of utter astonishment and dread. It was, astonishingly, a soul bone over 100,000 years old. The aura emanating from this soul bone is unmistakable. They would certainly not misinterpret it. This 100,000-year soul bone must undoubtedly originate from a soul beast that commands the element of fire. At this moment, the elite forces of Douluo Continent found themselves breathless with anticipation, eager to secure this extraordinary soul bone. Yet, they dared not make a single move. Compelled to listen as the Star Dou Auction House announced the commencement of the bidding. Indeed, the aura of a 100,000-year soul bone was palpable. What manner of establishment was the Star Dou Auction House to possess such a rare treasure? This soul bone transcended the value of gold soul coins. What intentions lay behind the auctioning of such a remarkable item? Upon beholding the 100,000-year soul bone, Ning Fengji could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes sparkling with awe and wonder. While he was consumed with an insatiable desire to acquire it, a torrent of perplexity swirled within him. 100,000-year soul bone is an immeasurable treasure for any faction. Why would the Star Dou Auction House choose to present it for bidding? Furthermore, each 100,000-year soul bone is exceedingly rare on the Douluo Continent, and no faction would willingly expose such a gem. Such soul bones cannot be procured with gold soul coins. And the 10,000-year soul bones are indeed priceless on the Douluo Continent. This inevitably led Ning Fengji to question the motives of the Star Auction House. The purpose of the Star Auction House is of little concern. The immediate priority is to secure the auction of this 100,000-year soul bone. Beside him, the Bon Douluo also wore an expression of astonishment, gazing at the 100,000-year soul bone ahead, completely devoid of the long-term considerations that occupied Ning Fengji's mind. The paramount concern remains the swift auctioning of this 100,000-year soul bone. This is a soul bone of 100,000 years. Should a tidal Douluo powerhouse absorb it, not only would their strength experience a tremendous enhancement, but they would also gain two entirely new soul skills. The magnitude of the power increase for a tidal Douluo is beyond imagination. Regrettably, the amount of gold soul coins we brought this time is insufficient. I wonder if we can successfully bid for this 100,000-year soul bone? However, at this moment, Ning Fengji found himself engulfed in sorrow. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School had come to the Star Dou Auction House merely to test the waters. They had not brought an abundance of gold soul coins. And unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the competition for this 100,000-year soul bone would compel all factions to stake their entire fortunes. He pondered whether the gold soul coins he possessed would suffice for this auction. On another note, the Star Dou Auction House does not permit credit, complicating matters further. What troubled Ning Fengji the most was the Spirit Hall, which had not auctioned off a single item thus far. This implied that the Spirit Hall possessed the most ample reserves of gold soul coins. Such a reality filled Ning Fengji with apprehension. Regardless, he was determined to exert every effort. A 100,000-year soul bone represents the sect, and acquiring another top-tier soul master is an opportunity that must not be relinquished. Chapter 26. The Final Fate of the Soul Bone, a 100,000-year soul bone. When Bibiong beheld this soul bone, her heart surged with tumultuous waves. And disregarding the presence of Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo beside her, she abruptly rose to her feet, breathless, gazing intently at the 100,000-year soul bone. It is indeed a 100,000-year soul bone. What an astonishing revelation this is. Bibi Dong had anticipated that the subsequent auction items at the Star Dou Auction House would undoubtedly be of immense value. However, she could not have foreseen that one of them would be a 10,000-year soul bone, regarded as the pinnacle treasure of the Douluo Continent, worth significantly more than a 10,000-year soul ring. How could this not excite Bibi Dong? Although her own soul bone slots were already filled, it did not deter her desire to acquire this 10,000-year soul bone through the auction. Furthermore, once a soul bone is absorbed by a soul master, there are indeed alternative methods to extricate the original soul bone. Such an approach, for an ordinary soul master, would undoubtedly be akin to courting death. However, for one who has attained her level of power and participated in the divine examination, the extraction of a soul bone requires relatively little sacrifice. The only consequence may be a decline in one's own soul force, yet when juxtaposed with the value of a 100,000-year soul bone, such a price appears trivial. This 100,000-year soul bone can bestow upon her 2 soul bone abilities, elevating her strength to an even greater echelon. This provides a formidable foundation for the Spirit Hall's subsequent unification of the Douluo Continent. She can truly rise above the Hall of Offerings, demonstrating to those old men that the Spirit Hall belongs to her alone, and that her decisions are beyond question. By any means necessary, she must secure the auction of this 10,000-year soul bone. After a brief moment, Bibi Dong calmed her restless heart and turned to the solemn-faced Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo beside her, issuing her orders with gravity. This 100,000-year soul bone. Any force that obstructs its auction will find Bibi Dong unyielding. What concerns her more is that the Spirit Hall has only brought 80 million gold soul coins this time, leaving her uncertain whether they will ultimately acquire this precious soul bone. Yes, Your Holiness, I shall ensure that this 100,000-year soul bone is secured for you at the auction, declared her subordinate. Meanwhile, both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo were equally astonished by the emergence of this extraordinary soul bone. This is indeed a supreme treasure within the realm of soul masters in Douluo Continent. Who would have anticipated that today it would be brought forth for auction by the Star Dou Auction House? Such a revelation is truly astonishing. Upon hearing the subsequent instructions from Bibi Dong, the chrysanthemum Douluo offered no dissent, responding with a grave countenance. Regardless of the circumstances, this 100,000-year soul bone must belong to their spirit hall. You are likely well aware of the significance of this soul bone. I need not elaborate excessively. It originates from the right arm of a 100,000-year soul beast, the fire liner heavenly wolf. The value of a 100,000-year soul bone is beyond question, as it not only substantially enhances a soul master's soul power level but also grants two formidable skills associated with 100,000-year soul bones. The starting bid for this soul bone is set at 30 million gold soul coins. At that moment, Xian Shuang provided a brief overview of the specific details regarding this soul bone, announcing the initial bidding price and inviting all factions to contend for it. 50 million gold soul coins. Upon the commencement of the auction, the chrysanthemum Douluo immediately called out an astonishing price, leaving all factions in a state of disbelief. The soul masters on the first floor then realized that this soul bone was not merely a 10,000-year soul bone, but an exceedingly rare 100,000-year soul bone. The audacity of the Star Dou Auction House to present such a treasure for auction is simply unbelievable. When the price surged to 50 million gold soul coins, no one expressed surprise. Rather, they felt it was somewhat a bargain. After all, a 100,000-year soul bone is an ineffable treasure for soul masters in Douluo Continent, one that cannot be measured by mere currency. 60 million gold soul coins. Upon hearing the Spirit Hall's increment, Ning Fingji raised the bid by an additional 10 million gold soul coins, determined to secure this 100,000-year soul bone. Yet, he harbored lingering concerns about whether the gold soul coins he had brought would suffice. Alas, had he known, he would not have auctioned off that 9-heart Xian grass. Yu Yuanjin, who had previously won the second auction item, was similarly struck by tumultuous emotions upon encountering this 100,000-year soul bone. However, he felt profound frustration, as he had never anticipated that the third item at the Star Dou Auction House would be a 100,000-year soul bone. This situation caused an immeasurable pain for Yu Yuanjin. Had he known, he would not have resorted to auctioning off all his assets for the 9 hearts mysterious grass. Although his spiritual power had not yet reached a breakthrough, he could have easily transcended his current soul power level with the 100,000-year-old soul bone. However, it was now too late. His entire fortune had already been devoted to bidding for the second auction item, leaving him unable to compete with the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. After a moment's reflection, Yu Yuanjin completely relinquished his pursuit of the 100,000-year-old soul bone, as the price had skyrocketed to a level where a mere 50 million gold soul coins were utterly insufficient. This 100,000-year soul bone shall be left to the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect to contend for. At this moment, Yu Yuanjin truly regarded the Star Dou Auction House as the most enigmatic force in the Douluo Continent. A power capable of producing soul bones that are 100,000 years old could hardly be deemed trivial. Yu Yuanjin began to anticipate the commencement of the next auction, at which he would undoubtedly bring forth the entire wealth of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Should he encounter a rare treasure, he would not find himself in a predicament, unable to partake in the bidding. Witnessing so many precious items being auctioned before him was a source of profound heartache. As for His Holiness the Pope, it appeared he was uncertain how to raise the bid next. Evidently, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had brought a substantial amount of gold soul coins. At that moment, Zhu Douluo heard Ning Fengji directly offering 70 million gold soul coins, prompting him to turn and inquire with Bibi Dong. The Spirit Hall possessed only 80 million gold soul coins. Should the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect present an amount exceeding this, it would spell disaster. After all, the Star Dou Auction House does not permit credit. Calling out 80 million gold soul coins, they had no choice but to gamble on the outcome. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, pondering the current financial standing of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Subsequently, she took a deep breath and made a bold decision. instructing Douluo to wager all their gold soul coins. If the 7 treasure glazed tile sect possessed more than 80 million, she would have to concede defeat. Nevertheless, she was determined to acquire that century-old soul bone. Even if the 7 treasure glazed tile sect successfully secured it, she would not relinquish her claim easily. 80 million gold soul coins. Just then, Douluo's serious tone reverberated throughout the Star Dou auction house. Chapter 27. The conclusion of the auction. Alas, the spirit hall indeed brought sufficient gold soul coins. It seemed that the century-old soul bone was beyond the reach of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. At that moment, upon hearing Douluo call out 80 million gold soul coins, Ning Fengji's heart sank, his expression clouded with concern. As expected, he had missed the opportunity to acquire the century-old soul bone. The 70 million gold soul coins he had previously bid represented his entire fortune. He had hoped to take a chance, speculating whether the spirit hall had brought such wealth, but inevitably he had lost the gamble. Watching the coveted century-old soul bone slip into the possession of the spirit hall left Ning Fengji with a sense of bitterness. With this soul bone, the spirit hall's power would undoubtedly increase, and the plight of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would become even more dire. There was no turning back now. After a considerable time, Bibi Dong felt a wave of anxiety, but sighed with relief upon realizing that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect had not raised their bid further. All was steady. This 100,000-year soul bone ultimately belongs to the spirit hall. 8 million gold soul coins, once. 8 million gold soul coins, twice. 8 million gold soul coins, thrice. Since no one is willing to raise the bid further, this 100,000-year soul bone shall be owned by the spirit hall. At this moment, seeing that no one was willing to raise the bid further, Xian Shuang struck her wooden hammer, declaring that the owner of the 10,000-year soul bone was the spirit hall. As this precious soul bone was auctioned off, a smile graced Xian Shuang's face as she surveyed the surroundings. Her melodious voice resonated throughout the Star Dou auction house. With that, this auction came to a close, and she expressed gratitude to all the esteemed factions for taking the time from their busy schedules to participate in our auction. The next auction will be held in a month's time. Xian Shuang promptly announced the complete conclusion of this event. Eagerly anticipating the commencement of the second auction in a month, the 3 auction items were hastily gathered from the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Therefore, the duration of this auction was relatively brief. In 1 month's time, Lu Yun will endeavor to amass a greater collection of treasures. At that time, the auction period will be indefinitely extended and a substantial amount of golden soul coins can be gathered. Is it over? What a pity. I had hoped to see what astonishing treasures the Starry Auction House would present once more. No need to fret. Did you not hear the Starry Auction House announce that another auction will be held in a month? We must ensure our timely arrival. During this interval, let us collect golden soul coins and strive to auction a precious item at the auction house. Indeed, once Xian Shuang declared the conclusion of the Starry auction, expressions of lingering desire were evident on everyone's faces. The auction items were enough to astonish their spirits, yet they yearned to continue their viewing. Alas, it came to an abrupt conclusion. To the delight of the crowd, however, a month later, the Star Auction Pavilion would host another auction, granting them another opportunity. Upon truly recognizing the profound heritage of the Star Auction Pavilion, everyone desired to partake in the bidding. Thus, as all factions departed from the Star Auction Pavilion, they began preparing for the forthcoming auction a month later. After their departure, Lian made his way to the first floor of the Star Auction Pavilion, where he received several storage rings from Xian Shuang. Upon seeing the glimmering golden soul coins within, an uncontainable smile blossomed on his face. "Ha ha ha, auction items. Here I come," he exclaimed. Yet, it was a pity that the 10,000-year soul bone was auctioned off for a mere 80 million golden soul coins, which felt like a significant loss. At this moment, Lu Yun seemed to be lost in thought, letting out a deep sigh. The 10,000-year soul bone was an immensely precious treasure. Even if it fetched a higher price at auction, it would still be of significant value. However, it was sold for merely 80 million gold soul coins, which was unavoidable given that the Star Dou auction house was, until recently, an inconspicuous force. Thus, the other factions, merely testing the waters, were pleasantly surprised that the auction house could yield such a sum. After receiving the storage ring, Lu Yun departed, returning to his chamber. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he eagerly addressed the system in his mind. "System, convert all these gold soul coins into auction points." The system's cold voice resonated in Lu Yun's mind, detected that the total amount of gold soul coins obtained from this auction is 134 million gold soul coins. Therefore, it converts to auction points, 13,400. What? System, You must be mistaken. Such a vast sum of gold soul coins converts to merely over 10,000 auction points? Lu Yun had anticipated a far greater quantity of auction points from the conversion of his gold soul coins, only to find himself perplexed by the meager result. How could this be? Could it be that the system had absconded with the excessive gold soul coins? According to the system's internal conversion rules, 10,000 gold soul coins could only be exchanged for a single auction point. The system's icy voice continued, "This conversion ratio is indeed preposterous." Upon hearing the exchange rate, Lu Yun was left dumbfounded, clearly unprepared for such an outrageous ratio. As this is the host's first acquisition of auction points, the God-level shop will be unlocked for free. Just then, the system's cold voice echoed again. Suddenly, a swirling mist appeared in Lu Yun's mind, shrouded in an aura of chaos, making it difficult to discern or grasp. As the mist parted, a 9-story treasure tower emerged, radiating an otherworldly and profound energy. Within Lu Yun's mind, images of various goods began to materialize, accompanied by additional information. Anything that existed in the world could be found within this shop. As Lu Yun gazed at the dazzling array of goods and the long string of zeros representing auction points, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. He was still too impoverished. To purchase those top-tier treasures would require hundreds of years of effort, a consideration he could not entertain at present. System, please filter for treasures pertaining to the Douluo Continent plane. At that moment, Lu Yun directly addressed the system residing in his mind, requesting it to filter out the items he currently needed, specifically treasures suitable for the Douluo Continent. As for treasures from other realms, he pondered whether they would be compatible with the soul power system of Douluo Continent. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than an array of items from the Douluo Continent materialized before him. Upon examining the auction points behind the merchandise, he felt an immense sense of relief. Fortunately, these auction points were not exorbitantly priced. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a predicament. Regarding the substantial amount of gold soul coins he possessed, which had translated into over 10,000 auction points, he felt no grievances upon encountering the divine-grade shop. The treasures available for sale in the shop were not only diverse in variety but also remarkably affordable. One could say that Lu Yun had struck a veritable gold mine. By purchasing treasures from the system for auction, he was certain to reap tremendous profits. Through the compounding of interests, he would amass an inexhaustible number of auction points, rapidly enhancing his prowess. Chapter 28, True Martial Soul, Temporal Divine Tower in the Realm of Douluo Continent. Million-Year Soul Bone, Random, Auction Point Price, 99. 999 Million-Year Soul Ring, Random, Auction Point Price, 99. 999 God-Given Soul Ring, Limit of 100,000 years, Auction Point Price, 599 Growth Potential Soul Ring, Limit Unknown. Auction Point Price, 999 Exquisite Tulip, Auction Point Price, 899. Lu Yun gazed at the array of goods displayed before him, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as a myriad of plans blossomed within his mind. He had not anticipated the emergence of items from the second season at Douluo. Along with subsequent offerings, this was indeed intriguing. As Lu Yun perused the entirety of products available within the Douluo Continent realm, his heart surged with unparalleled excitement. The system revealed items spanning tens of thousands of years into Douluo's future, which genuinely astonished him. Among these treasures, he was particularly fond of the soul spirit techniques and a collection of rare soul spirits. After all, the soul spirit techniques present an exceptionally novel concept for the soul masters of the current Douluo Continent. Should he unveil the soul spirits, it would undoubtedly stir a seismic response throughout the entire continent. Thus, the influence of the Star Dou Auction House would ascend to new heights. Therefore, Lu Yun resolved to prepare for the opportune moment to initiate the soul spirit auction. As for the other precious items, he could periodically present them for auction to attract more soul masters to the Star Dou Auction House. What should he showcase for next month's auction? Lu Yun murmured softly to himself, contemplating the upcoming auction event. For the next auction, he intended to make astute use of the auction points at his disposal. If executed well, he would surely gather a greater amount of gold soul coins. By the way, system, what of my martial soul grand gift package? Just then, a spark of realization ignited in Lu Yun's mind. He had forgotten that the system had previously promised him a martial soul grand gift package upon the completion of his first auction. He suddenly recalled that the system had not proactively reminded him. Could it be that the system intended to withhold the martial soul grand gift package? No sooner had Lu Yun uttered these words than the cold, mechanical voice of the system reverberated in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing your first auction. You are awarded one martial soul grand gift package. Upon hearing of the Martial Soul Grand Gift package being awarded to him, Lu Yun smiled placidly. Though he shot a sidelong glance at the system, had he not remembered, it seemed the system would have remained silent. Lu Yun chose not to dwell on his grievances with the system, his gaze fixed intently upon the floating golden gift box before him. With a gentle tap of his right hand, a magnificent golden light erupted, enveloping the room in a force akin to creation itself, instantly coursing into Lu Yun's body. This enigmatic power coursed through Lu Yun's limbs and sinews, continuously nourishing his bloodlines and meridians. His physical constitution had enhanced severfold, exuding an ethereal aura. Congratulations to the host for an extraordinary stroke of luck. He has acquired a chaos-level martial soul, the true self-martial soul and the time-space divine tower. Once the tumultuous changes within Lu Yun's body had fully settled, a series of astonished voices resonated in his mind from the system. Evidently, even the system had not anticipated that Lu Yun would acquire such a formidable martial soul. What, indeed, is the classification of a chaos-level martial soul? Lu Yun discerned a hint of astonishment intertwined with the system's cold voice, igniting a fervent excitement within him. He felt an overwhelming curiosity about the origins of this chaos-level martial soul, one that could elicit such surprise from a system of vast capabilities. It must certainly belong to a realm of mysterious and unparalleled martial souls. Lu Yun knew that in the Douluo Continent, the pinnacle of martial souls was merely classified as divine, yet the existence of a chaos-level martial soul seemed absent from this realm. The highest tier of martial souls in the Douluo Continent was the divine level, whereas the chaos-level martial soul transcended it by several degrees. The precise extent of this superiority remained for the host to discover on his own. The icy voice of the system continued to elucidate, providing Lu Yun with a nebulous answer, allowing him to explore at his own pace. Nonetheless, my martial soul level is undoubtedly among the most powerful entities in the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun nodded lightly, choosing to set aside the overwhelming strength of the chaos-level martial soul for the time being. All that mattered was that it was infinitely more powerful than a divine martial soul. Otherwise, the cold system would not have been so taken aback. Yet, what were the specific functions of the true self-martial soul and the time-space divine tower? At this moment, Lu Yun found himself utterly perplexed. The Wuhuan Grand Gift had revealed two Wuhuan, but what purpose could they possibly serve? He fell into a deep contemplation, and in the next instant, his left hand opened, unleashing a surge of golden radiance. An ethereal figure, resembling Lu Yun with an astonishing 99 likeness, materialized behind him, exuding an aura of extraordinary mystique. It felt as if this being hailed from the highest echelons of existence, instilling a sense of reverence and awe. Could this be the chaotic-level true self Wuhuan? It bore some resemblance to his original Wuhuan. As Lu Yun gazed upon the visage of the true self Wuhuan, he was struck with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the true self Wuhuan would mirror his own appearance, albeit in a form that radiated immense authority. Yet, Lu Yun recalled the concept of the original Wuhuan that emerged during the era of the unparalleled Douluo II, where it was merely a fragment of one's being. His Wuhuan was, in essence, himself, placing it within the realm of original Wuhuans. However, unlike those of Douluo II, which only represented a portion of the body, his true self Wuhuan encapsulated his entire essence, igniting his curiosity about its formidable powers. After all, original Wuhuans were significantly more potent than ordinary ones. Please refrain from comparing that inferior original Wuhuan with the chaotic-level true self Wuhuan. There is no basis for comparison between the two, the system's disdainful tone echoed, unhesitatingly belittling the original Wuhuan as pathetically weak, unworthy of comparison with the true self Wuhuan. What exactly are the capabilities of this chaotic-level true self Wuhuan? Upon hearing the system's disparagement of the original Wuhuan, a thought blossomed in Lu Yun's mind. The origins of the true self Wuhuan must be intricate. The chaotic-level true self Wuhuan is one of the most profound Wuhuan in existence, rivaling your time-space divine tower Wuhuan in potency. Its most remarkable and defiant ability is that as your strength escalates, so too can the true self Wuhuan infinitely enhance, without limits. In other words, the strength of the host directly correlates to the strength of the true self Wuhuan. Of course, this is merely one of its capabilities. The deeper mysteries of the true self Wuhuan require the host to diligently enhance their strength to unlock its potential. Furthermore, due to the low-tier nature of the Douluo Continent, the powers of both the true self Wuhuan and the time-space divine tower are nearly entirely sealed. As the host's strength increases, the powers of these two chaotic-level Wuhuan will gradually be unsealed. The system's icy voice rarely elucidated some of the functions of the true self Wuhuan. Chapter 29. The growth of soul rings. So that is how it is. Upon hearing the system reveal a glimpse of the true self Wu Huan's formidable nature, Lu Yun's face was adorned with an indescribable expression of delight. The true self Wu Huan is indeed astonishingly powerful. It can be said that this martial soul is one of growth, unprecedented in the annals of Douluo Continent's history. As his strength ascends, with the true self martial soul, he will undoubtedly dominate all soul masters. Moreover, the system has indicated that the true self martial soul possesses other capabilities, and is not at all inferior to the space-time divine tower martial soul. The growth potential of the true self martial soul fills Lu Yun with a sense of anticipation regarding the heights it may achieve in the future. As for the system's assertion that the powers of the true self martial soul and the space-time divine tower martial soul are largely sealed, Lu Yun harbors no doubts. After all, the levels within the Douluo realm are exceedingly low. Were the space-time divine tower at its zenith to manifest in Douluo Continent and inadvertently release even a fraction of its power, it could obliterate the continent entirely, rendering it non-existent. Nevertheless, as his strength increases, the might of the two chaotic-level martial souls will gradually be unveiled, which Lu Yun finds quite fitting. Having grasped a general understanding of the true self martial soul's specific functions, he shifted his gaze to his right hand. A brilliant silvery light erupted from Lu Yun's right hand, revealing a silver-hued tower approximately 10 stories high, its body shimmering with a spectral sheen. The surrounding space and time began to tremble due to the presence of this space-time divine tower, creating ripples that exhibited an astonishing might. Could it be that this martial soul is related to time and space? Lu Yun gazed at the space-time divine tower martial soul in his right hand, feeling the immense power of time and space contained within it. He now comprehended the essence of this martial soul. The space-time divine tower martial soul left Lu Yun in a state of profound astonishment. This is the power of time and space. With time in abeyance and space reigning supreme, these two forces represent the pinnacle of worldly power. Moreover, the synthesis of time and space into the realm of space-time constitutes the highest force in existence. Should one fully master the power of space-time, they would become invincible, capable of traversing the currents of time and coexisting with the cosmos. Although he cannot yet attain such heights, a martial soul capable of harboring the power of time and space is undoubtedly extraordinary. Lu Yun eagerly anticipates the ultimate power that the space-time divine tower martial soul will eventually unleash. Such a formidable time-space divine tower martial soul is categorized merely as a chaos-level martial soul. Since the true self martial soul shares the same rank as the time-space divine tower martial soul, one can surmise that the enigmatic nature of the true self martial soul is equally profound, if not more so, than that of the time-space divine tower. At this moment, Lu Yun gazed at the true self martial soul in his left hand, evidently ensnared in a quandary. Both martial souls were remarkably formidable and of equal stature. Yet he was compelled to select one as his primary focus, which plunged Lu Yun into a dilemma. Thus, he contemplated designating the time-space divine tower martial soul as his principal martial soul. However, after a period of reflection, Lu Yun ultimately resolved to prioritize the time-space divine tower martial soul. The essence of time and space is among the most exalted forces in existence. Should he manage to grasp even a fragment of its quintessence, it could potentially accelerate the temporal flow across an entire region. Thus, the pace of his cultivation will undoubtedly accelerate significantly. After much contemplation, Lu Yun decided to prioritize the time-space divine tower as his primary martial soul, recognizing its immense benefits. He could not fathom that the time-space divine tower served merely to hasten time. Lu Yun was equally filled with anticipation for the future potential of the time-space divine tower. Was his innate soul power merely at the 20th level? Well, if it was only level 20, so be it, with the time-space divine tower. His cultivation speed would surely become extraordinarily rapid. Upon comprehending the two chaos-level martial souls, Lu Yun concentrated intently on sensing his innate soul power, only to discover, to his dismay, that it was indeed only at level 20. After all, it was a chaos-level martial soul, with the augmentation of two chaos-level martial souls. How could his innate soul power be limited to such a low level? However, he recalled the system had previously mentioned that the power of the two chaos-level martial souls was nearly entirely sealed, which allowed him to attain a level 20 innate soul power, which he deemed somewhat acceptable. Furthermore, the power of time and space within the divine tower could certainly accelerate his cultivation, thus compensating greatly for the inadequacy of his low innate soul power level. Had Lu Yun's sentiments been overheard by external soul masters, they would surely have yearned to chastise him. Was he speaking in a human tongue? To be dissatisfied with innate soul power at level 20 was indeed an extraordinary luxury. What fate awaited their group of soul masters then? First, let them absorb 2 soul rings. After a brief interval, Lu Yun dismissed this matter from his mind and began to absorb the 2 soul rings. Having finally acquired a martial soul, he was eager to absorb the soul rings and enhance his strength. Subsequently, Lu Yun purchased 2 growth-type soul rings from the store. This soul ring can be deemed an extraordinary existence, and as the strength of his body increases, the lifespan of the soul ring can also grow without limits. As for the ultimate level it can attain, the shop did not provide extensive explanations, but one can surmise that the final lifespan will not be trivial. However, the price of a growth-capable soul ring surpasses that of a divinely bestowed soul ring. According to Lu Yun's conjecture, these growth-capable soul rings could potentially reach a staggering 50,000 years or even higher. For Lu Yun, the pressing matter remains the urgent enhancement of his own strength. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in amassing so many auction points? Buzzing, Lu Yun cleared the distractions from his mind and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, his right hand manifesting the time-space divine tower martial soul. The immense power of time and space radiated outward, affecting the entire room. Lu Yun promptly crushed the golden sphere in his hand, and a brilliant golden light suddenly enveloped his entire being, forming a golden soul ring that attached itself to Lu Yun's time-space divine tower martial soul. In an instant, the color of the soul ring transformed from white to yellow, and then to purple. Thus, a powerful aura of soul power continuously surged into Lu Yun's body. For the first time, Lu Yun experienced the agony of absorbing a soul ring, gritting his teeth to endure, striving to enhance the lifespan of the soul ring even further. As time passed, the absorption of Lu Yun's first soul ring neared its conclusion. Yet at that moment, Lu Yun felt utterly miserable. The lifespan of his first soul ring had already reached the level of 5,000 years. If an external soul master were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. It is well known that the lifespan of a soul master's first soul ring is only around 400 years. Yet Lu Yun had defiantly shattered this norm. The fact that his first soul ring absorbed one exceeding 5,000 years is bound to astonish others. As for why Lu Yun's first soul ring could attain such a remarkable lifespan, the primary reason lies in his 2 chaotic-level martial souls. Both martial souls are of the chaotic grade. Although their powers are sealed, the intrinsic mystical force they carry has enhanced Lu Yun's physical strength. Chapter 30. 2 Great Soul Techniques. A trace of power from the martial soul improved Lu Yun's constitution, enabling his body to withstand the pressure of 1,000-year soul ring with ease. Otherwise, it would tarnish the reputation of his chaotic-level martial souls. Thus, after enduring for a considerable duration, Lu Yun successfully completed the absorption of his first soul ring. Buzzing, a dazzling purple soul ring suddenly constricted tightly around Lu Yun's time-space divine tower martial soul, radiating an enchanting purple light. The lifespan of Lu Yun's first soul ring ultimately elevated to over 7,000 years. If external soul masters were to behold Lu Yun's first purple soul ring, they would undoubtedly be astonished, perceiving Lu Yun as a prodigy. After all, which soul master has ever absorbed a first soul ring of such an impressive lifespan? The duration of this soul ring has already surpassed that of an ordinary soul master's 4th soul ring, enough to leave one utterly astonished. At long last, the absorption is complete. Indeed, it is exceedingly challenging to absorb a soul ring beyond one's current level. Had it not been for the peculiar power that my true martial soul unleashed at the critical moment, enhancing my physique, the age of the first soul ring would assuredly not have reached over 7,000 years. As Lu Yun finished absorbing the soul ring, his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented joy. The acquisition of this first soul ring has yielded immense benefits. Not only has he obtained such an extraordinary soul skill, but his physical strength has also been significantly augmented by the activation of the powers of his 2 chaotic martial souls, elevating his corporeal fortitude by several tiers. Consequently, Lu Yun feels highly confident that the age of the 2nd soul ring will undoubtedly reach the 10,000-year mark. Moreover, this soul ring possesses growth potential. As his physical strength increases, the age of this soul ring will likewise rise infinitely. Ultimately, its potential remains uncertain, but it is unlikely to fall below 500,000 years. Time and space manipulation. After absorbing the first soul ring, Lu Yun's eyes radiated a brilliant light. Indeed, the soul skill birthed from his first soul ring is none other than time and space manipulation. As the name suggests, it enables him to harness the power of the soul ring to govern certain aspects of time and space within a defined region. Regrettably, with Lu Yun's current strength, He can only command the temporal forces within a radius of 10 meters. The mastery he holds over time and space is but a mere fraction of its potential, allowing him only to hastily accelerate or decelerate the passage of time in a localized area. He cannot yet achieve the legendary ability to traverse through time itself. Such extraordinary abilities, Lu Yun speculated, likely required one to attain the status of a divine-level powerhouse to wield such formidable powers over time and space. He was exceedingly pleased with the effects of his first soul skill. With this newfound ability, he could accelerate the flow of time around him, granting him extended moments to elevate his soul power. This would significantly shorten the duration of his future training. Naturally, the mastery of time and space implied that Lu Yun could manipulate the forces of time and space within a 10-meter radius. The previous manipulation of time, whether through deceleration or acceleration, was merely a preliminary application of temporal power. As for spatial manipulation, Lu Yun could execute teleportation within the same 10-meter range. However, the execution of teleportation consumed a considerable amount of soul power, and given his current level, he could not afford to use it excessively, lest he deplete his own soul energy. Thus, unless in critical situations, Lu Yun would refrain from employing teleportation frequently. This is the supreme power composed of the forces of time and space. The profundity of the time-space force can be deemed unparalleled in the world. The first soul skill, temporal and spatial control. Lu Yun rose to his feet, beginning to experiment with his inaugural soul skill. With his eyes slightly narrowed, the time-space divine tower spirit in his right hand emitted a silvery glow, causing ripples to ripple around him, affecting the surrounding time and space. After executing the first soul skill, Lu Yun could distinctly perceive the time-space force around him, all under his command. Of course, he could only harness a mere fraction of this vast time-space force. Nevertheless, its potency remained astonishingly formidable. Thus, Lu Yun slowly tested the power of his first soul skill, initiating an acceleration and deceleration of the surrounding time. Simultaneously, he utilized the spatial force to teleport in various directions. After a brief moment, Lu Yun truly mastered his first soul skill, a smile of unprecedented joy gracing his face. Indeed, the temporal and spatial control skill had not disappointed him. It was exceedingly powerful. However, given his current soul power level, he could only accelerate or decelerate the surrounding time by a factor of 5. As his soul power level increased, this multiplier would exhibit limitless growth. Next, he prepared to absorb the second soul ring. Subsequently, Lu Yun settled back down in a meditative posture, commencing the absorption of the second soul ring. Bang! Gripping the golden orb in his right hand, the next moment, a surge of force erupted from his palm, shattering the golden orb instantaneously. A soul ring attached itself to the time-space divine tower spirit, its color transforming to black in an instant, as the spirit unleashed a formidable pressure akin to a 10,000-year soul ring. In this manner, Lu Yun endured the pain of absorbing the second soul ring, just as he had with the first. As the age of the soul ring gradually increased, time flowed slowly, and an hour passed. 2 black soul rings hovered around Lu Yun, radiating dazzling light. The time-space divine tower spirit exuded its divine might, causing the surrounding time-space force to ripple throughout the room, creating an astonishing commotion. Fortunately, due to the presence of the Star Dou auction house, these disturbances were completely subdued, garnering little attention. Phew, this harvest is truly significant. The time-space divine tower spirit is extraordinarily formidable. After absorbing the second soul ring, Lu Yun exhaled deeply, his heart brimming with excitement. During the absorption of the second soul ring, a surge of chaotic level power surged into his body, enhancing his physique severalfold. He effortlessly elevated the age of the second soul ring to 20,000 years, while the age of the first soul ring also upgraded to 20,000 years. Lu Yun thus emerged as a grand soul master possessing 2 10,000-year soul rings, a feat never witnessed in the history since the inception of the Douluo Continent. The second soul skill, temporal and spatial strangulation. With a mere thought, Lu Yun activated the second soul ring upon him, unleashing an infinite force of time and space. With a grand gesture of his hand, the temporal energies before him began to ripple, emanating peculiar silver waves. The entire room's temporal power surged, visibly boiling in an instant. A tremendous force of time and space gradually coalesced within Lu Yun's right hand. Once this temporal energy reached a certain threshold, Lu Yun abruptly thrust his fist forward, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds. The furniture ahead shattered, disintegrating into fine splinters, and as these remnants approached the door, a mysterious power manifested, dispersing the temporal force entirely. Chapter 31. Journey to the Eyes of Ice and Fire. Indeed, It was no surprise that the most enigmatic force of time and space could strike unseen. Lu Yun regarded the intensity of his recent attack with a satisfied nod, secretly marveling at the supreme power constituted by time and space. The soul technique he had just unleashed was a manifestation of the second soul ring he had absorbed, known as temporal strangulation. It fully harnessed the surrounding temporal energy to execute a formidable assault. However, due to his relatively low soul power level, he could not fully unleash the true might of temporal strangulation. Nevertheless, its potential should not be underestimated. The force of time and space, ethereal and invisible, lay concealed within the boundless air, rendering it imperceptible. This capability allowed the technique to eliminate foes without revealing its presence, significantly enhancing both its mystery and potency. As Lu Yun's strength continued to grow, the efficacy of this temporal strangulation would likewise experience exponential enhancement. Once Lu Yun attained a sufficient level of power, he could wield this soul technique to annihilate all existence. Lu Yun proceeded to refine his mastery of the second soul technique, subsequently sitting cross-legged on the bed to assimilate the gains of the day. Having recklessly absorbed 2 soul rings in succession, his soul power level surged to 26. Generally speaking, it was unusual for one's soul power to elevate so modestly after absorbing 2 10,000-year soul rings. This is largely thanks to the 2 chaotic grade martial souls within Lu Yun, which incessantly compresses soul power, resulting in a mere elevation of 6 levels. Otherwise, Lu Yun's soul power would have undoubtedly soared above level 30, elevating him to the rank of a soul master. However, such a course of action would prove more detrimental than beneficial, severely constraining his future development. A soul master's prowess is not solely contingent upon their martial soul rings, and soul power level. A critical aspect lies in the purity of their soul power. The more refined your soul power, the less of it you ultimately require to unleash unprecedented attacks, thereby enhancing endurance in combat. Lu Yun would never compromise his soul power level for such a short-sighted gain. He must refine his soul power to a certain degree, enabling him to unleash even more astonishing might when the time comes. Thus, a day passed, and the dawn of a new day arrived quietly, with golden sunlight bathing the earth, heralding the rebirth of all living things. Lu Yun rose early, prepared his belongings, and intended for Jiu to accompany him to the Eye of Ice and Fire, where he would commence gathering treasures for the auction set to take place in a month. If one were to speak of the place abundant with treasures across the entire Douluo Continent, it would undoubtedly be the Eye of Ice and Fire. Presently, the Eye is monopolized by Douluo. However, he remains oblivious to the true purpose of the celestial herbs within. In the hands of the unworthy Douluo, these exquisite celestial herbs are nothing short of a tragic waste, failing to realize their true potential. It would be far more prudent to entrust the Ice and Fire Eyes to someone capable, allowing the herbs to fulfill their noble purpose and not tarnish their esteemed reputation. On another note, Lu Yun is reluctant to allow these precious herbs to fall into the hands of Tang San without merit. He is acutely aware that Tang San has not yet ventured to the Ice and Fire Eyes to harvest the finest celestial herbs. Today, Lu Yun intends to accompany Jiu to thoroughly gather all the herbs within the Ice and Fire Eyes. Moreover, Lu Yun harbors the hope of relocating the Ice and Fire Eyes to the Star Dou Auction House. Within the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, an endless supply of celestial herbs can be produced, greatly benefiting the auction proceedings. Lu Yun was uncertain whether he could transport the Ice and Fire Duality Eye to the Star Dou Auction House. Lacking the capability himself, he mused that perhaps the system could assist him, albeit at a modest cost. Auctioning the celestial herbs from the Ice and Fire Duality Eye could amass a substantial number of auction points, thus rendering any transaction with the system worthwhile. Jiu, accompany me to the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. As for Xin Shuang, you shall remain at the Star Dou Auction House to safeguard it. Lu Yun instructed as he departed his chamber. One person would follow him to the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, while the other would protect the auction house. Given his current strength, he was certainly no match for Douluo. However, both Xin Shuang and Jiu possessed the power to easily overpower him. To err on the side of caution, he decided to have Jiu accompany him to the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, aiming to swiftly eliminate Douluo. Thus, having made all necessary arrangements, Lu Yun and Jiu instantaneously vanished from the Star Dou Auction House, soaring towards the direction of the Sunset Forest in the Tiando Empire. With Jiu unleashing her full speed, they reached the outskirts of the Sunset Forest in less than half an hour. Lu Yun had previously instructed Jiu to locate the precise location of the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, and they proceeded along the planned route. Upon entering the sunset forest, they were greeted by a humid atmosphere, rich with the scent of earth. As they ventured deeper into the forest, soul beasts emerged with increasing frequency, and among them were several formidable ones, including those of 10,000 years. However, Jiuyu fully unleashed her power, causing the soul beast to tremble and scatter in fear. Even against a limit Douluo powerhouse, 10,000-year soul beasts would flee in terror. Otherwise, they would risk becoming mere soul rings. Is this the ice and fire duality eye? Lu Yun and Jiuyu arrived at a valley, completely concealed by lush vegetation. Without careful inspection, one would hardly discover the existence of such a hidden place as the ice and fire duality eye. Lu Yun distinctly sensed a faint hint of toxic gas in the air, likely a poison formation laid by Douluo to obscure the presence of the ice and fire duality eye. These methods can indeed thwart invading soul masters, yet they cannot conceal themselves from their discerning eyes. Jiuyu, this poison array is entrusted to you. Lu Yun turned to Jiuyu and spoke, for with his current strength, he was unable to dismantle these toxic formations. Thus, it must be entrusted to Jiuyu. Yes, esteemed leader. Jiuyu responded with utmost respect. In the next moment, an immense surge of soul power surged forth, and the once impenetrable poison array was instantly reduced to ruins under the impact of this formidable force. The unleashed power rapidly radiated outward from the valley, spreading swiftly in all directions. In this region, the soul beasts were startled by the overwhelming surge of soul power, causing them to scatter in a frenzy, desperately fleeing for their lives. At the moment when Lu Yun commanded the Jiuyu to dismantle the surrounding poison formation, Douluo, situated within the depths of the ice and fire tuinai, immediately sensed the disturbance. Boom! A torrent of formidable poisonous gas erupted, enveloping the entire ice and fire tuinai in a tremor. Chapter 32. Douluo, who dares intrude upon my territory, courting death? Douluo, sensing the formidable power of the intruder, was filled with indignation at such audacity. It was evident that this soul power emanated from a human soul master. As a titled Douluo, Douluo was not one to let such an affront go unpunished. After all, where would he place his dignity as a titled Douluo if he allowed this transgression to pass? Whoosh! With that thought, Douluo transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the source of the disturbance. Jiuyu and Lu Yun did not immediately enter the ice and fire tuinai. Instead, they remained stationary, patiently awaiting Douluo's arrival, allowing him to walk into their trap. Before long, a man clad in a green robe appeared before Lu Yun. His long green hair danced in the wind, and he exuded an overwhelming aura of poison. The flora surrounding him withered at his presence, a testament to the potency of the toxic energy that coursed through Douluo. Who are you? Why have you shattered the poison formation I set? At that moment, Douluo finally took notice of the two individuals before him. As he extended his mental probe into the surroundings, he found no trace of others. Undoubtedly, these two were the culprits behind the impending intrusion into his domain. However, Douluo's eyes narrowed, a flicker of caution crossing his features. He scrutinized the young man beside him, who possessed an extraordinary aura that commanded his respect. As for the middle-aged man beside the youth, he too felt peculiar, devoid of any discernible presence, as if he were an ordinary person. Yet, how could an ordinary individual venture into the depths of the sunset forest? This revelation made Douluo truly realize that the origins of the two individuals before him were undoubtedly extraordinary. They might be individuals of the utmost power from the Douluo Continent. Are you Douluo? Lu Yun inquired, his face adorned with a warm smile. Who are you? Young man, how do you know my name? Douluo questioned, taken aback, for he had never encountered this youth. Yet the latter had called his name with such familiarity. This piqued the curiosity of Douluo even further. Who, pray tell, is this youth before him? The location of this valley is nestled within the sunset forest, shrouded in secrecy, known only to him. He often lingers here, yet, why has this person come to this secluded place? He even uttered his name. If all goes as anticipated, the ultimate destination of this youth is indeed this valley, rather than a mere happenstance arrival. Sincere Douluo, this simplifies matters. From this day forth, this valley shall belong to our Star Dou Auction House. I wonder if you have any objections? Subsequently, Lu Yun nodded lightly, addressing Douluo with a serious tone. There was no room for negotiation in his voice, as if the ice and fire duality were inherently theirs. Who are you, boy, to speak so audaciously? This land is mine. I care not for the esteemed reputation of your Star Dou Auction House. Leave this place at once, or I shall not hesitate to show you my displeasure, Douluo retorted. Unable to contain his fury upon hearing Lu Yun's brazen tone, the young man spoke with such insolence, and given that this valley was his territory, He had never heard of the Star Dou Auction House, which he presumed to be an obscure little faction. Thus, Douluo felt no trepidation in the presence of these two individuals. Today, he focused on suppressing the poison within him, choosing not to engage in conflict with them. In previous times, Douluo would have wasted no breath on them, unleashing his toxic miasma to reduce them to mere blood. Chapter 33. Forced to yield. Oh. Is that so? I hope you can maintain such bravado in the moments to come. Jiuyo let him experience the harsh realities of society. Upon hearing Douluo's reluctance to relinquish the ice and fire eyes, Luyun let out a cold huff. His gaze, devoid of warmth, fixated on Douluo, commanding Jiuyo to teach him a lesson, for he seemed unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Unlike the original narrative, Luyun did not mention Douluo's own poisoning in order to gain entry into the ice and fire eyes. To him, possessing sufficient power meant that not only could he seize the entire valley, but even slaying Douluo would bear no consequences. Thus, he journeyed to the ice and fire eyes, allowing Jiuyo to accompany him. How could a newly minted title Douluo, having just broken through, ever hope to be his rival? Upon hearing Lu Yun's audacious tone, Douluo prepared to retort, only to suddenly sense something amiss. How could this be? Since these two individuals were aware of his identity, they must surely recognize him as a formidable title Douluo. Yet, this young man dared to speak so disrespectfully. Did he not fear Douluo's wrath, which could lead to the immediate demise of both? A foreboding feeling arose within Douluo. Realizing that these two appeared unperturbed by his threats, one possibility loomed large: their strength far surpassed his own. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed as he felt Jiuyo's overwhelming aura of a limit Douluo bearing down upon him like the weight of the heavens. With a muffled grunt, Douluo, caught off guard by the immense pressure of the soul power, felt a tempest within him and hastily summoned his blue phosphor, serpent emperor martial spirit to resist this might. Yet, how could Jiuyo afford him the luxury of a response? In an instant, he was pinned to the ground, unable to move a muscle. Stop. No more. Following that, Jiuyo raised his fist, mercilessly striking Douluo, each blow landing with force, leaving him bruised and battered, begging for mercy. So, who does this valley belong to? Lu Yun inquired, observing the supplicant Douluo with a slight nod, slowly approaching him, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Of course, it belongs to you. The Star Dou Auction House. With a heavy heart, Douluo felt blood surge in his throat, hastily swallowing it down as he panically revealed that this valley belonged to the Star Dou Auction House. At that moment, Douluo was overwhelmed with frustration. His mind clouded further by the devilish visage of Lu Yun before him. He had not anticipated that these two individuals would be so cunning. With an extreme Douluo exploiting the vulnerabilities of a mere soul master who had just attained the rank of title Douluo. Was this not an egregious case of bullying the weak? Yet, Douluo found himself unable to voice his grievances. Should he do so, the consequences would be far graver than mere physical punishment. Thus, when Lu Yun inquired to whom this valley belonged, Douluo unhesitatingly surrendered it to the Star Dou Auction House. If he continued to lay claim to the Eye of Ice and Fire, he feared that his fate would be one of dismemberment. Despite his excruciating pain and deep-seated melancholy, Douluo was astounded by the sheer might of the Star Dou Auction House. Why had he never heard of such a powerful entity? A force possessing an extreme Douluo would certainly not be inconspicuous on the Douluo continent. Could it be that the Star Dou Auction House was a hidden power, unknown to the denizens of Douluo? In Douluo's mind, it became the most formidable force to avoid. As a solitary title Douluo, he knew he could not contend with such a colossal entity. Hence, thoughts of revenge did not arise. Instead, he pondered how to persuade this extreme Douluo to allow him to leave the Sunset Forest. Would it not have been better to have done so sooner, thereby sparing himself unnecessary suffering? Upon hearing Douluo declare the valley's allegiance to the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun merely nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, even the most obstinate Douluo would yield in the face of absolute power. This instilled in Lu Yun a profound desire to elevate his own strength, rendering him increasingly solemn. Chapter 34. The Poison Gas Pill. Do not hasten to depart just yet. At this moment, Lu Yun discerned the urgency in Douluo's demeanor, feeling an overwhelming desire to flee from this place. After this ordeal, it was likely that he would never return to the Eye of Ice and Fire again. Just moments ago, Lu Yun had inquired through his thoughts to the system on how to relocate the Eye of Ice and Fire to the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. The system indeed provided him with a series of methods, even suggesting that he could gather various treasures from the divine shop, such as storage rings from realms of cultivation. However, the cost of acquiring these treasures was beyond Lu Yun's current capabilities. He realized that he could not completely transport the Eye of Ice and Fire, and thus, it would have to remain in the Sunset Forest. Additionally, Jiao Yu and Xin Shuang were primarily tasked with ensuring his safety along with that of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. Consequently, there were no personnel available to guard the Eye of Ice and Fire. Before him stood the enigmatic Douluo, a living embodiment of humanity. Henceforth, Douluo would guard the Eye of Ice and Fire, while Lu Yun could occasionally bestow upon him treasures of great worth, sufficient to benefit him for a lifetime. According to my investigations, it seems you have not aligned yourself with any faction. Might I suggest you join the Star Dou Auction House? Subsequently, Lu Yun directly expressed his desire for Douluo to join the Star Dou Auction House. Though merely inquiring about Douluo's willingness, his tone brooked no dissent. In other words, should Douluo utter a refusal, he would likely face a severe beating. I have always cherished a life of freedom and will not be bound by any faction, Douluo swiftly replied, shaking his head vigorously as if it were a rattledrum, rejecting Lu Yun's proposal. Although he was unaware of the vast power of the Star Dou Auction House, he was resolute in his decision not to join any formidable faction. The more powerful the faction, the greater the constraints imposed. He had no desire to be shackled by such influences. Ah, you refuse? Upon hearing Douluo's rejection, Lu Yun stepped closer, narrowing his eyes and murmuring softly. Jiao Yu, standing nearby, understood Lu Yun's intent, clenching his fists, ready to unleash further punishment upon Douluo. Stop. I concede to joining the Star Dou Auction House. Is that satisfactory? Douluo, witnessing Jiao Yu's impending assault, instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, bracing for the forthcoming blow. He realized that his refusal to join the Star Dou Auction House had led to this precarious situation. Initially, he had resolved to remain defiant, but unbeknownst to him, Jiao Yu employed some means that rendered him incapable of resisting. Each strike inflicted excruciating pain, compelling him to submit to Jiao Yu's overwhelming presence and join the Star Dou Auction House reluctantly. Thus, from this day forth, you shall be a member of the Star Dou Auction House. Lu Yun, observing Douluo's compliance, nodded slightly, prompting Jiao Yu to release him. After all, attempting to escape beneath the gaze of a limit de law was akin to a fool's errand. Yet, Douluo remained oblivious to the extraordinary opportunities that awaited him as a member of the Star Dou Auction House. From this moment onward, the trajectory of Douluo's life had irrevocably altered. However, in his ignorance, Douluo wore a troubled expression, casting a sorrowful glance at Lu Yun and Jiao Yu, resembling a wronged spouse. Indeed, everything that Douluo has just done was under the coercion of force. It is inconceivable that he would willingly submit. Naturally, there lingers a hint of resentment within him, yet he dares not voice his objections, fearing a potential reprisal. Since this is your inaugural venture into the Star Dou Auction House, I cannot present myself empty-handed. Thus, I bestow upon you this toxic elixir. A moment later, Lu Yun recalled Douluo's own affliction and, stroking his chin, delved into the realm of the divine merchant. He promptly commanded the system to sift through and identify the most suitable elixir for Douluo. After expending 100 auction points, he procured a toxic pill from a lower-tier cultivation realm. Although this pill was of lesser quality, its potency remained formidable. Even the most rudimentary cultivation realm far surpasses Douluo Continent in terms of levels. Hence, this diminutive toxic pill suffices to alleviate the poison within Douluo, while simultaneously enhancing his own toxic energy to a certain degree. It may even propel his soul power to new heights. As for why Lu Yun did not acquire a superior toxic pill, the answer is singular. He is simply lacking in wealth. In the next instant, a common green pill materialized in Lu Yun's hand, devoid of any discernible aura. Subsequently, under Douluo's bewildered gaze, he unceremoniously tossed the pill into Douluo's mouth. The latter had no time to react as the toxic elixir seemingly dissolved upon contact, swiftly integrating into Douluo's entire being. "What have you just fed me?" Douluo exclaimed, feeling a substance invade his mouth, his expression turning to one of alarm. He instinctively wished to expel it, only to find himself utterly incapable of doing so. This entity has already fused within him, and with a face full of terror, Douluo exclaimed towards Lu Yun. Could it be that this young man before him intends to take his life? Your life is of little value. Sit cross-legged and strive to absorb this power. I assure you, in due time, you will express your gratitude. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun discreetly shook his head, refraining from mentioning the poisonous pill, while simultaneously encouraging Douluo to sit and begin absorbing the formidable effects of the drug. Douluo, relieved by Lu Yun's words, understood that he would not be harmed without reason. Thus, he settled in place, absorbing the terrifying drug's effects as they coursed through his entire being. The toxins that had once penetrated deep into his bones began to dissipate in the presence of this power, transforming into something beneficial that flowed throughout Douluo's body. Behind him, the phosphorescent serpent emperor martial spirit unconsciously manifested, exuding a terrifying aura. The poisonous gas around him intensified. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Douluo broke through, and a series of sounds akin to shattering glass echoed from his body. His soul power surged rapidly, transcending level 92 to reach the pinnacle of level 93. He was merely a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 94th level, the rank of title Douluo. Had any external soul masters witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have been astounded, for the cultivation of soul masters becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses, especially at the title Douluo level. Advancing by a single rank typically requires years of dedicated effort. Yet, who could have predicted that Douluo, with the mere consumption of an ordinary poison pill, would achieve a breakthrough of nearly 2 levels, a feat truly astonishing. This illustrates the terrifying nature of the poison elixirs from the realm of cultivation. Even a mere unremarkable poison elixir holds considerable value. Chapter 35, Celestial Herb. When the effects of this poison elixir had fully manifested, Douluo opened his eyes and swiftly realized that the toxins within his body had been entirely eradicated. Even his spiritual power level had ascended to the pinnacle of level 93. The astonishing gains left Douluo momentarily speechless, caught in a state of disbelief. Could it be that he was experiencing some form of illusion? After several meticulous examinations, he confirmed that his strength had indeed, unequivocally, surged to level 93. Just a step away from breaking into level 94. Douluo could hardly fathom the scene before him, yet the reality stood unassailable. After a brief pause, he rose to his feet, his gaze sparkling as he looked towards Lu Yun. He understood that the remarkable transformation he had undergone was likely due to the pill that Lu Yun had previously bestowed upon him. Little did he anticipate its extraordinary value. In Douluo's understanding, it seemed that no treasure had ever existed capable of elevating a title Douluo's soul power by 2 levels. This is rather terrifying, isn't it? Douluo is well aware that this treasure is elusive, yet he cannot fathom why Lu Yun would willingly bestow such an invaluable item upon him. Thank you. After a moment, Douluo's complex emotions transformed into words of gratitude. He willingly chose to join the Star Dou Auction House for receiving such a significant benefit. Departing without acknowledgement is not in his nature. The Star Dou Auction House, capable of presenting such a precious treasure, undoubtedly possesses formidable influence. Moreover, joining the Star Dou Auction House is hardly a matter of shame. Henceforth, you shall diligently contribute to its endeavors. Do not appear as though you have never witnessed the world. The poison pill bestowed upon you is merely the most rudimentary of offerings. Should your future actions meet my satisfaction, I can certainly provide you with even more exquisite treasures. Perhaps even facilitate your transcendence to the divine realm. Upon hearing Douluo's gratitude, Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction, deeming the gift of the poison pill worthwhile. Lu Yun's intention behind inviting Douluo to join the Star Dou Auction House, aside from guarding the eye of ice and fire, also pertains to character. Having read the original text, Lu Yun is well aware that Douluo is a man of grudges and loyalty. Once he has made a determination, few can sway him. With his membership in the Star Dou Auction House secured and having received this recent boon, Douluo will undoubtedly commit himself to the service of the Star Dou Auction House with diligence. This allows Lu Yun to confidently entrust the management of the ice and fire yin-yang at Douluo. Upon hearing Lu Yun's astonishing words, Douluo displayed an expression of disbelief. He could accept the first half of the statement, but the idea of him breaking through to the divine level was utterly inconceivable. After all, divine-level powerhouses had become legendary figures in the Douluo Continent. He considered his own talent to be rather unremarkable. Thus the notion of him achieving a divine breakthrough seemed utterly impossible. Once we depart, you shall continue to guard the ice and fire yin-yang as usual. And remember, no one is to step foot within, Lu Yun remarked, noticing Douluo's skepticism. He chose not to elaborate, for in time, Douluo would come to understand the mystery and might of the Star Dou Auction House. At that point, even if Lu Yun were to urge Douluo to leave, he would not. Lu Yun refrained from prolonging the discussion on the matter and soon guided Douluo to follow them into the ice and fire yin-yang. Along the way, he relayed the responsibilities that awaited them, primarily the safeguarding of the ice and fire yin-yang, ensuring that no nefarious individuals could intrude. After all, the ice and fire yin-yang was Lu Yun's veritable treasure trove, not to be easily exploited. Yes, master. Douluo nodded respectfully. beginning to recognize his own identity and the true nature of the youth before him, who was, in fact, the master of the Star Dou auction house. Thus, Lu Yun and his companions advanced with light steps into the ice and fire yin-yang. As Lu Yun gazed ahead at the ice and fire yin-yang, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Before him lay a modest circular pool, where the fiery red hot spring and the icy blue cold spring were clearly demarcated, each remaining distinct and untainted by the other. It resembled the duality of black and white, a harmonious coexistence where the two forces counteract one another. Lu Yun marveled for a long while, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, where exquisite celestial herbs revealed themselves to his eyes. The fragrant and enchanting Yuling herb, a formidable antidote, possesses the ability to neutralize all toxins within its aromatic reach, rendering any poison ineffective. It is regarded as the finest antidotal herb. Lu Yun's attention was drawn to the bank where the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang converged. There bloomed a large pale pink flower, its petals immense and crystalline, with a delicate lavender center. This was the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum, a neutral celestial herb that, when consumed, invigorates the limbs and enhances the flow of blood through the 8 meridians, ultimately allowing one to cultivate an indestructible body, albeit lacking any fragrance. The 8-petal celestial orchid is a gentle medicinal herb, requiring golden vessels for storage. As long as it is contained within jade implements, it will not wither for a millennium, nor will it fade for countless generations. Its rich orchid fragrance invigorates the spirit, refreshing the mind and uplifting the soul. Lu Yun traversed through a myriad of rare celestial herbs, and upon merely gazing at their forms, the names and descriptions would naturally materialize in his mind. Ultimately, his attention settled upon 2 celestial plants flourishing within the Eye of Ice and Fire, the octagonal ice crystal herb and the fiery apricot blossom. The octagonal ice crystal herb thrived at the center of the cold extreme spring, its exterior exhibiting an octagonal shape, while the center sparkled with crystalline floral buds, categorizing it as an extraordinarily rare cold poison celestial treasure. In stark contrast, the fiery apricot blossom grew at the heart of the blazing young spring, its entire form ablaze with a fiery red hue, representing the epitome of lethal fire poison. Before Lu Yun stood an array of supreme celestial herbs, and with the aid of his system, he could discern their myriad effects with clarity. Some of these herbs possessed medicinal properties that were not even chronicled in the original texts, leaving Lu Yun utterly astounded. As he continued his journey, he adeptly employed a unique method to harvest all the mature supreme celestial herbs, subsequently placing them into the confines of his system space. This system space, a manifestation of his activated system, contained a realm that expanded in size as his power grew. One remarkable feature of this space was its ability to halt time for the items within. Thus, the herbs he stored would remain unchanged, even if eons were to pass. In essence, once Lu Yun carefully harvested these celestial herbs and secured them within the system space, they would retain their pristine qualities, with no degradation in efficacy whatsoever. Now, let us absorb the 2 celestial herbs. Once he had comprehended the full extent of the herbs before him, Lu Yun's gaze fixated on the 2 celestial wonders, the octagonal ice crystal herb and the fiery apricot blossom. This was also one of Lu Yun's purposes for arriving at the Eye of Ice and Fire, to temper his physique through the 2 celestial herbs. Chapter 36, The Astonishment of Douluo. You are tasked with guarding the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire, while I proceed to absorb those 2 celestial herbs. At that moment, Lu Yun's gaze was fixated intently on the flame peach blossom and the octagonal ice grass. After all, these 2 varieties of celestial herbs were among the finest, capable of significantly enhancing one's physical form, although his physical strength was already sufficient to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. The more robust the body, the greater the power. His second objective in coming to the Eye of Ice and Fire was to absorb the octagonal ice grass and the flame peach blossom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Thus, Lu Yun approached the Eye of Ice and Fire, unleashing the power of the time-space divine tower, which instantly rippled with temporal force over a 10-mile radius. A dagger materialized in Lu Yun's hand, and soon the spatial power in his right hand began to manifest. In an instant, the dagger vanished from its original position, reappearing to sever the flame peach blossom directly. As this celestial herb descended upon the ground, the entire surface was enveloped in an unfathomable darkness. Subsequently, Lu Yun procured a new dagger and similarly harvested the octagonal mystic ice grass. The 2 celestial herbs harbor astonishing powers of ice and fire, which ordinary objects cannot possibly withstand. As the 2 daggers made contact with the octagonal mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot flower, they shattered with a resounding crack. The soul energy within Lu Yun surged, gradually lifting the two celestial herbs before him. He plucked a leaf from each and consumed them simultaneously. Shortly thereafter, plunging himself into the eye of ice and fire, striving with all his might to refine these two herbs. Lu Yun, whose body could endure the millennium soul rings, did not experience excessive pain upon entering the eye of ice and fire. However, it was still somewhat unbearable, after all. Even the formidable Douluo found it challenging to remain within the eye for an extended period. Not good. Douluo, having heard Lu Yun's command, who had initially stood still, soon witnessed Lu Yun leap into the eye of ice and fire without hesitation. The sight filled him with profound shock, and he hastened his steps, intent on rescuing Lu Yun. Even he dared not linger too long within the eye. Such an act was tantamount to courting death. "Do not worry, the master knows what he is doing," Jiu remarked, casting a casual glance at Douluo. "Whatever the master undertakes, he possesses absolute confidence. Moreover, I am constantly monitoring Lu Yun's movements. Should anything go awry, I will intervene without hesitation." Upon hearing Jiu's words, Douluo calmed his anxious thoughts. If Jiu believed Lu Yun was safe, then he must indeed be all right. Thus, Douluo remained still, patiently awaiting Lu Yun's absorption of the two celestial herbs. As time flowed slowly, Jiu and Douluo stood vigil beside Lu Yun. Upon his entry into the eye of ice and fire, Lu Yun began to absorb vast quantities of ice and fire energy to fortify himself. His physical strength surged rapidly as this immense power flowed into him. Lu Yun's two soul rings emerged involuntarily, their black hue deepening as they swiftly approached higher tiers. Simultaneously, Lu Yun's two chaotic-level martial souls absorbed the surrounding energies, gradually unlocking a fraction of their inherent might. Thus, an aura enveloped Lu Yun, exuding an overwhelming force and a chaotic distortion of time and space. Should a weaker soul master find themselves near Lu Yun, they would undoubtedly be obliterated by this temporal power, ceasing to exist. What is this power? Douluo gazed in astonishment at Lu Yun, witnessing the energy fluctuations surrounding him. He could sense the terrifying nature of the powers emanating from Lu Yun's vicinity. This revelation granted Douluo a profound understanding of Lu Yun. Not only did he possess an abundance of treasures, but he also harbored an enigmatic martial soul. Truly, as the sovereign of the Star Dou Auction House, his reputation was well-deserved. However, what piqued Douluo's curiosity was the true extent of the Star Dou Auction House's power. Are those truly two 10,000-year soul rings? As Douluo discerned the two 10,000-year soul rings encircling Lu Yun, he was unable to suppress his astonishment. His body instinctively recoiled, and he rubbed his eyes, yet the colors of the soul rings remained as he had previously observed. The first two soul rings of Lu Yun were, indeed, 10,000-year soul rings, leaving Douluo utterly astounded. Could it be that the first two soul rings of a human soul master could reach such a remarkable age? Typically, the initial two soul rings of a human soul master are merely a century old, yet their leader had astonishingly absorbed two soul rings of 10,000 years. This is truly terrifying. After the initial shock, Douluo found himself more curious about how Lu Yun achieved such a feat. A 10,000-year soul ring is simply unimaginable. Douluo, lost in thought, felt a genuine admiration for Lu Yun. With each incident that unfolded, his sense of belonging to the Star Dou Auction House grew stronger. It didn't seem like a bad idea at all. A thought crossed Douluo's mind. Perhaps joining the Star Dou Auction House could indeed be a most advantageous deal. Meanwhile, Jiu observed the unfolding scenes with an expression of indifference. To him, their leader's actions were hardly surprising. As nearly half a day passed, Lu Yun sensed a significant increase in his physical strength. After fully absorbing the effects of the octagonal ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom, he suddenly opened his eyes, leaped up, and swiftly departed from the eye of ice and fire, returning to solid ground. Indeed, this harvest could be deemed exceedingly fruitful. Lu Yun felt satisfied as he acknowledged his enhanced physical strength and vigor. His physical prowess had increased by nearly 1 to 2 times compared to before. The age of his first two soul rings had also reached approximately 40,000 years, illustrating the monumental nature of his gains. Generally speaking, even with the aid of the eye of ice and fire, the effects of the octagonal ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom would not elevate his soul ring's age by 20,000 years. After all, these two elite celestial herbs would not have allowed such a terrifying enhancement in his physical strength. His two chaotic martial souls had absorbed a formidable power from the depths of the lake, gradually unsealing a portion of mysterious energy, which led to his rapid physical growth and resulted in the current scenario. Lu Yun speculated that the energy absorbed by his two martial souls possibly originated from the 2 million-year soul bones located beneath the eye of ice and fire. which belonged to the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. The formation of the Eye of Ice and Fire stemmed from the bodies of the first-tier deities. The Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, after their demise under the Dragon God's command. Through countless years of evolution, it gradually transformed into the Eye of Ice and Fire, meaning that those two divine soul bones formed the very foundation of the eye. Chapter 37. The turmoil of the continent due to the absorption of considerable power from the divine bones by his two chaotic-level martial souls. The strength within the Eye of Ice and Fire was far from what it once was. Nevertheless, it could still produce many top-tier celestial herbs, though the maturation process would take longer. Master, Douluo and Jiu respectfully greeted Lu Yun upon his awakening, while Jiu remained unfazed at Lu Yun's revival. Douluo was profoundly shocked. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. The dramatic transformations unfolding before him left him utterly astounded. Through his keen perception, he discovered that the first two soul rings of Lu Yun had astonishingly reached an age of 40,000 years, whereas he had previously believed them to be just over 20,000. How could the age of the soul rings possibly increase? Although doubts clouded Douluo's mind, he refrained from inquiring Lu Yun directly. After a period of contemplation, he surmised that the enhancement of the soul ring's age was likely a secret held by the Star Dou Auction House. If this conjecture were indeed true, a sense of urgency began to swell within Douluo. Should he earnestly assist the Star Dou Auction House, it might imply that the age of his own soul rings could also be augmented in the future. This revelation filled Douluo with immense delight, as if a monumental pie had descended from the heavens upon him. From this moment forth, he fully embraced his identity as a member of the Star Auction Pavilion, resolutely dedicating himself to its service. In due course, not only would his soul power be enhanced, but the longevity of his soul rings would also extend, potentially granting him the fabled 10,000-year soul ring. A series of beautiful aspirations emerged within the heart of Douluo. Lu Yun observed the subtle shifts in Douluo's gaze and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The events of the day had profoundly shaken Douluo's worldview, and henceforth, he would likely devote himself wholeheartedly to assisting the Star Dou Auction House. Naturally, should he perform admirably, Lu Yun would not hesitate to generously bestow upon Douluo rewards that could benefit him for a lifetime. Let us depart. Our journey to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes has come to a conclusion, and it is time to return and organize the auction scheduled for a month from now. After reflecting on his gains, Lu Yun turned to Jiu and declared that it was time to leave the Sunset Forest. Initially, he had two objectives in visiting the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes. First, to gather various mature celestial herbs to serve as future auction items, and second, to utilize the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms to enhance his physical strength. The decision to recruit Douluo was a spur-of-the-moment inspiration, and ultimately, this journey had proven to be immensely fruitful. It was indeed time to take his leave. Douluo, you shall be responsible for safeguarding the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes. Of course, should you wish to venture to the Star Dou Auction House, you may do so, provided you ensure that no one else may trespass upon the grounds of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes. Lu Yun continued to impart some crucial instructions to Douluo, emphasizing the importance of protecting the sanctity of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes. He was acutely aware of Tang San's capabilities and possessed memories from his past life. Should Douluo abandon his post, it might indeed grant Tang San an opportunity to infiltrate the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes. Given Tang San's character, it would not be far-fetched to imagine that he would completely strip the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes bare. This was not the scene that Lu Yun wished to witness. Yes, my lord, I solemnly vow to defend the Eye of Ice and Fire with my life, Douluo assured with unwavering determination. To enhance his strength, he knew he must wholeheartedly guard the Eye of Ice and Fire henceforth. Indeed, Jiu, let us depart. With that, Lu Yun gently nodded and followed Jiu away from the Eye of Ice and Fire, soaring towards the direction of the Star Dou Forest. After Lu Yun's figure vanished, Douluo resumed his usual vigil at the eye. Meanwhile, the events unfolding within the Star Dou Auction House were rapidly spreading throughout the entire Douluo Continent. A new tempest was on the horizon. At the Hall of Spirits. Your Holiness, is it true? The Star Dou Auction House is genuinely auctioning a 100,000-year-old soul bone? At this moment, the elite of the Spirit Hall had gathered. All present were formidable title Douluos. Should outside forces witness this gathering, they would be utterly astounded. After all, they had not anticipated that the Spirit Hall harbored such an abundance of titled Douluo powerhouses, evoking sheer terror. The sole master who had voiced this incredulity was none other than an elder of the Spirit Hall, the Ling Yuan Douluo. The Holy Emperor speaks true. I, along with old Gue, was present and witnessed the Star Dou auction house auctioning a 100,000-year-old soul bone. It is worth mentioning that this precious soul bone was indeed acquired by your holiness. At this moment, the esteemed Zhu Douluo cast a glance at the Ling Yuan Douluo and spoke with an air of haughtiness about the extraordinary event that had transpired today. After all, it was he, Zhu Douluo, who had boldly announced the auction price for this remarkable 10,000-year soul bone. A wave of pride surged within him. He had never before encountered such a treasure. Even the mere sight of it filled him with immense joy. Alas, from whence does the Star Dou auction house hail? How could it possess such audacity to auction off a top-tier relic of the Douluo Continent, a 10,000-year soul bone? The sheer extravagance is astonishing. Another title, Douluo, upon hearing this undeniably certain news, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. A 10,000-year soul bone. They had never laid eyes on one before, and yet this mysterious force, the Star Dou auction house, had chosen to present it for auction. Truly remarkable. However, the few titled Douluos present felt a twinge of regret, wishing they had accompanied His Holiness the Pope to the Star Dou auction house to witness the spectacle of a 10,000-year soul bone being auctioned. In summary, the Star Dou auction house is undoubtedly extraordinary, although it has only put forth 3 items this time. Each one is a pinnacle treasure of the Douluo Continent. The foundation of the Star Dou auction house is assuredly profound. One might say that it was sheer luck that they managed to acquire this 10,000-year soul bone. The 10,000-year soul bone is the most coveted treasure of the Douluo Continent, not something that can be measured in gold soul coins. Bibi Dong, having overheard the elders below, solemnly murmured, feeling a sense of joy bubbling within her. Possessing a 10,000-year soul bone and absorbing its essence would undoubtedly enhance her strength significantly. However, she pondered, it is peculiar that the Star Dou auction house has chosen to auction a 10,000-year soul bone. If a force possesses such a treasure, they would surely wish to keep it for themselves. Why would the Star Dou auction house opt to exchange it for relatively worthless gold soul coins? At that moment, another elder of title Douluo rank expressed his bewilderment. The value of the 10,000-year soul bone is self-evident, whereas gold soul coins are merely material possessions. Why would the Star Dou auction house be willing to trade it? Chapter 38. The Light Feather Douluo and the Azure Phoenix Douluo. I am not entirely certain. Perhaps the Star Dou auction house has some ulterior motive. Nevertheless, acquiring this 10,000-year soul bone for 80 million gold soul coins is a rather advantageous transaction. Once my strength ascends to new heights, all challenges shall be effortlessly surmounted. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong found herself enveloped in confusion, perplexed by the intentions behind the actions of the Star Dou auction house. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, believing that once her strength was enhanced, all mysteries would unravel in due course. Yet, had Bibi Dong been the master of the Star Dou auction house, she would undoubtedly not have exchanged a 10,000-year soul bone for golden soul coins. For now, her primary objective remained the amplification of her power, while the answers to her questions would reveal themselves in time. If Lu Yun were to overhear the discussions among the attendees, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of helplessness. After all, he had no desire to trade golden soul coins for a 10,000-year soul bone. Nevertheless, for the future benefits of the Star Dou auction house, one must sometimes make sacrifices. One cannot reap rewards without taking risks. Utilizing a 10,000-year soul bone to unlock the subsequent market of the Star Dou auction house is indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Furthermore, this particular soul bone could be considered a fortunate acquisition on his part, having allowed him to amass a considerable number of auction points. In summary, Lu Yun did not emerge from this transaction at a significant loss. In the future, he would not auction off the 10,000-year soul bone for a meager sum. He intended to extract maximum value from it, targeting the soul masters of the Douluo Continent with unwavering determination. In the eyes of all soul masters, a 10,000-year soul bone is an unimaginable treasure, with few factions capable of resisting its allure. This is the strength of Lu Yun's position. Your Holiness, might we be able to attend the auction at the Star Dou auction house a month from now? At that moment, numerous titled Douluo masters fell into a contemplative silence, their minds swirling with questions. Yet, lacking answers, they suppressed their thoughts within. Soon, several of them grew eager, expressing their desire to venture to the Star Dou auction house in a month. Should they encounter treasures suitable for themselves, they would not hesitate to bid, especially given the substantial amount of golden soul coins they had accumulated over the years. Indeed, but you must remember to conceal your identities. It is imperative that no external forces discover your affiliation with the Spirit Hall. For now, we must keep our strength hidden. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong reflected for a moment and consented to allow more titled Douluo masters to attend the auction at the Star Dou Auction House. The treasures presented by the Star Dou Auction House were countless, and there might indeed be items fitting for many of the elders. However, Bibi Dong took care to remind those present to ensure their identities remained concealed. The true strength of the Spirit Hall would not be disclosed to the outside world in the near future, as doing so could severely hinder the hall's future plans. Yes, Your Holiness. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's agreement, the titled Douluo masters were all smiles, their hearts brimming with anticipation. In the coming month, they would undoubtedly strive to gather golden soul coins, hoping to acquire a valuable treasure at the auction that would serve their needs. At last, Bibi Dong continued to convey certain matters before allowing Ju Douluo and the others to depart. She intended to commence the absorption of the 10,000-year soul bone. Eager to discover the kind of soul bone abilities it would bestow upon her, in the depths of the Spirit Hall, within the Offering Hall, a resplendent grand palace emanated powerful auras of tidal Douluo, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Within this magnificent hall stood 7 soul masters, each radiating an oppressive presence, all of whom were titled Douluo of level 95 or higher. These 7 individuals represent the true essence of the Spirit Hall and embody its most formidable power. What are your thoughts on this matter? At the forefront stands a middle-aged man, his golden hair cascading in the wind, radiating an intense celestial aura. This man is one of the 3 ultimate Douluos of the Douluo Continent, renowned as the invincible master of the skies, Douluo. He is the true ruler of the Spirit Hall. Although Douluo has been in seclusion for his cultivation, he has still managed to uncover through his informants that Bibi Dong has acquired a soul bone of 100,000 years. Initially, Douluo regarded this matter with indifference, believing it to be inconsequential. However, it prompted him to contemplate more profound issues. The ability of a faction to present a 100,000-year soul bone for auction undoubtedly signifies a complex underlying situation. On the other hand, with Bibi Dong's acquisition of such a soul bone, her strength is bound to increase significantly, potentially elevating her prestige within the Spirit Hall. Should Bibi Dong truly come to dominate the Spirit Hall, it would spell disaster. Great offering. I believe it would be prudent for us to visit the Star Dou Auction House next month to witness their true capabilities. A 100,000-year soul bone is exceedingly rare. We do not possess such a treasure ourselves. If that woman, Bibi Dong, absorbs a 100,000-year soul bone, her power will undoubtedly surpass ours. We cannot afford to remain idle. If the Star Dou Auction House possesses such profound depth, we might be able to derive some benefit from it. At this moment, the atmosphere within the entire palace descended into silence, and soon another middle-aged man spoke up. The man's physique was a striking display of muscle, radiating an overwhelming aura of a peak Douluo. This individual was none other than the second offering of the Hall of Offerings, the golden crocodile Douluo. He stood as a formidable presence, boasting a rank of 98. With his martial soul being the illustrious beast martial soul, the golden crocodile king, it can be asserted that within the Hall of Offerings, the golden crocodile's prowess is surpassed only by that of Douluo. The second offering's words indeed held substantial merit. Perhaps it is time for us to venture to the Star Dou Auction House. We, a band of old-timers, have remained here for many years. It is high time we experience the wonders of the outside world. At that moment, another offering expressed strong agreement with the golden crocodile's sentiments. The enigmatic Star Dou Auction House poses a potential threat to the dominance of the Spirit Hall over the continent. It is imperative to investigate this looming danger thoroughly. However, the primary objective remains to behold the exquisite auction items that the Star Dou Auction House will unveil a month hence. Perhaps they could procure some treasures to enhance their own strength. They are acutely aware of Bibi Dong's formidable ambitions. It is likely that she will soon extend her malevolent grasp towards them. Thus, it is of utmost urgency that Bibi Dong does not succeed in her endeavors. In light of this, they shall proceed as instructed. Guangling and Qing Wan, this mission is entrusted to the 2 of you. Remember to uncover the true essence and strength of the Star Dou Auction House. Your foremost task is to keep a vigilant watch on Bibi Dong, to prevent any clandestine dealings between her and the auction house. Douluo subsequently commanded Douluo Guangling and Douluo Qing Wan to journey to the Star Dou Auction House in a month. Chapter 39. The Haotian sect mobilizes. Douluo Guangling is the 5th elder of the hall, possessing a soul power level of 96. Douluo Qing Wan, on the other hand, is the 3rd elder, with a soul power level of 97. Their prowess ranks among the elite within the hall. Thus Douluo feels a sense of assurance in dispatching them to the Star Dou Auction House. By your command, Great Elder. Douluo Guangling and Douluo Qingwan replied respectfully, nodding in acknowledgement. They silently vowed to diligently investigate the foundation and combat capabilities of the Star Dou Auction House. With their combined strength, even in the face of adversaries, they would be able to escape unscathed. As for the other elders, although they too wished to visit the Star Dou Auction House, they were compelled to remain within the hall due to Qian Daoliu's orders. The safety of the Spirit Hall still required their vigilant guardianship. This time, let the Radiant Feather Douluo and the Azure Luan Douluo journey together to the Haotian sect. Amidst the rugged cliffs, figures swiftly darted between the crevices, racing towards the summit. Upon their arrival at the destination, they beheld a colossal edifice, seemingly forged from iron and stone, exuding an overwhelming aura. This residence was once the foremost sect of the Douluo Continent, the Haotian sect. However, due to the oppression from the Spirit Hall, it was compelled to close its doors and retreat into seclusion. In recent days, the disciples of the Haotian sect, who have been away, have inevitably heard the rumors surrounding the Star Dou Auction House. They hurriedly made their way back to the sect, intending to report this momentous news to their leader, in order to prepare for the impending situation on the Douluo Continent. An unsettling premonition lingers among the inhabitants of the continent, suggesting that the arrival of the Star Dou Auction House could indeed disrupt the current tranquility. The various factions have already become enmeshed in a web of intrigue. A minor misstep could ignite a war that would engulf the entire Douluo Continent. Upon their return to the Haotian sect, the few disciples promptly found themselves before their leader, Tang Xiao, along with several elders. They conveyed the information they had gathered from the outside world, leaving no detail unspoken. "Are you certain this information is accurate?" Tang Xiao inquired, his demeanor shifting as he absorbed the news about the Star Dou Auction House, especially the mention of the legendary 100,000-year soul bone. He could no longer maintain his composure. Rising abruptly, his gaze sternly fixed on the disciples before him. "Esteemed leader, what we have reported is indeed true. The events occurring at the Star Dou Auction House have spread throughout the entirety of the Douluo Continent. I believe that within a few days, nearly everyone will be aware of this matter," the disciple reiterated solemnly, emphasizing the veracity of his claims. After all, such an earth-shattering event warranted caution before bringing it to the leader's attention. This poses quite a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xiao managed to calm his racing thoughts, taking a seat while furrowing his brow, clearly troubled by the situation. "Elders, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Tang Xiao, unable to reach a decisive conclusion, turned his gaze toward the elders beside him, hoping they would offer valuable counsel. Despite the Haotian sect's current seclusion from the conflicts on the Douluo Continent, the emergence of the Star Dou Auction House would undoubtedly disrupt all their prior plans. As for the truth of the matter, a visit to the Star Dou Auction House in a month's time would provide clarity. At this moment, the fiery-tempered 7th Elder boldly expressed his desire to venture to the Star Dou Auction House. However, this approach seemed impractical, as it was well known that our Haotian sect had declared its gates closed. An unprovoked return to the Douluo Continent would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among other factions. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall was perpetually monitoring our every move. We could not afford to act recklessly and make a grand entrance at the Star Dou Auction House. The 2nd Elder promptly countered the 7th Elder's suggestion, warning that if they rashly departed from the Haotian sect, the Spirit Hall might seize the opportunity to strike again, and the disciples of Haotian sect would face unprecedented repercussions. What is there to fear from the Spirit Hall? At worst, we would engage in a battle to the bitter end. At this moment, upon hearing the affairs of the Spirit Hall, the 7th Elder's eyes blazed with fury as he violently struck the table. His tone was imbued with profound hatred towards the Spirit Hall, yearning for a fierce confrontation to determine life or death. "Elder 7, please, calm yourself," the 2nd Elder interjected, perceiving the 7th Elder on the brink of rage, and promptly offered a dismissive snort to restore his composure. "This matter warrants careful consideration. The Spirit Hall is currently at the zenith of its power, while our Haotian sect, after years of cultivation, finds itself diminished in strength compared to its former glory. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly lead to an unprecedented calamity for our sect. What course of action should we pursue?" After a moment of reflection, Elder 7 endeavored to quell his seething anger and inquired with a tone of discontent. "We must make our way to the Star Dou Auction House, but it must be done discreetly. In light of this, Elder 2, I entrust this mission to you. Select 2 disciples from our sect to accompany you to the Star Dou Auction House. It is imperative that you conceal your identities and refrain from manifesting the Haotian hammer spirit, for even with the Spirit Hall's vast resources, they would be unable to ascertain that we have violated our original oath. After a lengthy deliberation, Tang Xiao devised a plan. Since the Haotian sect cannot leave this place openly, they would covertly venture to the Star Dou Auction House. After all, Elder 2 is a formidable title de law. And as long as the Haotian hammer remains concealed, there is a significant likelihood that they will go undetected by the Spirit Hall. Since you have made your decision, I shall embark on this journey to the Star Dou Auction House, replied Elder 2, his brow furrowed as he accepted the task. The enigma surrounding the Star Dou Auction House leaves the Haotian sect in uncertainty, to establish a foothold in the impending turmoil. A visit to the Star Dou Auction House is essential. What power resides within the Star Dou Auction House that can stir the winds of the continent? Thus, it is settled. Upon encountering the seventh elder, Tang Xiao initially intended to continue the conversation but was promptly interrupted. It was evident that the seventh elder sought to depart from the Haotian sect. Should he lead the team, it would inevitably provoke conflict with the Spirit Hall, as adversaries tend to harbor intense animosity upon meeting. Thus, it was prudent for the exceptionally composed second elder to guide the sect's disciples to the Star Dou Auction House. In this manner, the winds of change began to stir across the continent, as various factions fell into a state of calm. Those who had participated in the first auction promptly commenced the accumulation of vast amounts of gold soul coins, preparing for the upcoming auction a month hence. The 3 items previously auctioned had left them in astonishment, and during the next auction, these factions would not permit any other treasures to slip through their fingers. Chapter 40. Soul Crystals. Time flowed gently, and a month had passed. Today marked the occasion of another auction at the Star Dou Auction House. On this day, the paramount forces of the Douluo Continent reached an unspoken agreement. They hastened towards the Star Dou Great Forest, accompanied by their members and an abundance of gold soul coins. Witnessing this unprecedented scene, the soul masters across the Douluo Continent expressed a mix of astonishment and eventual understanding, realizing that today was the day of the Star Dou Auction House's event. After all, the treasures offered by the auction house were unparalleled in their esteemed quality. Regrettably, most soul masters lacked the financial capability to partake in the auction. Otherwise, many would have endeavored to attend. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Li Yun sat in a chair, flanked by Jiu Yu and Xian Shuang, with his chin resting on his hand. Lu Yun was filled with anticipation, pondering what remarkable items he might acquire in this auction. Xian Shuang, he remarked, the number of title Douluos among the arriving factions today is considerable. Therefore, you shall preside over this auction. Of course, as per the standards set in the previous auction. Any troublemakers should be dealt with accordingly. At this moment, Li Yun turned to Xian Shuang and instructed her to adopt a stern approach, ensuring that the chaotic scenes caused by the previous male intruder would not recur. Lu Yun had tasked Jiu Yu with surveilling the movements across the entire Douluo continent and had gained insight into the first auction that took place a month ago. Almost every soul master on the continent had become aware of the existence of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. Therefore, it was certain that various factions from Douluo Continent, accompanied by numerous titled Douluo powerhouses, would flock to the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. To maintain order within the pavilion, Xian Shuang need not hold back and could act decisively. Of course, during critical moments, Lu Yun would also permit Jiu Yu to intervene. However, Lu Yun did not believe that the few limit Douluo from Douluo Continent would appear here. It seemed rather unrealistic for them to choose to participate in this auction. Moreover, the news of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion had not disseminated rapidly enough for Sea God Island to be aware of its existence. As for the other limit Douluo, Tangshan, he was currently possessed by a 100,000-year soul beast and was entirely oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. As for the angel Douluo, Qian Daolu, it was unlikely he would take the time to visit the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. Nevertheless, Lu Yun anticipated that a significant number of powerful individuals would attend this auction. As for which factions would arrive, he would only know once they entered the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. Rest assured, Pavilion Master, this auction will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Xian Shuang assured with a gentle nod, her eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Anyone daring to disrupt the Star Dou Auction Pavilion would not be spared. That is reassuring. Given the time, the major factions should be arriving soon. It is time for us to prepare. Lu Yun slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, and then he spoke with a tone of anticipation. This time, he had utilized the leftover auction points from the previous event, along with the treasures he had collected from the Eye of Ice and Fire, amassing a total of 5 auction items. It could be said that Lu Yun currently had no auction points left in his possession. He was determined to maximize the potential of these auction items, seizing the opportunity to gather a substantial amount of auction points. However, lost in thought, Lu Yun found himself enveloped in confusion. After all, the currency of Douluo Continent, the gold soul coins, was limited, and with each subsequent auction, the items up for bid became increasingly precious. If several large-scale auctions were held, the gold soul coins of Douluo Continent would be entirely depleted. Moreover, he had surrendered all the gold soul coins he had earned to the system, converting them into auction points. This meant that the gold soul coins of Douluo Continent, once in his possession, had virtually no chance of being recirculated. Perhaps before long, the gold soul coins would be exhausted, leading to the complete collapse of the currency system in Douluo Continent. Lu Yun found himself unable to grasp a solution to this dilemma. As Xin Shuang and Jiu Yu left the room to prepare for the upcoming auction, Lu Yun sat cross-legged, his thoughts delving deep into his mind. System, he pondered, given the current circumstances, if the auctions continue, the gold soul coins of Douluo Continent will eventually be depleted. Do you have any suggestions to resolve this issue? At that moment, Lu Yun voiced his inner confusion to the system residing in his mind. With its vast capabilities, the system should be able to provide some effective solutions. After a moment of contemplation, the system responded, according to the concerns raised by the host, it is indeed true that the gold soul coins of Douluo Continent are finite. If you continue to auction in this manner, they will eventually run out. However, I recommend that the host create an alternative currency trading system, similar to the gold soul coins. A moment later, the cold voice of the system echoed in Lu Yun's mind, indirectly offering him a solution to the problem. That seems unrealistic, Lu Yun mused. After all, the trading of gold soul coins has been established in Douluo Continent for countless years. Abruptly changing the currency trading system here would be exceedingly difficult and cannot be accomplished in a short time. Upon hearing the system's suggestion, Lu Yun's eyes brightened, sensing the viability of the idea. Yet, the deeper he contemplated, the more he felt the daunting challenge of its realization. The common folk of Douluo Continent had nearly accepted gold soul coins as the standard mode of trade. Transitioning to a different trading system appeared fraught with complications, making widespread acceptance seem unlikely. Wait, I have the perfect tools at my disposal. At that moment, an illuminating thought flashed through Lu Yun's mind, as he suddenly conceived a method for disseminating a novel currency trading system. In the present era of the Douluo Continent, the Spirit Hall holds dominion, although various formidable factions exist within its realm. On the surface, the Spirit Hall still governs the vast majority of the common populace in the Douluo Continent. If the Spirit Hall were to take the initiative and announce a new trading system, it would not be long before the currency of the Douluo Continent undergoes a transformation. The more Lu Yun pondered, the more promising the idea appeared. Thus, it would be prudent to discover a means of trade that could be perpetually sustained. There is no need for concern. Trading currencies like the golden soul coin can be swiftly depleted. System, do you possess an alternative trading currency that would be ideally suited for the Douluo Continent? Lu Yun inquired of the system, perplexed by the challenge of conceiving a new form of currency. It stands to reason that the divine store should have one. Thus, let us allow the system to assist in filtering through options. Ding. Indeed, given that the host resides in the realm of Douluo Continent, which primarily revolves around soul power and martial souls, this system recommends utilizing soul crystals in lieu of golden soul coins. The system's cold voice resonated within Lu Yun's mind. Chapter 41. Forces arrive in succession. Soul crystals? What are those? Hearing this, Lu Yun continued to question in confusion, as the term soul crystals was utterly unfamiliar to him. Soul crystals are also a resource that can be cultivated, entirely composed of pure soul power, akin to spiritual stones found in realms of cultivation, serving an identical purpose. Not only can soul crystals function as a medium of trade, but they can also be employed as resources for cultivation. At this moment, a cold, mechanical voice reverberated in Lu Yun's mind, elucidating the specific function of the soul crystal. Indeed, he had overlooked the fact that it could be likened to the spiritual stones of the cultivation realms. This revelation had the potential to revolutionize the archaic trading methods of the Douluo Continent. Perhaps the emergence of soul crystals could give rise to numerous powerful soul masters. Upon hearing the precise function of the soul crystal, Lu Yun sprang to his feet, an undeniable expression of astonishment illuminating his face. However, how could one condense a soul crystal? In the context of Douluo Continent, it seemed that such a thing did not exist. Lu Yun found himself ensnared in confusion once more, as he lacked knowledge regarding the method of condensing soul crystals. Such entities were entirely absent in Douluo Continent. Yet, within the divine shop, there existed a method for the condensation of soul crystals. The system's frigid voice continued to resonate. In the next moment, A virtual panel materialized before Lu Yun, detailing the method of condensing soul crystals along with its price. Method of condensing soul crystals. Utilize 1S pure soul power. Aided by the strength of 1S martial soul. Price. 10,000 auction points. What on earth? System, why is the method for condensing soul crystals so exorbitantly priced? Lu Yun's face lit up with joy upon discovering the sale of the condensation method in the divine shop. However, his expression turned to one of shock when he beheld the specific price. Surely, he could not have misread. The price was indeed 10,000 auction points. The price of this artifact can be considered among the pinnacle treasures within the Douluo realm, equivalent to a staggering 100 million gold soul coins. The host should not limit their perspective. The method of condensing soul crystals has the potential to transform the current epoch of Douluo Continent, ushering in a new era of cultivation at a higher level. Of course, should the host disseminate the method of soul crystal condensation throughout the Douluo Continent, they may indeed encounter unforeseen rewards. The system's cold voice continued to address Lu Yun, leaving him with an air of mysterious curiosity. Unforeseen rewards? Lu Yun seized upon the most significant phrase, unforeseen rewards? Could it be that once the soul crystals become widespread across the Douluo Continent, he would acquire something of value? The system's remarks piqued his interest. What is the exchange ratio between soul crystals and auction points? Lu Yun pondered a critical point. If the exchange ratio were the same as that of gold soul coins, he would incur a considerable loss. Thus, he felt it prudent to inquire in advance. The exchange ratio of soul crystals to auction points is 1:1, the system clarified. Oh, I see. It appears that once this auction concludes, it will be time to disseminate the method of soul crystal condensation throughout the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing the exchange ratio of 1:1, a glimmer of light flickered in Lu Yun's dark pupils. He had not anticipated such benevolence from the system, reducing the ratio to 1:1. This implies that he would subsequently amass more auction points. However, Lu Yun sensed a hint of unease. Given the system's nature, it would not allow him to gain an advantage easily. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the process of condensing soul crystals would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Overall, there seemed to be no substantial change. Nevertheless, Lu Yun intended to procure the method of soul crystal condensation after the auction. After all, soul crystals would become the primary currency for transactions in the future Douluo Continent. Once successfully disseminated, he could freely accumulate auction points without the fear of destabilizing the currency trading system of the Douluo Continent, which could lead to turmoil. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yun set aside this matter and quietly sat in his room, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Time passed slowly. Each faction arrived successively at the Star Dou Auction House, locating their designated seats and preparing for the impending auction. As for the other soul masters, upon entering the Star Dou Auction House and encountering the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape at the entrance, they were all taken aback, instinctively releasing their martial souls in preparation for battle. However, after explanations from others, they gradually understood that this was merely a demonstration of the Star Dou Auction House's prowess. Those uninformed soul masters were left shaken, marveling at the formidable strength of the Star Dou Auction House, which instilled a sense of fear within them. Qingwan, who do you suppose defeated these 200,000-year soul beasts? The fact that two such formidable soul beasts willingly submit to the Star Dou Auction House is indeed intriguing. Not far away, a man clad in white, with flowing ice-blue hair, possessed a strikingly enchanting visage. However, the towering bow and arrow he bore emanated an aura of extreme chill, marking him as the fifth guardian of the Qiandao sect, the radiant feathered Douluo. Beside him stood a youthful figure, the third guardian, the Azure Yuan Douluo. I remained perplexed. It seemed implausible that two soul beasts, each over 100,000 years old, would willingly submit, a feat even the most esteemed guardians would find challenging. Clearly, the Star Dou Auction House was no ordinary establishment. Upon hearing this, the Azure Yuan Douluo's expression turned grave as he murmured softly. It is well known that the Soul Beast clan is proud, even in death. They refuse to bow to human soul masters. Furthermore, beings like the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, rulers of the Star Dou Forest, would never yield to human masters. Thus, the situation left the Azure Yuan Douluo profoundly astonished. Initially, he had intended to unleash his martial soul and engage in battle upon witnessing this spectacle. However, after receiving a detailed explanation, he relaxed. Though a lingering confusion remained, how had the Star Dou Auction House achieved such an extraordinary feat? Regardless, let us enter and discern what we can uncover at this auction. If necessary, we can approach the proprietor of the Star Dou Auction House for inquiries. the radiant feather Douluo declared boldly, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of the auction house. It appeared he felt no trepidation regarding the establishment's existence. Radiant, do not be careless. I sense within the Star Dou auction house two presences capable of posing a significant threat to me. Exercise caution, the azure wand Douluo cautioned. Observing the radiant feather Douluo's nonchalance towards the auction house. With a heavy sigh, he felt compelled to remind his companion to temper his aura while within the Star Dou auction house. The azure wand Douluo distinctly sensed a presence within the auction house that rivaled that of a highly esteemed guardian. This indicated that a powerful limit Douluo was stationed there. P.S. Esteemed readers, I invite your suggestions on whether it would be more fitting to use soul crystals in place of the original gold soul coins for transactions. If this proposal is deemed unsuitable, I shall make adjustments in due course. Chapter 42. The first auction item. Upon perceiving the two formidable presences within the Star Dou auction house, the azure wand Douluo dared not make any abrupt movements. The two of them had no chance of escaping from the grasp of a limit Douluo, let alone contend with another formidable figure of the title Douluo level, whose strength surpassed his own to a considerable extent. This revelation rendered the glorious phoenix Douluo cautious. Indeed, it appears that vigilance is now imperative. Initially indifferent, the glorious phoenix Douluo furrowed his brows upon hearing such words. He had not anticipated that the Star Dou auction house was home to two immensely powerful title Douluo, one of whom was an ultimate Douluo. The glorious phoenix Douluo found it hard to believe, for in his eyes, ultimate Douluos were exceedingly rare. The only ultimate Douluos he was aware of were their esteemed high priest and Tang Chun. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the existence of the sea god Douluo, Poseidon. Nevertheless, a profound unease settled within him. Should an ultimate Douluo choose to intervene, even with their utmost effort, they would be unable to withstand such power. It was imperative that they conceal their presence at the Star Dou auction house, for should they inadvertently provoke that formidable beings, their lives might not allow them the chance to return to the spirit hall. Let us proceed. I am eager to discover the true nature of the Star Dou auction house, he remarked, turning to the side to address the Qingwan Douluo. With that, the two glided gracefully toward the direction of the auction house. As half an hour elapsed, nearly all factions had gathered at the Star Dou auction house, signaling the official commencement of the auction. As Xian Shuang ascended the auction platform, the other factions exhibited a spectrum of expressions, some filled with delight, others brimming with anticipation, and some harboring doubts about Xian Shuang's strength. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all participants of the auction hosted by the Star Dou auction house. From this moment forth, we shall officially commence this auction, Xian Shuang declared, surveying the assembly below. With a grand flourish, she summoned an ice-blue soul bone that materialized upon the table, exuding the aura characteristic of a millennium-old soul bone. This piece of 10,000-year-old soul bone was similarly harvested from the celestial blue bull python and the titan great ape. For now, let this exquisite fragment serve as an enticing appetizer. This soul bone is no ordinary one. It is a rare ice attribute soul bone that is 50,000 years old. In the Douluo Continent, such soul bones are exceedingly scarce, for every piece of 10,000-year soul bone is undeniably precious. Furthermore, 10,000-year soul bones can only be obtained with a certain probability from 10,000-year soul beasts. For the soul masters of the Douluo Continent, this 50,000-year soul bone, while not comparable to a 100,000-year soul bone, is still a remarkable treasure. I am astounded that the Star Dou auction house has commenced with the auction of a soul bone over 50,000 years old. Their wealth is truly impressive. I am eagerly anticipating the subsequent auction items, curious to discover what extraordinary treasures they will unveil, as based on the previous auction. The items grow increasingly valuable as the auction progresses. From the moment the 50,000-year soul bone emerged, nearly everyone present found it impossible to maintain their composure. Although they had heard of the previous auction at the Star Dou auction house, where a 100,000-year soul bone was presented, they understood that such rarities were exceedingly scarce. Merely possessing one was a testament to immense power. Nevertheless, this 50,000-year soul bone was also extraordinarily precious. Among all the spirit masters present, how many could claim to own a soul bone? It was likely that even a 1,000-year soul bone eluded many of them. This particular soul bone, imbued with ice attributes, showcased the profound heritage of the Star Dou auction house. In a private box, the ice feather Douluo's breath quickened upon seeing the 50,000-year soul bone. The bough behind him emitted a low hum, as if drawn by the allure of the ice attribute. As the ice feather Douluo's martial spirit was also of the ice element, acquiring this soul bone would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly. However, He lamented the fact that such a coveted treasure would inevitably incite fierce competition among the various factions. Thus, he lacked absolute confidence in securing the soul bone. I sense two presences stronger than mine within the Star Dou auction house, and she is one of them, the ice feather Douluo remarked. The Qingyuan Douluo's eyes widened slightly upon gazing at the 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone. Soon, his attention shifted towards Shen Shuang, and he gravely inquired of the ice feather Douluo, "Is it she you speak of?" At these words, the ice feather Douluo reigned in his excitement, directing an inquisitive gaze towards Shen Shuang. As he sensed the formidable ice power coursing through her, a tremor of realization coursed through him. Indeed, her ice attribute strength was astonishingly potent, emanating an unimaginable threat. It became evident that this woman possessed greater strength than both of them, weighing heavily on the ice feather Douluo's heart. Nevertheless, it appeared they had gleaned some useful information. After the auction concluded, they would return and relay everything that transpired to the grand offering. As for how to address the ensuing matters, that was beyond their concern. "Do you have a particular interest in this soul bone?" the Qingyuan Douluo inquired, casting a glance at the soul bone before turning to the ice feather Douluo. He had not overlooked the glimmer of desire that had flashed across the ice feather Douluo's eyes moments ago. This 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone is indeed exceedingly rare. If the radiant feather Douluo absorbs it, his strength will undoubtedly experience a remarkable enhancement. Therefore, he is unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Indeed, I am determined to secure this 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone. The radiant feather Douluo nodded emphatically, his tone brimming with an unwavering resolve to possess this soul bone. "Very well. If your gold soul coins are insufficient, I can supplement the amount," the Qingyuan Douluo replied with a gentle nod, concurring with the radiant feather Douluo's intent to acquire this soul bone. Without further ado, this soul bone, being 50,000 years old, originates from an ice attribute soul beast, the ice jade one bird. This type of soul beast ranks among the pinnacle of ice attribute creatures, thus the value of this soul bone is self-evident. Consequently, the opening bid for this 50,000-year ice attribute soul bone is set at 50 million gold soul coins. A moment later, Shen Shuang introduced this ice attribute soul bone and announced the starting price. Undoubtedly, this auction's price is significantly higher than that of the previous auction. After all, during the last auction, Lu Yun had not adequately considered the circumstances, and other factions were merely testing the waters, arriving without sufficient gold soul coins to participate meaningfully. However, today, the major factions are undoubtedly well prepared with ample gold soul coins. Thus, Lu Yun seizes the opportunity to gather all their gold soul coins. For those factions participating in the auction for the first time, upon hearing this price, they were left in utter astonishment. They had not anticipated that the opening bid for this 50,000-year soul bone would match that of the previous 100,000-year soul bone. Chapter 43, The Mysterious Golden Sphere. Others speculated that the final transaction price for this 50,000-year soul bone would undoubtedly exceed that of the previous 100,000-year soul bone. Rarity enhances value. Even so, they were unwilling to relinquish this 50,000-year soul bone. 50 million gold soul coins. The box occupied by the radiant feather Douluo immediately called out this price, eager to contest for the 50,000-year soul bone. 55 million gold soul coins. A voice from another box emerged, seeking to claim the soul bone. 70 million gold soul coins. 75 million gold soul coins. Thus, as time elapsed, the major factions began to fiercely compete for this 50,000-year soul bone. At this juncture, most factions, upon hearing these escalating bids, fell silent and chose to withdraw from this contest for the soul bone. The only boxes still placing bids were that of the radiant feather Douluo and another enigmatic box. Within this enigmatic chamber, several women are seated, each adorned in ethereal ice blue gowns. An aura of frost envelopes the room, rendering it almost impossible to overlook. Director, the price of this soul bone has surged to 90 million gold soul coins, far exceeding our budget. Should we proceed? At that moment, one of the women posed a question to the middle-aged lady seated at the forefront, her tone tinged with a sense of regret. They had originally come to the starry auction house to partake in the auction, bringing with them a considerable sum of gold soul coins, intent on acquiring a treasured artifact. However, to their astonishment, the first item up for bid was a soul bone imbued with the essence of ice, aged 50,000 years. A prize they found exceedingly difficult to relinquish. They yearned to compete fiercely for this ancient soul bone, yet unbeknownst to them, another private box was closely shadowing their bids, seemingly unwilling to concede this coveted relic to them. Alas, let the soul bone be surrendered to them. Through my perception, It was evident that within that box resided a formidable being of title Douluo rank. Even if fate smiled upon us and we managed to secure this soul bone, it was unlikely we would survive the journey back to the Heaven-Water Academy with it in our possession. At this moment, the middle-aged woman let out a slow sigh, contemplating her decision to relinquish the pursuit of the 50,000-year soul bone. Indeed, these individuals are students from Tianshui Academy, along with the dean. Naturally, they are aware of the happenings at the Starry Auction House, and thus wish to attend this auction. Are there any treasures that would suit them? This 50,000-year soul bone is exceptionally suited for the soul masters of the Heaven Dou Academy. However, its exorbitant price renders it unaffordable for them. The cost is but one aspect. Another consideration is that the Heaven Dou Academy lacks the protection of a title Douluo. Thus, inciting the ire of a title Douluo could potentially lead to the complete annihilation of the entire Heaven Dou Academy from the Douluo Continent. This is also the primary reason why the middle-aged woman had to relinquish this soul bone. 90 million gold soul coins, once. 90 million gold soul coins, twice. 90 million gold soul coins, thrice. Since no one contested this soul bone, this 5,000-year-old ice attribute soul bone would rightfully belong to Box 9. After confirming repeatedly that no one would raise the bid further, Xian Shuang promptly announced that this soul bone had been secured by Box 9. The soul master within Box 9 was none other than the esteemed Douluo of Light Feather. The forces attending this auction are exceedingly intricate. Therefore, Lu Yun had previously instructed Xian Shuang to refrain from revealing the affiliations of their private box. She was to simply state the box number, significantly enhancing the privacy of the bidders. Subsequently, Xian Shuang and the Douluo Guangling conducted their transaction, exchanging currency for goods. Indeed, it is no surprise that a soul bone of 5,000 years possesses such formidable power, perhaps by absorbing this ancient soul bone. My soul power will ascend to the 97th level. Upon receiving this 5,000-year soul bone, Guangling Douluo felt a vigorous tremor from the bow and arrow at his back, as if urging him to absorb the soul bone without delay. Recognizing the extraordinary potency of this soul bone, Guangling Douluo, who has reached the pinnacle of 96th level soul power after years of immersion, knew that its absorption would undoubtedly propel him beyond the 97th level. I extend my sincere congratulations to you in advance. Qinghuan Douluo expressed genuine joy for Guangling Douluo once he breaks through. The strength of their spirit hall will once again be augmented. Within the private box of the spirit hall, several figures stood, including Bibi Dong, Ju Douluo, and Gui Douluo from the previous encounter, along with several unfamiliar title Douluo powerhouses, clearly accompanying Bibi Dong. As numerous elders of the spirit hall gathered at the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. How intriguing! Do you know who resides in box number 9? At that moment, Bibi Dong learned that the number 9 private room had successfully acquired a 50,000-year soul bone for a staggering sum of 90 million gold soul coins, which stirred a sense of perplexity within her. The financial prowess displayed suggested formidable strength, prompting Bibi Dong to contemplate which faction the successful bidder belonged to. The absorption of such a soul bone could undoubtedly nurture an exceptionally powerful soul master, a scenario that warranted vigilance from the spirit hall. What intrigued them further was that they had overlooked the soul masters within the number 9 room. Strangely, it seemed as though an invisible barrier surrounded each private chamber, rendering their mental probing utterly ineffective. Ju Douluo sighed softly, having conducted multiple investigations, yet the identities of the individuals within Room 9 remained shrouded in mystery. The elders of the Spirit Hall were filled with curiosity, pondering how the Star Dou Auction House managed to obscure their mental inquiries. The barrier was evidently sophisticated. Nevertheless, they decided to await the conclusion of the auction before focusing on the soul masters inside Room 9. Bibi Dong chose to dismiss the matter, fully aware of the formidable nature of the barrier, one that even she could not breach, let alone the elders beside her. Now, let us proceed to the second item for auction. Following the conclusion of the first session, Xuan Shuang urged everyone to maintain silence, gesturing grandly. Instantly, a golden orb floated onto the auction table, radiating an intense divine aura. What is this? A golden orb? Could it possess some hidden mystery? This orb certainly appeared extraordinary, and an enigmatic aura enveloped it, affirming its precious nature as yet another offering from the Star Dou Auction House. Indeed, it was profoundly mysterious. From the moment the golden orb made its appearance, a profound sense of bewilderment enveloped nearly every soul master within the Star Dou Auction House. They were at a loss to comprehend the true nature of this enigmatic golden sphere. It is a well-established fact that to elevate one's soul power by every 10 levels, a soul master must absorb a soul ring, which is typically acquired from the remains of a deceased soul beast. However, it is important to note that the methods of obtaining soul rings on the Douluo Continent are not limited solely to the hunting of soul beasts. In a certain sense, the golden orb before them could also be regarded as a soul ring. With an air of composed authority, Xian Shuang elucidated the nature of this golden sphere. Chapter 44. The Divine Gifted Soul Ring. Our second auction item at the Star Dou Auction House is this golden orb, known as the Divine Gifted Soul Ring. As its name suggests, it is a soul ring formed through the power of the divine. By simply shattering it, one can absorb a genuine soul ring that bears almost no distinction from those obtained through the slaughter of soul beasts. The most remarkable aspect of this divine gifted soul ring is that it is devoid of the lingering resentment and murderous intent typically associated with soul beasts, ensuring that the absorption process is entirely devoid of pain. The lifespan of this soul ring will continually grow in accordance with the strength of the body. Thus, the vigor of one's physique directly influences the longevity of the soul ring. This is merely the most ordinary variant of the divine gifted soul rings, with lifespans potentially reaching up to 100,000 years. Provided one's physical strength is sufficiently formidable, one could feasibly acquire a soul ring of that age through this divine gifted soul ring. Subsequently, Xian Shuang gradually elaborated on the specific functions of this divine gifted soul ring to all present, enlightening them about the extraordinary capabilities of this remarkable artifact. How could this be possible? Upon realizing that this golden orb was an unfamiliar divine gifted soul ring, the crowd could no longer maintain their composure. Surely, they had not misheard? The prospect of shattering this golden orb to absorb a soul ring of 100,000 years seemed utterly preposterous. What left them most astounded was the revelation that this divine gifted soul ring had been crafted by a being of divine caliber. In the eyes of the soul masters of Douluo Continent, such divine entities are the stuff of legends. Unquestionably, skepticism lingered regarding any connections between the Star Dou Auction House and these divine beings. Consequently, the majority of the attendees adopted a stance of cautious observation, harboring no intention of placing a bid for this divine gifted soul ring. The specific functions of this divine gifted soul ring are as follows. Due to its potential to reach the magnitude of a 100,000-year soul ring, the starting bid is set at 80 million gold soul coins. A moment later, after Xian Shuang elucidated the function of the divine gift soul ring to the assembly, he promptly announced its initial bidding price, an extravagant sum of 80 million gold soul coins. A formidable being who has transcended to the titled Douluo level, upon absorbing this divine gift soul ring, would undoubtedly acquire a soul ring of 100,000 years. Hence, the value of this divine gift soul ring is akin to that of a 100,000-year soul bone. However, Li Yun intended to exploit this opportunity to empty the pockets of everyone present, amassing a considerable amount of auction points. The revelation of the divine gift soul ring raises questions about the individuals behind the Star Dou Auction House, who would dare to put such an item up for bid. Among all the bidders, the only one who comprehended the significance of this divine gift soul ring was Bibi Dong, currently engaged in the divine examination. She was naturally aware of the existence of the divine gift soul ring. Upon realizing its origin, Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her composure and abruptly rose to her feet, her gaze sparkling as it fixated on the golden orb. How could this be? The Star Dou Auction House has actually produced a divine gift soul ring. Could it be that the Star Dou Auction House is under the protection of a true divine-level powerhouse? Or is it affiliated with a prodigious soul master currently undertaking the divine examination? These astonishing facts surged within Bibi Dong's mind, leaving her in a state of prolonged unrest. This is indeed a divine spirit ring, crafted solely by the power of the gods. It allows a soul master to absorb a spirit ring without any danger, a truly extraordinary phenomenon. Bibi Dong is determined to acquire this divine spirit ring. Having previously absorbed a divine spirit ring herself, she can undoubtedly sense the authenticity of this golden orb. It is most certainly genuine. All 9 spirit rings of her primary martial spirit have been recognized, yet her secondary martial spirit lacks sufficient spirit rings. Initially, she had planned to venture into the Star Dou forest in search of high-aged spirit beasts to serve as spirit rings for her secondary martial spirit. However, fate led her to encounter a divine spirit ring at the Star Dou Auction House. Should she succeed in acquiring this divine spirit ring, it would enable her to absorb a true 100,000-year spirit ring, resulting in an unimaginable enhancement of her strength. Thus, regardless of the cost, she must secure this spirit ring. Your Holiness, could it be that this divine spirit ring is truly as you have described? Within the confines of this private chamber, the numerous elders of the spirit hall, upon witnessing Bibi Dong in such a state of disarray, each entertained an astonishing thought. Could it be that this golden orb is indeed a divine spirit ring crafted by a godly powerhouse? Indeed, everything was as it appeared, regardless of the cost. This divine spirit ring must be obtained. Subsequently, Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed upon the divine spirit ring as she solemnly addressed those beside her. Today, even if it required exhausting all her gold soul coins, she would secure this divine spirit ring. Yes, Your Holiness. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's grave declaration, everyone present adopted a serious demeanor and began preparing to bid on the divine spirit ring. Their astonishment grew as they realized that it was indeed a spirit ring forged by a divine being. The numerous titled Douluo realized the terrifying nature of the Star Dou auction house, which dared to auction items crafted by godly entities. Perhaps the Star Dou auction house was even more enigmatic than they had imagined. 100 million gold soul coins. Upon receiving Bibi Dong's assurance, Douluo immediately offered the staggering sum of 100 million gold soul coins, a price that left the audience in shock. They understood that this divine spirit ring was crafted by a godly powerhouse and could ultimately transform into a 100,000-year spirit ring. Each aspect justified the 100 million gold soul coins, and many felt compelled to bid even higher, believing it a most reasonable investment. Perhaps they could glean divine power from this spirit ring, seizing the opportunity to ascend to a higher realm. Thus, no one from the spirit hall was willing to relinquish this chance. 120 million gold soul coins. At that moment, a cultured voice emerged from another chamber, intent on contending for the divine spirit ring. In this private chamber, the individuals present belonged to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. At this moment, Ning Fingji gazes with radiant eyes upon the divine soul ring. After a thorough introduction from Xian Shuang, Ning Fingji has come to realize the extraordinary nature of this divine soul ring. After all, the auction items previously presented by the Star Dou auction house indicated that this divine soul ring is indeed genuine. The prospect of transforming it into a 100,000-year soul ring is an opportunity Ning Fingji is unwilling to forfeit. Although there are currently no soul masters among the Seven Treasures glazed tile school who can immediately absorb this divine soul ring, he can retain it. There may yet be a chance to attract a soul master who has broken through to the title Douluo rank and has yet to absorb their 9th soul ring. At that time, the strength of their Seven Treasures glazed tile school would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. A title Douluo possessing a 100,000-year soul ring would possess power that far exceeds that of their peers. Chapter 45. A transaction of 300 million gold soul coins. 150 million gold soul coins. Just then, Douluo continued to raise the bid, determined to acquire this divine soul ring. Thus, the two dominant forces, the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, began to fiercely compete for this divine soul ring. As for the other observing factions, who initially considered participating, they fell silent upon hearing such an exorbitant price. They were uncertain whether this divine soul ring was truly as Xian Shuang had described. If it turned out to be a counterfeit, the expense of such a substantial amount of gold soul coins would indeed be a loss. Qing Wan, what do you think that woman aims to achieve by bidding such a high price for this item known as the divine soul ring? It is clear to Guangling Douluo that the soul master who called out that staggering price was indeed Douluo. The fact that Douluo is willing to go to such lengths to secure this divine soul ring is undoubtedly a direct result of Bibi Dong's orders. This left the radiant Douluo in a state of profound confusion, pondering why Bibi Dong would expend such a vast sum of gold soul coins to contend for this so-called divine spirit ring. Furthermore, each time the private room number 7 submitted a bid, Bibi Dong would promptly follow suit, with the prices escalating to absurd heights. Observing this peculiar situation, a knowing smile graced the face of the radiant Douluo as he failed to comprehend Bibi Dong's intentions. Could it be that she had uncovered something significant? In contrast, the Qinghuan Douluo did not share the simplistic thoughts of the radiant Douluo. He understood that Bibi Dong harbored great ambition and possessed a cunning mind. She would not squander such an immense amount of gold soul coins on a mere gimmick for something of uncertain authenticity. The deeper he delved into the implications, the more convinced he became that Bibi Dong's acquisition of this divine spirit ring was driven by an unpredictable purpose. Suddenly, the Qinghuan Douluo recalled the earlier introduction by Xian Shuang. Could it be? It seemed we had underestimated the Star Dou auction house. This divine spirit ring was highly likely to be genuine, capable of being transformed into a true 100,000-year spirit ring. Subsequently, the Qinghuan Douluo furrowed his brow and spoke gravely, coming to a stark realization of the formidable nature of the Star Dou auction house. What? Qinghuan, surely you jest. This divine spirit ring is authentic? At this moment, The light feather Douluo, taken aback by the rebuttal of the azure wand Douluo, murmured in disbelief. According to azure wand Douluo's conjecture, did this mean that this divine bestowed soul ring could indeed be transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring, crafted by a godly powerhouse? The very notion defied the light feather Douluo's comprehension, for in his perspective, godly beings had vanished from the Douluo Continent for millennia. The idea that a deity lurked behind the Star Dou auction house seemed utterly implausible. The only method he was aware of for absorbing soul rings was through hunting soul beasts. To absorb a 100,000-year soul ring through a golden orb was beyond his belief. Given all these factors, the light feather Douluo was inclined to deem this divine bestowed soul ring as a mere fabrication. You underestimate the Star Dou auction house. Azure wand Douluo countered. Even if there is no godly presence overseeing it, the likelihood of this divine bestowed soul ring being genuine is quite high. The power encapsulated within this soul ring eludes my understanding, as if it transcends even soul power. Judging by Bibi Dong's character, would she recklessly bid on this divine bestowed soul ring if it were a counterfeit? The enigmatic nature of the Star Dou auction house and Bibi Dong's current actions both reflect the authenticity of this divine bestowed soul ring. With a deep sigh, Azure wand Douluo reiterated his hypothesis, this time supported by sound reasoning. Indeed, upon hearing Azure wand Douluo's words, the light feather Douluo fell silent, plunging into contemplation. His ice blue eyes sparkled with intricate thoughts. What shall we do next? Should we auction this divine bestowed soul ring and later present it to the grand offering to see if your conjecture holds true? The light feather Douluo endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions and turned to Azure wand Douluo to inquire how they should proceed with the divine bestowed soul ring. The price had already soared to 200 million gold soul coins, and even with their combined fortunes, acquiring this divine bestowed soul ring was utterly impossible. However, they should endeavor to document its appearance and aura, and upon returning to the offering hall, relay all that transpired here to the grand offering. Who could then determine its authenticity? Following this, Azure wand Douluo shook his head, indicating that their financial capacity was insufficient to auction this divine bestowed soul ring. The price of this divinely bestowed soul ring has surged to an unimaginable extent, one that is certainly beyond the means of the two. 300 million gold soul coins. At that moment, Bibi Dong also heard the price being called out by Zhu Douluo from another private room, her expression darkening slightly. Humph. Which reckless faction dares to oppose the spirit hall? Bibi Dong had no intention of incrementally raising the bid. She instructed Zhu Douluo to elevate the price to 300 million gold soul coins. The instant the figure of 300 million gold soul coins was announced, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their faces reflecting disbelief. Which force possesses such audacity, directly increasing the price by 100 million gold soul coins? This truly left them utterly astonished. 300 million gold soul coins. The substantial sum of 300 million gold soul coins dedicated to the auction of a golden sphere of uncertain authenticity seems rather imprudent. Ning Fingji of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect displayed an evident hesitation upon hearing the figure of 300 million gold soul coins. His pause was not due to a lack of sufficient gold soul coins, but rather an uncertainty regarding what other items the Star Dou auction house would present next. He wished to reserve a greater portion of his gold soul coins to compete for subsequent auction treasures. Fingji, it would be wise to conserve enough gold soul coins for the upcoming items. We cannot ascertain if this divine soul ring is truly as the Star Dou auction house has described, advised the sword Douluo, seated to Ning Fengji's left, persuading him to relinquish his pursuit of the divine soul ring. After all, none among them could definitively determine the authenticity of the divine soul ring. Allowing another party to expend 300 million gold soul coins on it seemed prudent. Very well, let us forego this auction item, Ning Fengji acquiesced, nodding in agreement to the sword Douluo's counsel. 300 million gold soul coins, once. 300 million gold soul coins, twice. 300 million gold soul coins, thrice. With no further bids forthcoming, the divine soul ring was ultimately secured by Box 1. Upon witnessing the price of the divine soul ring soar to 300 million gold soul coins, Xian Shuang's face illuminated with delight, confirming that it had been acquired by Box 1, which housed Bibi Dong and her companions. With a sigh of relief, Bibi Dong felt a wave of ease wash over her upon realizing that she had successfully obtained the divine soul ring for 300 million gold soul coins. After all, a 10,000-year soul ring is beyond mere monetary valuation. In her eyes, the 300 million gold soul coins were indeed a substantial amount. However, Zhu Douluo and the others felt a twinge of pain at the thought of it. Yet, Upon realizing that this divine soul ring would eventually transform into a true 100,000-year soul ring, they found solace. Such a powerful divine soul ring was undoubtedly worth the price. Chapter 46. The lottery. It was unexpected that this divine soul ring would auction for 300 million gold soul coins, which was quite a delightful surprise. As an observer, Lu Yun watched the auction unfold, and when he learned that the divine soul ring had fetched 300 million gold soul coins, he could hardly contain his joy. That was 300 million gold soul coins, not merely 30 million. Even when converted into auction points, it amounted to a staggering 30,000 points. Purchasing a divine soul ring from the divine shop cost only a few hundred auction points. Lu Yun had indeed struck gold. Lu Yun realized that anything extracted from the divine shop would undoubtedly astonish the entire Douluo Continent. It would incite countless soul masters to eagerly participate in the auction, leading to exponential growth in the auction points he would acquire. The profits were incalculable. Subsequently, Lu Yun communicated with Xin Shuang, instructing her to deliver the gold soul coins to him immediately. He was eager to convert these gold soul coins into auction points to secure the method for condensing soul crystals. Once the auction concluded, he would announce this matter to all present soul masters. Starting from the next auction, the currency at the Star Dou auction house would transition from gold soul coins to soul crystals. As time progressed, the trading system of the Douluo Continent would undergo a complete transformation, with soul crystals becoming the primary medium of exchange. Upon receiving Lu Yun's command, Xin Shuang waved her hand and promptly transferred all the gold soul coins she held to him. System, convert all these gold soul coins into auction points for me. Lu Yun instructed, his thoughts sinking into his mind. Ding. The system detected that the host currently possessed 390 million gold soul coins. Converting to auction points, 39,000. The system's cold voice echoed in Lu Yun's mind. Lu Yun originally intended to purchase the method for condensing soul crystals from the divine shop, but suddenly, the system's voice continued. We have detected that the host's wealth has exceeded 500 million, thus achieving a minor wealth accomplishment. This system grants one opportunity for a 10-draw lottery. A lottery opportunity? System, why didn't you inform me of this function? Lu Yun questioned, puzzled by the system's cryptic response. A lottery? A 10-draw chance? Could it be that the system possesses a lottery feature, yet has failed to disclose it to me? All functions of this system are to be discovered by the host. Since the activation of the divine shop, the lottery function has always resided within it. It is merely that the host has not yet uncovered it. Indeed, the cold, mechanical voice of the system elucidated. Upon hearing this explanation, Lu Yun hastily directed his gaze towards the divine shop, discovering a button nestled in the lower right corner, inscribed with the words Lucky Draw. Faced with this situation, Lu Yun's expression darkened. It was rather improbable to notice a lottery feature tucked away in such a remote corner. Previously, when he had accessed the divine shop, he had been completely captivated by the plethora of dazzling merchandise, hardly able to pay attention to the lottery function in the lower right corner. System, could you kindly elaborate on this lottery feature? Lu Yun inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding this unfamiliar mechanism. What treasures could potentially be won through this lottery? The lottery function is divided into two categories, a single draw and a 10 consecutive draws. Naturally, the rewards from the 10 consecutive draws are significantly superior to those from a single draw, with a considerably higher probability of obtaining a prized artifact. The contents of the lottery pool encompass items from myriad realms, with all conceivable entities represented therein. Each draw necessitates an expenditure of 10,000 auction points. As the host is the first to uncover the existence of this lottery feature, the system generously offers a single opportunity for 10 consecutive draws, enhancing the critical hit rate 1,000-fold, thereby allowing the possibility of acquiring top-tier treasures. The system hopes the host will cherish this opportunity for 10 consecutive draws. At that moment, the system's cold voice elucidated the lottery feature. How exorbitant! Lu Yun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment upon hearing that it required a staggering 10,000 auction points to participate in a single draw. This amount was truly outrageous, equivalent to 100 million gold soul coins. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. The very thought that the system had generously bestowed upon him a chance for 10 consecutive draws, amounting to a whopping 100,000 auction points, caused Lu Yun to regard the system with newfound respect. What had prompted such unprecedented generosity today? Upon hearing the system's explanation that this opportunity for 10 consecutive draws held a significant likelihood of yielding top-tier treasures, Lu Yun felt a surge of anticipation for the upcoming lottery. He quickly pressed his palms together, silently praying for luck. hoping that the forthcoming 10 consecutive draws would bestow upon him a legendary treasure of unparalleled value. As he activated the lottery feature, a colossal gray disc materialized before him, adorned with numerous slots containing indistinct treasures. Although Lu Yun could not discern the nature of these items, he was informed by the system that this lottery pool encompassed all manner of worldly artifacts. Perhaps, by a stroke of fortune, he might indeed procure a treasure of the legendary primordial tier. Any single item from the primordial realm could yield lifelong benefits. Yet the likelihood of such an occurrence was dismally slim. Should he miraculously obtain such an extraordinary item, the very fabric of the Douluo Continent, given its dimensional tier, would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. Even a mere wisp of its essence, if released, could render the Douluo Continent into nothingness. The system initiated the 10 consecutive draws. Lu Yun murmured softly, and in the next instant, his fingertip pressed down on the button at the very center of the disc. Thunderous roars ensued. The gray disc erupted with a dazzling golden radiance, and the pointer in the center began to spin violently. With his eyes tightly shut, Lu Yun awaited the arrival of the mysterious treasures. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 10,000 sheets of ordinary A4 paper. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a summoning card. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a men's down jacket. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the invincible domain. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Tang Sex Heart Technique, Xintian Gong. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a Soul Power Enhancement card. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 10 Divine Soul Rings. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 100,000-year Ice and Snow Spirit. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a Phoenix-branded bicycle. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a Soul Power Concentration 100-fold card. Having exhausted all chances of the 10 consecutive draws, 10 treasures floated before Lu Yun. Upon seeing the names of these 10 items, an unmistakable smile glimmered in his eyes. Such extraordinary luck! I've drawn so many treasures. Although Lu Yun had not yet examined the specific functions of these items, several of them sounded like indescribable treasures just by their names. His first 10 consecutive draws had proven to be remarkably fortuitous. If he were to attempt another round of 10 consecutive draws, might he not acquire even more extraordinary treasures? Please do not indulge in wild fantasies, host. As this is your first lottery draw, a 1,000-fold critical hit has been activated. In future draws, there will be no critical hits. However, should your luck be exceptionally favorable, you might still acquire a multitude of treasures. It all depends on your fortune. Moments later, the system's voice fell upon Lu Yun like a bucket of cold water, bringing him back to reality. Ah well. With these words, Lu Yun shook his head inwardly, a hint of disappointment evident upon his face. Even without the critical hits, the treasures drawn in the future should not be of inferior quality. After a brief pause, Lu Yun's gaze became fixated on the 10 items before him. Some indeed appeared rather ordinary, yet he was particularly intrigued by the remaining few. In the 47th chapter, Invincible Domain, Lu Yun's attention was concentrated on the invincible domain, and soon enough, all information regarding it surfaced in his mind. After thoroughly digesting the details of the invincible domain, a flicker of shock crossed Lu Yun's eyes. He stood there dumbfounded, clearly unable to believe that this was the reward he had drawn. It seemed almost too extraordinary to be true. System, are you certain that the invincible domain possesses such extraordinary power? Lu Yun inquired with an air of uncertainty regarding the system. For the concept of an invincible domain exuded an aura of enigma. The specific effects of the invincible domain declared that as long as he remained within the confines of the Starry Auction Pavilion, he would embody invincibility. No one within the Starry Auction Pavilion could rival him. Indeed, the very essence of the invincible domain is encapsulated in its name. As long as the host resides within the Starry Auction Pavilion, he is the mightiest being in existence. The system's haughty voice resonated in Lu Yun's mind, reaffirming the extraordinary potency of the invincible domain. But can it withstand the might of a deity at the level of a god king? Lu Yun continued to inquire. Initially, there appeared to be no issues within the Starry Auction Pavilion, yet should they present even more precious treasures for auction, it was inevitable that the pantheon of deities would take notice. He pondered whether this invincible domain could indeed vanquish a god king level adversary. Please do not underestimate the invincible domain, the system retorted with disdain. Within the Starry Auction Pavilion, whether one is a first-tier deity or a god king, none can stand against you. The tone of the system suggested that Lu Yun's consideration of using the invincible domain against a god king was akin to an affront to its capabilities. After all, beneath the might of the invincible domain, A god king would be nothing more than a mere insect, utterly crushed without any chance of resistance. My goodness. The invincible domain is so formidable. I had no idea my fortune would be so extraordinary this time. With the invincible domain, my safety will no longer be under significant threat. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Yun felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders and erupted into hearty laughter. A sense of dominance radiated from his gaze. With the invincible domain at his disposal within the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, he no longer needed to tread cautiously. Should any troublemakers arise, he could suppress them without fear of retaliation. Lu Yun felt completely at ease, allowing him to freely present treasures for auction. Even if the deities from the divine realm took notice, it mattered not. Within the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, permitting those divine beings to act would be of little consequence. System. Activate the invincible domain. At this moment, Lu Yun was eager to experience the formidable power of the invincible realm, so he promptly addressed the system. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as his words fell, an extraordinary aura enveloped Lu Yun, as if it could shake the very heavens and earth. In an instant, the Star Auction Pavilion radiated a dazzling divine light, harmonizing with the overwhelming presence emanating from Lu Yun, unleashing a force that seemed to command the universe. Boom. Upon merging with the invincible realm, Lu Yun suddenly opened his bright eyes, and his aura surged uncontrollably, instantly permeating the entire Star Auction Pavilion. Within him surged an energy of invincibility, rendering the cosmos before him seemingly insignificant. Lu Yun sensed that within the Star Auction Pavilion, a mere hint of his aura could utterly annihilate this world. Hiss. Is this truly the invincible realm? It is indeed terrifying. Lu Yun had previously heard the system's descriptions and understood the immense power of the invincible realm. Yet, only after genuinely merging with it did he realize how naive his earlier thoughts were. Was this merely invincibility? This is nothing short of treating all existence as mere playthings. Alas, the dominion of the invincible realm is confined solely to the Star Dou Auction House. Were it able to envelop the entirety of the Douluo Continent, he could wander freely. However, the scope of the invincible domain cannot be temporarily expanded. Lu Yun hastily retracted his formidable aura, once again transforming into an ordinary soul master. Among the soul masters on the first two floors of the Star Dou Auction House, each individual felt the overwhelming pressure inadvertently released by Lu Yun, causing them to bend their backs and their faces to contort in sheer astonishment. What manner of aura is this, that surpasses even that of the Rakshasa god? Could it be that the Star Dou Auction House is indeed under the aegis of a deity? Bibi Dong exerted every ounce of her strength to withstand the oppressive force behind her, yet it was to no avail. Gasping for breath, the shock etched upon her visage was unmistakable. The existence of the Star Dou Auction House had once again reshaped Bibi Dong's worldview. She was unequivocally convinced that within the Star Dou Auction House resided a godly powerhouse, and not just any ordinary deity. For the fleeting aura she had just encountered was infinitely more potent than that of the Rakshasa god. It felt as though she stood before the very heavens and earth, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. These are the most genuine feelings harbored within Bibi Dong's heart. As for the other soul masters, their sentiments mirror hers almost identically. Each individual gazed longingly towards the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House, fully aware that the terrifying pressure emanated from that very level. They regarded the Star Dou Auction House as a formidable entity, suppressing their chaotic thoughts and daring not to provoke it further. A divine being's intervention renders even the combined might of the soul masters of Douluo Continent powerless against him. Opposing the Star Dou Auction House leads only to a path of demise. Any wise individual would refrain from engaging in such folly. What just transpired was merely a trivial episode. There is no need for excessive concern. Xian Shuang naturally sensed the overwhelming pressure akin to that of the heavens and earth. Momentarily taken aback, however, she quickly regained her composure, soothing all present soul masters, urging them not to overreact. In her heart, any actions taken by the pavilion master were entirely justified and not deserving of such astonishment. Regrettably, upon hearing Xian Shuang's remarks, every individual present wore a look of incredulity. Is this truly how one ought to speak? Is this merely a trivial matter? Just a hint of oppressive force renders them utterly defenseless. If the commotion escalates further, will they not be completely crushed into fragments by this overwhelming pressure? Surely, this is rather ostentatious. Xian Shuang disregarded the expressions of everyone present and began to prepare the third item for auction. Now, let us behold the third auction piece. Upon uttering these words, with a grand gesture, a green ethereal silhouette of a soul beast emerged upon the table. This silhouette, with its eyes gently closed, appeared to be in a deep slumber. Yet, the aura emanating from this soul beast's apparition was impossible to overlook, as the attendees recognized that the essence of this apparition mirrored that of the soul beast itself. From the moment this auction item made its appearance, everyone was enveloped in a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that the Star Auction House was to auction off this soul beast? Moreover, the condition of this soul beast was indeed peculiar. It was not a physical entity, but rather an ethereal shadow. This left the multitude of forces present in profound bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the true purpose of the Star Auction Pavilion. First and foremost, allow me to present the third item for auction, a 10,000-year-old emerald swan soul spirit. I trust that the concept of a soul spirit is quite unfamiliar to you. Thus, I shall now elucidate an alternative method of acquiring soul rings, akin to the traditional hunting of soul beasts and the divine bestowal of soul rings. Xuanchuang gradually delineated the specific origins of the soul spirit, while simultaneously educating every soul master present about the various methods currently available on the continent for absorbing soul rings. Chapter 48. Promoting the soul spirit depending on their age. The number of soul rings formed varies, allowing one's soul to retain its consciousness and aiding soul masters in combat, representing another form of existence for soul beasts. To a certain extent, soul spirits can be regarded as a groundbreaking type of soul ring. Thus, the starting bid for this 10,000-year-old emerald swan soul spirit is set at 30 million gold soul coins. Xuanchuang articulated the benefits and significance of soul spirits for the soul masters of Douluo Continent. Upon hearing of the miraculous properties of the soul spirit, the assembly appeared immensely intrigued, refraining from immediate bids and, as before, maintaining a state of observation. The soul spirit appears quite peculiar. Can it truly become a soul ring? Its appearance seems rather dubious. Nevertheless, the onlookers are aware that the Star Dou Auction House would not present counterfeit items, leading a few soul masters to bid competitively for this extraordinary soul spirit. Consequently, the price escalated, albeit not as outrageously as the previous two auctioned items. 40 million gold soul coins. At that moment, a woman's voice emanated from box number 10, bidding 40 million gold soul coins for the enchanting emerald swan soul spirit. After a brief pause, no one dared to raise their bids further. After all, skepticism surrounded the soul spirit. They were reluctant to spend such a substantial sum on an unknown entity. A 10,000-year soul ring held little significance for them. They could easily venture into the Star Dou Great Forest to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast without difficulty. Thus, most refrained from competing for this 10,000-year soul spirit. 40 million gold soul coins once. 40 million gold soul coins twice. 40 million gold soul coins thrice. As no further bids were made, the 10,000-year emerald swan soul spirit was claimed by box number 10. Moments later, Xuanchuang announced that the soul spirit belonged to box number 10. Regarding the price, Xuanchuang felt no considerable disappointment. A 10,000-year soul ring is not deemed overly precious for the soul masters of the Douluo Continent. Therefore, achieving a bid of 40 million gold soul coins can be considered quite commendable. Director, do you truly believe that spending 40 million gold soul coins on this 10,000-year emerald swan soul spirit is worthwhile? Within box number 10 sat several women, each clad in flowing green dresses, exuding a potent aura of vitality. The individuals in this box were soul masters from the planned academy of the Douluo Continent. In my opinion, it is indeed worthwhile, asserted the leading woman, the director of the planned academy, with resolute conviction. As you know, the emerald swan is one of the rarest soul beasts in the Star Dou Great Forest, ranking among the elite in vitality attribute soul beasts. Our martial spirits are predominantly plant-based. Thus, the emerald swan is the most suitable soul beast for our martial spirits. We are well acquainted with the Star Dou Auction House's descriptions, and I firmly believe they would not present a fraudulent soul spirit to deceive us. Should this soul spirit truly possess the qualities as advertised, whoever absorbs it will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in strength, and the soul spirit will be able to fight alongside the soul master. We would profit immensely. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, the 40 million gold soul coins are exceedingly worthwhile. The dean of the College of Botany promptly articulated her willingness to invest 40 million gold soul coins in acquiring the emerald swan spirit. The remaining students, upon hearing their dean's declaration, nodded slightly in agreement, subtly endorsing her decision. As several individuals present deliberated on who should be bestowed with this millennium-old spirit, a gentle voice unexpectedly resonated in their ears. Might you be inclined to promote our Star Auction Pavilion? We propose that one of your soul masters publicly absorb this 1,000-year spirit in the presence of all the soul masters. The master of this voice is none other than Lu Yun. With the invincible domain at his disposal, he is naturally able to perceive everything occurring within the Star Auction Pavilion. The spirit of the Emerald Swan has fetched a mere 40 million gold soul coins at auction, which is quite astonishing. Spirits are epic-making creations, and it is inconceivable that one could be sold for only 40 million gold soul coins. This led Lu Yun to speculate on the possible reasons. Perhaps the spirit was too unfamiliar, and all the soul masters of Douluo Continent were uncertain of its authenticity. Consequently, no one was willing to attempt to capture this spirit. Lu Yun intended to utilize the Botanical Academy to conduct an experiment, allowing everyone to truly recognize the extraordinary nature of the spirit. The subsequent auction of soul spirits has proven to be highly effective. The reason Lu Yun has only purchased a single 10,000-year soul spirit this time is simply due to his insufficient auction points. The true art of soul spirits requires an immense number of auction points. Lu Yun intends to amass a substantial quantity of auction points, striving to acquire the art of soul spirits, which will enable him to continuously produce soul spirits. In due course, a significant influx of auction points will flow into his possession. The promotion of soul spirits is of utmost urgency. Otherwise, they will struggle to penetrate the market of Douluo Continent. Who is it? The members of the planned academy heard an unfamiliar voice whispering beside them, prompting them to unleash their martial souls in preparation to confront the unknown foe. However, they were utterly perplexed, wondering who could convey such a message within the confines of the Star Dou Auction House without detection. Do not be alarmed. I am the master of the Star Dou Auction House. I merely wish to enlist your assistance in promoting our establishment. Rest assured, I shall not let you suffer any loss. Lu Yun promptly revealed his identity, urging the planned academy to consider his proposal. What? You are the enigmatic master of the Star Dou Auction House. Indeed, the moment Lu Yun disclosed his identity, the members of the planned academy were struck with astonishment. The legendary and profoundly mysterious master of the Star Dou Auction House was speaking to them, leaving them in utter awe. They recalled the overwhelming pressure they had felt earlier, which must have emanated from the master of the auction house, making all the soul masters of the planned academy tremble as they gazed towards the source of the voice. However, if we were to rashly leave this private room to absorb the soul spirit, suddenly, the head of the planned academy, initially inclined to agree, quickly reconsidered. Remembering the overall strength of her academy, they did not possess any titled Douluo-level powerhouses. If this soul spirit truly had such extraordinary effects, they would likely be unable to safeguard themselves. This is precisely the source of concern for them. Fear not. For the Starry Auction House assures that those who dare to lay a hand on you shall face our relentless pursuit. Lu Yun discerned the apprehension of the Botanical Academy and boldly declared that he would not allow them to suffer the peril of annihilation due to this matter. P.S. I would like to gather the opinions of all the esteemed readers. Which world do you wish to summon individuals from? The purpose of the summoning card. Chapter 49. Absorbing the 10,000-year soul spirit. Since you have spoken, we of the Botanical Academy are willing to absorb this soul spirit in the presence of all soul masters. At that moment, upon hearing Lu Yun's assurance, the Academy's head finally felt a weight lifted from her heart. After careful contemplation, she decisively agreed to Lu Yun's proposal. They were uncertain of the authenticity of this soul spirit. If they were to recklessly absorb it upon returning, they might find themselves in an unpredictable predicament. Absorbing it within the Starry Auction House would significantly mitigate the potential dangers associated with the absorption of the soul spirit. By the way, it seems that none among us possess the capability to absorb this soul spirit. Subsequently, the head of the Botanical Academy pondered yet another challenging issue. The individual dispatched by the Academy of Botany possesses a strength equivalent to that of a soul sage, accompanied by 2 elders of similar prowess. The remaining students predominantly exhibit the cultivation level of soul monarchs, with only 1 student attaining the remarkable milestone of a level 40 soul power. Initially, their intention was to wait until the conclusion of this auction before escorting this particular student to the Star Dou Forest in pursuit of the 4th soul ring. Among all present, none have reached the threshold of soul power, leaving only the level 40 student capable of absorption. However, it is crucial to note that the 4th soul ring for a soul master cannot endure a lifespan extending to 10,000 years. This eternal soul ring is beyond imagination. To absorb it recklessly would undoubtedly result in death. They had never heard of any soul master capable of absorbing a soul ring of such ancient caliber for their 4th ring. Fear not, for I shall assist her in successfully absorbing this 10,000-year soul without any harm. Of course, this serves as a form of recompense for your planned Academy's promotion of our Star Dou Auction House. Lu Yun pondered for a moment, nonchalantly stating that, after all, Within the Star Dou Auction House, he was an invincible entity. To enable a level 40 soul master to absorb a soul ring that exceeds its age is a trivial matter, thus there was no need for excessive concern. The absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring for the fourth ring would fundamentally alter that student's future. Aside from Tang San from the original work, it seems that no ordinary soul master within common factions has ever achieved such a feat. The dean of the planned academy furrowed her brow, incredulous at this absurd notion. To let that student absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, was this not a jest? It is widely known that the maximum age for a fourth soul ring can only reach several thousand years. Absorbing a 10,000-year ring is simply outrageous. However, they were acutely aware of the formidable power of the Star Dou Auction House, which might indeed resolve this predicament. With this in mind, the dean of the planned academy inquired about the student's opinion. Qingmu, are you willing to absorb the 10,000-year soul of the Emerald Swan within the Star Dou Auction House? She asked, as she recognized her as the most gifted soul master of the younger generation in the planned academy. If she were to successfully absorb the fourth ring of such ancient lineage, her strength and talent would undoubtedly grow immensely. Yet, if she were to fail, the repercussions could range from a damaged foundation and stagnation of soul power to, at worst, immediate death. This important decision should ultimately rest in her hands. Dean, I am willing to absorb this Millennium Soul Spirit. After considerable contemplation, Qingmu recalled the enigmatic nature of the Star Auction Pavilion and resolutely agreed. The opportunity to defy fate lay before her. Despite the tremendous risks involved, she had no justification to withdraw. Upon hearing the approval from the Botanical Institute, Lu Yun nodded slightly. What was most astonishing was that the student dared to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring at the fourth soul ring. This decision is indeed resolute. Lu Yun has recognized the indomitable spirit of the student. It is precisely due to this choice that the girl's future fate shall undergo a transformation. It is time for the extraordinary effects of soul spirits to resonate throughout the Douluo Continent, and from this day forth, the market for soul spirits shall be irrevocably opened. With a definitive answer in hand, Lu Yun conveyed this matter to Xian Shuang through his mental energy, instructing her to temporarily halt the auction. He intended to demonstrate the absorption of soul spirits to all present soul masters. Now, we shall pause the auction for a moment. I understand that you harbor doubts regarding the authenticity of the soul spirits. Today, let the auctioneer showcase the process of absorbing a soul spirit. Upon receiving Lu Yun's command, Xian Shuang immediately ceased the auction of the next item. With a serious gaze, she addressed all the soul masters with solemnity. Indeed, as soon as Xian Shuang's words fell, the anticipation in the hearts of all soul masters was laid to rest, their attention now focused on her. They too wished to witness if the soul spirits from the Star Dou Auction House were truly as they had been described. Subsequently, the dean of the planned academy, accompanied by her apprentice Qingmu, slowly approached the auction stage. Next, I shall teach you the method of absorbing a soul spirit. Throughout this process, maintain your composure. There is no need for concern, for the master will intervene. Xian Shuang, having received the master's directive, offered reassurance to Qingmu, urging her to remain calm. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring at the fourth soul ring is an unfathomable feat for soul masters on the Douluo Continent. Thus it was natural for Qingmu to feel a twinge of anxiety. In response, Qingmu gently nodded, beginning to regulate her soul power. Xian Shuang commenced guiding Qingmu to gradually establish a connection with the Emerald Swan soul spirit through her martial soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As time passed, a potent aura of life emanated from the Emerald Swan. Qingmu's martial soul instinctively manifested, forging a bond with the Emerald Swan. As if the two were of one essence, the formidable power of the Millennium Soul Beast surged into Qingmu's body, plunging her into excruciating agony. Her own soul power was in turmoil, teetering on the brink of catastrophic explosion. The might of a Millennium Soul Ring is far beyond what a soul master at the level of Soul Sovereign can withstand. The assembled soul masters, witnessing this young woman with merely a level 40 soul power daring to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring, were left astonished, shaking their heads in disbelief. In their eyes, attempting to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring at the position of the fourth soul ring was akin to stepping into the gates of the underworld. There have been instances in the past where soul masters attempted to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring while breaking through to the rank of Soul Sect, but without exception, they all met with tragic ends, their remains utterly obliterated. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, suddenly, a transcendent power flickered from the third floor of the Star Dou Auction House. A resounding boom echoed as boundless vitality erupted, enveloping Qingmu entirely, tirelessly organizing the chaotic soul power within her. This force instantaneously dispersed the tumultuous soul energy, simultaneously fortifying Qingmu's physique and meridians. Moments later, Qingmu appeared significantly more at ease, her expression tranquil as she absorbed the Millennium Soul Spirit. Chapter 50. The Soul Power Enhancement Card. Lu Yun was acutely aware that the soul power of the Millennium Soul Ring was evidently beyond Qingmu's capacity. Thus, he harnessed supreme power to instantly disperse the excess energy of the Soul Spirit, circulating throughout Qingmu's body to strengthen her meridians and physique until she could fully endure the might of the Millennium Soul Spirit. Lu Yun's actions greatly facilitated Qingmu's successful absorption of this Millennium Soul Spirit, enhancing her physique and meridians severalfold, an unimaginable boon for her future. It could be said that Qingmu's destiny had been irrevocably altered, thanks to Lu Yun. After all, on the Douluo Continent, few possessed the capability to achieve such feats. And even the most formidable limit Douluo lacked the strength to accomplish this. As nearly half an hour passed, the Emerald Swan Soul Spirit was fully absorbed, and a serene aura emanated from Qingmu, enveloping the entire area with overwhelming life force. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, a fourth soul ring abruptly manifested around Qingmu, a deep black Millennium Soul Ring, pulsating rhythmically, releasing the oppressive aura characteristic of a Millennium Soul Ring that reverberated through the void. How could this be? She truly succeeded. What kind of existence is the Star Dou Auction House? Allowing a soul master to absorb a Millennium Soul Spirit unscathed at the position of the fourth soul ring? It is utterly formidable. Upon witnessing this extraordinary scene, all present could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. The absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring at the fourth level was an unprecedented achievement. Although they remained unaware of how the Star Dou Auction House had accomplished this feat, they were nonetheless struck by the profound mystery surrounding it, instilling within them an overwhelming sense of awe. At that moment, however, the foremost powers of the Douluo Continent began to harbor ulterior motives, seeking to recruit this remarkable woman into their ranks. With a fourth soul ring reaching the 10,000-year mark, they were unwilling to let slip the opportunity to claim a once-in-a-century talent. Among them, a few soul masters entertained sinister thoughts. They had recognized the true, extraordinary potential of the soul spirit and felt an insatiable desire to seize it. If they could possess the soul spirit, would they not also be able to absorb a 10,000-year fourth ring? Alas, these individuals would ultimately find their efforts futile. Without Lu Yun's power to facilitate the absorption, the attempt to assimilate a 10,000-year soul spirit at the fourth level would only lead to their own demise, leaving no chance for survival. We must find a way to recruit this girl into our spirit hall, Bibi Dong remarked, her interest piqued by the young woman. She promptly instructed the nearby Ju Douluo to devise a strategy to bring the girl into the spirit hall. The sight of someone absorbing a 10,000-year soul at the fourth ring was unprecedented for her. Should she join the spirit hall, it would undoubtedly enhance their elite combat strength, providing unimaginable benefits toward unifying the Douluo Continent. The specific effects of the soul spirit were now clear. It bore no distinction from the soul rings obtained by hunting ordinary soul beasts. The 10,000-year Emerald Swan Soul Spirit could bestow 3 soul rings, meaning that when this woman's soul power broke through to the Soul King and Soul Emperor levels, she would automatically generate 2 additional soul rings without the need to hunt soul beasts again. Xian Shuang illustrated the unparalleled advantages of soul spirits using the example of Qingmu. A 10,000-year Emerald Swan could grant this soul master 3 10,000-year soul rings. A remarkable bargain indeed. Many soul masters, upon hearing this explanation, expressed their astonishment at the soul spirit's incredible utility. Of course, some were filled with regret for not having bid on this soul spirit when they had the chance. The ability of a 10,000-year soul spirit to produce 3 10,000-year soul rings was an exceedingly profitable transaction. Unfortunately, their disbelief in the Star Dou Auction House's presentation had caused them to miss an indescribable opportunity. By the way, I forgot to mention, these individuals are soul masters promoting our Star Dou Auction House. I am aware of some people's intentions. Should the Star Dou Auction House learn that certain soul masters attempted to seize this soul spirit, they must not blame us for being ungracious. At this moment, Xian Shuang did not forget the command of the pavilion master, and a surge of icy power enveloped the entire Star Dou Auction House in an instant. Upon hearing Xian Shuang's warning, all present fell silent. As for the few soul masters who harbored malicious intentions, they completely abandoned their thoughts. They realized that they could not possibly provoke such a colossal entity as the Star Dou Auction House. Since the Star Dou Auction House had declared its intention to protect the Botanical Academy, they had no choice but to relent, for they did not wish to incur its wrath. Witnessing this scene, The dean of the Botanical Academy could not conceal the joy in his heart and promptly expressed his gratitude to Xian Shuang. This extraordinary opportunity, a gift from the Starry Auction House, had cost them merely several million gold soul coins, leaving them with a sense of guilt. With the assurance of the Starry Auction House, the Plant Academy need not worry about other factions coveting their assets. Upon returning to their private box, they prepared to partake in the forthcoming auction, eagerly anticipating the items that would be presented next by the Starry Auction House. The brief interlude had passed. This auction featured solely this one soul spirit. Should they desire to bid on additional soul spirits in the future, they would have to await the subsequent auctions. Xian Shuang, fully aware of the crowd's yearning for more soul spirits, promptly interjected to dispel their thoughts. This time, there was indeed only one eternal soul spirit. As for the subsequent soul spirits, one could only await the abundance of the pavilion master. Thus, Xian Shuang commenced the auction for the next item. Li Yun also directed his attention to the several items before him. The formidable domain had bestowed upon him ample astonishment, and it was truly difficult to fathom what further treasures might bring him even greater delight. Lu Yun's gaze fixated upon the soul power enhancement card, and as he perused the detailed description, a flicker of puzzlement crossed his eyes. Soul power enhancement card, capable of augmenting the host's soul power. The precise level of enhancement remains uncertain, entirely reliant on luck. The uncertainty regarding the enhancement of soul power levels? Li Yun's heart brimmed with anticipation. Should fortune smile upon him, and he were to elevate his soul power by 80 levels, he would instantaneously ascend to divinity, becoming an invincible entity within the Douluo Continent. Host should not think too far ahead. This is merely an ordinary soul power enhancement card, which can at most elevate the host by 10 levels of soul power. Thus all depends on the host's fortune. The system interjected decisively, shattering Lu Yun's daydreams. Very well, then I shall hope for an extraordinary stroke of luck, capable of enhancing my soul power by 10 levels. At these words, Lu Yun let out a wistful sigh. If he were to elevate his soul power by 80 levels through an ordinary enhancement card, it would indeed be a loss for the system. An enhancement of 10 levels is still exceedingly commendable, even though he possessed the time-space divine tower martial soul, which could accelerate time around him. Achieving a 10-level increase in soul power would still require a considerable amount of time. Yet today, by merely utilizing a soul power enhancement card, this was an exceptionally lucrative transaction. The 10 items he had drawn this time were all generously bestowed by the system, with a chance for a tenfold draw. One could say that Lu Yun had effectively availed himself of a free opportunity. What reason did he have not to be satisfied? Bang! A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Yun's eyes as he followed the system's instructions, forcefully exerting his soul power to shatter the soul power enhancement card. An endless cascade of golden light erupted, fully entering his body. At that moment, Lu Yun felt his insides suffused with a rich essence of soul power. He swiftly activated his 2 martial souls, beginning to absorb the vast reservoir of soul power. Chapter 51. A future prosperity. Once Lu Yun had completely absorbed the soul power within him, he abruptly opened his eyes, and the depths of his dark pupils radiated with an unparalleled brilliance. Upon sensing that his soul power level had surged by 8 levels, his face was alight with ecstasy. His original soul power had reached level 26, and after utilizing the soul power enhancement card, he had successfully transcended to level 34. Although, given his current age, this level of soul power might seem inadequate, it is noteworthy that he had achieved level 34 within less than 2 months since arriving in the Douluo Continent. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire realm. It is not his fault. After all, he possesses such an extraordinary treasure. Lu Yun had previously set a 5-year goal to become a divine-level powerhouse, which now seems somewhat prolonged. Therefore, he resolved to shorten his timeline and aspired to ascend to the divine level with greater urgency. After taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he began to stabilize his soul power. Half an hour later, as everything came to a close, Lu Yun's gaze fell upon a card that significantly amplified soul power concentration, a 100-fold card. This card could drastically enhance the soul power of Douluo Continent 100-fold, ushering in an era of cultivation prosperity. Once Lu Yun comprehended the full implications of this card, he was left utterly astonished, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Surely, he could not have misread its potential. Just this single card has the capacity to elevate the soul power concentration of the entire Douluo Continent 100-fold. What an extraordinary concept, considering the vast expanse of Douluo Continent. He could hardly fathom the resultant phenomena from such an increase in soul power concentration. Currently, the emergence of tidal Douluos is exceedingly challenging. However, With a 100-fold enhancement of soul power concentration, it would not take a decade before title Douluos would be commonplace. There might even be prodigious soul masters who could, through their own strength, attain divinity. Of course, the benefits of this 100-fold increase extend far beyond these. As time progresses, the probability of newborns possessing top-tier martial souls will significantly rise. This means that the entire Douluo Continent is destined to enter an era of flourishing cultivation. Just imagining such a pinnacle era, where title Douluos abound, made Lu Yun inhale deeply. Thus, the Soul Crystal project could now be officially implemented. After calming his restless emotions, Lu Yun shook his head in wonder. Suddenly, he recalled his intention to announce this initiative following the conclusion of the auction. If the soul power of Douluo Continent were to be amplified 100-fold, then the emergence of soul crystals would also accelerate. Currently, the condensation of soul crystals relies solely on the soul masters themselves, which is not a sustainable plan. A soul master cannot continuously refrain from training, dedicating all their time to the condensation of soul crystals. Such an approach is evidently impractical. Lu Yun planned to later purchase from the divine level shop to explore methods for independent soul crystal condensation. At that moment, Lu Yun's gaze was again captivated by the Xiantian Gong heart method beside him. When he initially learned that he had drawn the Tang sect's heart method, Xiantian Gong, he was somewhat astonished. To him, Xiantian Gong merely appeared to be an ordinary heart method, lacking any remarkable strength. However, since it was a technique cultivated by Tang San, Lu Yun conceived a plan for its application. Coincidentally, the Douluo Continent required the consolidation of soul crystals, which would pose certain challenges for human soul masters during their cultivation. If the Xiantian Gong were to be disseminated throughout the Douluo Continent, it would undoubtedly result in a substantial increase in the production of soul crystals. In this manner, he can amass auction points to enhance his prowess to the fullest extent. The Xiantian skill, available at the divine level store, is merely priced at 1,000 auction points, signifying its lack of value. This presents an opportunity to disseminate the Xiantian skill widely, enabling soul masters across the Douluo Continent to practice it. The potential benefits that may arise from this endeavor are beyond imagination. In the future, it could become commonplace for every household on the Douluo Continent to possess a copy of the Xiantian skill, making it an essential meditation technique. The mere thought of such a scenario evokes a sense of sorrow within Lu Yun for Tang San. After all, Tang San has kept the Xiantian skill deeply concealed, never sharing it even with his wife or friends. Throughout the history of Douluo, Tang San has guarded the Xiantian skill with utmost secrecy, fearing that others might discover it. If he were to learn that nearly every soul master on the Douluo Continent possessed a copy of the Xiantian skill, it would surely drive him to despair. Although Lu Yun may never witness such a scene, the mere imagination of it brings him immense satisfaction. This heightened Lu Yun's anticipation for the prospect of Xiantian Gong spreading throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent. The Xiantian skill was acquired through a complimentary 10 consecutive draws granted by the system, essentially a gift from the system, thus it is not something to lament over. In this manner, Lu Yun's scheme to ensnare Tang San gradually unfurls. The Xiantian skill will also serve as a formidable tool for Lu Yun to further hone his auction strategies. It must be utilized to its fullest potential. At this moment, having gained a comprehensive understanding of nearly all the items, Lu Yun's gaze ultimately focused on the summoning card. The name summoning card clearly implies the ability to summon something, though whether it be a person or an object remained uncertain to him. As Lu Yun's right hand made contact with the summoning card, a sudden revelation regarding its purpose flashed in his mind. Summoning card summons powerful beings from myriad realms to serve the host. Such a succinct description filled Lu Yun with joy. To summon a formidable being from the countless realms to serve him was indeed thrilling. However, a lingering concern crept into his mind. Would the summoned entity harbor any ulterior motives? Fear not, dear host. The powerful beings summoned by the summoning card will not possess any treachery towards you. They will merely retain their original character, the system promptly clarified. Addressing Lu Yun's apprehensions, it assured him that the summoned entities would not develop any disloyalty towards the host. Oh, then I can rest easy. Lu Yun sighed in relief upon hearing this. Currently, the personnel at the Star Dou Auction House consisted only of Jiuyo and Xian Xuan, which was not conducive to the continued growth of the establishment. Although he wielded unparalleled strength within the auction house, his status in the outside world was merely that of a soul master. Lu Yun felt immensely satisfied with the summoning card, as it temporarily resolved his pressing concerns. With a clearer understanding of the card's capabilities, he channeled his surging soul power into it. Boom. The summoning card radiated brilliant golden light, which gradually transformed into countless golden specks, coalescing into a golden portal from the void. The portal was enveloped by an overwhelming force of emptiness, and Lu Yun, intrigued by this spectacle, pondered what kind of powerful entity would be summoned. Chapter 52. Summoning a powerful being with great anticipation in his heart. Lu Yun suddenly noticed the golden portal before him beginning to tremble violently. A brilliant surge of golden light surged forth, momentarily forcing Lu Yun to close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found a figure emerging from the portal. Before her stood a woman of such breathtaking beauty that it bordered on the bewitching. Her elongated, pale violet eyes shimmered with an enchanting allure, capable of captivating the gaze of any man who dared to behold her. Draped in an opulent purple brocade robe, her exquisite form beneath was both voluptuous and delicate, reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding a subtle charm. Cascading down her shoulders were tresses of silken hair, flowing freely and accentuating her slender waist. Yet, beneath the robe, a purple serpent's tail was partially revealed, swaying gently, radiating a wild and alluring magnetism that inexplicably ignited a warmth within those who beheld her. An aura of formidable regality emanated from her, instantly capturing Lu Yun's attention. Upon encountering this enchanting figure, Lu Yun realized the identity of the being he had summoned. To his astonishment, it was none other than the Queen Medusa from the world of Douluo. As he admired her stunning physique, a fleeting look of awe crossed his features. A delightful surprise indeed. Medusa, however, found herself in a perplexing predicament, having arrived in an unfamiliar realm. A colossal presence enveloped the area, her tail transforming into a pair of exquisite, long legs that epitomized allure. Confusion swirled within Medusa. She could not comprehend the circumstances that had led her here. Initially focused on consolidating her strength after breaking through to the Do Zone level, she had been abruptly seized by a powerful golden light, leaving her no time to react. What was happening? As she regained her senses, she realized she was in this strange place, utterly unable to wield even a fraction of her power. It was as if her very essence was ensnared by an unseen force, her fighting spirit clashing with the surrounding energies. This left Queen Medusa in a state of profound alarm, and shortly thereafter, she beheld the man before her, who exuded an even more terrifying aura, as though she were confronting the very heavens and the earth. Nevertheless, Queen Medusa, undaunted, gazed directly at Lu Yun, fully aware that it was this very man who had brought her to this unfamiliar realm. Welcome to Douluo Continent, Queen Medusa. Lu Yun sensed that Medusa's formidable power was entirely suppressed, and she had consistently rejected the surrounding soul energy. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the situation. Within Queen Medusa resided fighting energy, which clashed with the soul power of Douluo Continent, thus inhibiting her from unleashing her full potential. However, Lu Yun was puzzled as to why Medusa's fighting energy had yet to transform into soul power. He felt no concern for Queen Medusa, for he harbored faith in the system's assurances that she would harbor no ill intentions. Within the Star Dou auction house, he possessed unparalleled strength, rendering him impervious to her threats. The reason for Medusa's murderous intent towards him at that moment could perhaps be attributed to the system's inaction. Upon detecting the successful summoning of Queen Medusa from Douluo, where her strength was at the Do Zone level, the system converted her power to the equivalent soul power level of Douluo Continent, limit Douluo at level 99. At that instant, a golden light enveloped Queen Medusa. In a fleeting moment, she appeared as a marionette, her eyes vacant as she stood frozen in place. Boom. The fighting energy within her fully transformed into soul power, and an overwhelming aura of a limit Douluo instantly permeated the entire Star Dou auction house. Fortunately, Lu Yun acted swiftly to conceal this terrifying presence. Had this energy been fully released, the majority of soul masters on the two lower floors would have faced inevitable peril. The full manifestation of a limit Douluo's aura would be exceedingly difficult to withstand, even for a titled Douluo, let alone the weaker soul masters. Lu Yun's gaze remained fixed on Queen Medusa, and he suddenly noticed her regaining consciousness, her eyes devoid of any murderous intent. In her mind, she sensed the unfamiliar energy of this world. Douluo Continent, a wondrous martial soul, a unique soul power cultivation system? It was indeed a realm entirely distinct from that of Douluo. How intriguing. At this moment, Queen Medusa felt the extraordinary soul power within her, and an enigmatic smile graced her lips. She then turned her gaze towards Lu Yun, devoid of any murderous intent. Instead, a spark of curiosity flickered within her. The ability of this man to transport her to this unfamiliar realm suggested that his strength was far from ordinary. For reasons unknown to her, she was unable to harbor any thoughts of violence towards him. a perplexing situation that left Queen Medusa utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, having acclimatized to her new identity, she resolved to embrace her circumstances. Thus, she would dwell in the Douluo Continent and explore the allure of its martial souls. The transformation in Queen Medusa was, of course, a result of the system's infusion of knowledge regarding the formidable Star Dou Auction House in the wondrous world of Douluo. Are you the master of the Star Dou Auction House? Medusa's sultry voice reached Lu Yun's ears. Indeed, I am the master of the Star Dou Auction House. You should now be well aware of all that this world entails. I wish you a delightful existence on the Douluo Continent. Upon observing Queen Medusa's demeanor, Lu Yun discerned that the system had intervened, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Medusa possessed a regal disposition, exuding pride as if nothing held any significance to her. Subsequently, Lu Yun permitted her to pursue her own endeavors, while she expressed a desire to venture into the Douluo Continent and behold this strange world. Before she departed, Lu Yun took the opportunity to caution Queen Medusa to refrain from exerting her powers on the Douluo Continent, for the emergence of an extreme Douluo would undoubtedly incite chaos across the realm. Once Queen Medusa had taken her leave, a question flickered in Lu Yun's mind. Why had Queen Medusa retained her original character, while Xian Shuang and Jiao Yu were utterly devoted to him, seemingly unaware of their former personalities? Driven by curiosity, Lu Yun inquired of the system, seeking clarity on this matter. Queen Medusa was summoned by the host using a summoning card, an entity drawn from the myriad realms. In contrast, Xian Shuang and Jiao Yu were entirely creations of the system, thus not belonging to the myriad worlds. However, the system endowed them with a personality loyal to the host. Had powerful beings from the myriad realms been summoned during the host's initial arrival in the Douluo Continent, the likelihood of facing demise would have been substantial. The system elucidated the distinction between the two, casting a slightly playful glance at Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's face became adorned with a series of dark lines, quickly grasping the rationale behind the system's actions. Having just arrived in the Douluo Continent, he possessed neither martial soul nor soul power. Had the system recklessly summoned formidable beings from myriad realms on his behalf, he might not have survived to this day. Without strength, even with the system's assistance, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to command the powerful entities from the vast multiverse. However, the circumstances have changed. The system's approach has, to some extent, mitigated the threat to his life. There should be 2 more chapters updated tonight, so please stay tuned. P.S. Many fellow readers have expressed a desire to summon characters from battle through the heavens. This time, we shall summon Queen Medusa. Subsequently, summoning cards will be introduced. If you wish to summon a powerful being from any world, please leave a message. The character with the most summoning votes each time. Chapter 53, The Enigmatic Tulip. 2 chapters have been merged into one, providing ample content. Once everything concludes, Lu Yun's gaze refocused on the auction taking place below. The auction is approaching its conclusion, and it is time to announce matters concerning the Soul Crystal. At that moment, the trading system of the Douluo Continent will undergo a profound transformation. During the process in which Lu Yun summoned Medusa, the auction for the 4th item came to an end. This 4th item is a storage ring, which, in essence, resembles the storage soul tools of the Douluo Continent. However, this particular storage ring crafted by Lu Yun surpasses the soul tools in its extraordinary capabilities, as it can not only store inanimate objects, but also living beings. The storage ring is an extraordinarily remarkable treasure for soul masters in the Douluo Continent. At that time, Lu Yun's auction points were insufficient, forcing him to purchase a storage space with a capacity of 50 cubic meters. The Divine Shop indeed offered larger storage rings, but the number of auction points required was simply exorbitant, far beyond his previous financial means. Next, let us turn our attention to the final item of this auction. Xian Shuang, with a solemn expression, addressed the gathered soul masters. With a grand gesture, a flicker of green light appeared before him, revealing a celestial herb. Upon closer inspection, it was the Douluo tulip, which Lu Yun had previously extracted from the Eye of Ice and Fire. The Douluo tulip is regarded as one of the finest celestial herbs, its rarity second only to the heartbroken red. This remarkable herb, known as the King of Celestial Herbs, grows within the Eye of Ice and Fire and possesses the ability to discern the properties of all heavenly and earthly spiritual entities, commanding them at will. It encompasses all abilities related to flavor and can detoxify various poisons, reducing the combat prowess of all plant-type soul beasts in its presence by half. In the original narrative, Ning Rongrong consumed the Douluo tulip to remedy the deficiencies of her martial spirit, allowing her martial spirit to evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tower. For any soul master, the Douluo tulip is a priceless treasure, which is precisely why Liu Yun chose to present it as the final item for auction. In his view, if one were to discern which faction in the Douluo Continent was the wealthiest, it would undoubtedly be the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Liu Yun harbored a suspicion that the combined wealth of all factions in Douluo Continent might not surpass that of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The martial spirit of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower is inherently extraordinary, capable of autonomously detecting the location of treasures, making their affluence hardly surprising. Liu Yun's primary intention in auctioning the Qilua tulip was to capitalize on the resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. He aimed to seize this opportunity to accumulate a substantial number of auction points. As the golden soul coins would no longer be available within the Star Dou Auction Pavilion in the future. To begin, let us introduce this celestial herb, known as the Qilua tulip, which bears the title of the king of celestial medicinal herbs. Subsequently, Xianshuang gradually elaborated on the name and effects of this herb to the assembled soul masters. Most attendees were evidently unfamiliar with such a high-caliber celestial herb. However, for those participating in an auction for the first time, it was an indescribable treasure. The Star Dou Auction Pavilion's inaugural presentation of a celestial herb capable of significantly enhancing mental power was nothing short of miraculous. What effects might this Qilua tulip possess? This celestial herb also has the ability to augment a soul master's soul power, with the increase being more pronounced for those with lower soul power levels. The enchanting Qilua tulip possesses not only the ability to enhance spiritual power, but, more significantly, this ethereal herb can, to a certain extent, incite the evolution of martial souls towards a more formidable direction, particularly those of the gemstone variety. Xianshuang boldly proclaimed this momentous revelation. Indeed, as soon as Xianshuang's words resonated in the air, the majority of the soul masters present found their breaths quickening in astonishment, unable to fathom that this mystical herb could also trigger the evolution of martial souls. What an astonishing revelation this is! The martial soul is inherently destined, and it is only at the moment of its awakening that a transformation may occur. There exists a significant probability that such evolution may veer towards an unfavorable direction. Yet, it is utterly unexpected that a single celestial herb could facilitate the evolution of a martial soul towards a more formidable state. How could this not leave everyone in awe? The martial soul determines the future of a soul master. Should a soul master aspire to transcend to the rank of a titled Douluo, their martial soul must reside at the pinnacle of excellence. Otherwise, throughout their lifetime, they may find it exceedingly difficult to step into the realm of titled Douluo. The final remark made by Xianshuang regarding gem-type martial souls proved to be the most pertinent, yet it was entirely overlooked by them. This wondrous herb represents their opportunity to alter their destinies. They shall undoubtedly seize it firmly, ensuring that this chance does not slip through their fingers. Within the confines of Box 7, Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle, is it truly as the Star Dou Auction House has described? Can this herb assist gemstone-type martial souls in their evolution? At that moment, Ning Fengji, upon hearing Xianshuang's introduction, felt a flicker of brilliance in his eyes and, with breath quickening, turned to inquire of the nearby Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Ning Fengji had not anticipated that the fifth item up for auction at the Star Dou Auction House would be so exceedingly precious, a treasure capable of inducing the evolution of martial souls. It is particularly effective for gemstone-type martial souls, and their Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul indeed belongs to that category. This means that this exquisite Kira tulip is perfectly tailored for their Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul. This revelation filled Ning Fengji with an overwhelming sense of astonishment. As if a grand fortune had unexpectedly befallen him, he believed that the starry auction house would not deceive him, for their previous auctions had consistently showcased the finest treasures of the Douluo Continent. It seemed entirely plausible that they could present a treasure capable of facilitating the evolution of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile's martial soul. The Sword Douluo also gazed intently at the Qilua Yujingxiang, providing an explanation. However, deep within his heart, he was certain that this Qilua Yujingxiang was indeed genuine. After years of confinement, was the time finally at hand to break the shackles of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile's martial soul? He pondered whether this Qilua Yujingxiang could aid in its evolution, resolutely vowing not to relinquish this opportunity, as it represented a pivotal moment that could alter the destiny of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. At this moment, Ning Fengji composed himself, suppressing his excitement, and resolutely declared that the exquisite Kira tulip was a necessity. This particular Kira tulip is a premier celestial herb. Thus the starting bid was set at 70 million gold soul coins. Xianshuang promptly announced the initial bidding price for this ethereal herb. Originally, Liu Yun did not intend to set the opening price so high. However, he was also considering the auction's appeal. He reluctantly decided to impose a greater financial burden on the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Nevertheless, this starting bid effectively deterred the majority of soul masters from participating in the competition. Only the most formidable forces of Douluo Continent could afford to engage in this contest. In a sense, this Kira tulip could be deemed as belonging to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, yet the ultimate beneficiary would undoubtedly be Lu Yun. This exquisite Kiro tulip was plucked from the eye of ice and fire without incurring a single auction point. In other words, it is an entirely free celestial herb. 100 million gold soul coins. At this moment, with breath quickening, Ning Fengji boldly placed a bid of 100 million gold soul coins. No matter the cost, he was resolute in securing the exquisite Kirin tulip, even if it meant exhausting the entire resources of his sect. Should a soul master with the 9 treasures glazed tower martial soul emerge in the future, the 7 treasures glazed sect would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of power on the Douluo Continent. The legacy of the 7 treasures glazed sect would flourish and not wither under his stewardship. What an astonishing force resides in Box 7. To audaciously declare a bid of 100 million gold soul coins right from the outset, this is utterly outrageous. Even if the Kirin tulip possesses some ability for martial soul evolution, such an exorbitant price seems unfathomable, a staggering 30 million gold soul coins above the initial auction price. How can we possibly compete with such a steep increase? Upon hearing Ning Fengji's bid of 100 million gold soul coins, the soul masters within the Star Dou auction house were taken aback, their expressions laden with disbelief. 100 million gold soul coins is hardly a trivial sum. Originally, the auction house had set the opening bid at 70 million gold soul coins, which had already deterred many factions from participating. However, Ning Fengji's bold leap to 100 million further eliminated the remaining contenders. In the Douluo Continent, there are few forces capable of presenting such a sum. Has the 7 treasures glazed sect made its move? At this moment, in Box 1, Bibi Dong heard the bidding for the exquisite Kiro tulip in Box 7 escalate to 100 million gold soul coins, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. On her way to the Star Dou auction house, she happened to see Ning Fengji heading towards Box 7. Bibi Dong fixed her gaze on Box 7, pondering deeply. When suddenly she recalled the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul, a gem-type soul, her expression morphed into an odd mixture of curiosity and scheming. If this Kiro tulip could indeed facilitate the evolution of a martial soul, then Ning Fengji's 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul could potentially evolve into the 8 treasures glazed tile, or even the legendary 9 treasures glazed tile. At that point, with Ning Fengji's martial soul as an ally, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo would possess formidable strength, posing a significant threat to their martial soul hall's ambition of unifying the Douluo Continent. Therefore, Bibi Dong was resolute in her intention not to relinquish the Kiro tulip. However, she harbored uncertainties regarding her absolute capacity to secure this divine herb at auction, having already expended 300 million gold soul coins on a divine bestowed soul ring. She found herself at a disadvantage against the 7 treasures glazed sect. Regardless, she was determined to make an attempt. She could not allow the 7 treasures glazed sect to effortlessly claim the Kiro tulip, even if she could not prevent Ning Fengji from acquiring the herb. She aimed to inflict considerable losses on the 7 treasures glazed sect, 150 million gold soul coins. At that moment, Bibi Dong instructed the nearby chrysanthemum Douluo to decisively raise the bid by 50 million gold soul coins. A wave of astonishment rippled through the soul masters present, marveling at the wealth displayed by Box 1. Having previously spent 300 million gold soul coins on an unknown divine bestowed soul ring, they now sought to invest 150 million gold soul coins in a divine herb capable of evolving martial souls. It seemed the martial soul hall was indeed stepping in. Upon hearing the price announced from Box 1, Sword Douluo murmured with a grave expression. He had long anticipated that this auction would not proceed smoothly, and indeed, the martial soul hall intervened. Sword Douluo understood the rationale behind the martial soul hall's actions. If the Kiro tulip could truly enable martial soul evolution, the strength of the 7 treasures glazed sect would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. How could this not provoke the martial soul hall's apprehension? Nevertheless, the martial soul hall had already spent 300 million gold soul coins. Thus the Kiro tulip would surely fall into their hands. In response, Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively, regarding the martial soul hall's competition with indifference. There were hardly any forces capable of competing with their 7 treasures glazed sect in terms of financial might. Therefore, Ning Fengji felt no concern that the Kiro tulip would be acquired by the martial soul hall. 200 million gold soul coins. At that moment, Ning Fengji resolutely raised the bid by an additional 50 million gold soul coins. He sought to avoid any unnecessary delays with the spirit hall, striving to secure the acquisition at the highest possible price to prevent any unforeseen complications. The pivotal factor in altering the fate of the seven treasure glazed tile sect must not encounter any missteps. Upon the emergence of this price, all present became utterly desensitized to it. An instantaneous increase of 50 million gold soul coins was simply extravagant beyond imagination, leaving the onlookers in a state of suspense, eagerly awaiting the final transaction price for the exquisite Kirin tulip. Your Holiness, the gold soul coins we have brought amount to less than 200 million. Expressed Zhu Douluo from the first box, his expression fraught with concern as he addressed Bibi Dong. Despite their substantial contribution, they had previously expended 300 million gold soul coins, leaving them with insufficient funds. In light of this predicament, Bibi Dong sighed wistfully, conceding the prized Kirin tulip to the seven treasures glazed sect. 200 million gold soul coins, once. 200 million gold soul coins, twice. 200 million gold soul coins, thrice. With no further bids, the Kirin tulip was awarded to Box 7. After confirming the absence of additional bids, Xian Shuang promptly delivered the Kirin tulip to Box 7, completing the transaction with a swift exchange. Is this indeed the Kirin tulip that facilitates the evolution of gemstone-type martial souls? Ning Fengji cradled the Kirin tulip like a treasured artifact, his face alight with uncontainable joy. At that moment, he felt a stirring within him. His seven treasures glazed tower martial soul was in a state of agitation, as if absorbing this magnificent bloom would yield immeasurable benefits. Witnessing this reaction, Ning Fengji felt increasingly assured of the authenticity of the Kirin tulip. Fengji, why don't we return now so you can fully absorb this Kirin tulip? Zhu Douluo proposed, suggesting they head back promptly to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. No. Let this Kirin tulip be reserved for Rongrong. Given my talents, I might not be able to fully harness its medicinal properties. Compared to me, Rongrong stands in greater need of this supreme herb to complete her martial soul evolution. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji resolutely declined the suggestion of the Star Dou. Having already contemplated the fate of this celestial herb, the Star Dou Auction House had previously indicated that soul masters with lower soul power levels would derive greater benefits from absorbing this particular herb. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent to allow Ning Rongrong to absorb the Chiluo tulip. Should he absorb it, and the seven treasure glazed tile martial soul fail to successfully evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile, it would be a regrettable waste of this supreme celestial herb. Chapter 54. The proliferation of soul crystals. Upon hearing that Ning Fengji intended to allow Ning Rongrong to absorb the Chiluo tulip, the Star Dou and Bone Dou exchanged glances but refrained from voicing any objections, leaving the decision in Ning Fengji's capable hands. They were acutely aware that what he proposed was indeed true. The benefits derived from the herb increased with a lower soul power level. With a long-term vision in mind, Ning Fengji chose to have his daughter Ning Rongrong consume the Chiluo tulip. However, deep down, both the Star Dou and Bone Dou harbored hopes that Ning Fengji himself would absorb the Chiluo tulip, for they believed that this would inevitably lead to the evolution of the seven treasure glazed tile martial soul. Moreover, it would enable Ning Fengji to transcend the current limitation of his 79th level soul power, ascending to the rank of Soul Douluo, and perhaps even achieving the prestigious title of a title Douluo. Thus, the strength of the seven treasures Liuli sect is destined to ascend to new heights, alleviating any concerns regarding threats from other factions. I firmly believe that since the Star Dou Auction House has procured this exquisite Kirin tulip to assist in the evolution of the seven treasures tower's martial soul, it will undoubtedly present equally extraordinary treasures in the future to facilitate further evolution of martial souls. At that point, I would not hesitate to participate in the auction. Just then, Ning Fengji expressed his optimism. Given the extraordinary treasures previously showcased, it is evident that the Star Dou Auction House possesses an air of profound mystery. Even if they were to unveil treasures not native to the Douluo Continent, Ning Fengji would find it unsurprising. Therefore, it is certain that the upcoming auctions by the Star Dou Auction House will feature similar apex treasures, at which time he would be willing to expend considerable resources to acquire them. Consequently, his martial soul could likewise evolve to an even higher echelon. The exquisite Kirin tulip should be entrusted to his daughter for absorption, as it will enable her to harness its full medicinal potential. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, both the Star Dou and Bone Dou nodded gently in agreement, acknowledging his approach as particularly fitting for the current circumstances. With that in mind, let us depart, for the 5 items in this auction have already been sold. It is imperative that we hasten back so that Ning Rongrong may absorb the Kirin Tulip and ascertain whether she can evolve her martial spirit into the legendary 9 treasure glaze tile. The sword Douluo spoke gravely to Ning Fingji, preparing to leave the premises. They had successfully acquired this exceptional Kirin Tulip, which would facilitate a certain degree of evolution for their martial spirits, and the Spirit Hall was also involved in the competition. To avoid any unforeseen complications, it was prudent to leave promptly. Indeed, let us be on our way. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and the Bone Dilo nodded lightly and prepared to rise from box number 7, returning to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Thus, the auction at the Star Dou Auction House concluded successfully. Once the 5th item had been sold, Xian Shuang smiled at the audience and announced the official end of the event. As soon as her words fell, everyone stood up, ready to depart. However, Xian Shuang did not forget the directive from the master and gently added, "Please do not rush to leave. In the future, the Star Dou Auction House will be implementing some new rules. Starting from the next auction, the currency for transactions will shift from gold spirit coins to soul crystals. If anyone attempts to use gold spirit coins in the subsequent auction, the Star Dou Auction House will not recognize them." At that moment, Xian Shuang announced the complete transition of the Star Dou Auction House's transaction currency to soul crystals. When the unfamiliar term soul crystals was uttered, the assembled soul masters were filled with confusion, their faces reflecting a myriad of puzzled expressions. What exactly are soul crystals? Why had they not heard of them despite living on Douluo Continent for so long? I would like to inquire about what soul crystals are. Some voiced their inner uncertainties. However, an odd thought began to emerge among the crowd. They possessed a significant amount of gold spirit coins, yet the term soul crystals was so foreign to them. If they truly lacked any soul crystals, would they not be left helpless during the next auction? Watching countless treasures slip through their fingers would be exceedingly cruel. Nevertheless, they did not cause a commotion but instead listened quietly as the Star Dou Auction House explained what soul crystals are. Soul crystals, as the name suggests, are crystals formed from the condensation of soul power, infused with remarkable energy. They can be used not only for cultivation but also as the currency for transactions at the Star Dou Auction House. The soul crystal is an exquisite creation of our esteemed leader, and the specific method of its condensation resides solely within their possession. Thus, during the forthcoming star auction, the soul crystal shall serve as the primary medium of exchange, and I trust you shall grasp this notion. Xian Shuang provided a brief overview of the origins of the soul crystal. Upon hearing this, the soul masters present remained utterly bewildered, yet their astonishment was unmistakable. The soul crystal not only serves as a currency for transactions but also facilitates cultivation, an astounding revelation indeed. In the Douluo Continent, the only currency for trade is the gold soul coin, which is solely for transactions and cannot be utilized for the purposes of cultivation. This has increasingly piqued the interest of the masses in soul crystals. The process of consolidating these crystals is exceptionally arduous. Thus, you must amass a significant quantity of soul crystals to participate in the forthcoming auction. The next auction will take place in 1 year, and it is hoped that all major factions will utilize this time to gather enough soul crystals. Otherwise, the treasures at the upcoming auction may slip from your grasp. Xian Shuang continued, informing everyone that the next auction at the Starry Auction House is indeed scheduled for a year hence. Lu Yun, after careful consideration, recognized the formidable challenge of crystallizing soul crystals. Even with a 100-fold increase in the soul power concentration of the Douluo Continent, coupled with the foundational meditation technique of Xian Gong, the prospect of rapidly consolidating a substantial amount of soul crystals appears rather impractical. Hence, Lu Yun has granted them a year to gather these precious crystals. At the auction a year later, he will have the opportunity to acquire a multitude of valuable items. This prompted Lu Yun to ponder for a considerable time before settling on a particular plan. Soon, the master of the pavilion would disseminate the specific method for condensing soul crystals throughout the entire Douluo Continent, enabling every soul master to participate in the Star Dou Auction Pavilion's auctions or utilize them for their cultivation. Naturally, to expedite the process of soul crystal condensation for everyone, the master graciously bestowed upon you a copy of the Xian Gong meditation technique. This technique is significantly more advanced than the original meditation methods available on the Douluo Continent. Thus, I believe that with this meditation technique, you will be able to condense soul crystals more swiftly and abundantly. Upon noticing the perplexed expressions on the faces of the soul masters, Xian Shuang then shared 2 pieces of good news with them. The provision of a top-tier meditation technique would facilitate their ability to rapidly condense soul crystals, transforming them into tools for Liu Yun's collection efforts at the auction. After all, the Xiantian Gong was obtained through Liu Yun's fortunate draw from the system, leaving him with no losses. On another note, Liu Yun expended a considerable amount of auction points to acquire the specific method for condensing soul crystals. However, these auction points were essentially gifts from everyone present. Thus he felt no remorse. Subsequently, with a grand gesture, Xian Shuang summoned copies of the Xiantian Gong, and a surge of soul power delivered each book into the hands of the attendees. She also communicated the specific method for condensing soul crystals to the gathered crowd, ensuring that it would be propagated throughout the Douluo Continent by various factions. I believe that within a month's time, soul crystals will become thoroughly prevalent across the Douluo Continent, emerging as the primary currency of trade among soul masters. This extraordinary currency can facilitate transactions between soul masters, while the previous golden soul coins will serve as the currency for ordinary civilians. This task has been entrusted to the Spirit Hall, for which we are grateful. Xian Shuang informed the Spirit Hall, hoping they could leverage their influence to popularize soul crystals and firmly delineate the distinction between the two currencies. There is no need to worry about the inability of Douluo Continent civilians to condense soul crystals, thus facing exclusion. Henceforth, the golden soul coins will be designated as the currency for those without soul power, significantly mitigating the risk of collapse within the existing trading system. Very well. We at the Spirit Hall shall assume the responsibility of promoting soul crystals, Xian Shuang stated. Though Bibi Dong felt an insatiable curiosity about soul crystals upon hearing her words, she accepted this responsibility. For the Spirit Hall to unify the Douluo Continent in the future, it must earn the people's favor. Thus, the emergence of soul crystals presented a glimmer of opportunity. She intended to seize this chance to elevate the status of the Spirit Hall to new heights. However, the other factions appeared somewhat displeased upon hearing that the Star Dou Auction Pavilion had entrusted this responsibility to the Spirit Hall. They recognized the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall, and this incident might very well propel its standing to unprecedented levels. This situation is exceedingly disadvantageous for the other factions. Yet they dare not voice any objections. Soon after, the assembly was presented with the precise methods for crystallizing the soul, and expressions of astonishment illuminated each face. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation that the crystallization of the soul was such a wondrous process. And the ultimate realization that these soul crystals could be utilized for cultivation stirred a tempest of emotions within each individual. This soul crystal will fundamentally transform the trading system of the Douluo Continent. This has sparked an even greater curiosity among the masses regarding the enigmatic Star Dou Auction House, which time and again unveils treasures that astonish the Douluo Continent, leaving them in sheer awe. Moreover, the Star Dou Auction House has announced the emergence of soul crystals, a development that could significantly elevate the soul power levels of soul masters across the Douluo Continent. This advancement holds immense potential for the overall progress of the Douluo Continent. Remarkably, the Xiantian Gong surpasses the 7-treasure meditation method, which is part of our sect's heritage, by several tiers. At this moment, upon comprehending the specific method of soul crystal condensation, Ning Fengji felt an overwhelming astonishment within. Soon, his gaze fell upon the tome of the Xiantian meditation technique in his hand, and with each subsequent passage he perused, his astonishment deepened even further. What precisely is this supreme meditation technique? It surpasses the 7 treasures glazed sect's centuries-old legacy of the 7 treasures meditation method by several tiers. Moreover, the Xiantian skill is divided into 10 levels, if we adhere to the cultivation system of soul masters in Douluo Continent. Each advancement in level allows one to transcend 10 ranks of soul power. Thus, it can be inferred that should someone successfully transcend the 10th level of the Xiantian skill, they would enter the divine realm, a domain yet untouched by any on the Douluo Continent. This rendered Ning Fengji increasingly restless, stirring up tumultuous waves of emotion within him. This can be regarded as a truly exceptional meditation technique. Should any faction possess the Xiantian skill, a meditation method of such high caliber, the possibility of transcending to God-level strength in the future would not be out of reach. Even titled Douluo-level powerhouses could emerge like spring bamboo shoots, appearing rapidly across the Douluo Continent. This revelation brought to the attention of Ning Fengji and others the gravity of the situation. Yet it was unfortunate that the Star Dou Auction House had fully disseminated the Xiantian cultivation method throughout the Douluo Continent. This implies that henceforth, the majority of soul masters would be able to cultivate the Xiantian method, thereby augmenting their soul power levels. With the advantage lost, Ning Fingji resolved to return and impart the Xiantian method to every disciple within his sect, urging them to diligently practice and strive for higher levels of soul power. In the forthcoming grand era, the Seven Treasures glazed sect must emerge victorious. The profundity of the Xiantian method is remarkable. It is astonishing that the Star Dou Auction House would distribute such a premier meditation technique to the masses, an act that is truly beyond belief. Bibi Dong, holding the Xiantian method in her hands, could not conceal the awe reflected in her gaze. Soon, she grasped the seriousness of the matter. Her foresight surpassed that of other factions. If every individual possessed a copy of the Xiantian method, the number of titled Douluo on the Douluo Continent would undoubtedly increase. At that juncture, the standing of their spirit hall would be utterly jeopardized. A series of plans began to form in Bibidong's mind. She was determined to seize this opportunity to ensure the emergence of more titled Douluo within the spirit hall. Now, this is what we, the Star Dou Auction House, wish to convey to you. Remember, for the next auction, do not forget to bring your soul crystals. We do not recognize gold soul coins here at the Star Dou Auction House. Xuan observed the shifts in the expressions of the crowd and nodded in satisfaction. Truly, as the leader, each item presented was sufficient to astonish all present. Once you depart, a remarkable event will unfold on the Douluo Continent. It is hoped that all major factions will seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. As Xuan noticed the various factions preparing to leave, she then revealed a staggering piece of news. Indeed, Xuan had learned from Lu Yun that shortly, the Star Dou Auction House would unleash a terrifying force, amplifying the overall concentration of soul power across the Douluo Continent 100-fold. Upon receiving this information, Xuan could not maintain her composure. Although she was a character created by the system, she was acutely aware of the current circumstances on the Douluo Continent. The leader's maneuver was indeed nearly transcendent. A truly formidable prospect. This instilled a profound respect in Xuan towards Lu Yun. What astonishing transformation is this? Why does the Star Auction Pavilion always tantalize one's curiosity? Since the Star Auction Pavilion has proclaimed this as an astonishing transformation, the forthcoming opportunity must undoubtedly be monumental. We must not let it slip through our fingers. Indeed, once I depart from the Star Auction Pavilion, I shall remain vigilant, ensuring that this opportunity does not elude me. Upon hearing these words, the various factions became utterly attentive, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming marvel mentioned by the Star Auction Pavilion. What could this astonishing transformation possibly be? Even the likes of Bibi Dong and other unparalleled powers were filled with anticipation regarding this extraordinary event. Upon returning, I intend to instruct the members of the Spirit Hall to remain ever watchful for the emergence of this opportunity. P.S. To clarify, the bestowed Xiantian art and the method for crystallizing soul essence are intended to enable others to crystallize more soul essence, effectively serving as tools for the protagonist in the auction process. Additionally, the act of granting the Xiantian art is also aimed at vexing Tang San. It is perplexing why some persist in interpreting the protagonist as a sycophant, ingratiating himself with the powers of the continent. Chapter 56. Medusa's First Battle. After the conclusion of the auction, various powerful factions swiftly departed from the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, returning to their respective realms, eagerly awaiting the momentous opportunity that Lu Yun had mentioned. Meanwhile, an extraordinary event unfolded within the Spirit Hall. At this moment, two figures hovered above the Spirit Hall, each emanating a formidable aura capable of overwhelming the very heavens. One of these figures was the Medusa Queen, who had previously bid farewell to Lu Yun. With an expression of calmness, she regarded the man before her, her gaze imbued with pride, as if she held him in little esteem. The man before her was adorned in a resplendent golden robe, with a six-winged, angelic spirit radiating from his back, his entire being shimmering with a terrifying pressure of soul power. He was none other than Douluo, one of the three-limit Douluos of the Douluo Continent, renowned as the invincible of the sky. Who are you? Why have you come to the Spirit Hall to act recklessly? Douluo inquired, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the Medusa Queen. I never imagined that such a formidable being could exist within the Douluo Continent. It is truly astonishing. His gaze was fixed upon the Medusa Queen, a newfound seriousness reflected in his eyes. He could distinctly sense that while she did not exude any overt pressure, she possessed the aura of a limit Douluo within her, compelling Douluo to regard her with caution. This woman emanated a palpable sense of danger, which left him astounded. After all these years, few had compelled him to unleash his full strength. Yet this woman had instilled within him a sense of genuine threat. However, Douluo was curious about the origin of this woman. He had never heard of any faction that had produced a limit Douluo of her caliber. What does it matter to you which faction I hail from? Will you fight or not? Medusa Queen replied coldly, her tone dripping with disdain. Her expression was one of impatience. She had intended to meander through the Douluo Continent, yet found herself beset by troubles at every turn. As if she were an easy target. Had it not been for Lu Yun's prior warning to refrain from acting impulsively, she would have dismissed these nuisances entirely. Qian Daoliu's strength was undeniably formidable. Although he paled in comparison to her peak power, he was not easily dealt with. The Medusa Queen realized that this conflict would not resolve itself without confrontation. Since it has come to this, I shall take action. If I do not teach them a lesson, they will remain oblivious to their own limitations. Time and again they obstruct my path. Such audacity invites their own demise. Arrogance. I know not from which faction you originate, but daring to behave so insolently within the spirit hall will leave you to regret your impertinence, Qian Daolu retorted. His face contorted with fury. With a swift motion, the tension in the air escalated. In the next moment, the six-winged angel soul behind him radiated a dazzling divine light. The seventh soul ring on his body suddenly glimmered, emanating a deep, dark brilliance. Seventh soul skill, angelic true form. Qian Daolu resolutely unleashed his own martial soul's true form. For the woman before him instilled an overwhelming sense of threat. Thus, he dared not underestimate her. Without hesitation, he activated his martial soul's true form. Intending to swiftly resolve the situation with this woman, lest unforeseen complications arise. Sixth soul skill, Blade of the Angel. The sixth soul ring upon Qian Daoliu's body shimmered with brilliance. A golden, ethereal divine sword manifested in his hand, releasing a sharp radiance as if cleaving the heavens and the earth asunder. With this, Qian Daolu channeled the soul power within him into the sword. And once the energy reached a certain threshold, he slashed through the air, aiming directly at the Medusa Queen. Such an assault, and you dare to attempt to obstruct me? I wonder who has bestowed upon you such audacity. The Medusa Queen, sensing the impending strike, merely shook her head with indifference. Originally, she anticipated that Qian Daolu possessed some remarkable abilities worthy of her full attention. However, this display proved to be woefully inadequate. With a surge of soul power, her right hand summoned forth the serpentine martial soul, exuding an overwhelming aura of martial might. Upon her arrival in the Douluo Continent, through systematic means, her fighting spirit had completely transformed into soul power. Consequently, her true form had also morphed into her martial soul, which was the seven-colored sky-devouring python. 9 soul rings manifested around the Medusa Queen, pulsating in sequence, 3 black and 6 red, unleashing a terrifying pressure from her soul rings. Such an astounding configuration of soul rings, 3 black and 6 red, what an extraordinary phenomenon. Who exactly are you? At that moment, upon witnessing the Medusa Queen's soul ring arrangement, Qian Daoliu's golden pupils constricted in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer amazement. Who is this human soul master? Why does he possess such an extraordinary soul ring configuration, 3 black and 6 red? He has never encountered such an enigmatic martial spirit and soul rings before. Could it be that the woman before him is an heir to divinity, currently undergoing a divine examination? Otherwise, it would be impossible for a mere mortal to elevate their soul rings to such an astonishing caliber. Witnessing this, Qian Daoliu's expression grew grave. It seemed that the impending circumstances would not conclude favorably. Both individuals belonged to the realm of extreme Douluo. Yet the martial spirit of the woman ahead appears to be nearly on par with his divine-level martial spirit, the six-winged angel. However, the configuration of her soul rings surpasses his by numerous levels. This revelation made Qian Daolu acutely aware that even if he exerted all his strength, he might not stand a chance against the woman before him. The sixth soul skill, Devouring Heaven's Might. Queen Medusa sensed the transformation within herself and felt a curious intrigue. Little did she anticipate that upon arriving in the Douluo Continent, her essence would morph into such a wondrous martial soul, with soul rings of most peculiar colors. After a moment of contemplation, Medusa comprehended her circumstances and adeptly unleashed her sixth soul skill. Boom. The resplendent devouring sky python martial soul unleashed a terrifying force of absorption. The surrounding soul power was relentlessly consumed by the vibrant python, while the angel's blade previously summoned by Qian Daolu approached Queen Medusa. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. As Qian Daoliu's attack made contact with the force of absorption surrounding Medusa, it appeared to create scarcely any disturbance. That fearsome blade was utterly devoured by the overwhelming power. Following a thunderous roar, the area returned to tranquility once more. This display starkly illustrated the vast disparity in strength between Qian Daolu and Medusa. In the world of Dopa, Queen Medusa possessed the ability to combat beyond her rank, and similarly, she retained this capacity in the Douluo Continent. Against a formidable title Douluo of the same level, she was simply unmatched. Chapter 57. Douluo bows down. My apologies, esteemed one. This time, it was indeed a mistake on our spirit hall's part. I hope for your understanding. Douluo finally recognized the gulf in power between them. And after wrestling with his thoughts, he decisively admitted that this was an error on the part of their spirit hall. However, he inwardly cursed the group of soul masters, blaming them for the predicament they had caused, which had spiraled out of control. Should the woman before him refuse reconciliation and insist on battle, his strength would be utterly insufficient to deter her. The legacy of the spirit hall, built over many years, could potentially be undone. A scenario he could not bear to witness. What? You're not going to stop me? At this, Medusa let out a cold laugh, raising an eyebrow and casting a knowing glance at Douluo. As her words fell, Douluo remained silent, cautious not to provoke the woman, fully aware that he would be unable to withstand her wrath. Seeing Douluo cease his speech, Medusa casually turned her gaze towards the true instigators of her vexation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A radiant light emanated from Medusa's right hand, instantly binding the two individuals, a young and an old man, in place, rendering them immobile. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of soul power flooded their bodies. No, Great Elder, save me. The elder below sensed a tumultuous surge of soul power within him, as if he were on the brink of explosive demise. Witnessing this dire state, the elder, with a visage etched in terror, implored Douluo for aid. Should Douluo choose not to intervene, not only would his grandson perish, but he himself would also be doomed, with no hope of survival. Esteemed one, I beseech you to spare their lives. Whatever recompense you require, our spirit hall shall fulfill your demands. Upon witnessing this scene, Douluo's expression darkened. He then spoke to Queen Medusa in as calm a tone as he could muster. After all, the elder was a titled Douluo powerhouse of the spirit hall. Should Medusa slay him, it would represent a significant loss for their organization. Thus, Douluo hoped that Queen Medusa would show leniency. To expect me to spare them is the height of folly. Medusa retorted, her eyes glinting with indifference, her overwhelming Douluo pressure saturating the spirit hall. The power within her palm erupted forth, a torrent of soul energy surging towards the elder and his young companion. Those who dared to lay hands upon her were met with a singular fate, death, and no pleas would sway her resolve. In an instant, the elder and the youth succumbed to the force of her devastating attack, their bodies exploding into a crimson mist that rained down upon the earth. Douluo's countenance turned a shade of ashen gray upon witnessing Queen Medusa's ruthless execution of the two individuals. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He had not anticipated that she would dare to kill them right before him. Yet, recognizing the ramifications of this act, he suppressed his fury, refraining from acting recklessly. Well then, I have eradicated the malignant element within your spirit hall. You ought to express your gratitude. After dispatching the two, Queen Medusa clapped her hands, her face adorned with a smile as she addressed Douluo. Moments later, Medusa departed the scene slowly, leaving Douluo standing in place, gazing at her retreating figure with a burdened expression. Damn it! Furious and unable to channel his wrath, Douluo's angelic soul power surged violently outward, as if intent on annihilating everything in its path. Great Elder, should we investigate which faction that woman belongs to? At that moment, an elderly man approached Douluo's side. This individual is the second esteemed offering of the worship hall, the golden crocodile Douluo, a pinnacle Douluo at level 98. There is no need for further action. Should she become aware, it would inevitably stir unnecessary complications. I hope you have learned a lesson from this. It is imperative to refrain from provoking others indiscriminately. The waters of the Douluo Continent have become exceedingly treacherous. The previously enigmatic Star Dou Auction House has emerged, inciting turmoil across the continent. Now, another unfamiliar limit Douluo has surfaced, indicating that my prolonged absence from the Douluo Continent has allowed numerous formidable entities to arise. Subsequently, Douluo spoke gravely to the golden crocodile Douluo, expressing his bewilderment at the changes occurring within the continent. It seemed as if unseen hands were orchestrating these developments. By the way, esteemed offering, is it possible that the woman hails from the Star Dou Auction House? After all, there had never been any mention of a fourth limit Douluo on the Douluo Continent. The appearance of the Star Dou Auction House coinciding with the emergence of a limit Douluo surely indicates a connection between the two. At that moment, a flash of insight sparked in the mind of the golden crocodile Douluo, compelling him to voice his suspicions, no matter how one contemplates it. The association between that woman and the Star Dou Auction House seems undeniable. Indeed, it is plausible that she is linked to the Star Dou Auction House. which piques my curiosity further. To cultivate a limit Douluo, their influence must rival that of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Douluo fell into deep contemplation, repeatedly mulling over the golden crocodile Douluo's conjecture. The deeper he delved, the more ominous the implications became. It appears that the emergence of the Star Dou Auction House on the Douluo Continent poses significant threats to the Spirit Hall. However, without clarity on allies and foes, it is unwise to draw hasty conclusions. When Guangling and Qingwan return to the worship hall, they should provide us with insights regarding the Star Dou Auction House, potentially delivering unexpected revelations. Douluo chose to set aside this matter and awaited the return of Douluo Guangling and Douluo Qingwan, for all answers would soon be unveiled. After a considerable time, Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo returned to the worship hall, having completely sealed the events of the day. Should news of an outsider slaying a titled Douluo within the Spirit Hall circulate, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule from factions across the realm. This is not the scenario that Douluo wishes to witness. It is imperative to completely suppress this news. Should it be leaked, one should not hold back in their retribution. After Medusa, the queen, dealt with the two scoundrels, she had no inclination to linger and swiftly returned to the Star Auction Pavilion. The moment Medusa re-entered the pavilion, Lu Yun sensed her arrival. Upon encountering her, he detected the fluctuations of her soul power, instantly realizing that she had undoubtedly been through a fierce battle. What transpired? Observing her condition, Lu Yun appeared perplexed, gazing curiously at Medusa. Clearly, he was eager to uncover what had transpired during her absence from the Star Auction Pavilion. In response, the beautiful Medusa maintained her composure and recounted her recent endeavors in precise detail. It is understood now. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yun's expression shifted to one of wry amusement, as he had not anticipated that Medusa would encounter such events shortly after her arrival in the Douluo Continent. Nevertheless, he felt no concern. With Medusa's formidable strength, even with the presence of 3 supreme Dou masters, none could match her prowess. In fact, even if the 3 supreme Douluo united, they would likely gain no advantage against Medusa. There was no reason to fret over her safety, for her power was undeniably formidable. Chapter 58. The tremor of news in the future. Should you find yourself in such a predicament, simply eliminate them without a second thought. Lu Yun commanded Medusa with an air of authority, assuring her that there was no need for hesitation. After all, within the confines of the Star Auction Pavilion, he was an invincible force. Moreover, with Jiuyu by his side, there would be no adversary in the Douluo Continent capable of standing against them together. Thus, there was no cause for concern regarding their challenges. At worst, he could exert a bit more effort to lure their enemies into the Star Auction Pavilion, where he could unleash his supreme power and capture them all in one fell swoop, preventing the relentless resurgence of trouble. Oh, I understand, Medusa replied, her tone laced with an air of superiority, as if she regarded the previous incident with indifference. If you have no pressing matters, you may remain within the Star Auction Pavilion for the time being. The concentration of soul power in the Douluo Continent will soon increase 100-fold. Staying here will yield significant benefits, so do not let this opportunity slip away. After a brief moment, Lu Yun chose to disregard the matter at hand, deciding to allow Medusa to remain temporarily within the Star Dou Auction House. He intended to utilize a soul power enhancement card, which would amplify the soul power concentration across the entire Douluo Continent by 100-fold. However, Lu Yun was acutely aware that the instant this card was activated, an immense surge of soul power would emanate from the Star Dou Auction House, swiftly permeating the entirety of the Douluo Continent. This implies that the Star Dou Auction House would be at the epicenter of this soul power, where the concentration would far exceed a mere 100-fold, potentially reaching 1,000-fold in a short span of time. Therefore, those within the Star Dou Auction House would experience a rapid enhancement in their abilities. Conversely, the 100-fold increase in soul power would radiate outward from the Star Dou Auction House, benefiting the Star Dou Forest significantly. The strength of soul beasts would similarly experience exponential growth, with high-age soul beasts emerging in abundance. Lu Yun harbored no reservations regarding this development, for the structural integrity of the Star Dou Auction House was such that even assaults from divine-level beings would be ineffective in breaching it. Let alone the multitude of soul beasts, the presence of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape guarding the entrance further ensured its safety. Other weaker soul beasts, sensing the oppressive aura of a 100,000-year soul beast, would undoubtedly refrain from approaching this locale. In the short term, the quantity and strength of soul beasts would significantly increase. However, they would not pose a threat to human soul masters. The benefits reaped by soul beasts through this hundredfold enhancement would considerably surpass those of human soul masters. Yet, human soul masters would also experience a monumental surge in their capabilities. Overall, the entire ecosystem of the Douluo Continent would witness a staggering elevation in strength, heralding an era most conducive to cultivation. I comprehend. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Medusa gently nodded, her heart filled with astonishment. The prospect of amplifying the soul power of the entire continent 100-fold through human effort alone was an accomplishment that no one in her previous world had achieved. It seemed she had grossly underestimated Lu Yun's capabilities. After all, the ability to silently transport her from the world of Dope to this unfamiliar realm indicated that he possessed extraordinary means. Medusa began to anticipate the events that were about to unfold. With that, she bid farewell to Lu Yun and returned to her chamber, where she intended to solidify her soul power. After her fighting spirit transformed into soul power, her true form, the seven-colored devouring python, had become her martial soul. Medusa was not entirely adept at controlling her newfound strength. In the time to come, she would devote herself to comprehending her transformation, striving to unleash her utmost power. Although there were few individuals on this continent who posed a threat to her, any enhancement to her strength would provide her with significant assurance. After Medusa's departure, Lu Yun likewise set about utilizing a soul power enhancement card with 100-fold concentration. After half a day's time, the various factions that had participated in the auction returned to their respective domains. Simultaneously, news of the events that transpired at the Star Dou Auction House spread throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent. At the Hall of Offerings within the Spirit Hall, Douluo Guangling and Douluo Qingwan returned with light steps, heading directly to meet Qian. They recounted everything they had observed to him, urging him to make a swift decision. After all, the Star Dou Auction House was shrouded in mystery, leaving them utterly awestruck. What have you two uncovered from the Star Dou Auction House? Qian inquired gravely upon their arrival. Reporting to the Grand Offering, the Star Dou Auction House indeed defies expectations. Its foundation is remarkably profound and enigmatic. Moreover, I sensed the presence of a limit Douluo-level powerhouse within. What astonished me most was that the auction house's master seems to possess strength that surpasses even that of a limit Douluo. As for whether they have successfully entered the divine realm, I cannot say for certain. As Qian words fell, Douluo Qingwan slowly articulated his speculations. He then proceeded to disclose the 5 items auctioned at the Star Dou Auction House to Qian. You did not mishear. The golden sphere is indeed called the God-given soul ring? Suddenly, Qian previously composed demeanor shifted as he stood up, his face a mask of disbelief upon hearing the revelations from Douluo Qingwan. Surely he had not misheard? The God-given soul ring? Wasn't that a soul ring condensed by a divine powerhouse through divine power? The fact that the Star Dou Auction House was auctioning it was nothing short of astonishing. Could it be that there truly exists a divine entity within the Star Dou Auction House? Upon contemplating this, Qian heart grew exceedingly solemn, prompting him to ponder how to address the situation regarding the Star Dou Auction House. The presence of a divine-level powerhouse loomed over them like a heavy burden upon the Spirit Hall. Even if all the formidable beings of the Spirit Hall were to join forces, they would undoubtedly fall short against a deity. To act recklessly would be to jeopardize the millennium-long legacy of the Spirit Hall. Indeed, it was a divine-bestowed soul ring, imbued with a power of extraordinary profundity, which, at my current level of soul energy, I could not begin to fathom. Ultimately, this divine-bestowed soul ring was auctioned off by Bibi Dong for the staggering sum of 300 million gold soul coins. Subsequently, the Qing and Douluo stated with unwavering certainty, Bibi Dong has secured that divine-bestowed soul ring? If that is the case, then it must indeed be authentic. At these words, Qian raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the revelation that Bibi Dong had spent 300 million gold soul coins to acquire that divine-bestowed soul ring. Such a substantial expenditure clearly indicated that Bibi Dong, with her discerning eye, would not be mistaken. This left Qian utterly perplexed. Whence did the Star Dou Auction House originate? Why was there a deity of immense power among them? Logically speaking, if a new god were to be born, even if they were perpetually in seclusion, they would still be able to sense a modicum of disturbance. Yet, everything was exceedingly peculiar. Even if the Star Dou Auction House lacked a divine-level powerhouse, it was still far from ordinary. The invaluable nature of the God-bestowed soul ring was beyond description, capable of being transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring. How could the Star Dou Auction House bear to auction off the God-bestowed soul ring? Chapter 59. The enigmatic Star Dou Auction House. A myriad of perplexities surged within Qian Daolu's mind. rendering him momentarily unable to regain his composure. Oh, there was indeed another significant matter. Upon our departure from the Star Dou auction house, they abruptly announced a change in the currency for the upcoming auction, substituting the golden soul coin with the soul crystal, and they provided us with a specific method for condensing the soul crystals. Furthermore, they presented us with a premier meditation technique, the Xiantian Gong. A mere glance at this meditation method revealed its superiority over the techniques passed down within our spirit hall throughout the years. At that moment, Huang Luin Douluo suddenly recalled the most crucial matter. Subsequently, Huang Luin Douluo shared the Xiantian Gong and the method for condensing the soul crystals with all present. After a brief pause, everyone in attendance could not help but take a deep breath, their eyes suddenly wide open, exhibiting an unprecedented seriousness. Qing Wan, are you certain that this was bestowed upon you by the Star Dou auction house? At this moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qian Daolia's eyes, prompting him to inquire repeatedly. Indeed, I too am perplexed by the intentions behind the actions of the Star Dou auction house. However, it is evident that their provision of the supreme meditation technique, Xiantian Gong, is aimed at enabling us to swiftly condense soul crystals for participation in the upcoming auction. Why would the Star Dou auction house seek to amass such a multitude of soul crystals? It is indeed a mystery, or perhaps they harbor some ulterior motive. Upon hearing this, the Douluo Qingwan subtly shook his head, equally unaware of the rationale behind the Star Dou auction house's conduct. The value of these two items is beyond imagination, setting aside the astonishing method of soul crystal condensation. I have never encountered the notion of utilizing soul power in such a manner. Moreover, the emergence of soul crystals could indeed revolutionize the trading system across the Douluo Continent. Most importantly, the Xiantian Gong is undoubtedly several tiers superior to the meditation techniques traditionally passed down within our spirit hall. From my observations, if one were to diligently cultivate this technique, upon breaking through to the 10th level, one might naturally ascend to the divine level. The preciousness of this meditation technique is incalculable. Qian Daolu endeavored to calm his excited emotions and slowly articulated the remarkable value of these two items. The Star Dou auction house boldly presented these treasures to the various powers of the Douluo Continent. What is the true intention behind this? Is it to incite discord throughout the entirety of the Douluo Continent? If all goes as anticipated, once these two artifacts circulate within Douluo, a multitude of formidable soul masters will undoubtedly emerge in a short span of time, leading to incessant strife across the continent, thereby jeopardizing the standing of the spirit hall. Nevertheless, these two items possess both advantages and disadvantages. The spirit hall can similarly harness their potential to swiftly enhance its own power and bolster its foundation, laying a solid groundwork for future endeavors on the Douluo Continent. By the way, what are your thoughts on these two items? After expressing his opinion, Qian Daolu shifted his gaze to the several elders beside him, eager to hear their perspectives. Great Elder, you are absolutely correct. Both the method of soul crystal condensation and the Xiantian skill are indeed treasures that appear once in a century. Unfortunately, all factions on the Douluo Continent are now aware of these two artifacts. The golden crocodile Douluo sighed deeply, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the two items in his hands. He was also eager to cultivate the Xiantian skill to elevate his soul power level. His soul power had been stagnant at the peak Douluo level of 98 for an indeterminate number of years. Perhaps by practicing this Xiantian skill, he could transcend the current bottleneck of his soul power and achieve the long-desired pinnacle Douluo level. Great Elder, since these two items have already spread across the entire Douluo Continent, our immediate priority should be to distribute these two manuals promptly, allowing the soul masters of the spirit hall to begin their training, lest we fall significantly behind other factions. The Qingwan Douluo continued, recognizing that the forces that had ventured to the Star Dou auction house were nearly all among the most elite in Douluo. A slight delay could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, it is imperative to expedite the training of the Spirit Hall's disciples to enhance their individual strengths. Given this situation, I entrust this task to you. From this day forth, arrange your affairs swiftly and commence seclusion, diligently comprehending the Xiantian skill. Perhaps your soul power levels will experience a notable elevation. At this moment, Qian Daolu acquiesced to the notion proposed by the Xiantian Douluo and swiftly issued commands to convey the methods of condensing the Xiantian skill and soul crystals to the numerous soul masters of the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolu was eager to comprehend this profound technique, for he yearned for the divine realm, hoping that within this skill, he might discover a glimmer of miracle to fulfill the aspirations he had long harbored. Alas, this hope was indeed exceedingly faint. Thus, the gathering departed in an orderly fashion, each attending to their respective matters. After the completion of this task, the formidable beings within the offering hall plunged into profound seclusion. In the seven-treasure glazed tile school, within a resplendent hall adorned in gold and jade, stood three figures: Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo, and the bone Douluo. Ning Fengji cradled a Chiluo tulip, awaiting the arrival of Ning Rongrong. He wished to witness her absorb this celestial herb, curious if her martial soul could evolve into the legendary nine-treasure glazed pagoda. Father, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, have you summoned me for something? At that moment, a young girl burst through the doorway, clad in a flowing green gown, adorned with shimmering glazed pearls that cascaded over her form. The young maiden is Ning Rongrong, who studies at Shrek Academy. Upon receiving a message from Ning Fengji and others, Ning Rongrong hastily returned to her sect. Rongrong, you have finally returned. The reason we summoned you back is due to a significant matter at hand. At that moment, Ning Fengji saw Ning Rongrong arrive and let out a long sigh of relief, promptly revealing the purpose of his summons. Is it true that this divine herb can facilitate the evolution of my martial soul? Ning Rongrong listened in astonishment, her expression one of utter disbelief. It was difficult to fathom that the herb before her could transform her martial soul into the legendary nine-treasure glazed tower. How could this be possible? Moreover, the Star Dou Auction House, as described by her father, seemed shrouded in mystery. Could it be that her father had been deceived? Rest assured, this divine herb will undoubtedly enable the evolution of your martial soul. As for whether it can transform into the fabled nine-treasure glazed tower, I cannot say for certain. Ning Fengji continued, addressing Ning Rongrong. Although he was uncertain about the transformation into the nine-treasure glazed tower, he was confident that her martial soul would indeed evolve, which would greatly benefit Ning Rongrong's future growth. Chapter 60. The nine-treasure glazed tower. Under Ning Fengji's persistent encouragement, Ning Rongrong began to absorb the Chiluo tulip. She was also exceedingly curious about the Star Dou Auction House her father had mentioned, eager to discover whether this remarkable tulip possessed the extraordinary power to facilitate the evolution of her seven-treasure glazed tower martial soul. Seated cross-legged, Ning Rongrong followed her father's guidance and began to consume the petals of the Chiluo tulip. Time flowed gently, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's martial soul radiated a verdant light, enveloping the entire tower and emanating an extraordinarily brilliant glow. Ning Fengji, along with sword Douluo and bone Douluo, intently focused on Ning Rongrong's martial soul, eager to witness whether this supreme divine herb could indeed elevate the seven-treasure glazed tower martial soul to the legendary nine-treasure glazed tower. The air was thick with anticipation as they dared not breathe, their eyes fixed on the seven-treasure glazed tower martial soul. Gradually, the radiant light that enveloped the tower began to dissipate, revealing two ethereal layers of the tower appearing above the seven-treasure glazed tower martial soul. Could it be that the long-standing limitations of the seven-treasure glazed sect's martial souls were finally on the verge of being shattered? At that moment, Ning Fengji beheld this scene, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented joy as tears welled up. Since becoming the sect master of the seven-treasure glazed sect, he had tirelessly sought methods to transcend the limitations of the seven-treasure glazed tower martial soul, yet to no avail. Little did he expect that the Star Dou Auction House would provide such a tremendous surprise. With just this single Chiluo tulip, the martial soul could evolve into the legendary nine-treasure glazed tower. How could this not bring joy to Ning Fengji? At this moment, his heart was filled with gratitude towards the Star Dou Auction House. He was equally convinced that the subsequent auctions would undoubtedly present even more precious treasures. Perhaps his martial soul could also evolve into the legendary nine treasures glazed tower. At that time, the seven treasures glazed sect would possess two soul masters with the nine treasures glazed tower martial soul, elevating the sect's prestige to a level that could command respect across the Douluo Continent. Fengji had not anticipated that this exquisite Kira tulip could genuinely facilitate the evolution of a martial soul into the fabled nine treasures glazed tower. Beside him, Sword Douluo similarly expressed his admiration. Indeed, everything the Star Dou Auction House claimed was true. Although Ning Rongrong's martial soul had yet to successfully transform into the nine treasures glazed tower, the transformation was not far off. The uppermost part of the seven treasures glazed tower martial soul had already manifested two illusory layers of the tower's body. Once all the medicinal effects were completely absorbed, the awe-inspiring nine treasures glazed tower would reappear in the world, and their seven treasures glazed sect could officially be renamed as the nine treasures glazed sect. Truly, This was no small feat. It seemed that the key to breaking the limitations of the martial soul of the seven treasures glazed tower lay in this Kira tulip. One wonders if there exist other Kira tulips on the Douluo Continent. At this moment, Ning Fengzhu shook his head in contemplation. Realizing that the Qilua tulip was indeed the key to breaking the restrictions of the seven treasures glazed tower martial soul. However, he was curious whether other Qilua tulips existed in different regions of the Douluo Continent. It seemed unlikely, for the Star Dou Auction House had previously stated that such extraordinary herbs, imbued with miraculous properties, were exceedingly rare on the continent. It would be an immense stroke of fortune to find even a single specimen. As for other Qilua tulips, there was no need to pursue them fervently. The Star Dou Auction House would undoubtedly present more precious treasures in the future, so there was no need to be fixated on this one. Upon hearing this, Bon Douluo expressed his sentiment, acknowledging the rarity of such wondrous herbs. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect was fortunate to have acquired one, and there was no need to wish for more. Indeed, the fact that it allowed the evolution of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower Martial Soul was already a source of great satisfaction for me, Ning Fengzhi remarked lightly. This Qilua tulip had given him a glimmer of hope for what was to come. An hour passed. The radiance surrounding Ning Rongrong gradually diminished, as she absorbed the full effects of the Qilua tulip. In the next moment, a brilliant light enveloped her, and a brand new martial soul emerged. The 9-story, 9-colored glazed tower had truly succeeded. At this moment, the gazes of Ning Fengzhi and the others were fixed upon Ning Rongrong's martial spirit. Discovering that its distinctive characteristics bore an exact resemblance to those documented in the ancient text regarding the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda. This alleviated the heavy burden in the hearts of the three. Fortunately, the process of soul evolution did not culminate in failure, for that would have been dire. The soul is an innate aspect of an individual, and the evolution of one's soul is fraught with uncertainty. Thus, it is entirely plausible for unforeseen incidents to arise during this transformative journey. However, the ultimate outcome proved to be favorable. Ning Rongrong's soul successfully evolved into the legendary 9 treasure glazed tile. My soul has transformed. It has truly evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tile soul. Could it be that the exquisite tulip of Kirin is indeed genuine? Moments later, Ning Rongrong gradually regained her composure, and as she opened her eyes, she was met with the unwavering gaze of Ning Fengzhi and the others, fixated upon her newfound soul. This realization jolted Ning Rongrong back to her senses as she began to examine her martial spirit. Indeed, she discovered that her martial spirit had evolved into a 9th tier, precisely the 9 treasures glazed tower her father often spoke of. Upon this revelation, an intense unease settled within her. Her father's words held truth. The Star Dou Auction House had indeed presented such a rare celestial herb, enabling her martial spirit to ascend to the legendary 9 treasures glazed tower. Subsequently, Ning Fengzhi meticulously examined Ning Rongrong's body and, finding no anomalies, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Has my soul power truly increased by 7 levels? At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly became acutely aware of her own condition, rising to her feet in astonishment and exclaiming in disbelief. Her tone was laced with incredulity. She questioned whether she had misperceived the situation. How could this be possible? An increase of 7 levels in soul power seemed utterly astonishing. Rongrong, what did you say? Your soul power has risen by 7 levels? Even Ning Fengzhi and the others, who stood nearby, were expressions of utter disbelief upon hearing this revelation. 7 whole levels of soul power. While it was acknowledged that Ning Rongrong was currently at the Great Soul Master level, such a substantial increase in soul power was simply remarkable. Suddenly recalling that the Star Dou Auction House had indeed mentioned the Qilua tulip could assist a soul master in enhancing their soul power level, Ning Fengzhi and the others had initially thought that the primary effect of the celestial herb was to facilitate the evolution of the martial spirit, with the enhancement of soul power being merely a secondary benefit. Who could have anticipated that the Qilua tulip would enable Ning Rongrong to increase her soul power by a staggering 7 levels? Ning Fengzhi couldn't help but marvel internally. It seemed the preciousness of the Qilua tulip far surpassed their initial expectations. The 2 functions of this exquisite Kiro tulip are each a priceless treasure in their own right. Overall, they represent a considerable advantage. Chapter 61. Awaiting Opportunity. Subsequently, Ning Fengzhi inquired with Ning Rongrong about the status of the 9 treasure glazed tile martial soul and whether there were any lingering side effects. Once he had gathered all the relevant information, Ning Fengzhi recalled a significant matter, namely the Xiantian skill previously bestowed upon them by the Star Dou Auction House. This supreme meditation technique surpasses even the profound methods passed down by the 7 treasures glazed sect. In due time, this Xiantian skill will resonate throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Therefore, it is imperative to impart the Xiantian skill to every disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect as swiftly as possible, enabling them to cultivate and strive to surpass other soul masters of rival factions. He summoned Ning Rongrong for two primary reasons. One was to allow her to absorb the Qilua tulip and complete her martial soul evolution. The other was to have her practice the Xiantian skill. Coupled with her 9 treasures glazed tower martial soul, her soul power would undoubtedly surge. In less than a decade, she is destined to become a formidable support-type soul master on the Douluo Continent. Rongrong, this is the Xiantian skill, a premier meditation technique that is several tiers above the 7 treasures meditation method you are currently practicing. From this moment forward, you shall begin your transition to the Xiantian skill. Ning Fingji presented the Xiantian skill to Ning Rongrong, encouraging her to commence her cultivation of this meditation technique. The Xiantian skill. What kind of meditation technique is this? It is actually superior to the meditation methods we inherit from the 7 treasures glazed sect. As soon as she spoke, Ning Rongrong curiously murmured, then took the Xiantian skill and examined its contents carefully. She sought to uncover the mysteries her father spoke of regarding the Xiantian skill. Thus, Ning Rongrong skimmed through the Xiantian skill. The deeper she delved, the more daunting it appeared. However, she found herself momentarily unable to grasp its profound intricacies. It was indeed more precious than the 7 treasures meditation method. Yet some aspects were rather obscure and difficult to comprehend at this moment. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in her eyes. The Xiantian skill was a rare top-tier meditation technique, but understanding it proved exceedingly challenging. By the way, Father, where did you acquire this Xiantian skill? Ning Rongrong voiced her curiosity, recalling the earlier mention of the Qilua tulip. Could it be that the Xiantian skill was also obtained from the Star Dou Auction House? This Xiantian skill might be a gift from the Star Dou Auction House to the soul masters of Douluo Continent. And perhaps it would not be long before it became widespread across the land. Therefore, in the time to come, you must strive to comprehend the Xiantian skill and further cultivate it, allowing you to leap ahead of your peers. Ning Fingji then gently informed Ning Rongrong that even if he did not disclose it now, she would eventually come to know. What exactly is the Star Dou Auction House? Why have I never heard of it before? Even a top-tier meditation technique like the Xiantian skill has been offered as a gift. It is truly astonishing. Upon hearing this news, Ning Rongrong was left speechless, evidently astounded by the actions of the Star Dou Auction House. Such an extraordinary meditation technique, offered as a gift, is truly perplexing in the context of the Star Dou Auction House's intentions. It is utterly absurd. As for the reasons behind the Star Dou Auction House's actions, I am equally in the dark. One must remain cautious and avoid provoking the Star Dou Auction House at all costs. Frankly speaking, even if all the forces of the Douluo Continent were to unite, they would stand no chance against the Star Dou Auction House. In your future travels, should you encounter anyone claiming to be a soul master from the Star Dou Auction House, I implore you to keep your distance and refrain from engaging with them lightly. Subsequently, Ning Fingji spoke to Ning Rongrong with a grave tone, urging her to remain vigilant against the personnel of the Star Dou Auction House. The sheer terror of the Star Dou Auction House is unfathomable, not to mention a previously encountered limit Douluo, whose power instilled great trepidation. During today's auction, an overwhelming pressure akin to the very heavens left them utterly defenseless. That force seemed to defy the existence of the Douluo Continent itself. At that moment, Ning Fingji and his companions unanimously concluded that the source of that pressure could very well be a genuine deity. How could mere mortals hope to withstand the onslaught of a god? Moreover, Ning Fingji was acutely aware of his daughter's temperament. Should she inadvertently provoke the Star Dou Auction House, even with the might of their entire sect, they would be incapable of shaking the house in the slightest. Is the Star Dou Auction House truly so enigmatic, Father? Would you take me to see it? Ning Rongrong, upon hearing her father's discourse, felt no fear but rather an insatiable curiosity. She yearned to unveil the true nature of the Star Dou Auction House, playfully tugging at Ning Fengji's arm in a charming manner, hoping to persuade him to take her there. Enough of this nonsense. Your primary focus now must be on cultivating the Xiantian skill to elevate your soul power. Although you have consumed the exquisite Qilua tulip, evolving your martial soul into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda and elevating your soul power by 7 levels, you must not become complacent. You must remain grounded. There will be opportunities to visit the Star Dou Auction House in the future, but currently, they are not accepting any visitors. The next auction will not occur until a year from now. During this time, I expect you to diligently cultivate the Xiantian skill, Ning Fingji firmly stated, dismissing Ning Rongrong's wishes without hesitation. After all, the Star Dou auction house is indeed shrouded in mystery, and with the next auction a year away. The participating factions are chaotic and filled with countless powerful beings. He would not easily risk taking Ning Rongrong to the Star Dou auction house for such an adventure, thus interrupting her thoughts for her own good. Humph. Ning Rongrong, upon receiving her father's refusal, let out a cold huff and chose to disregard the matter. By the way, for the time being, we shall refrain from visiting Shrek Academy. You will remain within the sect. An opportunity is about to present itself, and you must seize it with utmost diligence. Should you grasp this chance, your soul power may very well ascend several levels once more. At that moment, Ning Fingji recalled the extraordinary opportunity mentioned when she departed from the Star Dou auction house. Consequently, he instructed Ning Rongrong to remain at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School during this period, firmly advising against her journey to Shrek Academy. Previously, Ning Fingji had expressed his disapproval of Ning Rongrong attending Shrek Academy for the very reason that such a dilapidated institution, devoid of even a soul Douluo, could hardly provide her with a proper education. Regrettably, Ning Rongrong, in her rebellious spirit at that time, was impervious to any persuasion. This left Ning Fingji in a state of helplessness, compelling her to remain at Shrek Academy for her studies. However, this opportunity was personally conveyed by the Star Dou auction house, signifying its extraordinary significance. During this period, Ning Fingji was reluctant to allow Ning Rongrong to return to Shrek Academy, instead choosing to remain at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, patiently awaiting the emergence of opportunities to enhance his strength. Chapter 62. The Soul Beast Pill. The following day quietly dawned, heralding the rebirth of all things. At the Star Dou auction house, Lian intended to utilize a card that would amplify the concentration of soul power by 100-fold. However, while preparing to use this card, he also contemplated a matter of importance. It was imperative that this opportunity be seized by everyone at the Star Dou auction house, for it must not be allowed to slip away. Naturally, it would also be prudent for the gatekeepers, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape, to grasp this chance. The greater their strength, the more prestigious the Star Dou auction house would become, enabling it to some extent, deter soul masters who might cause trouble at the venue. At this moment, Lu Yun approached the entrance where the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape resided, his steps light and graceful. Upon seeing Lu Yun's figure, the 200,000-year soul beasts were enveloped in profound perplexity. Previously, they regarded Lu Yun merely as an ordinary spirit master, possessing only a slightly extraordinary aura, with no other remarkable traits. However, today, upon their encounter, they were struck by an overwhelming pressure akin to that of the heavens, which jolted them into awareness. They discerned that Lu Yun bore no ill intent towards them. Yet the invisible authority he exuded instilled an indescribable dread in both the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, filled with a sense of frustration. They lamented the presence of such formidable beings at the Star Dou auction house. Each was more powerful than the last, extinguishing any thoughts of escape from their minds. Esteemed master, might I inquire about your purpose in seeking us? The Azure Bull Python spoke, understanding that one must bow their head beneath the eaves. They hoped that this encounter would not herald misfortune, as their lives lay firmly within the grasp of the Star Dou auction house, should malevolence be required of them. They would have no choice but to comply. Rest assured, it is nothing of that nature. I simply wish to express my gratitude for your guardianship during the 2 recent auctions. These 2 Soul Beast pills are a token of reward for your service. At that moment, a serene smile graced Lu Yun's face. Suddenly, 2 pills, as white as jade and radiating a powerful and mysterious aura, materialized in his right hand. The Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape were immediately captivated by the sight of the jade-like pills. For reasons unknown, these 2 pills exerted an indescribable allure upon them, as if consuming them would yield unprecedented benefits. With this thought, their breaths quickened. They recalled Lu Yun's earlier words regarding the pills being a reward intended for them. They could only wonder what transformations awaited them upon ingesting these pills. Undoubtedly, they would significantly enhance their strength. This is an ordinary Soul Beast pill, designed to refine your Soul Beast bloodline and extend your lifespan. The extent of enhancement will depend on your individual talents, Lu Yun remarked, nodding slightly as he observed the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. He had not anticipated that these 2 ancient soul beasts would possess such discernment. The 2 Soul Beast pills were procured by Lu Yun from a divine-grade shop. These pills possess the extraordinary ability to enhance the lifespan and bloodline of soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, among other miraculous effects. However, such items are currently non-existent in the realm. Lu Yun contemplated the potential of augmenting the strength of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, believing that it would better fortify the Star Dou auction house. He grasped the two soul beast pills and flicked them with a finger, prompting the two soul beasts to instinctively open their mouths, allowing the pills to swiftly enter their bodies. In response to this phenomenon, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape entered a profound state of meditation, channeling all their soul power to absorb and refine the pills. As time elapsed, the aura emanating from the two soul beasts surged dramatically, with their bloodline powers becoming increasingly formidable. The 200,000-year soul beasts unleashed an even more potent soul beast pressure, causing the surroundings to tremble in reverberation. After half an hour, the commotion surrounding them gradually subsided. Upon closer inspection, the appearances of the two soul beasts had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering them seemingly more enigmatic. Their presence was now significantly more powerful than before. Thank you for your benevolent transformation, esteemed master. Upon awakening, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape sensed the changes in their lifespan and bloodline. Their large, bell-like eyes reflected an indescribable joy. The magnitude of their gains was extraordinary, and this was merely from an ordinary soul beast pill. One could only wonder what marvels a top-tier soul beast pill might bestow upon them. This moment marked a pivotal transformation in the minds of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, who, after merely overseeing 2 auction events, found themselves reaping such unexpected benefits. Remaining at the Star Dou auction house seemed to be a most prudent choice indeed. The two soul beasts harbored unusual thoughts, which did not escape Lu Yun's keen observation. Appropriate rewards and punishments could effectively alter the loyalty of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape. Indeed, their current prowess was a testament to their innate talent. However, an imminent opportunity awaited that required their immediate grasp. Soon, I shall wield supreme power to elevate the overall soul force density of the Douluo Continent. At that moment, an astonishing surge of soul power would undoubtedly erupt within the Star Dou auction house. They must seize the chance to absorb this soul power, which would provide immeasurable benefits for purifying their bloodlines and extending their lifespan. I hope they can seize this opportunity. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yun succinctly conveyed the forthcoming events to the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, urging them to take full advantage of this serendipity. The enhancement of soul power density would first commence at the Star Dou auction house, followed swiftly by the entire Star Dou forest. A series of chain reactions would ensue, and with the soul power density increasing 100-fold, formidable soul beasts would emerge in abundance across the Douluo Continent, making even 10,000-year soul beast a common sight. Therefore, to shield the Star Dou auction house from disturbances by other soul beasts, it was imperative to further bolster the strength of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, ensuring that weaker soul beasts would still hesitate to approach. Understood, master. Upon hearing Lu Yun's astonishing news, the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape were momentarily rendered speechless, only to be followed by ecstatic assurances. Initially, the two soul beasts found it difficult to believe Lu Yun's claim of enhancing the soul power of the Douluo Continent 100-fold, as it seemed implausible for a human soul master to alter the very forces of nature. Yet, reflecting on the myriad extraordinary events that had transpired within the Star Dou auction house during this time, an infinite hope blossomed within their hearts. Chapter 63. The elevation of soul power density. If the soul power of the Douluo Continent could indeed be amplified 100-fold, their future cultivation would undoubtedly become significantly smoother, ushering the continent into a pinnacle era of cultivation. After imparting his instructions, Lu Yun gradually departed, preparing to utilize the soul power density enhancement card. It appeared that our stay at the Star Dou auction house was indeed fortuitous, as that ordinary soul beast pill had remarkably extended my soul beast lifespan by 30,000 years. Following a methodical training regimen, one could only wonder how many years it would take to reach such heights. The Titan giant ape gazed at the receding figure of Lu Yun, its deep voice resonating with an endearing timbre. An unprecedented excitement flickered in its eyes. Indeed, it appears that by sheer happenstance, we have stumbled upon this remarkable fortune. Henceforth, we must diligently safeguard the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, striving to procure more elixirs of this nature, for such acquisitions shall undoubtedly extend the lifespan of our soul beast exponentially. Should I acquire another of these soul beast elixirs, my soul beast lifespan will assuredly surpass 200,000 years, reaching an entirely new echelon of existence. Beside it, the azure bull python nodded vigorously, in complete agreement with the Titan giant ape sentiments. All of this was astonishing. However, the two soul beasts subsequently disregarded the matter, turning their attention to the forthcoming enhancement of their soul power. refining their bloodlines and prolonging their lifespans. Upon returning to his chamber, Liu Yun promptly retrieved the card that granted a 100-fold increase in soul power concentration, which he had won in the previous lottery. Understanding its application, he instantly infused the soul power in his possession into the golden card. With a resounding explosion, once the soul power reached a certain threshold, the card shattered, unleashing an intangible force that radiated outward from its epicenter, swiftly permeating the surrounding area. It continued to spread towards the Star Dou forest, ultimately encompassing the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Remarkably, this extraordinary phenomenon went unnoticed by the inhabitants of the Douluo Continent. The diffusion rate of this aura is astonishingly rapid, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. At that moment, the concentration of soul energy in the area before Liu Yun surged to over 1,000 times its usual level. Subsequently, it spread outward with remarkable swiftness. Liu Yun, recognizing the richness of this soul energy, promptly settled into a meditative posture at the locus of the most potent essence. He began to channel his meditative techniques to absorb the surrounding soul energy, thereby enhancing his strength. The rapid dispersion of the soul energy did not go unnoticed. The azure bull python and the titan great ape at the entrance of the Star Auction House immediately sensed this unusual phenomenon. Erming, it has arrived. Strive to absorb the soul energy. At this moment, the solemn Tianqing Yopeng addressed the titan giant ape beside him, instructing him to commence an extensive absorption of soul power. With a sudden whoosh, as soon as the words left his lips, a formidable force of attraction surged within the two soul beasts. They began to draw in the surrounding soul power incessantly, transforming it into their own soul beast longevity. Thanks to the previously consumed soul beast essence, their bloodlines had been elevated to a certain extent. Consequently, such substantial absorption of soul power inflicted minimal damage upon them. The potency of the soul power essence allowed these two soul beasts to voraciously and rapidly absorb the energy without restraint. Thus, all individuals present at the Star Dou Auction House became engrossed in deep cultivation, as the immense concentration of soul power enveloped the entire Star Dou forest. A moment of upheaval ensued. The forest was plunged into chaos. All soul beasts greedily consumed the boundless soul power present in the sky. Numerous dormant soul beasts broke free from their slumber, vying for the abundant soul energy that filled the atmosphere. In a single night, the Star Dou forest underwent a profound transformation. Nourished by the soul power, countless towering ancient trees sprouted from the ground. Once withered plant-type soul beasts began to thrive once more, rejuvenated by the rich soul energy. Following the tumult, the Star Dou forest settled into a fleeting tranquility, with every soul beast remaining in place, fully devoted to absorbing the soul power to enhance their longevity. In this manner, the soul energy continued to spread at an astonishing pace across the entirety of the Douluo Continent. In the Spirit Hall, the Supreme Pontiff, Bibi Dong, sat at the head of the Holy Hall, her face alight with curiosity, pondering the nature of the opportunity that the Star Dou Auction House had alluded to. At this moment, Douluo, who stood nearby, voiced his confusion with a question. It was not just the Spirit Hall that entertained such thoughts. Even the other factions across the Douluo Continent, any soul master aware of this opportunity, was undoubtedly filled with boundless curiosity. I am uncertain. Yet I possess a premonition that if our Spirit Hall can seize this chance, our strength will undoubtedly experience a remarkable surge, greatly benefiting our ambitions for unifying the Douluo Continent in the future. Bibi Dong spoke firmly to Douluo and the others, convinced that her intuition would not falter. By the way, have you all made any progress with the Xiantian skill? Bibi Dong recalled an important matter. Previously, the Star Dou Auction House had provided them with the method for refining soul crystals in the Xiantian skill, which had been imparted to every disciple and elder within the Spirit Hall. Those soul masters who had acquired the Xiantian skill were all diligently pursuing the cultivation of this supreme meditation technique. Now that a day has passed, it is uncertain whether they have grasped even the slightest essence of the Xiantian skill and formally entered its realm. Your Holiness, I have successfully comprehended the Xiantian skill and can utilize it to absorb vast amounts of soul power, one of the disciples reported. It must be said, the Xiantian skill truly deserves its reputation as a premier meditation technique. One day of practice with it equates to 3 days of my previous cultivation. Had we obtained the Xiantian skill sooner, our Spirit Hall might have already unified the Douluo Continent. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, several formidable titled Douluos within the hall expressed their admiration for the marvels of the Xiantian skill, deeming it the most potent technique they had ever encountered. A sense of regret blossomed in many hearts. Had they acquired this skill earlier, It would have greatly enhanced the Spirit Hall's strength and facilitated their unification of the Douluo Continent. Indeed, you must expedite your cultivation of the Xiantian skill to its ultimate state. Perhaps you will reap unforeseen rewards, Bibi Dong continued, her expression one of reassurance as she gazed into the distance. With the Xiantian skill at their disposal, the strength of the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly amplify. However, what troubled Bibi Dong was that the other top-tier powers had also gained access to this premier meditation technique. In a short span, their strength would surely undergo significant transformation, presenting the greatest obstacle to the Spirit Hall's ambition of unifying the Douluo Continent. Chapter 64. Discovering the True Opportunity Suddenly. It seemed as though a subtle change had transpired in the heavens and the earth. What is happening? As a limit Douluo, Bibi Dong, after cultivating the Xiantian skill, had become acutely aware of the surrounding energies. She sensed a peculiar movement, her expression a mix of surprise and suspicion, and in an instant, she vanished from her position, appearing above the Spirit Hall. Immediately thereafter, a tempestuous surge of soul power radiated outward, and she perceived that the density of soul power in the entire realm was, astonishingly, even more potent than before. This left Bibi Dong enveloped in a haze of confusion. What could possibly be the cause of this? For countless years, the concentration of soul power in the Douluo Continent has remained unchanged. Yet, today, an inexplicable transformation has occurred. Moreover, as she perceives it, the intensity of this soul power seems to be continuously ascending. Could it be that Bibi Dong's mind suddenly conjured the notion of the opportunity mentioned by the Star Dou Auction House? As time flows, the soul power throughout the realm grows increasingly potent, starkly contrasting with its former state. Upon this realization, Bibi Dong distinctly senses that the concentration of soul power continues to rise. Perhaps the enhancement of soul power in the world is indeed the opportunity referred to by the Star Dou Auction House. Waves of astonishment surge within her. How could the power of the Star Dou Auction House influence the soul power concentration across the entire Douluo Continent? It leaves her in awe. Even divine-level powerhouses would likely lack such means. Once again, Bibi Dong acknowledges the enigmatic nature of the Star Dou Auction House, categorizing it as a formidable force to be reckoned with, one to be approached with caution. Nonetheless, the extraordinary increase in soul power concentration presents a tremendous advantage for the soul masters of the Douluo Continent, facilitating their rapid cultivation. This could potentially lead to the emergence of numerous formidable tidal Douluo powerhouses within the Spirit Hall. Perhaps she too could swiftly elevate her soul power to divine levels, inheriting the divine position of the Rakshasa god, ultimately guiding the Spirit Hall to unify the Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong understands that with the augmentation of soul power concentration, other factions will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to expedite their own soul power levels. Therefore, in this impending battle, the Spirit Hall must secure an advantage. Otherwise, falling behind other forces would make catching up exceedingly difficult. Moments later, Bibi Dong decisively turns, gazing upon the majestic Spirit Hall behind her. Her solemn voice resonates throughout the entire hall. All elders and disciples of the Spirit Hall, cease your current endeavors and sit cross-legged to commence your cultivation. This is a rare opportunity bestowed by the heavens. If you grasp it, your soul power will undoubtedly surge. As Bibi Dong's words fell, a wave of confusion washed over nearly everyone within the Spirit Hall. They were at a loss to comprehend why their seemingly invincible pope would issue such a command. Some of the bewildered elders and disciples of the Spirit Hall had no choice but to comply with Bibi Dong's directive, sitting cross-legged to cultivate the Xiantian art and absorb the soul power from the surrounding world. The elders who had accompanied Bibi Dong to the Star Dou Auction House for the auction, upon hearing her command, understood that she must have discovered some opportunity hidden within the auction house, prompting her to urge them to seize the moment and not miss this chance. Thus, several elders likewise settled in place, commencing their cultivation of the Xiantian art to harness the vast soul power of the continent. Time swiftly passed, and as the numerous disciples of the Spirit Hall practiced the Xiantian art, their previously perplexed hearts transformed into sheer astonishment. The speed of their cultivation had remarkably accelerated. How extraordinary! They realized that their current rate of advancement had surpassed anything they had experienced before, igniting a profound sense of shock within each of them. After a moment of reflection, they discerned that the concentration of soul power in the atmosphere had silently increased by several folds. Curiosity burgeoned within the hearts of the Spirit Hall members, leading them to wonder if this was a manifestation of the Pope's extraordinary abilities. However, only a select few elders were aware that this uptick in soul power concentration was the result of the commotion generated by the Star Dou Auction House. Thus, Those in the spirit hall who possessed this knowledge continued to cultivate the Xiantian art, absorbing the soul power of Douluo Continent to elevate their own soul power levels. Anxious not to lag behind their peers, Bibi Dong retreated to her chamber, beginning to absorb the rich soul power permeating the atmosphere. For reasons unknown, she sensed within the soul power an enigmatic force, its mysterious nature far surpassing that of ordinary soul power. This force promised unimaginable benefits for her comprehensive enhancement. Although Bibi Dong could not quite grasp its origins, nonetheless, she speculated that this mysterious power was indeed the opportunity concealed within the Star Dou Auction House. If Li Yun were to hear Bibi Dong's thoughts, he would undoubtedly marvel at her perceptiveness, recognizing her as one of the foremost powerhouses of Douluo Continent. Indeed, the elevation in soul power concentration was not the primary opportunity at hand. After all, the current boost had not yet reached its pinnacle. Once the soul power had been fully amplified, it would be far more advantageous to cultivate then. Thus, there was no pressing need to hastily absorb the increasing soul power to augment one's strength. The opportunity Lu Yun referred to was, in fact, a transformative force released by the soul power concentration enhancement card, a power that could only linger for a fleeting moment on Douluo Continent. This power is profoundly mysterious, transcending even the realms of Douluo Continent and extending beyond the divine realm itself. This is a profoundly mysterious power, a force of creation that generally possesses numerous miraculous effects. One of its remarkable abilities is to enhance certain talents and the rank of a soul master's martial spirit. However, such subtle changes often go unnoticed by ordinary soul masters. Such benefits will accompany the soul master throughout their life. Soul beasts can likewise absorb this transformative power, purifying their bloodlines, and with a certain probability, they may even revert to ancestral traits, an extraordinary phenomenon. Therefore, this opportunity is truly immense. Once the power of the cards is entirely exhausted, this transformative energy will ultimately dissipate into the cosmos. These forces of creation are, in fact, this fortuitous opportunity. In the illustrious hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it seems that the chance mentioned at the Star Dou Auction House has finally arrived. Within the resplendent main hall, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo have sensed the subtle shifts in the fabric of the world, conveying their observations to Ning Fengxi. After considerable deliberation among the three, they have come to the realization that the changes in the cosmos must indeed be linked to the opportunity presented at the Star Dou Auction House. Chapter 65. The Beast Rampage. Upon this revelation, Ning Fengxi promptly issued a command for all disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to set aside their current tasks. They were to prepare to sit in meditation, harnessing the Xiantian skill to elevate their soul power levels. With all personnel organized, Ning Fengxi and his companions likewise seated themselves, beginning to absorb the strands of creation energy permeating the atmosphere. In this manner, the other major powers also became aware of these developments, instructing their disciples to quietly absorb the rich soul energy present in the world around them. On this day, nearly all the soul masters and soul beasts of the Douluo Continent sensed an extraordinary surge in the concentration of soul power permeating the heavens and the earth. Before the crowd could ponder this phenomenon, expressions of astonishment illuminated their faces as they eagerly absorbed the celestial soul power to elevate their own soul levels. At the Star Dou Auction House, time flowed gently, and before long, an entire day had passed. The transformative changes across the Douluo Continent reached a moment of profound stillness. The concentration of soul power had increased over 100-fold compared to before, with the essence of soul power manifesting almost as a liquid, enveloping all in its invigorating embrace, allowing them to revel in the exhilarating sensations of enhanced strength. Within the Star Dou Auction House, those present were the primary beneficiaries of this remarkable opportunity. Each individual experienced a meteoric rise in their capabilities, reaching an astonishing realm of power. Meanwhile, at the entrance, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, nourished by the abundant life force, continuously elevated their soul beast lineage and lifespan. Consequently, their lifespans transcended 200,000 years, attaining the status of fierce beasts. The overwhelming pressure emanating from these 200,000-year soul beasts caused the very air of the Star Dou forest to tremble, as the other soul beasts quaked in fear, emitting low whimpers, hesitant to challenge their formidable presence. The oppressive force of fierce beast-level soul beasts compelled even those of 100,000 years to prostrate themselves, unable to withstand such terrifying might. As for Jiu and Queen Medusa, they too harnessed this immense influx of soul power to enhance their strength, surpassing the limits of tidal law and ascending to the pinnacle of demigod status. This meant that, beneath the divine realm, Jiu and Medusa now stood as invincible entities. Additionally, Qian Shuang absorbed this vast reservoir of soul power, elevating her own soul power level by 2 tiers. For a super Douluo, each incremental advancement in soul power demands a vast reservoir of energy. Moreover, given Qian Shuang's profound foundational strength, the energy required for her to progress a single level surpassed that needed by an ordinary super Douluo by several magnitudes. This undoubtedly has forged Qian Shuang's current prowess, rendering her infinitely more formidable than her peers of the same rank. At this moment, it can be asserted that Qian Shuang possesses the strength to effortlessly vanquish an ordinary limit Douluo. This is Qian Shuang, endowed with the supreme ice martial soul, possessing strength capable of shaking the heavens. Finally, he has ascended to the rank of Soul King. On the 3rd floor of the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun sensed that the soul power in the entire world had reached a state of perfect equilibrium. He exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of turbid air. Upon perceiving the robustness of his physique and the elevation of his soul power, a relaxed smile graced his visage. Situated at the very core of the most concentrated soul power, Lu Yun was endowed with 2 chaotic-level martial souls, which incessantly refined the soul power flowing into his being. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding the potential instability from an excessively rapid increase in soul power. To a certain extent, regardless of the magnitude of the soul power that entered his body, it ultimately served as nourishment to enhance his soul power level. At the crucial juncture, Lu Yun's soul power reached a definitive 50, marking him as a formidable figure within the realm of human soul masters. However, his physical form, also possessing 2 chaotic-level martial souls, underwent relentless refinement. His physical strength had surpassed that of even a soul sage specializing in offense. Therefore, the extent of Lu Yun's combat prowess at this moment was beyond his own estimation. On the other hand, he still had several soul rings yet to absorb, rendering his true strength impossible to predict. It appears that this surge in soul power concentration has resulted in a substantial enhancement of everyone's abilities. Utilizing his vast mental acuity, Lu Yun swiftly discerned that the strength of all soul masters and soul beasts within the Star Dou Auction House had escalated to an astonishing degree. Their powers had significantly improved. Satisfied with this development, Lu Yun nodded in approval, relieved that he had not missed this fortuitous opportunity. It was time to begin absorbing the remaining soul rings. After a brief moment, Lu Yun once again immersed himself in seclusion, commencing the absorption of the remaining soul rings, striving to attain the esteemed title of Title Douluo at the earliest opportunity. At that juncture, he would be free to leave the Star Dou Auction House without restraint, embarking on a journey to the Douluo Continent to behold the splendor of this world. The entire Douluo Continent underwent cataclysmic transformations. The soul beasts, benefiting from this fortuitous occurrence, became exponentially more formidable than the human soul masters. A multitude of 10,000-year soul beasts emerged in rapid succession, with even century-old soul beasts appearing frequently. This led to a significant consequence. A torrent of beast tides surged across the Douluo Continent. Fortunately, elite soul masters intervened, driving the soul beasts back to their territories and deploying powerful guardians to the periphery of the soul beast forest, thus averting widespread casualties. However, the escalation in the strength of the soul beast once again instilled a sense of urgency among the human soul masters. The Star Dou Great Forest, the largest soul beast forest on the Douluo Continent, boasted the most vigorous enhancement of soul beasts due to its proximity to the Star Dou Auction House. It even witnessed the birth of several 10,000-year soul beasts. With the emergence of these new 10,000-year soul beasts, countless soul beasts began to fiercely compete for territory, plunging the entire Star Dou Great Forest into chaos. The air was frequently charged with the essence of soul beast battles, and the unrestrained soul power permeated the forest, instilling profound dread in all who ventured near. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape naturally sensed this turmoil, yet chose not to intervene to intimidate the soul beast clan in the struggle for survival. Only the mightiest soul beasts were deemed worthy to rule the Star Dou Great Forest. Moreover, they preferred to remain within the Star Dou Auction House, quietly enhancing their strength. Until the time for the auction arrived, there was no need to disrupt the soul beast's territorial disputes. In the core area of the Star Dou Great Forest lay a life lake, shimmering with an enchanting radiance. The air is thick with an invigorating vitality, transforming this place into a battleground for the century-old soul beasts. As for the original Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, they have long since vanished from this realm, allowing a few newly ascended century-old soul beasts to muster the audacity to vie for this life-giving lake. Boom, boom. The surroundings of the lake have plunged into a fierce conflict. The oppressive aura of the century-old soul beast reverberates through the area, causing even the tranquil waters of the life lake to shatter under the tumultuous onslaught. The once serene core zone has been utterly ravaged, reduced to utter chaos and ruin. Chapter 66. The Ferocious Beast. ZG. The commotion generated by the life lake grows increasingly intense, even extending its reach throughout the Star Dou forest. At that moment, beneath the life lake, in an enigmatic expanse, tranquility reigns. However, powerful auras subtly emanate, distorting the surrounding space. Deep within this realm, a sudden dragon's roar reverberates, and a pair of obsidian dragon eyes flickers into existence. Boom, boom. An overwhelming darkness surges forth, and the aura of the soul beasts within this alternate dimension appears strikingly formidable. A blinding light flashes, revealing a colossal black dragon, measuring 100 meters in length. Its scales resemble forged black iron, exuding an immense sense of pressure. The potent aura of the soul beast permeates the entire space, instilling a sense of dread. The oppressive aura emanating from the black dragon swiftly radiated outward, saturating the surrounding space. Soon, a succession of formidable soul beast presences became palpable, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly tumultuous. The black dragon is none other than the beast god of the Star Dou forest, Tion, a magnificent being, an ancient black dragon king with golden eyes. Nearing the age of 800,000 years, and the leader of the Black Dragon clan. What could be amiss? Why has the soul beast community of the Star Dou forest descended into chaos? A perplexing utterance escaped from the jaws of this colossal black dragon. He found himself in utter bewilderment. Ordinarily, the disturbances above, in the space beneath the life lake where he lay in slumber, would not rouse him. Yet, the current state of the Star Dou forest was laden with the presence of numerous 10,000-year soul beasts. He could even faintly perceive the essence of two 20,000-year soul beasts, leaving Tion in profound confusion. Prior to his slumber, he had only encountered two newly emerged soul beasts that had just surpassed the 10,000-year threshold. Why then, had two formidable soul beasts come into existence anew? Furthermore, it seemed that the entire Star Dou forest was inundated with an abundance of 10,000-year soul beasts. Such an anomaly surely harbors a hidden truth. Indeed, having slumbered for so long beneath the life lake, he had never sensed such a significant transformation within the Star Dou forest, especially with so many 10,000-year soul beasts being born. Soon after, another aura of a ferocious beast materialized nearby, evoking memories of the previous Star Dou forest, leaving him with the same questions as Tion. Something is amiss. Through my perception, the concentration of soul power in the Star Dou forest has increased over 100-fold. How could this be possible? In a certain direction, a flash of green light illuminated the area, and in an instant, a stunningly beautiful woman adorned in a flowing green gown appeared before him. The woman displayed a look of astonishment as she conveyed the information she had uncovered, leaving no detail unshared with those present. This woman is the formidable beast from the Douluo Continent, existing for over 500,000 years. She is the most powerful entity of the Emerald Swan clan. Known as Bijia, her healing abilities are unparalleled, earning her the title of the world's foremost healer. Nevertheless, as a soul beast of the life attribute, she possesses an acute awareness of the energies that permeate the universe. Even though she finds herself in this alternate dimension, she can still discern that the concentration of soul power throughout the Star Dou forest has surged nearly 100-fold. How could this not astonish Bridget? In the world of Douluo Continent, the soul power is notoriously difficult to alter. How could it possibly advance so dramatically, reaching a concentration exceeding 100-fold? This left Bridget utterly perplexed, especially since she learned from Tion that the Star Dou forest had manifested an abundance of soul beasts that had existed for over 100,000 years. These transformations are undoubtedly linked to the elevation of soul energy concentration. But who, precisely, has instigated these changes? By G, are you certain your perception is not flawed? The soul energy within the Star Dou forest has indeed surged over 100-fold. At that moment, Tion, upon receiving this news, felt an overwhelming shock and solemnly sought confirmation multiple times. If this holds true, could it not signify a momentous opportunity for the Star Dou forest to rise? An increased concentration of soul energy would undoubtedly benefit the cultivation of their soul beast kin. Consequently, in the forthcoming days, the Star Dou forest is destined to witness the emergence of even more formidable soul beasts, bringing the day of their counterattack against the divine realm ever closer. Indeed, I have even employed the innate divine abilities of the Emerald Swan clan to ensure there was no misperception. Perhaps it is not solely the Star Dou forest that has experienced this enhancement. Even the entire Douluo Continent may have seen a similar amplification of soul energy concentration, which is likely the catalyst for the tumultuous uprising among the soul beasts of the Star Dou forest. Following this, Bai Ji spoke with unwavering conviction. The increase in soul energy concentration presents an indescribable advantage for soul masters as well. Given this, who among you shall venture forth to oversee the situation? Allowing those 100,000-year soul beasts to turn upon one another would only serve to undermine the foundation of the soul beast clan. As for the 200,000-year soul beasts that previously guarded the Lake of Life, it seems they have experienced significant fortuitous advancement due to this surge in soul energy concentration, reaching the level of ferocious beasts. You should also make time to bring them to the Lake of Life for collective cultivation. Tian began to comprehend that monumental changes were imminent on the Douluo Continent. He spoke next, desiring to send a ferocious beast to quell the chaos. Each 100,000-year soul beast represents the pinnacle of strength within the Star Dou forest. Losing even one would be catastrophic. Should the few 100,000-year soul beasts continue to engage in battle, the elite power of the Star Dou forest would inevitably dwindle considerably. Tian remained oblivious to the rapid advancements of the 200,000-year soul beasts guarding the Lake of Life, which had propelled them to the level of ferocious beasts so swiftly. He chose not to pursue this line of inquiry further, but rather to hasten the return of the two beasts to the Lake of Life for shared cultivation. This peculiar space is highly conducive to the cultivation of soul beasts. Although the external soul energy concentration has increased 100-fold, it cannot match the purity of the power within. I shall go forth and expeditiously fulfill the task you have entrusted to me. At that moment, a massive purple-black dragon suddenly materialized beside Tian, radiating an enchanting brilliance. As the light dissipated, a woman clad in a purple gown appeared, seemingly in a trance. The woman was adorned in scales of a deep, purplish-black hue. Her figure elongated and irresistibly alluring. A cascade of purple-black hair flowed freely behind her, undulating gracefully as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Her enchanting visage was strikingly beautiful, her eyes a profound violet, while her lips shimmered in a bright purple. Upon her forehead, a scale as dark as ink shimmered, radiating layers of purple light that gracefully descended from above her crown. She was none other than one of the sovereigns of the Star Dou forest, the Purple Empress. Also known as the Demon Queen, her true form was that of the Hell Dragon King, a rising star among dragonkind and the matriarch of the Hell Dragon clan. She was one of the 2 dragon kings among the 10 fearsome beasts, with a soul beast lifespan exceeding 200,000 years. Chapter 67. Restoring Order Given the Circumstances. Purple Empress, this matter falls to you. However, it would be prudent to investigate the occurrences on the Douluo Continent. The heightened concentration of soul power and the various events transpiring in the Star Dou forest are likely intertwined with the human soul masters, spoke Emperor Tian. His tone imbued with gravity as he urged her to remain vigilant about the unfolding changes. An unsettling premonition lingered in his heart. For the issues plaguing the Douluo Continent were exceedingly peculiar. After all, such bizarre transformations had not transpired in millennia, rendering the situation distinctly unusual. Thus, it was indeed fitting for the Purple Empress to embark on an exploration. He had initially intended to act himself, yet he resolved to remain behind, safeguarding the master's safety. Understood. Upon hearing this, the Purple Empress displayed a resolute expression, nodding emphatically. In the next instant, she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from this realm and emerging into the outside world. The once tumultuous surface of the Lake of Life suddenly fell into tranquility, devoid of even a single ripple. With a sudden burst, a violet beam shot skyward, shattering the calm. The purple light erupted, revealing a colossal dragon, over 100 meters in length. Soaring above the Star Dou forest, it emanated an imposing aura befitting a fearsome beast, instilling terror in all soul beasts within the forest. Roar. The creatures, once peacefully prowling the ground, now lay still, paralyzed by fear, for among the soul beast lineage, bloodline held paramount importance. Inferior bloodlines could never withstand the might of those of superior lineage, and the Dragon Clan stood as the apex of soul beast bloodlines on the Douluo Continent. The few 100,000-year soul beasts previously engaged in combat beside the Lake of Life sensed this overwhelming pressure and summoned all their strength to resist it. Their expressions grave as they gazed upwards, recognizing that this soul beast had emerged from beneath the Lake of Life. This piqued the curiosity of several 100,000-year soul beasts. What could be the matter? Could it be that beneath the Lake of Life, there exist formidable soul beasts? The soul beasts ahead belonged to the dragon lineage. Their bloodline power far surpasses that of the others. Humph. Since you have labored so diligently to transcend into 100,000-year soul beasts, why harbor a desire to seize territory? Engaging in a conflict to the death? Furthermore, this lake of life is beyond your reach. Retreat at once. The great dragon above suddenly unleashed an overwhelming dragon might, instantly pressing the few 100,000-year soul beasts to the ground. The serious tone resonated in the ears of these ancient creatures, simultaneously declaring that the lake of life is a forbidden ground within the Star Dou forest, where no soul beast may approach. As 100,000-year soul beasts, you ought to focus on your cultivation and strive to attain a higher realm. Rather than bully human soul masters, you resort to infighting here. If I encounter such a situation again, you shall transform into a mere soul ring in this world. Upon witnessing the defiance in the eyes of these 100,000-year soul beasts, Ziji continued to exert her formidable powers, ultimately subduing them completely. After a brief moment, these ancient soul beasts realized Ziji's might. Even united, they were no match for the dragon before them. Thus, they abandoned their ambition to seize the territory of the Lake of Life and swiftly retreated to their own domain. From that moment on, regarding the Lake of Life as a forbidden zone, daring not to approach it. As time flowed on, Ziji continued to unleash her powerful dragon might, intimidating all soul beasts over 10,000 years old within the Star Dou forest. Countless soul beasts, feeling this overwhelming pressure, fell into a brief tranquility, refraining from instigating any unrest. Buzzing. Having resolved all troubles, Ziji expanded her immense spiritual energy throughout the Star Dou forest, seeking the two newly born ferocious beasts spoken of by Emperor Tian. After a thorough investigation, Ziji discerned the whereabouts of these two ferocious beasts. Transforming once more into a purple dragon, she soared towards the Star Dou auction house. Wherever she passed, nearly all soul beasts, upon sensing this dragon might, collapsed to the ground, too intimidated to raise their heads. At the Star Dou auction house at that moment, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python were consolidating their newfound ferocious beast powers. Soon, they detected a ferocious beast aura approaching them with great speed. The powerful pressure from this soul beast instilled a sense of unease within them. Witnessing this, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape felt extremely unsettled. What soul beast could it be? When did the Star Dou forest give rise to another ferocious beast, and is it a dragon soul beast? Based on the direction the dragon tribe is heading, it seems this is the place. The Tianqing Niumeng and the Titan giant ape exchanged grave expressions. For despite having previously acquired a substantial amount of transformative power that enhanced their bloodline and the lifespan of their soul beasts, elevating them beyond their original elite soul beast bloodlines and progressing towards that of divine beasts, they still felt a twinge of pressure in the face of this dragon's might. They understood that the ferocious creature approaching them was undoubtedly far more powerful than either of them. It seems a formidable beast is on its way. The Tianqing Niumeng remarked gravely to the Titan giant ape, shifting its massive form as the overwhelming aura of the fierce beast radiated outward. It yearned to test the extent of their newfound strength after their breakthroughs. Perfect timing. I've just reached the 200,000-year mark and have yet to engage in a true battle. The Titan giant ape responded, sensing the presence of a dragon-level soul beast approaching. A flicker of excitement sparkled in its enormous eyes, eager to confront the unknown beast. Let us not be careless. We both belong to the ferocious beast tier, and her soul beast lifespan appears to surpass ours. Moreover, she possesses a top-tier dragon bloodline, with a purity of bloodline power that is exceptionally potent. Although our bloodlines have seen some enhancement, we must remain vigilant, cautioned the Tianqing Niumeng. Observing the battle spirit igniting within the Titan giant ape's gaze, he urged caution regarding the impending confrontation, for if they were to face the dragon individually, they might not stand a chance. Only by joining forces could they hope to withstand the might of the dragon. However, neither the Tianqing Niumeng nor the Titan giant ape felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Behind them lay the Star Dou auction house, filled with numerous powerful beings. Should the violet dragon dare to invade the Star Dou auction house, the consequences would be hers to bear. And whether she lived or perished would be determined by the auction house itself. Chapter 68. The great battle approaches. Fear not. If we cannot prevail, we shall unite our strengths and experience the full force of our combined attacks. At this moment, the Titan giant ape seemingly dismissed the words of the azure bull python, a hearty voice resonating forth. Upon hearing this remark, the azure bull python subtly shook his head, choosing to disregard the matter. Should the two of them join forces to assault that soul beast, even if it belonged to the elite dragon lineage, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for them to contend with it. Suddenly, a flash of violet light flickered ahead, and in the blink of an eye, the purple-black dragon vanished. Instead, before the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python appeared a woman clad in a purple robe. She was none other than the Purple Princess. Are you the newly emerged ferocious beasts of 200,000 years from the Star Dou forest? At that moment, the Purple Princess cast a cold, indifferent gaze towards the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python, inquiring repeatedly. She was already convinced that they were indeed the new ferocious beasts. However, a profound curiosity lingered in her eyes, pondering what circumstances could have led to such an occurrence. The two soul beasts astonishingly ascended to the ferocious beast level in such a brief span of time, which is indeed peculiar. Thus, ZG yearned to uncover the fortuitous circumstances that enabled these two soul beasts to experience such remarkable advancement and strength. Who are you? And why have I never sensed your presence in the Star Dou forest? Upon hearing this query, the Tianqing bull python remained silent, his expression grave as he gazed intently ahead, eager to discern the origins of this dragon clan soul beast. After all, they had resided in the Star Dou forest for many years. If ZG truly lived there, it was inconceivable that they would be oblivious to any of her aura. Moreover, the age of this dragon clan soul beast significantly surpassed theirs. In some respects, it was born long before them. As for my origins, I have always dwelled within the Star Dou forest, but your prior weakness rendered you unworthy of knowing our existence. Come. Since you have both successfully attained the ferocious beast level, I shall now escort you to the true gathering place of formidable soul beasts. Upon hearing this, ZG spoke to the Tianqing bull python and the Titan great ape with an air of command, instructing them to follow her to the depths of the lake of life to pay homage to the beast god emperor. As soon as her words fell, the expressions of the Tianqing bull python and the Titan great ape darkened considerably. They had not anticipated that this dragon clan soul beast would speak with such disdain. The astute Tianqing bull python gleaned from ZG's words that there might indeed be profound secrets within the Star Dou forest. Secrets they had previously lacked the qualifications to investigate. Now, having reached the ferocious beast level, they were finally deemed worthy of witnessing the true mysteries of the Star Dou forest. Furthermore, from the dragon clan's soul beast assertions, they learned that there could be many soul beasts within the forest that rivaled or even surpassed her in power. This revelation stirred a tempest within the heart of the azure bull python, as he had not anticipated the profound depths of the starry forest. However, at this moment, he was consumed by a sense of indignation. If the starry forest was home to such formidable beasts, why had the powerful spirit beasts not intervened to assist their kin, who had suffered relentless persecution at the hands of human spirit masters for so many years? This thought unsettled the azure bull python, who cast a discontented gaze towards ZG ahead. They had only come to this place after successfully breaking through the beast level. If they had not obtained the fortune of the starry auction house, they would never have achieved such a breakthrough and would remain oblivious to the true secrets of the starry forest, regardless of how eloquently ZG spoke. He and Erming would not venture into the true domain of the spirit beasts. After all, having reaped so many benefits at the starry auction house, there was no reason for them to betray it. Moreover, their power had surged astonishingly there, with unconditional support for their growth. The azure bull python and the Titan great ape were naturally reluctant to leave the starry auction house. What? Are you unwilling to accompany me? At that moment, ZG, noticing the silence, looked displeased at the azure bull python and the Titan great ape. Having waited so long without receiving any response left her quite displeased. Were it not for Emperor Tian's orders to ensure the return of the azure bull python and the Titan great ape, she would not have ventured into this murky affair. Yet, burdened with this task, she had no reason to neglect it, since they were unwilling to leave quietly with her. She would not hesitate to employ force to bring them back. Even if they had attained the beast level, their strength paled in comparison to hers. Apologies, but we are quite content here and will not be leaving with you. Moments later, the azure bull python resolutely rejected ZG's proposals, bracing himself as a fierce aura surged around him, ready to confront the impending assault from ZG. Is this the starry auction house? Did human spirit masters construct this here in the starry forest? I never expected that you, as powerful beings of the spirit beast clan, would collude with human spirit masters, bringing shame upon our kin. Since you have harbored treasonous thoughts against the spirit beast clan, do not blame me for being impolite. Today, by the command of the beast god, I shall take you both back to the lake of life. Should you dare to defy this order, you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing the conversation between the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, ZG fixed her stern gaze ahead. She soon spotted a 3-story pavilion emanating an extraordinary aura. However, she chose not to investigate further. After a moment of contemplation, she surmised that this pavilion was likely constructed by a human soul master. Yet, she found it hard to believe that a human soul master would dare to establish their base within the inner sanctum of the Star Dou forest. Such recklessness was astounding. Moreover, judging by the expression of the azure bull python, it seemed resolute in its decision to remain here, harboring the belief that these two soul beasts had colluded with the human soul master. This is not the scene that Ziji wishes to witness. Thus, she is determined to return these two soul beasts to the Lake of Life, to be judged by Emperor Tian. Otherwise, no one can predict the potential harm these soul beasts may inflict upon their kind in the future. If you intend to take us back, you must first demonstrate whether you possess the capability to do so. Coincidentally, my brother and I have just surpassed 200,000 years today. It is an opportune moment to test the true extent of our strength. Upon hearing Ziji's words, the Titan great ape was filled with immense rage, and he roared forward, his voice laced with an astonishing fury. Bang, bang, bang. He clenched his fists tightly and struck his chest with tremendous force, unleashing an explosive aura that reverberated around him, stirring up fierce winds and shaking the ground. Chapter 69, Clash of Realms. How dare two mere soul beasts, who have just reached the ferocious beast level, display their might before me? Very well, today you shall witness the vast differences that exist even among ferocious beasts. At that moment, upon witnessing the Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape harboring thoughts of challenging her, Ziji erupted into hearty laughter. With a thunderous roar, a surge of violet-black radiance enveloped her, and the ferocious might of the dragon pressed towards the Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape, unleashing an explosive force throughout the arena. For millennia, she had refrained from engaging in battle. Little did she anticipate that upon her return, she would encounter two oblivious soul beasts daring to provoke her authority. Thus, she resolved to stretch her limbs today and impart a lesson to these two foolhardy creatures. The abyssal water domain. With that, all her power coalesced, manifesting as a deep violet-black soul energy that gradually transformed into profound whirlpools. These were interwoven with an incredibly dense infernal magic and the essence of water, rapidly expanding outward. A resonant hum filled the air as a luminous circle appeared beneath Ziji's feet, swiftly encapsulating the Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape within its confines. This is the domain skill possessed by Ziji herself, seamlessly merging her two inherent attributes to ultimately unleash an unparalleled domain through her formidable strength. It can be said that within this sphere, Ziji's power will be boundlessly enhanced, with her energy being replenished incessantly. The opponent is similarly constrained by the domain, unable to unleash their full potential. Be cautious. This domain is exceedingly peculiar. Henceforth, we must not hold back. Let us exert our utmost strength to defeat her as swiftly as possible. The Tianqing Niulong solemnly advised the Titan giant ape upon sensing the overwhelming suppression of his power within this domain. He urged him to proceed with utmost vigilance. Merely a dragon clan soul beast. Today, I wish to test the might of the supreme bloodline of the soul beast tribe, the Titan giant ape. Unperturbed by Tianqing Niulong's words, radiated an unprecedented battle intent, his fierce aura surging outward. Gravitational domain. At that moment, the Titan giant ape, undaunted, initiated his own domain skill, gravitational domain. A dark vortex emanated from his body, expanding outward and colliding with the domain unleashed by Ziji, creating a tempestuous wave of oppressive force. Now, having broken through to the ferocious beast level, the domain skill executed by the Titan giant ape was more than 100 times more potent than before. How can this be? This domain is incredibly powerful. Even Ziji, upon sensing the domain skill manifested by the Titan giant ape, felt her back slightly sink, her feet sinking into the ground, her eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. She had not anticipated that the Titan giant ape, having just ascended to the ferocious beast level, would possess such an exponentially enhanced domain skill. Even she, with her supreme dragon bloodline, felt an immense pressure. This made Ziji acutely aware that the impending battle would likely be formidable. However, she chose not to dwell on it. After all, she was a formidable beast possessing the bloodline of the dragon clan from the Douluo Continent. The recently ascended ferocious beasts, the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape, were hardly worthy adversaries for her. With a decisive gesture, Ziji invoked her dragon lineage power. Indeed, the moment this formidable dragon might emerged, it sent the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape flying several dozen meters away. Under the influence of this dragon might, the gravitational force upon Ziji was significantly diminished. Although she could still feel some pressure, the enhancement of her domain power rendered her as if walking on level ground. Immediately, radiant violet light emanated from Ziji's hands, exuding an unparalleled aura of death. Within her domain, Ziji vanished from her original position, her right hand conjuring a swirling mass of purple-black soul energy, coalescing into ethereal, purple-black dragon scales. These scales radiated an endless sharpness and a potent force of death. In the sky, Ziji summoned countless dragon scales, and once the soul energy was successfully gathered, she swept her hand forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the dragon scales, imbued with an inexhaustible aura of death, hurtled towards the azure bull python and the titan giant ape with a thunderous sound of rupture, aiming to vanquish them in a single strike. Ziji was eager to avoid wasting any more time with these ferocious beasts, wishing to return swiftly to the lake of life and fulfill the task entrusted to her by Emperor Tian. Duo Ming, be cautious. At that moment, the azure bull python sensed the terrifying surge of soul energy and immediately alerted the titan giant ape beside him, urging him to be on high alert. After all, from these ethereal dragon scales, he discerned an extraordinary and mysterious power. One that not only contained the mighty dragon might of the dragon clan, but also bore a sharp radiance capable of piercing their bodies. The pervasive aura of death surrounding them could undoubtedly inflict significant injuries upon them. Slow down the domain. At this moment, the azure-scaled serpent shimmered with flashes of lightning, enveloping the entire area in a cerulean domain. The previously swift dragon scales, under the influence of this decelerating field, appeared to be suspended in time. Upon attaining the level of a ferocious beast, the serpent's own deceleration domain had been magnified several hundred times. Consequently, the once rapid dragon scales now glided through the air as slowly as a snail. Witnessing this predicament, the azure serpent seized the opportunity to launch itself into the air, its azure tail striking forth with tremendous force. The terrifying essence of the beast surged forth through its tail, aimed at obliterating the dragon scales above. Indeed, empowered by the decelerating domain and the serpent's sudden unleashing of its full spiritual force, the air was filled with explosive sounds as the formerly swift scales were shattered into fragments, dissipating as motes of spiritual energy throughout the cosmos. Damn. I never anticipated your coordination to be so flawless. It seems that without genuine effort, it is utterly impossible to forcibly return you to the lake of life. Upon witnessing her once certain victory being thwarted by the convergence of two formidable domains and a singular assault, Ziji's countenance darkened. Lost in thought, a flicker of subtle malice passed through her eyes. The two soul beasts continued to resist fiercely, which elicited her displeasure. Thus, she resolved not to hold back any longer. With a thunderous roar, the purple-black radiance enveloping Ziji flickered and abruptly transformed into a colossal purple-black dragon spanning 100 meters, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Mobilizing the essence of a soul beast that had existed for nearly 300 millennia, she leaped into the air, her massive claws striking fiercely ahead. The explosive soul energy and the essence of death they carried seemed capable of annihilating all, rendering existence into oblivion. Chapter 70. The emergence of the netherworld. Upon witnessing Ziji revert to her true form and launch an assault, the Tianqing Niupong and the Titan Great Ape exchanged grave glances. After all, the most formidable manifestation of a soul beast is its true form, compelling these two creatures to regard Ziji with utmost seriousness. Without hesitation, the Tianqing Niupong and the Titan Great Ape unleashed their formidable powers, their immense bodies causing the ground to tremble as they charged forward with ferocity. Thus, the three ferocious beings engaged in a fierce battle within this domain, unleashing waves of soul energy that surged forth. Countless ancient trees were cleaved in two, and the ground was riddled with deep craters, painting a scene of utter chaos. Curiously, amidst this turmoil, the Star Dou auction house stood pristine and unscathed in the open expanse, untouched by the explosive energy that surrounded it. This is the Star Auction Pavilion, a gift from the system. Its structural integrity is so formidable that a mere skirmish with a few ferocious beasts could hardly inflict any damage. At that moment, while Lu Yun was in seclusion on the third floor of the pavilion, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of soul energy emanating from outside. He opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Could it be that a soul beast was attacking the Star Auction Pavilion? After all, the entrance was guarded by the Tianqing bull python and the Titan Great Ape, and ordinary soul beasts would not dare approach the pavilion. Had some unforeseen event occurred? With this thought, Lu Yun's immense mental power swiftly expanded outward. He soon discovered that the three soul beasts, including the Tianqing bull python, were embroiled in a fierce battle. Surprisingly, Both the Tianqing bull python and the Titan great ape were at a disadvantage against another soul beast, which was indeed astonishing. They had already attained the level of ferocious beasts, and logically, even soul beasts of the same rank should not pose a threat to them. Moments later, a series of subtitles materialized before Lu Yun, revealing specific information about the soul beast, ferocious beast, Ziji soul beast age, 264. 846 years bloodline, hell dragon soul skills, heavenly demon water domain. Death decay. It became clear that the increase in soul energy concentration had awakened the hidden ferocious beast of the Star Dou forest prematurely. If all went as expected, Emperor Tian and the others should have awakened as well. However, they should never have dared to wreak havoc at my Star Auction Pavilion. Upon comprehending Ziji's detailed information, Lu Yun understood the situation. With Ziji's arrival, it was likely that Emperor Tian and his kind were aware of the changes occurring in the Douluo Continent. Perhaps the mystery of the Star Auction Pavilion had not been revealed, which is why Emperor Tian had not taken them seriously. Otherwise, he would not have sent a mere underling. Jiuyu, deal with that soul beast outside. If not, you shall bear the consequences. As Lu Yun observed the Tianqing bull python and the Titan great ape gradually succumbing to the pressure, he commanded Jiuyu to eliminate Ziji. Previously, Lu Yun had harbored some concerns about the full mobilization of Emperor Tian and his forces. However, after the transformation by the power of creation, Jiuyu's strength had reached demigod level, bolstered further by Medusa. Now, he harbored no fear of the hidden ferocious beast within the Star Auction Pavilion. As long as Gyuna did not awaken prematurely, even if Emperor Tian led all his soul beasts into battle, he would not be intimidated. Your command shall be followed, esteemed pavilion master. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Jiuyu nodded vigorously. In the next moment, he abruptly vanished from his original position. They had sensed the fierce battle unfolding outside long ago. Initially, he intended to report this matter to Lu Yun, urging the master to intervene. But he was aware that Lu Yun was currently in seclusion and did not wish to disturb him over this issue. Thus, he delayed until now. And with Lu Yun's command issued, Jiuyu immediately took action. At the very moment when the three ferocious beasts, the Azure Sky Bull Python, the Titan Giant Ape, and another, were engaged in their fierce struggle, a sudden veil of darkness enveloped the surroundings, with the power of the underworld permeating the air. A chaotic semi-divine pressure surged through the area, causing the three beasts to halt abruptly, their battle ceasing instantly. The Azure Sky Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape shuddered involuntarily upon sensing this aura. They understood who had arrived. With a sigh of relief, the two beasts recognized that since Jiuyu had chosen to intervene today, Ziji would not be able to depart from this place unscathed. By the order of the master, leave this place swiftly, or you shall remain here forever. A swirling mass of black mist emerged behind Jiuyu as he gradually levitated into the air, arms crossed behind him, casting a stern gaze toward Ziji. Humph. You expect me to leave, you mere human spirit master? How audacious to be so brazen in the territory of our spirit beasts. It seems that after all these years of development, you human spirit masters have truly lost your sense of humility. Upon hearing Jiuyu's command to depart, Ziji stood momentarily stunned, confirming that she had not misheard. With a fierce glare, she retorted. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. After all, human spirit masters and spirit beasts were sworn enemies. Since this human spirit master had come before her seeking death, she felt no obligation to be courteous. Ziji shifted her massive form, her dragon tail thrashing as she charged forward with tremendous force. As her tail swept through the air, it resonated with a series of explosive sounds, as if annihilating everything in its path. Stubborn and unyielding, Jiuyu remarked, a knowing smile crossing his face as he noted Ziji's refusal to heed his warning. His voice turned grave. With a flick of his right hand, strands of black and purple soul power materialized, coalescing into chains as dark as ink, exuding a potent underworld energy. What followed was a sight that left onlookers astounded. A phantom black dragon emerged behind Jiuyu, its body suffused with an overwhelming aura of the underworld. 9 soul rings appeared around Jiuyu, a staggering configuration of 6 black and 3 red rings that left spectators in awe. The pressure emanating from this martial spirit was astonishing, and the colors of the soul rings were equally remarkable. Indeed, as the concentration of soul power increased, the benefits he reaped surpassed those of others. At that moment, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, standing nearby, were utterly astonished upon witnessing the martial soul and soul ring configuration of Jiuyu. The two soul beasts were rendered speechless, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. After all, they sensed an overwhelming aura of lethal threat emanating from Jiuyu. a pressure akin to that of a martial soul that instilled in them an utter inability to muster any spirit of resistance. Undoubtedly, the level of Jiuyu's martial soul was extraordinarily high. They discerned that it belonged to the dragon category. If their assumptions held true, this martial soul was among the most elite of its kind. Faced with such a revelation, the azure bull python and the titan giant ape dared not make any sudden movements. Previously, when Jiuyu had captured them and brought them to the Star Dou auction house, they had felt an immense sense of dread. Chapter 71. The Emperor's intent to act who on earth are you? How could such a martial soul possibly belong to a human? And your soul ring configuration, how can the initial rings already be of 10,000-year caliber? At that moment, upon sensing the pressure of Jiuyu's martial soul, the colossal form of Ziji sank slightly. Moreover, the power of her dragon bloodline momentarily stalled. One could only imagine how the oppressive force of Jiuyu's martial soul affected her dragon lineage. Presently, she was unable to harness her full strength, which stirred a tempest of turmoil within her. As one of the most elite dragons among soul beasts, her bloodline power was considered supreme on the Douluo Continent. Typically, few soul masters or soul beasts could surpass her within the realm of bloodlines. Yet, this human soul master, merely through the pressure of his martial soul, had rendered her dragon bloodline inoperative. How could this not astonish Ziji? What left her most shaken was the 9 resplendent soul rings adorning Jiuyu, their colors radiating brilliance. Although she was not well versed in the current state of human soul masters, she knew that, given their frail physiques, it was inconceivable for them to possess such an extraordinary soul ring configuration. A multitude of perplexities surged within the heart of the purple princess, momentarily leaving her in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Why has she slumbered for thousands of years, only for an unknown top-tier powerhouse to emerge among the human soul masters? I am the guardian of the Star Dou auction house. You have trespassed in this domain and refused to depart. By the command of the master of the house, I am obliged to detain you until further notice. Surrounding himself with a colossal black dragon, Jiuyu gazed sternly at the figure of Ziji, an unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face. Despite his prior entreaties for Ziji to remain, her persistent defiance left him with no choice but to act without mercy. 6th soul skill, chain of the underworld. In that moment, the 6th black soul ring on Jiuyu's body radiated a rich luminescence. Threads of ethereal power materialized in his right hand, coalescing into chains that instantaneously tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards Ziji. These chains were designed to completely restrain her movements, ultimately surrendering her fate to his master. In a moment of alarm, Ziji sensed the rapid approach of several chains, intertwined with a terrifying underworld energy, igniting a profound sense of crisis within her. She understood that this human soul master was not someone she could confront directly. With a powerful undulation of her immense dragon form, she sought to evade this perilous situation. Engaging this human soul master head-on was simply not an option. This realization dawned upon her, and she could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would have departed from this place. Yet, as a fierce beast, her pride would not permit her to retreat to the lake of life simply due to the words of a human soul master. To think that one could escape under the influence of my 6th soul skill was indeed naïve. Upon witnessing Ziji's reckless attempt to flee, Jiuyu let out a cold snort, his right fist clenched tightly as he intensified the manifestation of his nether power. New chains tore through the fabric of space, instantly racing toward Ziji, ensnaring her entire form in the blink of an eye. The formidable nether power constrained Ziji, rendering her dragon bloodline incapable of functioning and severely limiting her ability to fly. With a thunderous crash, she fell heavily to the ground, immobile. Damn it, who are you? Do you not know who I am? If you dare to harm me, this place will be razed to the ground. Gigi's expression darkened, a flicker of fear crossing her mind. She had never anticipated that this human soul master would possess such overwhelming strength, and her attempts to escape in full force proved futile. However, Gigi was not one to await her fate passively. She promptly continued to threaten Jiuyu. During her speech, a slight tremor in her right hand sent a beam of purple light soaring into the distance, intending to relay the events occurring here to Tion. If the situation prolonged, her very life could be at stake. Yet, in her naivety, Gigi believed her message would go unnoticed by Jiuyu, a grave misjudgment. Jiuyu observed all her actions, yet he refrained from intervening, seizing the opportunity to uncover the mastermind behind this operation and resolve the matter, sparing the master from concern. At the Lake of Life, a beam of purple light suddenly pierced the heavens, entering the tranquil waters of the lake. It traversed through all barriers, ultimately plunging into a different space at the lake's depths. Gigi's aura? Tian and his companions sensed the arrival of this message, and upon discerning its content, Tian's expression turned profoundly perplexed, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Tian, what has transpired? Why is Ji sending you a message at this moment? At that instant, Bai Ji, observing the situation and the change in Tian's demeanor, gently inquired. Given Ji's prowess, one would presume that she could resolve this conflict without considerable delay. Logically, by this time, Ji should have returned with the two new fierce beasts to the Lake of Life. Yet, why had she not returned and instead sent a message? Ji's current predicament was far from favorable. She had not anticipated being ensnared by a powerful human soul master, compelled to send forth this message. In a grave tone, Emperor Tian conveyed the news of Ji's confinement to all the fierce beasts present. Shortly thereafter, his expression turned exceptionally indifferent. Those human soul masters were truly detestable. However, Emperor Tian was well aware of Ji's prowess. Even a super Douluo among humans would not stand a chance against her. In the Star Dou forest, he had not sensed any presence of tidal Douluos. Moreover, the two newly emerged fierce beasts, even when collaborating in their assault, were utterly incapable of overcoming Ji. Yet, the occurrence of these events was steeped in mystery, leading Emperor Tian into a state of perplexity. What? Ji was actually trapped by a human soul master? How could this be possible? Indeed, as soon as Emperor Tian's words fell, the fierce beasts present exhibited identical reactions, their faces marked by disbelief. They were all too familiar with Ji's strength, and the notion that she had been ensnared by a human soul master seemed utterly bizarre. In light of this, I shall investigate. It will be an opportunity to witness the current state of human soul masters, who could confine Ji in such a manner. Each fierce beast felt an unrest within their hearts, prompting Emperor Tian to articulate his intentions. He sought to ascertain which tidal Douluo had forced Ji into such a predicament. If necessary, he would take action. The number of elite human soul masters was increasing. And if this continued, the survival of their soul beast clan would become ever more precarious. For such a formidable opponent, Emperor Tian was unwilling to allow him to leave the Star Dou forest alive. The absence of a top-tier powerhouse among the human soul masters would significantly ease the plight of their soul beast clan. Chapter 72. An impending clash. Emperor Tian. Shall we accompany you? At that moment, several other fierce beasts expressed their desire to join Emperor Tian in witnessing the human soul master who had ensnared Ji. Who could possess such formidable strength? This individual would undoubtedly pose a future threat to the soul beast clan, and thus the fierce beasts present shared Emperor Tian's sentiments. That human soul master must not be allowed to escape the Star Dou forest. No need. I shall go alone. You all stay and protect our master. Be sure to prevent any other dangers from approaching. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian casually waved his hand, dispelling the thoughts harbored by the others. He resolved to venture alone to meet the enigmatic human soul master. After all, the safety of their lord was equally paramount. Thus he left the remaining ferocious beasts to guard their sovereign. Upon receiving Emperor Tian's command, each beast nodded slightly, remaining in place. Meanwhile, Emperor Tian transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing in an instant as he soared towards the inner reaches of the Star Dou forest. At that moment, Jiu hovered in midair, her gaze apathetically directed at the trapped Ji. As she peered into the distance, she suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura approaching, a grave expression flitting across her features. Finally, it has come. Just then, Jiu's gaze focused on the horizon, a serious tone escaping her lips. In an instant, an even more formidable pressure enveloped the entire region. However, those within the Star Dou auction house remained oblivious to this oppressive force. Regardless of how formidable the pressure might be, it would vanish upon nearing the Star Dou auction house. How could the soul beast exertion be so potent? Why does the Star Dou forest harbor such a multitude of ancient soul beasts, and where do they conceal themselves? The Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape felt as though a colossal mountain pressed upon their backs in response to this overwhelming force, rendering them breathless. They were compelled to channel all their soul power just to barely withstand this terrifying aura of the soul beast. Even so, the tremor within their bloodlines was impossible to ignore. The Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape realized that the approaching entity was likely a top-tier powerhouse hidden among the soul beasts. Subsequently, they turned to regard Jiu, who stood poised in the air, their eyes reflecting a solemnity. They wondered if Jiu could contend with the imminent threat of this ferocious beast. Are you the human soul master who defeated Ji? In the blink of an eye, a sound reminiscent of shattering space echoed, and a dark figure emerged before Jiu, revealing a man clad in black robes. The man before us is the Emperor Tian, who has journeyed from the Lake of Life. However, Emperor Tian has taken note of the Nine Nether, realizing just how naive his previous thoughts were. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he perceives a sense of lethal threat emanating from this human soul master before him. How can this be possible? One must understand that he is a ferocious beast with a legacy spanning nearly 800,000 years. Even the mightiest of limit Douluo would find themselves lacking the audacity to act recklessly in his presence. Yet, the human soul master before him exuded an unmistakable aura of threat. Tian was perplexed, pondering from which faction of humanity this individual hailed. To send your subordinates to disturb our esteemed master's seclusion and expect to depart unscathed is utterly unreasonable, is it not? Upon catching sight of Tian, Jiuyu's demeanor shifted to one of extreme vigilance, her cold tone piercing through the air to reach Tian's ears. The notion of safely escorting Ziji away was nothing short of an impossible endeavor, without paying a price. Would the Star Dou Auction House not become a playground for your kind? Humph. It seems you have misunderstood. The Star Dou Great Forest is a sanctuary for soul beasts. Is it permissible for you human soul masters to linger here without consequence? Tian turned his gaze toward the struggling Ziji behind him, and in the next moment, an overwhelming force of darkness surged from his palm. This ferocious power struck violently against the chains binding Ziji, with a resounding crack. The black chain shattered under Tian's might. A liberated Ziji swiftly positioned herself behind Tian, her relief palpable. With his presence, her life was finally safeguarded. Yet she could not fathom the terrifying strength of the human soul master before her. You hail from the Star Dou Auction House? At that moment, Tian's gaze fell upon the Star Dou Auction House behind Jiuyu. Upon discerning the name inscribed on the plaque, he began to unravel the origins of this enigmatic human soul master. This revelation plunged Tian into a state of deep confusion. Was not the dominion of Douluo Continent held by the Spirit Hall? Where did the Star Dou Auction House emerge from? To boldly establish a presence within the Star Dou Great Forest was either a death wish or a challenge to the dignity of their soul beast clan. This territory is the domain of the Star Dou Auction House. Prior to the commencement of any auction, no soul beasts or soul masters may tread upon this ground without permission. Those who transgress shall face merciless retribution. Jiuyu's frigid tone reverberated throughout the area, granting no quarter to Tian. The Star Dou Auction House indeed has its regulations, typically. Only during the auction events are soul masters or soul beasts permitted in this realm. During ordinary times, no one is allowed to create disturbances here without the consent of the Star Dou Auction House. However, since CG had violated the rules of the Star Dou Auction House today, she would not be permitted to escape unscathed. Is that so? Then I too wish to witness the extent of your power, to determine whether it can indeed justify your arrogance. Upon hearing the menacing tone of Jiuyu, Emperor Tian's expression darkened considerably. As the beast god of the soul beast clan, he was accustomed to being treated with utmost reverence by all soul beasts. Yet, here stood an audacious human soul master, persistently challenging him time and again. Emperor Tian had no intention of letting this insolent human go. Despite the palpable sense of threat emanating from Jiuyu, after all, they were within the Star Dou Forest, the domain of soul beasts. Suddenly, Emperor Tian vanished from sight, unleashing an overwhelming force of darkness that rendered everything into silence, obscuring the sun in the sky. The area surrounding the Star Dou Auction House was plunged into profound darkness. You too, return to the Star Dou Auction House, Jiuyu commanded, sensing the enveloping darkness that blotted out any glimmer of light, his expression turning serious. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a tremendous power that instantly transported the Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape back to the interior of the Star Dou Auction House. Now, he intended to unleash his full strength, the devastation it would cause beyond imagination. Even the formidable bodies of the Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape could scarcely endure it. Seventh soul skill, true body of the Nether Dragon. As the two beasts re-entered the Star Dou Auction House, the Nether Dragon martial spirit in Jiuyu's right hand released a cataclysmic force of the Nether, causing the surrounding darkness to flee in terror, as if mice were scurrying from a cat. This demonstrated the superiority of the Nether power over the mere dark force. As Jiuyu manifested his martial spirit's true form, his aura deepened and intensified, seemingly consuming everything in its path, plunging the realm into an abyss where all retreated in fear. What power is it that you wield to force back my ultimate dark force? Emperor Tian mused, having finally encountered a worthy opponent after years of slumber. I hope you do not disappoint me. At that moment, hidden within the shadows, Emperor Tian sensed that his ultimate dark force was being repelled by an unknown power, unable to approach Jiuyu even a fraction. The occurrence of this situation caused Emperor Tian's pupils to constrict in shock, leaving him utterly bewildered. What could possibly be the cause of this? It could be that the power level of Jiuyo is simply too profound, rendering even his ultimate dark force incapable of inflicting any harm. Emperor Tian's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, for it seemed this human soul master was far more formidable than he had initially imagined. In the next moment, Emperor Tian's right hand morphed into a claw, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of dragon soul energy that surged forth, shattering the fabric of space as it aimed directly at Jiuyo's brow. Jiuyo remained acutely vigilant, channeling the powers of the netherworld and his martial soul into his right fist, fearlessly launching a counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. The instant their attacks collided, an aura of annihilation erupted forth. The immense backlash propelled both combatants backward, with Jiuyo staggering several dozen steps, while Emperor Tian was only forced back a mere 5. Your physical prowess has truly taken me by surprise. It is fair to say that among human soul masters, you are the first to match me in strength. Although Emperor Tian gained the upper hand in their initial clash, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. It is well known that he possesses the bloodline of the dragon race, endowing him with unparalleled power. Yet, the human soul master before him was able to contend with him on equal footing solely through his own strength. This clearly indicated that this human soul master possesses an exceptionally robust physique. Originally, Emperor Tian believed he could effortlessly surpass Jiuyo in terms of physical strength. But the unfolding of this scene revealed his naivety. The corporeal form of this human soul master is exceedingly formidable, and when combined with his soul abilities, even Emperor Tian lacks absolute certainty in his capacity to triumph over him. The pace at which human soul masters are evolving is unfathomably swifter than that of soul beasts. Contemplating this, Emperor Tian's countenance shifted to one of intense fury. Lamenting the inequity of the divine realm and questioning why the soul beast clan must endure oppression at the hands of soul masters, despite being repelled, Jiuyo displayed no sign of distress. Rather, he appeared invigorated and eager for battle. Raising his fist, he leaped into the air, channeling the power of his martial soul into his right fist, and struck fiercely towards Emperor Tian. Unfazed, Emperor Tian summoned the strength of the soul beasts, engaging in a fierce clash with Jiuyo. Thus, a monumental battle ensued, the scale of which far exceeded that of the previous confrontation with the sky blue bull python. Within a radius of 100 miles, everything was rendered to nothingness, save for the Star Dou Auction House, which remained steadfast and unharmed. ZG, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the two combatants, hastily vacated the vicinity. Were she to find herself caught between their assaults, the mere residual pressure would be unbearable, likely resulting in grievous injury. This revelation stirred a genuine sense of fear within ZG, as she had not anticipated that the strength of the earlier man could rival that of Emperor Tian. How terrifying. Fortunately, that human soul master bore her no ill will. Otherwise, it is doubtful she would have survived to this moment. At Shrek Academy, Rong, I wonder if your sudden return home signifies some pressing matter? In the academy square stood 7 young boys and girls. Among them was a bearded youth, whose mature demeanor resembled that of an adult. This individual was Oscar from the Douluo Continent, possessing an innate full soul power with a food-type martial soul. Opposite him stood Ning Rong, who had hurried back from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. It's nothing substantial. My father simply summoned me home, she replied, subtly shaking her head. By the way, Rong, has your father mentioned to you the true nature of the soul power on the continent? Oscar, seemingly with an endless stream of conversation, continued to engage Ning Rong in dialogue. Suddenly, a serious expression crossed his face as he inquired about a thought that had just crossed his mind. Currently, the concentration of soul power on the Douluo Continent has increased 100-fold. While they had all sensed this change, their principal, Teacher Zhao, remained unaware of its origin, who has altered the soul power concentration of the Douluo Continent. No matter how they speculated, they could not arrive at an answer. It seemed that only Rong's father or the 2 title Douluo experts from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would have insight into the matter. As soon as Oscar finished speaking, the other 5 members displayed expressions of confusion as well, particularly Tang San, who felt especially attuned to the changes occurring on the Douluo Continent. He was profoundly astonished by the soul masters or soul beasts responsible for this transformation. For those capable of altering the forces of nature might have already reached a legendary divine realm. Oh, you mean that? My father mentioned that the change in the soul power concentration of the Douluo Continent is attributed to the Star Dou Auction House, Ning Rong revealed, directly disclosing the matter of the Star Dou Auction House. After all, this information was not a secret among the soul masters of the Douluo Continent. The existence of the Star Dou Auction House seemed to be common knowledge among nearly all inhabitants of the continent, rendering it unnecessary to keep it concealed. What? Wrong. You mean to say that the alteration of the soul power concentration on the Douluo Continent is the handiwork of the Star Dou Auction House? Upon hearing the familiar name, Tang Sen hurriedly approached Ning Rongrong, his face reflecting a grave expression. He had heard numerous accounts regarding the mysteries surrounding the Star Dou Auction House. Even the auctioning of soul bones over 100,000 years old spoke to the incredible power and enigma of the Star Dou Auction House. Now, the increased concentration of soul power on the Douluo Continent was inexplicably linked to this enigmatic establishment. This made Tang San eager to uncover the true identity of the Star Dou Auction House. Indeed, the forces that participated in the last auction were well aware that it was the information revealed by the Star Dou Auction House that allowed us to seize this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong gently nodded, repeatedly confirming the veracity of the matter. By the way, I have another treasure for you, which also originated from the Star Dou Auction House. Suddenly, a thought crossed Ning Rongrong's mind, and with a beaming smile, she spoke. Chapter 74. Tang San receives bad news. The Star Dou Auction House has bestowed upon the soul masters of Douluo Continent a meditation technique. I must tell you, this meditation technique is the pinnacle of all techniques in Douluo Continent. None can compare to it. Perhaps before long, this meditation technique will spread throughout the entire Douluo Continent. I acquired it from my father to present it to you for cultivation, so we need not fall behind other soul masters. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong recalled the matter of the Xiantian skill and mysteriously addressed those present, intending to share this meditation technique with her companions. After all, the Xiantian skill would eventually be disseminated. The sooner they learned about it, the sooner they could begin their cultivation. As soon as Ning Rongrong's words fell, a look of confusion appeared on Tang San's face. An involuntary sense of unease crept into his heart, as if something ominous were about to transpire. He then turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong, eager to learn more about the meditation technique she spoke of. This meditation technique, disseminated from the Star Dou Auction House, is known as the Xiantian skill. The Xiantian skill is the most exceptional meditation technique I have ever encountered, and I never expected the Star Dou Auction House to make such a prestigious technique public. Ning Rongrong then took out 6 copies of the Xiantian skill, expressing her astonishment at its brilliance. If she possessed such a top-tier meditation technique, she would surely keep it to herself and cultivate in secret. Who could fathom why the Star Dou Auction House would gift this technique to all soul masters? The others, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, displayed expressions of curiosity and promptly accepted the Xiantian skill from her hands. Ning Rongrong, being the most affluent young lady of the 7 treasures glazed tile school in Douluo Continent, deemed this Xiantian skill worthy of such praise, suggesting it must indeed be a precious treasure. With eager anticipation, the group opened the Xiantian skill. Rongrong, what did you say? This meditation technique is called the Xiantian skill. However, upon hearing the familiar name, Tang San was left utterly speechless, his face a mask of disbelief. Surely, he could not have misheard. The meditation technique bestowed by the Starry Auction House is named Xiantian Gong. Remarkably, it shares the same name as the Tang sect's cultivation method, Xiantian Gong, which he has been practicing. Suddenly, a troubling premonition flickered in Tang San's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding his demeanor, he swiftly snatched a copy of Xiantian Gong from Ning Rongrong's hands. He hurriedly opened it, and the instant the initial lines of the technique appeared, a jolt surged through his heart. As he continued reading, his expression grew increasingly astonished and his demeanor fraught with anxiety. Indeed, this Xiantian technique bears an uncanny resemblance to the content of the Tang sect's mental cultivation methods, with no discernible differences whatsoever. This filled Tang San's heart with profound fury. What on earth was happening? He recalled that ever since his arrival on the Douluo Continent, he had kept the secrets of the Tang sect's profound technique, Xiantian Gong, under the strictest of wraps. Not even his father was aware of its existence. Yet, how did the Star Dou Auction House come to know of Xiantian Gong? Furthermore, how could this sacred scripture of the Tang sect be disseminated throughout the entire Douluo Continent? This left Tang San feeling somewhat flustered, perplexed by the unfolding situation. The only explanation could be that the creator of the Star Dou Auction House was also a disciple of the Tang sect. Suddenly, Tang San managed to calm his racing thoughts, his mind working swiftly as he pondered the matter at hand. A flash of insight struck him. The soul master capable of possessing the Xiantian skill must surely belong to the Tang sect. Could it be that other disciples of the Tang sect had also traversed to the Douluo Continent? The deeper he contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss. For the Xiantian skill was indeed the core technique of the Tang sect, and logically, it should be forbidden for outsiders to practice it. Thus, he momentarily dismissed this hypothesis. Regardless of how Tang San reasoned, he could not fathom how the Star Dou auction house had acquired the Xiantian skill, let alone disseminate it without reservation. What's wrong? Third brother? Is there something amiss with the Xiantian skill? At that moment, Ning Rongrong noticed the change in Tang San's expression and inquired with a perplexed tone. Why did it seem as though Tang San was familiar with this technique? Although the Xiantian skill had already been recognized by the top powers of the Douluo Continent, it had evidently not spread so swiftly. No, I am merely astonished by this Xiantian skill, Tang San replied, snapping back to reality as he shook his head. This Xiantian skill is the most exceptional meditation technique I have ever encountered. If we were to cultivate this skill consistently, our soul power would undoubtedly surge exponentially. After a moment, Oscar, beside him, cradled the Xiantian skill as if it were a treasure, his eyes wide with admiration. Indeed, this Xiantian skill is remarkably profound. I never imagined that the Star Dou auction house would be so generous as to offer this elite meditation technique. It is truly beyond comprehension. At that moment, Dai Mubai, equally astonished, murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with awe for the Xiantian skill. Thus, the others present, apart from Tang San, began to express their thoughts on this remarkable technique, eagerly desiring to practice it. However, as Tang San listened to their discussions, his countenance grew increasingly grave. The Xiantian skill was the pinnacle of Tang sect's secret arts, and he was most reluctant to allow others, even his companions, to cultivate it. Yet, the Xiantian skill had already spread throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, and he found himself powerless to prevent it. It seemed the time had come for him to visit the Star Dou auction house to discern who had disseminated this technique. He had previously heard of a series of events orchestrated by the Star Dou auction house, which sparked his desire to pay a visit. When the next auction was to be held, he was determined to uncover the ultimate truth. By the way, Rongrong, when is the next auction at the Star Dou auction house? Tang San inquired of Ning Rongrong. The next auction would take place a year hence, allowing them ample time to prepare soul crystals. It was worth noting that during the previous two auctions, the currency used was golden soul coins. However, from the next auction onward, the trading currency would be changed to soul crystals. Ning Rongrong shared this information, which she had obtained from Ning Fingxi, with everyone present. Soul crystals? What are those? At that moment, Dai Mubai and the others exhibited clear curiosity regarding Ning Rongrong's words, having never heard of soul crystals before. Soul crystals were a concept introduced by the Star Dou auction house, but they required individuals to condense them on their own. The specific method of condensation had already been communicated to all soul masters by the Star Dou auction house. Ning Rongrong then conveyed the method of condensing soul crystals to everyone present. After a considerable time, once everyone comprehended the method of condensation, they were utterly astonished. They never imagined that such a mysterious entity as soul crystals existed in the world. Not only could they serve as a medium of exchange, but they could also be utilized for cultivation. It was indeed a remarkably perfect form of currency. This is far more precious than the golden soul coins, countless times over. Dai Mubai and his companions diligently processed the revelations they had received today, each heart brimming with curiosity about the enigmatic Star Dou auction house. Chapter 75, The Discontented Medusa. What kind of entity is the Star Dou auction house? Each item presented evokes astonishment throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Whether it is the method of soul crystal condensation or the Xiantian art, each is a pinnacle treasure of the Douluo Continent. Any faction that possesses them would yearn to conceal them, never to reveal them to the public, which leaves everyone on the Douluo Continent deeply intrigued. The Shrek 7 and other soul masters of the Douluo Continent share the same sentiments, utterly perplexed by the motives behind the Star Dou auction house's actions. After a brief moment, Dai Mubai and his companions obtained further information about the Star Dou auction house from Ning Rongrong. Following the conclusion of this matter, each person returned to their respective chambers to commence their cultivation of the Xiantian art. Only Tang San lingered in place, a shadowy expression flickering in his eyes, leaving none to discern his thoughts. Within the confines of the Star Dou Great Forest, before the entrance of the Star Dou auction house, the atmosphere of fierce battles surged outward, as the conflict between Jiu Yu and Di Tian raged with fervor. The aftermath of their clash resulted in countless casualties, even affecting the entirety of the Star Dou Great Forest. Suddenly, amidst their ongoing battle, a blood-red light streaked across the sky. In an instant, it hurtled towards the space between Jiu Yu and Di Tian, a formidable wave of soul power reverberating around them. This is bad. Dition sensed an attack that threatened his life approaching, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Without a moment's hesitation to continue his fight with Jiuyu, he vanished in a flash. An overwhelming force of darkness surged forth, and in his right hand appeared a long sword, as black as ink, slicing through the sky and directly thrusting towards the red light. Boom. The moment their two assaults collided, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted, as explosive power obliterated everything in its vicinity. The crimson light detonated violently, transforming into countless particles of soul power that dissipated into the cosmos. Yet, at that moment, Dition gained no advantage. He was violently repelled several dozen steps back, his complexion turning an ashen pale. Previously, he and Jiuyu had exerted their full strength in battle, leaving themselves with some injuries. After all, Jiuyu's prowess was exceedingly formidable, compelling Dition to face him with all his might. And now, with the sudden appearance of a blood-red light attacking him from ambush, Dition, caught off guard, hurriedly summoned his internal strength to fend off the assault, leading to the backlash that resulted in his prior injuries. Who dares to show themselves? With a grim countenance, Emperor Tian steadied himself and bellowed towards the front. In the next moment, he conjured a black long sword in his grasp, exuding the formidable might of a divine artifact. You are exceedingly noisy. Can one not find a moment's respite? If you wish to fight, do not do so in this vicinity. As soon as his words fell, a brilliant crimson light erupted at the entrance of the Star Auction House. A woman adorned in a flowing red gown gracefully descended from the void, her face etched with impatience as she addressed Emperor Tian. Upon witnessing her visage, it was none other than Queen Medusa. However, at this moment, Medusa bore an expression of irritation, her gaze fixed menacingly upon Emperor Tian and Ziji. Who are you to intrude upon our battle? Emperor Tian, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the woman, felt a profound sense of trepidation, even more so than when confronting Jiuyu. Gripping his black dragon sword, he remained ever vigilant for the impending onslaught. He recognized that this woman in red was emerging from within the Star Auction House. Could it be that this enigmatic figure was also a soul master of the Star Auction House? Upon this realization, Emperor Tian's expression darkened further. What exactly was the origin of the Star Auction House? Why did it possess such a multitude of formidable beings? The mere presence of these two alone instilled a grave sense of foreboding within him. Moreover, he was certain that even if he exerted his utmost strength, he would undoubtedly fall short against the combined prowess of those before him. This instilled in Emperor Tian a profound sense of trepidation towards the Starry Auction House. While he remained uncertain whether other formidable beings resided within, the mere presence of these two human soul masters proved exceedingly challenging for him to contend with, let alone the potential existence of other unknown powers. An ambush? With your capabilities, you hardly warrant such a tactic, were it not for your disruption of my repose. I would prefer to remain undisturbed by a mere minnow like yourself. Upon hearing this, Medusa cast a languid glance at Emperor Tian, her enchanting voice resonating with an air of disdain, utterly disregarding him. What did you say? Seeking death. At that moment, Emperor Tian discerned that Queen Medusa held him in utter contempt, equating his exalted dragon lineage with that of a mere mudfish. His fury surged to an apex, erupting forth in that instant. Gripping the black dragon sword, he unleashed a tempest of ferocious dark blades, enveloping the entire expanse. The razor-sharp brilliance cleaved the heavens, hurtling directly toward Medusa's form. This human soul master is utterly detestable. Regardless of the circumstances, she must pay a price. Such a level of attack should not even be unleashed, as it is utterly disgraceful. Medusa, witnessing the swiftly approaching black dragon sword, smiled alluringly, and a flash of crimson light gleamed in her eyes. She gently raised her right hand, her palm suffused with a blood-red radiance, as the power of the seven-colored devouring python coalesced within her grasp and was instantly thrust forward. The black dragon sword, initially carrying an aura of annihilation, was suddenly consumed by a formidable force as it reached Medusa. The black dragon sword found itself ensnared in the void, rendered completely immobile. How is this possible? What kind of power is this that can restrain my black dragon sword? At this moment, Emperor Tian witnessed his black dragon sword completely ensnared in the void, a peculiar force relentlessly devouring the attacks he unleashed. His heart surged with tumultuous waves, cold sweat cascading down his brow. What could possibly be happening? The soul masters of the Star Auction Pavilion, why were they all such anomalies, rendering his prowess ineffective? A mere insignificant mudfish dared to behave so audaciously before him. Now, it was time to teach it a lesson in humility. Queen Medusa clenched her right fist against the emptiness, unleashing an unfathomable power that shattered Emperor Tian's assault into mere fragments. As her words faded, Queen Medusa abruptly vanished from her position, leaving no trace in the air. When she reappeared, she stood directly behind Emperor Tian. In an instant, a cryptic smile graced her lips, her demeanor exuding an ominous portent. A crimson radiance surged from her right hand, gently lifted, and instantly struck toward Emperor Tian's back. The power of the seven-colored devourer coalesced upon her fist, erupting forth with the potential to annihilate the very heavens and earth. Where had she gone? In that fleeting moment of Medusa's disappearance, confusion flickered in Emperor Tian's gaze. Where had the woman vanished to? He could detect no trace of her presence. Chapter 76. Without a hint of suspense, consequently, Emperor Tian's expression turned gravely serious. His vigilance heightened against Medusa's impending onslaught. Suddenly, a profound sense of lethal danger surged within him, as he sensed a life-threatening aura behind him. This was bad. Emperor Tian finally comprehended where the woman had gone. She had indeed positioned herself behind him. Even with his spiritual energy fully unleashed, he had been unable to detect her presence. At this critical juncture, a formidable darkness erupted from Emperor Tian's form. Jet-black dragon scales enveloped him entirely, preparing to confront Medusa's impending assault. Regrettably, his response was still too slow, leaving him no time to channel his power to thwart her attack. Thus, he was left with no choice but to adopt a passive defense. Once the scales covered his body, Emperor Tian extended his right hand backward, unleashing a violent force that partially countered Medusa's strike. "You were too slow," Medusa whispered softly behind him. Her fist slammed into Emperor Tian's body. Despite being enveloped in countless scales attempting to withstand her attack, it proved futile. This punch from Medusa harnessed all her strength, a wave of energy surging forward with tremendous force. Should a typical beast of the wild have faced such a blow, it would have undoubtedly been reduced to a mist of blood, utterly annihilated. Even with Emperor Tian's soul beast nearing 800,000 years in age, and having exerted all his strength along with the protective dragon scales, it appeared utterly impossible to withstand Medusa's punch unscathed. Indeed, crack. As Medusa's fist made contact with Emperor Tian's body, a series of explosive sounds echoed through the air. The shocking scene unfolded as fissures appeared across the scales on Emperor Tian's surface, which then erupted in a violent explosion. Emperor Tian's own attack reached Medusa's fist, and the two forces collided, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that radiated outward from their point of contact. How could this be? Emperor Tian felt the overwhelming force of destruction, effortlessly shattering his defenses and relentlessly crashing into his being with an aura of invincibility. An eerie power continued to ravage his internal organs, leaving him wide-eyed and pale. In an instant, he was propelled like a cannonball, soaring thousands of meters through the air, droplets of blood scattering around him. Infused with the potent essence of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, the blood that fell to the ground was capable of obliterating an entire region. Each drop contained a dense lineage and soul energy that ordinary spirit beasts would find hard to withstand. Finally, with a resounding thud, Emperor Tian crashed heavily to the ground, sending up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, he appeared battered and broken, blood seeping from his body, his aura diminished to an almost pitiful state, a stark contrast to the confident Emperor Tian from before. This clearly illustrated the ferocity of Medusa's earlier assault, managing to inflict such severe wounds while he was caught off guard. I didn't expect you to withstand my strike." "Indeed, I underestimated you," exclaimed Queen Medusa, her face displaying a flicker of surprise upon witnessing Emperor Tian's tragic state, revealing her curiosity about his true strength. Chapter 77. Silver Dragon Scales. Medusa had initially believed that with her full power concentrated in one strike, she could severely injure Emperor Tian while he was unprepared. However, despite his grim appearance, the extent of his internal injuries did not align with her expectations. Queen Medusa recognized the formidable strength of Emperor Tian, which was still not to be taken lightly. Emperor Tian's expression darkened to an extreme, his internal organs ravaged by the mysterious and powerful force. Fortunately, he managed to harness his own strength in time to contain the source of this devouring power, preventing his injuries from worsening further. Dragging his wounded body, Emperor Tian's countenance grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated that this woman possessed such formidable strength, far surpassing that of the previous 9 hells. This revelation struck Emperor Tian with the realization that the Star Dou Auction House was indeed a hidden treasure trove of talent, compelling him to abandon any notions of underestimating it. The scene unfolding before him equally astonished Jiuyu, whose gaze flickered with profound meaning. He had not anticipated that Medusa's strength exceeded his expectations, truly befitting a person brought forth by the esteemed master. Should Jiuyu unleash his full power and confront Emperor Tian head-on, the outcome would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. Yet, the Medusa Queen before him, without even releasing her martial soul, had already grievously wounded Emperor Tian with a single strike. Even if he managed to ambush Emperor Tian, defeating him would remain an unattainable feat. Standing expressionless, Emperor Tian's heart seethed with unfathomable rage, devising a series of plans within his mind. No, he could not allow these two human soul masters to survive. They posed an immense threat to the soul beasts. Even with all his strength, he could not contend with these two human soul masters. Currently, his master was in a deep slumber, healing from injuries. And among all the soul beasts in the Star Dou forest, his power was unmatched. Even he found himself at a loss against these two humans, let alone the other soul beasts. Thus, Emperor Tian resolved that today, under no circumstances, could he allow them to persist. With this determination, Emperor Tian leapt into the air. Hovering above the crowd, a resonating hum echoed as waves of spatial energy rippled outward. In the palm of his hand, a silver dragon scale materialized, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all. The moment this dragon scale appeared, everything around it began to dissolve into nothingness, as if unable to withstand its formidable power. Today, with the aid of his master's strength, I shall send you to the depths of hell. At that moment, Emperor Tian channeled all his internal power into the silver dragon scale. A voice that commanded all trembled throughout the entire area. As Emperor Tian's might intensified, the entire Star Dou forest shuddered. The terrifying divine power surged forth, radiating in all directions. The previously composed Medusa Queen felt her demeanor shift drastically upon sensing this overwhelming aura. She frantically retreated, gathering the immense power within her palm, which erupted into an endless bloom, launching an assault towards Emperor Tian. Medusa discerned the peculiar nature of the silver dragon scale in Emperor Tian's hand, and the force emanating from it instilled a deep sense of dread within her. A foreboding intuition surged within Medusa. Should Emperor Tian fully unleash the power of the dragon scale, even her utmost efforts would be insufficient to withstand it. Thus, she resolved that no matter the cost, she would not permit Emperor Tian to fully realize the true might of the silver dragon scale. Now you wish to halt me? Alas, it is too late. Upon witnessing the belated realization of Queen Medusa, Emperor Tian exerted his formidable power, intending to thwart the impending attack. A mocking smile graced his visage as he cast the silver dragon scales into the air. As the silver dragon scales took root in the void, they unleashed a radiant shimmer, suffused with cataclysmic energy waves that spread outward. This is not good. We must flee. Medusa's soul power attack began to dissolve upon contact with the force emanating from the dragon scales, dissipating into the ether. Witnessing this, a myriad of complex emotions flickered across the exquisite visage of Queen Medusa. Given her current state, she was utterly incapable of withstanding the might of these silver scales. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that since her arrival in this realm, her own powers had yet to fully integrate. Had she been at the zenith of her strength, such an assault would have posed little challenge. Yet now, she found herself powerless to resist. Beside her, Jiuyu was equally struck with horror, observing Queen Medusa ensnared at the epicenter of the tumultuous energy. In an instant, he materialized behind her, wielding the soul of the Nether Dragon, which emanated earth-shattering nether energy. Ninth soul skill, Nether Heaven's Gate. Jiuyu bellowed, as the ninth of his 100,000-year soul rings radiated an enchanting crimson glow. The Nether Dragon soared into the skies, surrounded by a multitude of black portals, exuding a terrifying nether power. This formidable defense materialized around them, striving to mitigate the terrifying onslaught. What transpired next was utterly astonishing. Under the dominion of the silver dragon scale's luminous force, Jiuyu's ninth soul skill gradually withered, transforming into mere motes of soul energy. Boom. The colossal force surged towards Medusa and Jiuyu, who exerted every ounce of their strength to withstand it, yet were still violently propelled backward, blood spilling from their lips. They could only watch helplessly as streams of silver light hurtled toward them. Alas, they were rendered powerless, incapable of raising their hands to counter the impending assault. Tian, why must you disrupt the peace of the Star Dou forest and bring chaos to my domain? It seems rather excessive to threaten those under my protection at the very threshold of my Star Dou auction house. Just as Tian's attack was poised to strike true, the very fabric of time and space in the vicinity appeared to freeze. Tian, Medusa, and the others were abruptly immobilized, unable to move even an inch. The indifferent voice echoed throughout the entire area, causing a profound sense of alarm to resonate within Emperor Tian, his countenance transforming into one of utter terror. A visceral feeling of imminent danger surged within him, compelling him to seek an expeditious escape from this locale. However, he soon realized he was utterly ensnared, unable to move. Even the dragon scale bestowed upon him by his sovereign proved insufficient to shatter the spatial confinement surrounding him. This stirred a tempest within Emperor Tian's heart. What was this power? Why was it so formidable that he found himself utterly incapable of resistance? Realizing the implication of the words spoken, Emperor Tian pondered, could it be that the visitor was the true master of the Star Dou auction house? As everyone contemplated this revelation, a surge of spatial power flickered, and Lu Yun strolled through the void, his gaze indifferent as it fell upon Emperor Tian. Chapter 78. Time and Space Reversal. Upon arriving at this place, Lu Yun extended his right hand, and a silvery treasure tower materialized, standing majestically in the void. The released spatial energy spread outward like ripples, enveloping the surroundings. Glimmers of silver light danced as 10 golden soul rings emerged in succession around Lu Yun, unleashing the true might of the divine rings. Its soul skill, time and space reversal. At that moment, the 8th golden soul ring upon Lu Yun's time and space divine tower erupted with radiant divine light. With a grand gesture, the entire area reverberated with the essence of time and space, and amidst the cascading brilliance, the very fabric of time began to retreat, ultimately reverting to the moment when Emperor Tian first arrived at the Star Dou auction house. Although time and space were entirely reversed by Lu Yun, the memories of Emperor Tian and the others remained intact. How could this be? What kind of technique was this? Your power. Could it be that you hail from the divine realm? A wave of confusion washed over Emperor Tian as he discerned his surroundings, his heart growing increasingly tumultuous. Surely, he was not hallucinating? How could he suddenly return to the starting point? After thorough verification, Emperor Tian was convinced that he had indeed returned to the very moment he first set foot in this realm. How is this conceivable? Is such power truly within the grasp of a human soul master? The ability to reverse time and space single-handedly is, without a doubt, astonishing. Even at the zenith of his prowess, he would be incapable of altering the temporal fabric of an entire region. Tian, in a state of utter panic, gazed with astonishment at Lu Yun before him. In his heart, Tian was certain that Lu Yun was not a soul master from the Douluo Continent, but rather a being from the divine realm. Strangely, within the recesses of his memory, even the mightiest deities of the divine realm were unable to manipulate time and space in such a manner. What on earth is happening? Beside them, both Jiu and Medusa were equally astonished by the scene before them. The display of power was truly astounding. Medusa, in particular, understood the gravity of the situation, as they had previously sustained severe injuries from the barrage of silver dragon scales, just when they believed they were utterly powerless to resist. A surge of temporal energy inexplicably reversed their circumstances to 1 hour prior, leaving them miraculously unscathed and standing in their original positions. Medusa regarded this tactic with utmost seriousness. Within the vast expanse of her mind lay ancient racial memories that hinted at the impossibility of reversing time and space by mere mortal means. Yet, contemplating all that Lu Yun had accomplished, alongside the enigmatic Star Auction Pavilion, rendered everything rather plausible. Thus, Medusa compelled herself to suppress her tumultuous emotions and began to observe the unfolding events. With Lu Yun's intervention, there was no need to squander further time. I am the master of the Star Auction Pavilion. Initially, I could overlook minor disturbances, but your persistent transgressions against my personnel have crossed the line, Lu Yun declared, his demeanor resolute as he descended slowly to the ground, hands clasped behind his back. Above him, the silver time-space divine tower spirit swirled languidly, exuding an aura of temporal energy that influenced everything in the vicinity. What do you intend to do? Tian spoke gravely to Lu Yun, his heart weighed down with foreboding. In the presence of such an entity, he knew that even with all his strength, resistance was futile. He harbored a premonition that even if his master were to awaken at that moment, he would not stand a chance against this mysterious soul master. Thus, a resolute determination took root in Tian's heart. He could not expose his master to danger under any circumstances. I shall bear the consequences alone, he thought. The conflict had been instigated by him, and he could only seek understanding. Lu Yun's gaze fixed on Tian, his expression ominous. Initially, he had believed that Medusa's intervention would effortlessly subdue Tian. However, the latter had unexpectedly produced a dragon scale from the Silver Dragon King, imbued with the true power of a deity-level being. Meanwhile, Medusa's strength had not yet fully returned. How could the combined efforts of the two from the Nine Nether truly contend with a godly powerhouse? The Silver Dragon King stands as a formidable force, rivaling even the divine rulers. The power she can summon with her utmost effort is such that even the combined assaults of the Nine Hells and Medusa would be utterly futile against it. Thus, Lu Yun found himself compelled to depart from the Star Dou auction house and procure a level 1 deity experience card from the divine shop of the system. At the considerable expense of 10,000 auction points, an expenditure that pained him immensely, this card grants but a fleeting 10 minutes of divine strength. He was unwilling to witness Medusa and the Nine Hells fall into peril. Otherwise, he could have easily lured the Emperor Tian into the Star Dou auction house, where he would possess unparalleled might. In that sanctuary, no matter the magnitude of Emperor Tian's powers, they would be rendered ineffectual before him. Seeing Medusa and the Nine Hells in grave danger, Lu Yun understood that further delay was not an option. Thus, he directly acquired a level 1 deity experience card from the divine shop, which bestowed upon him the strength he now wielded. Lu Yun felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, leaving him in awe. With this temporary divine might, he could unleash the true potential of the time and space divine tower, a force that was truly terrifying. The recent reversal of time was merely a fraction of that power. For reasons unknown, Lu Yun harbored a premonition that if he fully activated the time and space divine tower's martial soul at this moment, he might indeed alter the very fabric of time across the entire Douluo Continent. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the chaos-grade soul weapon, which is incredibly extraordinary. As for the presence of 10 million-year soul rings surrounding Lu Yun, it is undoubtedly a benefit bestowed by the experience card. Out of consideration for your initial transgression against the Star Dou auction house, I have resolved to strip you of the 10,000-year lifespan of your 2 ferocious beasts as a form of punishment. Lu Yun contemplated this in his mind, arriving at a method of retribution. Allowing Emperor Tian and Ziji to depart unscathed would not serve to uphold the authority of the Star Dou auction house. The reason Lu Yun refrained from directly eliminating Emperor Tian and Ziji lies in his strategic intentions. In the Douluo Continent, the conflict between soul beasts and soul masters has established a delicate balance. Any reckless disruption could lead to unnecessary complications. Moreover, the primary objective of the Star Dou auction house remains the hosting of auctions and the accumulation of auction points. The soul beasts of the Douluo Continent are also principal participants in these auctions. With the considerable number of soul beasts present, their potential to generate substantial auction points through the condensation of soul crystals is undeniable. Lu Yun was not inclined to let this opportunity slip away. Why waste a useful tool? After careful consideration, he decided to revoke the 10,000-year lifespan of the soul beasts belonging to Emperor Tian and Ziji. Prior to this, he had inquired with the system about the possibility of converting the lifespan of these 2 soul beasts into specific auction points. Chapter 79. Revocation of the 10,000-year source of soul beasts. This serves as compensation for the auction points expended on his purchase of the primary deity experience card. Lu Yun was unwilling to engage in a losing proposition. After all, since Tian had caused a disturbance at the Star Dou auction house, he naturally had to bear a certain cost. What? Both Tian and Ziji were rendered speechless by Lu Yun's astonishing declaration, their expressions turning grave. They had never anticipated that Lu Yun would utter such a shocking statement. The prospect of having their soul beast's lifespan extracted filled them with unease. After all, the soul beast clan faced immense challenges in their cultivation. If they were to suddenly lose 100,000 years of their soul beast lifespan, they could scarcely fathom the time required to fully compensate for such a loss. However, Tian and Ziji believed that the deprivation of their soul beast lifespan was utterly impossible. They had never heard of any method capable of arbitrarily stripping away the specific lifespan of a soul beast, which seemed utterly implausible. Lu Yun discerned the reluctance and disbelief in their eyes. Without further ado, he unleashed the boundless power of time and space, enveloping Tian and Ziji in an instant. He then executed a reversal of time, causing their soul beast lifespan to diminish dramatically. Moments later, they found that their soul beast lifespan had indeed been reduced by a staggering 100,000 years. My soul beast lifespan has truly diminished by 100,000 years. How can this be? They thought, as they were rendered powerless under the influence of this formidable temporal force, helplessly witnessing the extraction of their soul beast lifespan. Their faces were a picture of distress. At that moment, even if they harbored immense resentment, they dared not voice their opposition. In comparison to their very lives, a mere 100,000 years of soul beast lifespan seemed trivial. Thus, Tian and Ziji could only suppress their discontent deep within, daring not to express it. Very well, I have deprived you of 100,000 years of soul beast lifespan this time. Should there be a next time, I shall impose severe penalties, and the costs incurred will be yours to bear. At that instant, Lu Yun collected the two spheres of 100,000 years of soul beast essence and entrusted them to the system for conversion into his auction points. Upon seeing the points credited to his account, a serene smile graced his face. Our Star Dou Auction House stands independent of the powers of Douluo Continent and shall not involve itself in the disputes between soul masters and soul beasts. The Star Dou Auction House shall remain dedicated to conducting auctions, so you need not perceive us as a threat. Furthermore, we will host another auction a year from now, and we welcome your soul beast clan to participate. For specific details regarding the auction, you may inquire with the Tianqing Niumang and Titan Great Ape. Subsequently, Lu Yun calmly articulated the mission of the Star Auction House, extending an invitation to Emperor Tian and others, including the formidable beings of the Soul Beast clan, to partake in the auction hosted by the Star Auction House. In this manner, Lu Yun conveyed all pertinent information to Emperor Tian and Ziji. Following this, with the two of them gazing in bewilderment, he waved his hand, and a tempestuous surge of temporal and spatial energy erupted, instantly transporting Emperor Tian and Ziji to the vicinity of the Lake of Life. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and his companions returned to the interior of the Star Auction House, marking the conclusion of this affair. Dazed and disoriented, Emperor Tian and Ziji found themselves beside the Lake of Life, their expressions reflecting greater astonishment. The enigmatic human soul master was extraordinarily powerful, having transported them here without their awareness. This method truly left him in disbelief. After a considerable period of time, Emperor Tian and Princess Ziji suddenly returned to the Lake of Life, entering a hidden realm below, where they began to contemplate how to address the Starry Auction House. The moment the two appeared beneath the Lake of Life, a multitude of fierce beasts sensed their arrival and sought to inquire about the unfolding events. However, upon realizing that their soul beasts' lifespans had inexplicably diminished by 100,000 years, astonishment spread across each of their faces. Emperor Tian, what on earth is happening? How could your soul beast lifespan suddenly decrease by 100,000 years? At that moment, the king of 10,000 beasts voiced his lingering confusion. This is truly bizarre. After an outing, Tian and Ziji found that their soul beast lifespans had inexplicably diminished by a staggering 100,000 years, which was utterly terrifying. The other ferocious beasts also displayed unusual expressions, filled with confusion. What transpired during Tian and Ziji's excursion? Upon hearing the words of the king of 10,000 beasts, Tian let out a deep sigh. Recounting his experiences and the existence of the Star Dou Auction House to the assembled ferocious beasts, he sought their collective insights on how to approach the Star Dou Auction House. Tian, have you lost your senses? How could there exist such formidable experts among human soul masters, capable of reversing the flow of time? Even our master might not be able to accomplish that. Indeed, as soon as Tian's words fell, disbelief washed over all the ferocious beasts present. After all, the concept of time reversal was simply astounding. The hot-tempered bear monarch was the first to rise in opposition to Tian, resolutely refusing to believe a single word, no matter how strange Tian's claims might be. If you doubt it, you may venture out to test the depths of the Star Dou Auction House yourself, Tian retorted coldly to bear monarch's disdainful remarks, challenging him to ascertain the auction house's strength. What do you propose we do about the Star Dou Auction House, which has established itself in the Star Dou Great Forest? At that moment, Tian posed a question, eager to hear the opinions of the various ferocious beasts. If, as you say, there exists a true god-level powerhouse within the Star Dou Auction House, it would spell great misfortune for our soul beast clan. However, the master of the Star Dou Auction House has proclaimed his neutrality in the conflicts between the soul masters and soul beasts of Douluo Continent. Such a powerful being should be above deceiving us. Therefore, rather than rushing into action, it might be prudent to observe the situation for a while. We could attend an auction in a year's time to discern the auction house's stance towards our soul beast clan. Suddenly, Bai Ji voiced her thoughts, expressing her vigilance towards the Star Dou Auction House. Her approach was relatively conservative, given that their master was in seclusion to recuperate, and any error could be detrimental. Thus, the remaining ferocious beasts shared their perspectives in turn. Very well, let us abide by your decision. We shall participate in the Star Dou Auction House's auction in a year and reassess the situation then. With no other recourse, Emperor Tian could only proceed in this manner. After all, he was unable to contend with them, and thus he ventured into the Star Dou Auction House to discern their true intentions. Chapter 80. The 100,000-year soul spirit, ice goddess of snow. Time fleetingly passed, and a year had elapsed. Throughout this period, the Douluo Continent remained relatively tranquil. As individuals from various factions began to prepare for the auction to be held by the Star Dou Auction House in a year's time. Simultaneously, They relentlessly harness the increased soul power concentration, now 100-fold, to expedite their cultivation and comprehend the profound mysteries of the Xiantian art. Although merely a year had passed, the overall strength of the Douluo Continent had noticeably augmented compared to the past. On the day of the auction at the Star Dou Auction House, the surface of the continent appeared remarkably serene, yet beneath the calm lay an undercurrent of strange and tumultuous events. All the elite powerhouses from various factions hastened toward the Star Dou Great Forest. This time, nearly all the formidable forces converged to amass a considerable number of soul crystals, preparing to bid for a treasured item at the Star Dou Auction House. After half an hour, the vicinity of the Star Dou Great Forest became exceedingly lively. As nearly all factions arrived successively, under meticulous arrangements, they entered the Star Dou Auction House. Your Holiness, have you noticed that the area of the Star Dou Auction House seems to have expanded several-fold compared to before? How could this transformation have occurred? From our exterior observation, the pavilion still stood as it always had, with no significant change in size. At that moment, Douluo, among the entourage of the Spirit Hall, entered the interior of the Star Dou Auction House, and his expression shifted subtly as he shared his suspicions with Bibi Dong. Indeed, the exterior of the Star Dou Auction House appeared unchanged, yet the internal area had seemingly expanded multiple times, which was truly astonishing. I am not entirely certain. The Star Dou Auction House is shrouded in mystery. Its ability to augment its internal space severalfold is rather perplexing, Bibi Dong replied, shaking her head slightly. She discerned the differences but chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, this was a testament to the capabilities of the Star Dou Auction House, and probing deeper could provoke their ire, an outcome she wished to avoid. As for the reason behind this remarkable transformation, it stemmed from Liu Yun's endeavors over the past year. In his leisure, he had utilized a lottery system and obtained an upgrade card for the Star Dou Auction House. Consequently, the internal volume of the auction house had expanded nearly tenfold. The first floor was filled with countless seats stretching into the distance, while the number of private boxes on the second floor was equally dizzying. Following the renown gained from the previous auctions, the Star Dou Auction House had become known to all soul masters across the Douluo Continent. Future auctions would undoubtedly attract an even greater number of participants. The timing of the upgrade card for the Star Dou Auction House was indeed fortuitous. Moments later, Bibi Dong swiftly led Douluo and others to a private box on the second floor. Suddenly, 3 men appeared 100 meters away from her. The foremost of them possessed a strikingly handsome visage, exuding a somewhat androgynous aura, and his luxurious attire indicated that his identity was anything but ordinary. The 2 men flanking him surveyed their surroundings warily, their formidable title Douluo presence impossible to overlook. Your Highness, this is the location of the Star Dou Auction House. Shall we proceed inside? One of the men inquired, turning to the youthful figure and casting a probing glance toward the Star Dou Auction House ahead. The attic appears so diminutive. Can it truly accommodate such a multitude of soul masters? For the 3 of them, it is their inaugural visit to the Star Dou Auction House. Come, I had intended to attend the last auction, but circumstances delayed me. It is fortuitous, as I am eager to witness the legendary Star Dou Auction House and discern its true essence. The leading young man spoke softly, a beguiling smile gracing his lips. However, as he cast his gaze toward the departing figure of Bibi Dong, a fleeting shadow of darkness crossed his eyes. Moments later, his expression abruptly shifted to one of serene composure, as if nothing could disturb his inner tranquility. The young man in question is none other than the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, Xue Qinghe. However, at this moment, he has been successfully supplanted by Qian Renxue. Accompanying him are 2 formidable individuals, the Snake Spear Douluo and the dispatched by Qian Daolu to ensure Qian Renxue's safety. With these 2 title Douluo by her side, Qian Renxue walked purposefully into the Star Dou Auction House, awaiting the commencement of the auction. As time flowed gently by, various powerful factions from the Douluo Continent arrived in succession, taking their designated seats. At a certain moment, the auction officially commenced. Xian Shuang, with a graceful stride, approached the auction stage, her face adorned with a warm smile as she surveyed the crowd. Welcome, esteemed soul masters, to the 3rd auction hosted by the Star Dou Auction House. I hereby declare the auction officially open. With her hands slightly raised, she signaled for silence, thus initiating the proceedings. In the expectant gaze of the audience, a serene smile graced Qian Shuang's face. With a grand gesture, a ripple of spatial energy surged forth. And suddenly, a blinding white light erupted, revealing a woman standing in midair. The woman, adorned with flowing white hair that danced gracefully in the breeze, emanated an aura reminiscent of a soul beast that had existed for eons. The unintentional release of an exquisite chill enveloped the surroundings, rendering the atmosphere seemingly frozen in time. Those soul masters closest to the auction platform instinctively tightened their garments, each one channeling their soul energy to dispel the penetrating cold within. The ethereal figure of the woman was, in fact, the result of a 10,000-year ice goddess spirit that Lu Yun had acquired 1 year prior through the system's generous offering of 10 lottery chances. This soul spirit became the first item on the auction block. Lu Yun contemplated the ownership of this 10,000-year ice snow maiden soul spirit, seemingly realizing that no one at the Star Dou auction house was suitable to possess it. The soul of the ice goddess, which has existed for 100,000 years, is best suited for absorption by a soul master of the ice attribute. However, the Star Dou auction house possesses only the Xian Shuang martial spirit, which is indeed of the ice attribute. As her soul rings have already reached the maximum number of 9, she is unable to absorb this ancient soul. Therefore, Lu Yun decided to present this soul as the first item for auction in this event. If all goes as anticipated, the 100,000-year ice goddess soul is certain to fetch an extraordinarily high price, marking a splendid start to the auction. Is this truly a soul of such ancient caliber? The Star Dou auction house continues to demonstrate its grandiosity by presenting a 100,000-year soul for sale, which is nothing short of extravagant. This soul is most compatible with ice attribute soul masters, and its chilling power surpasses that of the ice attribute soul beasts I have encountered before, indicating that this soul beast possesses an extraordinary lineage. Indeed, the moment this 100,000-year ice goddess soul was revealed, the many soul masters and factions present at the previous auction were left in awe of the Star Dou auction house's magnitude. Just the first item offered is a soul of such ancient quality. Having previously witnessed the profound nature of souls, one cannot help but wonder how many 100,000-year soul rings this ice goddess soul could bestow upon an ice attribute soul master. The mere thought of it caused the breath of most soul masters to quicken, as they eagerly anticipated the chance to compete for this ice goddess soul. Chapter 81. The Snow Emperor. Most human soul masters were captivated by the allure of the ice goddess soul. However, in a private box on the second floor, a diverse group of individuals stood. Upon discerning the true form of this soul, astonishment flickered across each of their faces. Is this the Snow Emperor? One remarkably peculiar-looking man could not restrain his exclamation. The individuals within this private chamber are, in fact, some concealed ferocious beasts from the starry forest. Naturally, beneath the lake of life, a few fierce creatures remain to safeguard the safety of their master. Present in this chamber are 3 formidable beasts, Emperor Tian, by Ji, and the King of 10,000 Beasts. Upon witnessing the visage of this soul spirit, each of the 3 beasts was filled with immense astonishment. In their memories, they had indeed encountered such a soul beast before. The Ice Sky Snow Maiden soul beast is a creation of the heavens and the earth, birthed within the realms of nature. This particular Ice Sky Snow Maiden can only come into existence in the most frigid northern territories, and its kind is exceedingly rare. However, it cannot be the Snow Emperor, for this soul spirit is merely 100,000 years old. Could it be that the starry auction house ventured to the extreme north and captured a 100,000-year-old Ice Sky Snow Maiden to craft it into a soul spirit? Bai Ji was the first to voice her denial, asserting that the Snow Emperor reigns over the extreme northern lands, boasting a soul beast age of around 700,000 years. It is inconceivable that this 100,000-year-old Ice Sky Snow Maiden soul spirit could possibly compare. Thus, it is reasonable to conclude that this soul spirit is not the Snow Emperor, but rather one that the starry auction house brought back from the extreme north. What course of action shall we take next? Should we auction off the soul spirit of the Ice Sky Snow Maiden? At this moment, the king of all demons displayed a look of hesitation upon his countenance. He gazed ahead at Emperor Tian, contemplating how to approach the soul of the ice goddess. Capturing it would provide an excellent opportunity for us to study the essence of souls. If we could truly fathom its mysteries, perhaps the destiny of our spirit beast clan would be irrevocably altered. This is an exceedingly rare chance that we must not let slip away. Emperor Tian, resolute in his decision, issued an order without delay. Regardless of the cost, we must acquire this soul for auction. A year prior, following an invitation from Lu Yun, Emperor Tian had naturally inquired about all that transpired at the Star Dou auction house from the heavenly blue bull python and the Titan great ape. The 2 spirit beasts relayed all pertinent details regarding the auction as proceedings and previously auctioned treasures to Emperor Tian, enlightening him on the origins of the soul. Upon receiving Emperor Tian's command, Bai Ji and the king of all demons exchanged solemn glances, preparing to bid on this 100,000-year soul. Since they became aware that the currency for transactions at the Star Dou auction house was soul crystals, they diligently gathered them. The quantity of soul crystals they possessed now undoubtedly rivaled that of any top-tier force. In another private chamber, 3 figures were seated, Qianrenxue, Snake Spear Douluo, and is this truly a soul? It appears extraordinary indeed, yet is it truly as the Star Dou Auction House proclaims? Capable of bestowing several 100,000-year soul rings upon a soul master? Upon encountering the 100,000-year ice goddess soul, Qianrenxue murmured in curiosity. Even within the confines of the chamber, she could feel the chilling aura emanating from the ice goddess's soul, leaving her utterly astonished. Prior to this, Qianrenxue had certainly heard of the profound mysteries surrounding souls. However, upon witnessing one firsthand, she found it remarkably extraordinary, albeit she maintained a tinge of skepticism. Could this soul truly be as enigmatic as the Star Dou Auction House suggested? Your Highness, there should be no issues with this soul. From my inquiries, during the last auction, a student from the Botany Academy absorbed a soul right there at the Star Dou Auction House. And the effects were indeed as the auction house described. The Snake Spear Douluo relayed the information he had gathered to Qianrenxue. Your Highness, shall we proceed to acquire this 100,000-year soul? Remarked his eyes revealing a glimmer of greed. This is a soul of 100,000-year caliber, which can ultimately bestow several 100,000-year soul rings upon a soul master. This temptation is one that no soul master can refuse. However, my own martial soul attribute is not of the ice element. Absorbing it would not allow me to fully harness my potential. A flicker of regret passed through Qianrenxue's eyes, for she was eager to auction off this ice goddess spirit. Yet, considering her own circumstances, she decisively rejected the notion. She possessed a divine martial soul, endowed with sacred and light attributes. Should she carelessly absorb a 100,000-year ice attribute spirit ring, it might conflict with her soul power, significantly diminishing her strength. For the sake of her future, even in the presence of a 100,000-year spirit ring, Qianrenxue resisted the allure. Upon hearing her words, Snake Spear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo exchanged silent nods, reluctantly relinquishing this 100,000-year spirit. How splendid it would be if this spirit possessed sacred and light attributes. If that were the case, they would exhaust all their strength to secure it for Qianrenxue. The extreme north. This is a world draped in pristine white, where ice sculptures rise majestically between heaven and earth, exuding an unparalleled chill. Strangely, the entire expanse is eerily tranquil, with only the occasional sighting of a frail spirit beast scurrying about. In contrast to the Star Dou forest, the environment of the far north is markedly serene. At this moment, deep within the far north lies a palace of shimmering ice blue, radiating an overwhelming essence of pure frost. Suddenly, the ice and snow of the entire realm trembles, and a woman clad in a flowing white gown gracefully traverses the void. Her snow-white hair dances in rhythm with the surrounding icy energies, and her soul power harmonizes with the cosmos, rendering her an enigmatic figure of extraordinary allure. The woman is the sovereign of the far northern realm, the Snow Empress, ranked third among the ferocious beasts of Douluo Continent, her true form being the ice goddess. What is this? Why do I sense the presence of another ice goddess? Could it be that another soul beast of this kind exists within the world? At this moment, the Snow Empress gazes into the distance, toward the profound depths where the Star Dou Auction House stands. A look of confusion adorns her face, for she has just felt an inexplicable connection, realizing that another ice goddess seems to have emerged in the Douluo Continent. This compelled her to eagerly venture forth in search of the elusive spirit beast. After all, the Ice Empress, a creature nurtured by the very essence of heaven and earth, is exceedingly rare within the Douluo Continent. Over countless years of evolution, there has been but a single Ice Empress on the entire continent. However, when another presence akin to the Ice Empress emerged, the Snow Empress hastened to seek it out. Yet, as she continued her quest, it seemed as though she could no longer sense any trace of its existence. This left the Snow Empress profoundly perplexed. What could possibly be the matter? It is crucial to understand that being situated in the far northern realm greatly amplified her power, and her perception was undeniably infallible. It was at this moment that the Snow Empress found herself in profound bewilderment, pondering what presence could possibly disrupt her perception. Subsequently, she commanded the soul beasts of the extreme north to commence their search for the birth of any new ice goddess. Meanwhile, within the Star Dou Auction House, neither the soul beasts nor the soul masters perceived this minor incident, allowing it to fade into obscurity. As for the ice goddess soul spirit of 100,000 years, no extensive explanation is required. I trust you comprehend the significance of a soul spirit of such caliber. Therefore, the starting bid for the 100,000-year ice goddess soul spirit is set at 10,000 soul crystals. At that moment, Xian Shuang promptly revealed the true starting price of this ice goddess soul spirit. Upon hearing the price, a grimace of pain spread across the faces of the crowd. After all, it was undeniably exorbitant. The stated price is merely the starting bid. The final selling price remains uncertain to all. Although a substantial amount of soul crystals has been amassed over the course of the year, the majority lack the qualifications to partake in this auction. 10,000 soul crystals equate to an astounding 100 million golden soul coins, a figure that seems quite outrageous. However, this represents a spirit of the 100,000-year caliber, which could ultimately bestow upon a soul master several soul rings of the same age. Overall, the price of this 100,000-year spirit does not appear exorbitant. Only those truly aware of the extraordinary nature of this spirit would regard the 10,000 soul crystals as anything but unreasonable. Chapter 82. Dition enters the auction. I hereby declare the auction for the Ice Empress spirit to commence. Upon witnessing the eager expressions of the numerous soul masters, Xian Shuang promptly announced the start of the bidding. 10,000 soul crystals. No sooner had the words left her lips than a voice from the crowd on the first level called out this price. 11,000 soul crystals. Thus, others began to place their bids, vying for the 100,000-year Ice Empress spirit. Spirits of this caliber are exceedingly rare. Even factions without ice attributes, possessing a modicum of financial means, would not wish to forfeit this opportunity for competition. 20,000 soul crystals. Observing the sluggish rise in bids, Dition, growing impatient, declared a bid of 20,000 soul crystals. Today, without a doubt, this 100,000-year spirit would belong to the Star Dou Forest. Having already accumulated a substantial number of soul crystals, he was confident in securing the Ice Empress spirit. The announcement of 20,000 soul crystals elicited gasps of astonishment from all present. Every gaze turned towards the box occupied by Dition, marveling at the audacity of this faction to bid such a sum. The gathering of soul crystals is an arduous endeavor. However, for those soul masters of greater prowess, it becomes relatively easier. Even so, it is no simple task. A soul master cannot devote all their time to gathering soul crystals. A significant portion must be allocated to cultivating their soul power. Your Holiness, should we place a bid to secure this 100,000-year spirit? At that moment, Zhu Douluo inquired of Bibi Dong, harboring a desire to acquire this extraordinary spirit. This soul spirit possesses the extraordinary capability to bestow upon a soul master several soul rings of 100,000 years in caliber. Should any soul master successfully absorb this 100,000-year soul spirit, their prowess would undoubtedly experience a remarkable enhancement. Thus, this opportunity is truly beyond imagination, and all present are reluctant to let it slip away. Bidding may commence, yet if the price becomes excessively outrageous, our spirit hall will forego this competition. The subsequent auction items at the Star Dou Auction House are sure to be exceptionally valuable. We must retain ample soul crystals to participate in future bids. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong contemplated briefly and resolved to probe the auction price of this 100,000-year soul spirit. Should the price escalate to an unreasonable extent, there would be no necessity to pursue this spirit relentlessly. Currently, it appears that within the ranks of our spirit hall's talented soul masters, none can perfectly harmonize with the ice goddess spirit. However, it may be prudent to retain it for future contingencies, awaiting the emergence of an ice attribute prodigy, at which point the spirit hall would undoubtedly gain an additional formidable force. The premise of all this, naturally, lies in auctioning off the soul of the ice goddess. On the other hand, Bibi Dong would not permit any other forces within the Douluo Continent to acquire this century-old soul. Whichever faction successfully bids for this soul would signify a formidable threat looming over the spirit hall in the future. This scene was far from what Bibi Dong had hoped to witness. 25,000 soul crystals. Bibi Dong commanded Zhu Douluo to raise the bid further, eager to acquire the 100,000-year Ice Sky Snow Maiden spirit. 30,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing that another faction had increased their offer, Dition let out a cold snort and similarly raised the bid by 5,000 soul crystals. As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Dition's eyes. These human soul masters were insatiably greedy. Did they truly believe they could claim this 100,000-year spirit for themselves? However, Dition was aware that they were within the confines of the Star Dou Auction House. He had familiarized himself with its regulations, which forbade any fighting or disputes that could disrupt the auction. Otherwise, he would have already claimed the Ice Sky Snow Maiden spirit for himself, mercilessly eliminating any soul master daring to obstruct him. Alas, this was the Star Dou Auction House. 35,000 soul crystals. Bibi Dong signaled Zhu Douluo to continue raising the bid by another 5,000 soul crystals. Upon the announcement of this price, nearly all the soul masters inhaled sharply. The figure was simply outrageous. Even among the elite, possessing such an abundance of soul crystals was an extravagant undertaking. Powerful soul masters with ice attribute martial souls were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, acquiring this 10,000-year level soul spirit might invite unnecessary complications. They were eager to witness the subsequent auction items and the treasures they would unveil. Having learned from the experiences of the previous two auctions, most factions had become exceedingly prudent. 40,000 soul crystals. Tian nonchalantly continued to raise the bid, for he had no intention of relinquishing the ice goddess soul spirit of the 10,000-year caliber. No one dared to contend with him, otherwise. Upon departing from the Star Dou auction house, Tian might act in ways unforeseen. Your Holiness, shall we continue to raise the bid? Upon hearing that the price for the soul spirit had surged to 40,000 soul crystals, Zhu Douluo's expression shifted to one of indecision. He was uncertain about the amount of soul crystals possessed by the faction within that private booth. Should they engage in a contest of endurance, it could very well be the spirit hall that would suffer losses. Very well, let them have that 10,000-year soul spirit, he conceded, but after this auction concludes, I would like you to investigate the identity of the faction within that booth. Moments later, Bibi Dong let out a quiet sigh, instructing Zhu Douluo to cease further bidding. The price has exceeded her expectations, and there is no justification for further bidding. Bibi Dong instructed Zhu Douluo to investigate which force is competing with the Spirit Hall after the auction concludes. Should a top-tier power from Douluo Continent acquire this 100,000-year spirit, it would undoubtedly give rise to a formidable being, posing a significant obstacle to the Spirit Hall's ambition of unifying Douluo Continent. Bibi Dong felt it necessary to approach this matter with vigilance, a preemptive measure to avert any unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's command, Zhu Douluo nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Consequently, the Spirit Hall refrained from further bidding, and no other factions dared to contest the 100,000-year spirit. The atmosphere of the auction descended into a profound silence. Upon witnessing this development, Xian Shuang understood that no one would raise the stakes any further, and thus proclaimed loudly to the audience. 40,000 soul crystals for the first time. 40,000 soul crystals for the second time. 40,000 soul crystals for the third time, with no additional bids forthcoming. The 100,000-year spirit was declared the property of box number 20. After confirming multiple times, Xian Shuang announced that the spirit ultimately belonged to box number 20, which housed Tian and his formidable beast companions. Subsequently, Xian Shuang and Tian conducted the transaction, exchanging the payment for the spirit. Chapter 83. Puppet. It was unexpected that the 100,000-year ice sky snow maiden spirit fell into your hands. Indeed, spirits are a pivotal element in altering the fate of soul beasts on Douluo Continent. Even a beast god cannot remain indifferent to such a spirit. On the third floor of the Star Dou auction house, Lu Yun maintained a vigilant focus on the auction. Upon witnessing Tian secure the 100,000-year ice sky snow maiden spirit, a meaningful smile graced his face. Lu Yun was well aware of Tian's intentions. Spirits can indeed influence the fate of the soul beast lineage to a certain extent. However, Lu Yun was indifferent to the ultimate ownership of this spirit, for his true aim was to leverage the 100,000-year ice sky snow maiden spirit to amass a substantial amount of auction points. The first auction item fetched a remarkable 40,000 soul crystals, which converted to an equivalent of 40,000 auction points. This marks the most significant auction point attained by Lu Yun. 40,000 soul crystals equate to a staggering 400 million gold soul coins in the past. The fact that a spirit of the 10,000-year caliber can fetch such a lofty price is quite satisfying for Lu Yun. Unfortunately, soul masters in the Douluo Continent are granted only 1 year to condense soul crystals. Otherwise, Lu Yun harbors a strong premonition that the final selling price of this 10,000-year Ice Emperor spirit would undoubtedly soar far above 40,000 soul crystals. Nevertheless, Lu Yun feels quite content, as this spirit was essentially acquired for free from the system. Auctioning it for 40,000 soul crystals, regardless of the perspective, seems immensely worthwhile. Thus, Lu Yun chose to disregard this matter further and began his cultivation, while simultaneously keeping a keen mental note on the proceedings of the auction. He felt a surge of anticipation for the next 4 auction items. This time, the 5 auction items he presented were each capable of astonishing the entire Douluo Continent. The first item, a 10,000-year ice goddess spirit, which, in certain respects, could hardly be deemed significantly more valuable than the subsequent 4 items. However, The most eagerly anticipated was undoubtedly the final piece de resistance. Lu Yun could envision that from the moment the last item was unveiled, the entire Douluo Continent would be thrown into upheaval. Every faction would eagerly proffer all their soul crystals for the bidding. Thus, Lu Yun held immense anticipation for the final item's sale price. Would it surpass the expectations he harbored within? Only when the final auction item fully materializes will Lu Yun come to understand everything. The first item has been successfully sold. Now, let us turn our attention to the second auction item. Xian Shuang declared the conclusion of the first auction item with a flourish of his hand, causing the forces of space to surge forth. Immediately thereafter, a peculiar iron object abruptly manifested beside Xian Shuang. The appearance of this iron lump resembles that of a human figure, overall depicting a middle-aged man. This man is entirely composed of metal, devoid of any semblance of life. This auction item has been meticulously selected by Lu Yun, representing a puppet that does not exist in the Douluo Continent. It is evident that puppets are a remarkably novel concept for the soul masters of the Douluo Continent. The prowess of this puppet can be altered at will, reaching heights that may rival the formidable strength of the limit Douluo. To truly unleash its peak combat potential, the puppet requires soul crystals for activation. To achieve a power comparable to that of an ordinary title Douluo, an innumerable quantity of soul crystals is necessary. Naturally, if one seeks to unleash a force akin to that of a limit Douluo, the consumption of soul crystals becomes incalculable. It could even deplete the soul crystals amassed by a top-tier power over several years. Such an outcome is hardly surprising. If a faction possesses a puppet endowed with the might of a limit Douluo, it would not hesitate to expend years of accumulation merely to strike once, ensuring its survival in times of peril and the perpetuation of its legacy. This puppet is an indescribable treasure for the Douluo Continent. Indeed, from the moment this puppet made its appearance, all the soul masters present displayed expressions of curiosity. They were bewildered, unable to ascertain the nature of this object. It emitted no aura, appearing to be merely an ordinary lump of iron, which left everyone perplexed. Logically speaking, the value of the second auction item at the Star Dou auction house should not be inferior to that of the first. Yet, no matter how they examined it, this iron lump seemed exceedingly mundane. Allow me to introduce the second auction item at our event. This iron lump is known as a puppet. I believe the concept of a puppet may be quite unfamiliar to you. In fact, puppets do not exist in the Douluo Continent and are unique to our Star Dou auction house. Now, I shall elaborate on the specific functions of this puppet. Subsequently, Xian Shuang elucidated the puppet's formidable capabilities. Upon hearing about its astounding power, all the soul masters present were taken aback. They could hardly comprehend that such a mysterious puppet could unleash strength comparable to that of a title Douluo. Those who had attended previous auctions knew that the Star Dou auction house never spoke falsely. The power unleashed by this puppet is contingent upon the quantity of soul crystals utilized. If the number of soul crystals reaches a certain threshold, this puppet could even unleash strength rivaling that of a limit Douluo. However, the quantity of soul crystals required is staggering, far beyond what you could accumulate in a year. Xian Shuang then revealed an astonishing piece of information, stating that this puppet, when sufficiently fueled by soul crystals, could indeed exhibit the combat prowess of a limit Douluo. What? I must have misheard. This puppet can unleash power at the limit Douluo level? How is that possible? A limit Douluo, as described by the Star Dou auction house, is among those closest to divine-level strength in the Douluo Continent. It was unimaginable that this iron lump possessed such astonishing power. Upon hearing this incredible news, the breath of all soul masters quickened, particularly those from the top forces of the Douluo Continent. They had unconditionally placed their trust in the Star Dou auction house, leading them to believe that this puppet could indeed unleash the power of a limit Douluo. Each faction began to entertain the thought that regardless of the amount of soul crystals required, they would secure this puppet at all costs. Thanks to the Star Dou auction house's introduction, many lesser soul masters also became aware of the existence of limit Douluos. Consequently, they grasped the immense potential of this puppet. For the majority of soul masters, ordinary title Douluo level beings are already a distant aspiration, let alone the legendary limit Douluo. Regrettably, for most, envy is the only sentiment they can harbor. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the final transaction price of this puppet will undoubtedly reach an astronomical sum. Their feeble influence renders them utterly unqualified to partake in the bidding. Chapter 84. Fierce competition. The specific functions of this puppet are indeed remarkable, and its true power must be experienced firsthand. The initial bidding price for this puppet is set at 20,000 soul crystals. At that moment, Shuang promptly announced the starting bid. When converted into gold soul coins, it amounts to a staggering 200 million gold soul coins. Such a puppet is indeed a long-lasting treasure. It implies that with a modicum of care, it can sustain a faction for a century, provided there is an ample supply of soul crystals. In a broader context, the value of this puppet far surpasses that of the first auction item, 20,000 soul crystals. As expected, no sooner had Xin Shuang's words faded than a soul master in one of the private boxes on the second floor exclaimed this price with bated breath. It is believed that no faction would decline such a puppet. Possessing it is tantamount to wielding a formidable weapon capable of safeguarding the lineage of a sect from extinction. 30,000 soul crystals. In box number 8, Ning Fengji raised the bid by an additional 10,000 soul crystals, recognizing the unparalleled utility of this puppet. Even though the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School currently boasts 2 Tidal Douluo powerhouses, it is still worth acquiring. Moreover, with this puppet, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's might may rival that of the Spirit Hall, establishing it as the most formidable power, second only to the aforementioned. Consequently, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is poised to reclaim its status as the preeminent force among the top 3 sects, eclipsing even the hidden Haotian sect. Regardless of the circumstances, Ning Fengji is resolute in his determination to secure this puppet. 35,000 soul crystals. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the adjacent private box of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. In this private chamber sat the elder of the Haotian sect. Ever since the news of the last auction spread, the sect, having learned of the treasures to be auctioned, could not remain indifferent. Thus, they stealthily departed from their stronghold to attend this auction, ensuring that no other factions became aware of their presence. Given the peculiar status of the Haotian sect, it was prudent to maintain a degree of secrecy. The sect was equally determined to acquire this puppet. After years of seclusion, their strength had significantly recovered. Possessing this puppet would alleviate their fears of the martial soul hall's threats, enabling them to reclaim their place on the Douluo Continent. To their astonishment, the Star Dou Auction House was capable of offering such an item for bid. One could only wonder if it favored human soul masters. Tion, upon hearing the introduction of this puppet, murmured gravely. He had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary iron lump, once activated by soul crystals, could unleash the power of a limit Douluo, sending a chill down his spine. No one knew how many of such puppets the Star Dou Auction House possessed. If human soul masters were to obtain a substantial number of these puppets, the status of their soul beast clan would be perilously threatened. Confronted with this dire predicament, Tion found himself at a loss, especially considering that the Star Dou Auction House was under the protection of a divine-level powerhouse. In this predicament, he found himself devoid of any viable solutions, merely engaging in silent prayers, hoping that the Star Dou Auction House would indeed adhere to the words of their former leader, refraining from participating in the conflict between soul masters and soul beasts. Secure that puppet, commanded Bibidong, her expression grave, addressing her companion, the chrysanthemum Douluo. While her brilliant gaze remained fixed on the seemingly unremarkable puppet before them, unwavering in her resolve. She had never anticipated the existence of such a wondrous puppet within the Douluo Continent. With a sufficient quantity of soul crystals to fuel it, it could unleash the might of a limit Douluo, a revelation that filled her with awe. Having reached the pinnacle of Douluo strength herself, she was acutely aware of the formidable power at this level. In essence, should the Spirit Hall acquire this puppet, their ambition to unify the Douluo Continent would progress with remarkable ease. The entire Spirit Hall would rest firmly in her grasp, and even that old coot, Qian Daolu, would dare not confront her directly. A sense of urgency surged within Bibidong. She yearned to secure this puppet at the auction without delay. 40,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing Bibidong's command, the chrysanthemum Douluo bellowed with a serious tone towards the front. 45,000 soul crystals. Another faction raised the bid by 5,000 soul crystals, represented by His Majesty, the Snow Knight of the Tiandou Empire. Having heard of the extraordinary capabilities of the Star Dou Auction House, he had conveniently set aside pressing matters to attend this auction, hoping to acquire a treasure to bolster the strength of the Tiandou Empire. This puppet captivated him. A being capable of unleashing the formidable power of a Tidal Douluo is an insatiable desire for His Majesty, the Snow Knight. Currently, the Heaven Dou Empire lacks a guardian of Tidal Douluo strength. Although Dugubo provides assistance to some extent, His Majesty yearns for a Tidal Douluo entirely under his control, and this puppet is perfectly suited for that purpose. Despite the Heaven Dou Empire being one of the 2 great empires of the Douluo Continent, it remains under the oppressive influence of top-tier forces. His Majesty wishes to circumvent this predicament, making the acquisition of this puppet imperative. Securing this puppet through auction will significantly bolster the status of the Heaven Dou Empire, allowing it to operate without the need for the approval of other leading powers. Time passed leisurely, and a few minutes elapsed. The price of the puppet soared dramatically, reaching an astonishing figure that left the assembled soul masters in utter amazement. It appeared that the final transaction price of this puppet would be beyond comprehension. 70,000 soul crystals. Under the subtle indication of BB Dong, the chrysanthemum Douluo once again announced a breathtaking bid. Elders Shimiao and Sitten, who do you believe will ultimately secure this puppet? In the private box, Qian Rinxue eagerly observed the impending competition and turned to inquire of the Sitten Douluo and Shimiu Douluo beside her. Upon learning of the puppet's specific function, Qian Rinxue was equally taken aback. However, lacking sufficient soul crystals to participate in the auction, she had no choice but to relinquish her interest in the puppet. It is widely acknowledged that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses the most formidable financial resources in the current era, thus, it stands to reason that they would acquire this puppet. Nevertheless, at present, the currency for transactions at the Star Dou Auction House is soul crystals, compelling various factions to gather these crystals over the course of a year. Consequently, it remains uncertain who will ultimately claim this puppet. The Shimiu Douluo expressed his perspective. Almost all factions were eager to vie for the puppet, and it truly was uncertain which one would emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue fell into a contemplative silence, her gaze drifting toward the box occupied by BB Dong. Noticing the continuous bidding by the chrysanthemum Douluo, she discerned BB Dong's interest in the puppet. A shadow of inscrutability crossed Qian Rinxue's eyes as she processed this information. Chapter 85, Talisman's 80,000 Soul Crystals. In the box of the Haotian sect, the elders gritted their teeth and promptly raised the bid by another 10,000 soul crystals. A look of hesitation spread across the faces of all present from the Haotian sect. They had only brought 80,000 soul crystals for this venture. Over the years, the number of disciples within the Haotian sect had dwindled significantly, resulting in a limited accumulation of soul crystals over the past year. Most of the crystals had been allocated for the training of their disciples, rendering this their entire contribution for the auction. It was uncertain if any other factions would continue to raise the price. Should there be further bids, the Haotian sect would have to forfeit their claim to the puppet. 85,000 soul crystals. Upon hearing this price, His Majesty the Snowy Knight fell into deep contemplation, considering the future of the empire, and subsequently increased the bid by 5,000 soul crystals. 90,000 soul crystals. Ning Fengji, maintaining a calm demeanor, continued to raise the bid. However, he found himself in a quandary, as this was indeed a substantial amount. Should they continue to bid? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would miss out on the next item at the auction. Your Holiness, should we proceed with the bidding? The chrysanthemum Douluo hesitated and turned to BB Dong, seeking her specific opinion. Proceed. BB Dong, consumed by countless thoughts, ultimately resolved to increase the bid. For this formidable weapon must not fall into the hands of rival factions. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the Douluo Continent would undoubtedly lead to unprecedented hardships. After all, this puppet possesses the potential to unleash power at the pinnacle of the extreme Douluo level. The Spirit Hall is home to merely 2 extreme Douluo powerhouses, and she is currently unable to exhibit her full strength. This puppet must be safeguarded by the Spirit Hall. No other factions are permitted to possess it. 100,000 soul crystals. Upon receiving Bibidong's command, the chrysanthemum Douluo immediately proclaimed the astounding price of 100,000 soul crystals. Indeed, when the price emerged, nearly all the soul masters displayed expressions of astonishment. Those factions that had previously participated in the bidding revealed their regret. The soul crystals they had brought did not amount to even 100,000. How could they possibly continue to raise the bid? Most factions could only wear expressions of disappointment and reluctantly concede defeat in the competition for this puppet. Fengji, perhaps we should abandon this competition for the puppet, as the price has already far exceeded our expectations. If we continue to compete, we may find ourselves unable to contend for the subsequent auction items, advised the Sword Douluo. Turning to Ning Fengji, 100,000 soul crystals was indeed an exorbitant sum. The amount they had brought was only slightly above that figure. According to the auction rules of the Star Dou Auction House from the previous 2 events, the subsequent items would likely be far more precious than those preceding them. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were to successfully acquire this puppet, it would be futile to hope for the later auction items. However, if the Spirit Hall were to secure this puppet, their strength would undoubtedly increase, leaving little room for other factions to survive. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji let out a deep sigh. He was well aware of the situation. He understood that the spirit hall was their competitor for the puppet. And should they obtain it, the consequences would be dire. For now, there is no need for concern. You have heard the introduction from the Star Dou Auction House. To unleash this puppet's full potential at the level of a limit Douluo, it would require the consumption of soul crystals accumulated over many years by a faction. Over these years, we have consistently participated in the auctions at the Star Dou Auction House, acquiring countless treasures, which would undoubtedly enhance our strength significantly. There is even a slight chance that we might touch upon the legendary realm of the limit Douluo. Overall, this puppet does not pose an immediate threat. The Bone Douluo concurred with the Sword Douluo's assessment, recognizing that competing for this puppet would be exceedingly challenging. No one could ascertain whether the Spirit Hall would further invest more soul crystals in the bidding, which would adversely affect the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School's ability to participate in the subsequent auctions. The Bone Douluo briefly analyzed the future circumstances. Given this, we must relinquish the pursuit of this puppet. Subsequently, Ning Fingji heeded the Bone Douluo's counsel and chose to withdraw from the competition. Thus, the other factions gradually followed suit, and the atmosphere of the auction descended into silence. 100,000 soul crystals, going once. 100,000 soul crystals, going twice. 100,000 soul crystals, going thrice. With no one willing to raise the bid further, the puppet was thus awarded to box number 5. Qian Shuang, seeing no further bids, confirmed the situation repeatedly before announcing that the puppet belonged to box number 5, where Bibi Dong and her companions resided. Upon the conclusion of this auction item, the third auction item commenced without delay. With a sweeping gesture, Qian Shuang summoned 5 rectangular sheets of paper that materialized within the void ahead, intricately engraved with complex patterns. Amidst the seemingly ordinary sheets, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted, laden with lethal intent. The moment these sheets appeared, the formidable soul masters present felt the immense power they harbored, their hearts gripped by trepidation. What, pray tell, are these sheets? Why do I sense an imminent threat emanating from them? Indeed, I share this sentiment, for my soul power level is that of a soul sage. Yet these 5 sheets instill in me a palpable sense of danger, suggesting that beneath one of them, my chances of survival are virtually non-existent. It is utterly terrifying. From where does the Star Dou Auction House procure such formidable artifacts? As all eyes fell upon these 5 sheets, and they sensed the potent waves of soul power, a collective breath was drawn, further reinforcing their awareness of the peculiarities of the Star Dou Auction House. Setting aside the previous puppet, the mere existence of these 5 sheets has once again reshaped their worldview. Allow me to introduce these 5 sheets. They are talismans crafted by the Star Dou Auction House, and the specifics of their creation remain a closely guarded secret known only to us. Each talisman possesses a formidable attacking force, capable of delivering certain death to any soul master below the tidal Douluo level upon impact. Even an ordinary tidal Douluo would suffer grievous injuries if struck. Furthermore, should all 5 talismans strike a single individual, they will coalesce into a formation, unleashing an unprecedented assault, rendering the victim's chances of survival nearly non-existent. Even a limit Douluo would hesitate to confront their combined might, for a moment's inattention could lead to severe injury from their unified power. Qian Shuang's calm exposition of the functions of these 5 talismans left all soul masters in a state of astonishment. These 5 talismans are truly extraordinary, serving as a formidable trump card. Chapter 86. The Purple Longsword. As anticipated, nearly all the soul masters, upon hearing the astonishing capabilities of these 5 talismans, could no longer maintain their composure. It was utterly unexpected that such a potent lethal force resided within these talismans. The mere possession of a single talisman could inflict grievous harm upon a tidal Douluo level expert, leaving everyone in utter astonishment. In the eyes of many soul masters, a tidal Douluo symbolizes invincibility. Yet, they had not fathomed that such a seemingly simple piece of paper could reach the level of wounding a tidal Douluo. What astonished them most was that the combined power of these 5 talismans could severely injure an ultimate Douluo, those closest to divinity. Remarkably, even they could not withstand the onslaught of the united talismans. Suddenly, a powerful thought surged within everyone's minds. They must acquire these 5 talismans. Although these talismans are one-time use items, the ultimate power they unleash is sufficient to ensure the safety of their sect. Should other factions become aware of their possession of these 5 talismans, which tidal Douluo would dare to risk their life to attack their sect? Thus, this serves as a safeguard. The 5 talismans will be auctioned together at the Star Dou Auction House, with an initial bidding price set at 20,000 soul crystals. Subsequently, Qian Shuang announced the starting bid for the 5 talismans, matching that of the previous puppet. Overall, the efficacy of these 5 talismans does not surpass that of the puppet. Yet they are undeniably remarkable, a treasure of unparalleled significance. In certain respects, the value of these 5 talismans far exceeds that of the previous puppet. 20,000 soul crystals. One faction eagerly called out this price, their tone brimming with impatience, eager to secure the 5 talismans. We must obtain these 5 talismans. Bibi Dong, having recognized their extraordinary potential, urgently conveyed to Douluo and others beside her. By all means, we must ensure the acquisition of these 5 talismans. The combined power of these 5 talismans filled her with an immense anticipation. With these 5 talismans, the Spirit Hall would possess a formidable trump card, which deeply moved Bibi Dong. The esteemed Pope was prepared to acquire these 5 talismans at any cost. However, they had already auctioned off a puppet. Should they acquire these 5 talismans as well, the expenditure of soul crystals would be astronomical, and their current supply of soul crystals was rather limited. Upon hearing this, Douluo fell into a contemplative silence, then turned to Bibi Dong with a look of concern. In his heart, he recognized the extraordinary value of these 5 talismans. Yet the previous puppet had already cost them 100,000 soul crystals. It was reasonable to surmise that the final price for these 5 talismans would be equally staggering. If they proceeded with the auction, and the price exceeded their expectations, they might have to forfeit the chance to acquire these talismans. If the bidding continues and the price surpasses our limits, we will have no choice but to relinquish these 5 talismans, Douluo stated. As soon as his words fell, Bibi Dong snapped back to reality. Indeed, the Spirit Hall had already spent 100,000 soul crystals, and she had a premonition that the final bid for these 5 talismans would not be significantly lower than that of the previous puppet. Therefore, to secure their future acquisitions, Bibi Dong had no choice but to set an anticipated price for these talismans. Should the bidding exceed this expectation, the Spirit Hall would have to decisively abandon their pursuit. Yes, Your Holiness, Douluo replied, taking part in the competition. Thus, the various factions began to bid fervently, vying to obtain these incredibly powerful talismans as a safeguard for their respective organizations. 60,000 soul crystals. At that moment, His Majesty Snow Knight of the Tiando Empire called out this exorbitant figure. His gaze was fixed intently on the 5 talismans before Xian Shuang, his fist clenched tightly, betraying his excitement. He had not anticipated that, in addition to the previous puppet, these 5 talismans could unleash attacks powerful enough to injure a title Douluo. Should the Tiando Empire acquire them, it would be akin to possessing 5 trump cards. For now, His Majesty did not contemplate the possibility of facing a limit Douluo. If a typical title Douluo were to attack the Tiando Empire, they would have 5 opportunities for survival. Having already missed out on the previous puppet, His Majesty was determined to secure these 5 talismans. Even if it meant foregoing subsequent auctions, he was resolute in his quest to obtain them. 65,000 soul crystals. Ning Fingji of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect continued to raise his bid, his heart brimming with curiosity towards the 5 talismans. However, his thoughts diverged from those of others. He intended to discern the precise crafting methods of these 5 talismans. When accomplished, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect would be able to produce an inexhaustible supply of talismans, thereby elevating the sect's prestige to unprecedented heights. The formidable power unleashed by these 5 talismans ultimately left Ning Fingji and his companions utterly captivated. Within the realm of his anticipated price, he still harbored hopes of successfully auctioning these 5 talismans. Should Lu Yun become aware of Ning Fingji's intentions, he would undoubtedly respond with a serene smile. Even if given a century, Ning Fingji would be utterly incapable of deciphering the mysteries behind these 5 talismans. How were these talismans crafted? The energy they harbor is indeed astonishing, evoking a profound sense of trepidation within me. Truly, humanity's soul masters are a uniquely gifted race, capable of creating such wondrous talismans. One cannot help but ponder whether, in the future of Douluo Continent, there will be a place for the soul beast tribe. Upon sensing the potent energy encapsulated within the 5 talismans, Emperor Tian and the other ferocious beasts murmured in despondency. Each item unveiled at the Star Dou Auction House is a treasure of unparalleled value, with most offering significant benefits to human soul masters. Conversely, their soul beast tribe has yet to discover any suitable artifacts that could enhance their overall strength. A flicker of dread surged within Emperor Tian and his companions. If this trend continues, with human soul masters incessantly acquiring top-tier treasures from the Star Dou Auction House, their soul beast tribe may find themselves without a foothold on Douluo Continent. Thus, the once mighty ferocious beasts of the continent displayed expressions of desolation, inwardly wishing for the Star Dou Auction House to present some advantageous items for their tribe. However, such hopes were evidently unrealistic, as the individuals within the Star Dou Auction House were predominantly powerful human soul masters. What rationale would compel them to willingly furnish treasures to the Soul Beast tribe? On the third floor of the Star Dou auction house, Lu Yun gazed down at the auction with keen interest. Suddenly, he noticed the disappointment etched on the faces of Emperor Tian and his companions. It sparked a recollection of this auction and the previous two, leading him to a realization there indeed seemed to be a lack of items beneficial to the soul beasts. Douluo Continent is home to two races, soul masters and soul beasts, and the treasures auctioned thus far have overwhelmingly favored human soul masters. For the soul beasts, no suitable items have emerged. Lu Yun understood that the number of soul beasts on Douluo Continent was vast, should he present treasures appealing to them. A substantial influx of bidding would undoubtedly flow into his coffers. At this moment, a thought emerged in Lu Yun's mind. It was time to present some treasures beneficial to the spirit beasts at the upcoming auction. His reasoning behind this decision was multifaceted. Earning auction points was merely one aspect. On another front, the equilibrium of Douluo Continent must not be disrupted. If humanity's soul masters were to be perpetually aided in enhancing their powers, the spirit beast clan would face gradual extinction. In less than a decade, it was conceivable that spirit beasts on Douluo Continent would be hunted to extinction by human soul masters, as each soul master required soul rings to elevate their strength. Reflecting upon this grave issue, Lu Yun realized the necessity of balancing the strength of the spirit beast clan, ensuring that such a calamity would not transpire. After a considerable time, Lu Yun cleared the chaotic thoughts from his mind and resumed watching the ongoing auction. 80,000 soul crystals. At that moment, His Majesty Snow Knight witnessed the prices soaring, quickly surpassing the total of all the soul crystals he had brought. An inscrutable expression flickered in his eyes, and he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he boldly proclaimed 80,000 soul crystals. A notion took root in His Majesty's mind. He would take a gamble, hoping that no one would continue to raise the bid. He had only brought 80,000 soul crystals with him. If the increments continued, he would inevitably exceed the total number of soul crystals he possessed. For the sake of this moment's outcome, His Majesty Snow Knight chose to take the risk. He raised the price by 15,000 soul crystals, believing that most factions would likely refrain from further bidding. However, this wager carried a significant risk of failure. Yet, considering the future of the Tiandou Empire, His Majesty Snow Knight felt compelled to act. As soon as this price was announced, his spiritual energy extended outward, seeking to discern whether any factions would dare to raise the bid. At that moment, His Majesty Snow Knight was consumed with trepidation, for no one could foresee the unfolding events. Upon hearing this price, the majority of factions were left dumbfounded. They had never encountered a single bid increase of 15,000 soul crystals before. The price increase is truly outrageous. Certain factions have chosen to withdraw from this competition. 80,000 soul crystals is simply excessive. They do not possess such an abundance of soul crystals to engage in this contest. Among those competing, the primary contenders remain the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, both of which now display expressions of contemplation. Though these 5 talismans harbor formidable offensive power, they are merely consumable items. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Martial Soul Hall are home to elite warriors. Thus, the presence of these 5 talismans is of little consequence. However, acquiring them can undoubtedly enhance the foundation of the sect. The 80,000 soul crystals indeed surpassed their anticipated price. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to silently relinquish their claim on these 5 talismans, preserving their soul crystals for the subsequent treasures to be auctioned. It is well known that the forthcoming auction items are infinitely more precious than those previously offered. Upon sensing the atmosphere within the starry auction house, His Majesty, the Snowy Knight, felt his breath quicken. Soon, as he observed that no one else was willing to bid, he let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, he dared not relax completely, fearing that another faction might unexpectedly raise the stakes. It was only when Xian Shuang uttered a phrase that His Majesty's heart was finally set at ease. 80,000 soul crystals, going once. 80,000 soul crystals, going twice. 80,000 soul crystals, going thrice. With no further bids, the 5 talismans ultimately belonged to the 15th private booth. A profound silence enveloped the starry auction house as Xian Shuang confirmed once again that no one was contesting the bid. He announced that the 5 talismans had been secured by the 15th booth, which was, in fact, the booth of His Majesty, the Snowy Knight. At last, they were in his grasp. With the ownership of the 5 talismans established, His Majesty felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. The intensity of this competition was astonishing, surpassing even the formidable spirit masters he had previously encountered, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ultimately, the outcome was exceedingly gratifying. Fortunately, the other factions refrained from escalating their bids, and these 5 talismans were acquired by the Tiandou Empire. His Majesty, Snow Knight, eagerly entrusted the soul crystal to Xian Shuang, who, in turn, successfully obtained the 5 talismans. He stored them away with utmost care, for they represented the future of the Tiandou Empire, and any misstep was simply unacceptable. As the 3rd auction item concluded, Xian Shuang announced the commencement of the 4th auction item. With a grand gesture, he summoned forth a spectacle in the air. A long sword, entirely enveloped in a vibrant purple hue, floated before him, crackling with ominous lightning and exuding an astonishing explosive power. Intricate carvings of a diminutive thunder dragon adorned the hilt, radiating an imposing aura. The sword appeared to be a formidable weapon, causing the very fabric of space around it to tremble slightly. The 4th auction item was indeed a sword, yet its origins remained a mystery. What was the source of this astonishing lightning? And why did it harbor such a ferocious intent to kill? Indeed, the purple longsword instilled in me a profound sense of peril. However, it did not seem to belong to the category of soul-guided devices. Its overall appearance suggested it was a newly forged creation. Could this unique forging technique be exclusive to the Star Dou Auction House? As all the spirit masters beheld the purple sword before Xian Shuang, they could sense the tumultuous power of the lightning contained within it, provoking gasps of astonishment. Some, familiar with soul-guided devices, expressed their bewilderment. The existence of soul-guided devices was known to only a select few in Douluo Continent, and the methods of their forging had been completely lost to time. Thus, the soul-guided devices in their possession were merely remnants from history, all of which were typical storage-type devices. They had never encountered a purple long sword that radiated such potent energy. Curiosity swelled within each individual regarding this sword, especially as it was selected as the 4th auction item by the Star Dou Auction House. Its ultimate value would undoubtedly surpass that of the previous 3 items. Uncle Sword. What is the origin of this purple longsword? Why do I sense it is exceptionally extraordinary? Suddenly, Ning Fengji's gaze flickered with a hint of awe as he beheld the sword. The violet longsword is truly exquisite, exuding an air of dominance. The flickering arcs of electricity emanating from it instill within him a profound sense of awe. Ning Fengji inquired softly to the nearby sword Douluo. For the sword Douluo's martial soul is a sword type, the 7-killing sword. Chapter 87, the final showpiece. When it comes to an understanding of swords, it is likely that no one on the entire Douluo continent comprehends them better than the sword Douluo. Perhaps he possesses knowledge of the origins of this magnificent violet longsword. As soon as Ning Fengji's words fell, he did not hear a response from the sword Douluo. Turning his gaze, he noticed the sword Douluo, entranced, staring at the Xian Shuang and the violet longsword before him, occasionally uttering exclamations of wonder. Witnessing this scene, Ning Fengji realized that this longsword was extraordinarily remarkable. Otherwise, the sword Douluo would not be so captivated. Ning Fengji's glance roused the sword Douluo from his reverie, prompting him to reiterate the previous inquiry. Ning Fengji yearned to uncover the true origins of this longsword. I do not know the name of this sword, but it is by far the most flawless longsword I have ever encountered in my lifetime. Even my 7-killing sword pales in comparison. However, I am perplexed as to why this longsword manifests in a physical form rather than as a martial soul. It is difficult to fathom the strength of the soul master capable of forging such a blade. I have a strong premonition that there is no soul master on the Douluo continent who could create this unparalleled longsword. Only the Star Dou Auction House could present such a treasure. The sword Douluo sighed deeply, his tone filled with admiration for the violet longsword. According to his conjecture, no one on the Douluo continent could forge this violet longsword, not even the 3 existing master craftsmen. It was as if this violet longsword did not belong to the Douluo continent at all. Contemplating the array of treasures presented by the Star Dou Auction House, one begins to understand. This magnificent purple longsword could only possibly be presented by the Star Dou Auction House. Its extraordinary nature compels me to bestow this sword upon you as a gift, dear sword uncle, remarked Ning Fengji with a smile upon observing sword Douluo's admiration for the blade. He had intended to auction this purple longsword as a token for sword Douluo. However, the sword would find its destined wielder, and I do not possess the merit to inherit it. Thus, I shall leave the forthcoming auction to fate. Should the final bidding price exceed our expectations at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, we shall forego the auction of this longsword. In response, sword Douluo calmly stated that he found it exceedingly challenging to wield this sword. He sensed the sword intent within the purple longsword, which bore similarities to his own 7-killing sword. It was fundamentally distinct, as he specialized in the 7-killing sword. Retaining this longsword would be akin to possessing a mere piece of scrap iron. Nonetheless, if the 7-treasure glazed tile school were to acquire this purple longsword, it would greatly enhance the strength of the sect. If the final auction price is excessively outrageous, the 7-treasure glazed tile school may judiciously choose to relinquish the longsword. Elder Second, are you aware of how this purple longsword was forged? At that moment, within box number 20, the members of the Haotian sect gazed in astonishment at the purple longsword. A disciple inquired of the elders seated at the forefront, who was none other than the second elder of the Haotian sect, also a participant in the previous auction at the Star Dou Auction House. It is truly remarkable. The aura of this purple longsword flows seamlessly, far surpassing the craftsmanship of any human soul master. No one within our Haotian sect could achieve such a feat. Not only now, but even in the future, no disciple of the Haotian sect will be able to forge such an unparalleled sword. The second elder, equally entranced by the longsword, admired the exquisite patterns along the blade and the naturally harmonious sword intent, feeling a sense of inferiority. With the capabilities of the Haotian sect, it was utterly impossible to forge this purple longsword. Yet, if we could decipher the methods behind its creation, the Haotian sect would undoubtedly give rise to several master craftsmen. The second elder's tone grew exceedingly grave, filled with an unwavering determination to possess this purple longsword. The method of forging this purple longsword remains a mystery to them. However, should they manage to glean even a modicum of knowledge from it, the enhancement of their forging capabilities would be nothing short of formidable. It is conceivable that disciples of the Haotian sect may emerge as several divine craftsmen, or perhaps even some could transcend the realm of divine artisans. To commence, allow me to introduce this exquisite longsword, known as the Thunder Blade, an artifact of spiritual energy. This designation is what we at the Star Dou Auction House have attributed to this longsword, and it bears a significant distinction from the soul-guided devices you may be familiar with. The two should not be conflated. Let me elucidate the formidable power of the Thunder Blade. This sword possesses the ability to unleash the might of thunder, and the potency of the lightning attribute is something you are likely well aware of, requiring no extensive elaboration on my part. Most notably, the Thunder Blade grows stronger in the face of formidable opponents, provided your strength is sufficient. The power it wields is beyond imagination. For instance, should a titled Douluo employ the Thunder Blade, channeling their entire soul power, they could summon countless bolts of thunder, annihilating everything in their vicinity, leaving no living creature with a chance of survival. However, such a wide-ranging lethal strike must be used sparingly. A moment's carelessness could result in the Thunder Blade rebounding and inflicting grievous harm upon its wielder. Xian Shuang has provided a brief overview of the sword's name and origin. The Thunder Blade was meticulously selected by Lu Yun from a divine-grade shop, representing an ordinary spiritual artifact from the realm of cultivation, classified merely as a low-grade spiritual item. The spiritual energy required to activate this Thunder Blade, when transformed into soul power, significantly diminishes its original potency. Nevertheless, even in this diminished state, the Thunder Blade possesses enough power to obliterate all, surpassing even the most elite soul-guided devices of the Tang Secta Millennium hits. Having conveyed the might of the Thunder Blade, it is now apparent that the initial bidding price for this extraordinary weapon is set at 30,000 soul crystals. Following Xian Shuang's introduction of the Thunder Blade and its opening bid, as anticipated, various factions have begun to vie for it. Though only a select few forces are competing for this remarkable sword, such a ferocious weapon could not possibly be retained by weaker factions. Therefore, for the sake of their safety, they had no choice but to relinquish their claims to the Thunder Blade. Thus, the major powers of the Douluo Continent engaged in a fierce struggle among themselves. After a span of 10 minutes, this intense contest gradually drew to a close. 120,000 soul crystals. 120,000 soul crystals, twice. 120,000 soul crystals, thrice. As no one else raised their bids, the Thunder Blade was claimed by the box numbered 20. At that moment, Xian Shuang, seeing that no further bids were forthcoming, announced that the Thunder Blade had been secured by box 20, the very box belonging to the Haotian sect. The second elder, upon witnessing the Thunder Blade being acquired by their Haotian sect, displayed a look of profound relief. He had not anticipated the competition for the Thunder Blade to be so fierce. Fortunately, he had brought an ample supply of soul crystals, or else this unparalleled divine sword would have eluded them. However, several disciples behind him, observing this scene, wore expressions of palpable distress. This indeed amounts to 120,000 soul crystals, a sum painstakingly accumulated by the Haotian sect over the course of a year. Yet, it has all been expended due to a single thunder sword, which naturally evokes their anguish. The second elder, having secured this thunder sword, has depleted their entire reserve of soul crystals, leaving them to ponder the fate of the grand finale auction item. The sect leader had issued a directive prior to their arrival, mandating the acquisition of an ample number of soul crystals to compete for the final auction piece. The value of the last item in the previous two auctions was significantly greater than that of the earlier lots. Should the Haotian sect manage to procure it, the enhancement to their sect's power would be beyond imagination. However, the second elder has squandered all their soul crystals on the fourth auction item. One cannot fathom how to explain this to the sect leader upon their return. A group of simple-minded individuals, unaware of the identity of the final auction piece, fail to grasp that while the Thunder Sword may seem somewhat costly, it offers immeasurable benefits to the Haotian sect. If any member of the sect could comprehend the forging techniques of this Thunder Sword, the Haotian sect would undoubtedly ascend to become the preeminent forging power on the Douluo Continent, capable of crafting weapons rivaling the Thunder Sword itself. The prestige of the Haotian sect would soar, leading to a cascade of immeasurable advantages. In my view, rather than waiting for the final auction item, it would be more prudent to secure the Thunder Sword immediately. The second elder admonished his disciples behind him. Their lack of insight into the profound significance of the Thunder Sword for the Haotian sect was evident. Thus, the second elder slowly articulated the importance of this weapon. Upon hearing his words, the other disciples exhibited expressions of understanding, truly grasping the Thunder Sword's significance. With the conclusion of the fourth auction item, the focus now shifts to the grand finale of this auction at the Star Dou Auction House. After handing over the Thunder Sword to the Haotian sect, Xian Shuang displayed a serious demeanor, announcing the imminent appearance of the final auction item. All the soul masters present straightened in their seats, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed towards Xian Shuang. The rarity of the grand finale item was beyond comprehension, leaving them to wonder what remarkable treasure the Star Dou Auction House had prepared this time. Based on the experiences of the previous two auctions, it was clear that this final item would also be extraordinary. As Xian Shuang sensed the atmosphere had reached the right intensity, he ceased to withhold the suspense and opened his palm. In that instant, a pitch-black sphere materialized, its transparent surface revealing a dark chain at its center, exuding a powerful aura of darkness. This chain, contained within the orb, emanated a mere whisper of its essence. Yet, it was enough to alert all the formidable beings present to the extraordinary nature of the chain within the sphere. However, nearly all the soul masters, upon gazing at the orb and the chain it housed, displayed expressions of bewilderment, and none dared to utter a word. This orb is truly enigmatic, making it difficult to fathom the treasures concealed within its chains. It appears to be unlike any tangible object, and given its status as the centerpiece of the auction, its ultimate worth is undoubtedly far superior to that of the preceding four items. Thus, the gathered crowd must temper their curiosity and attentively listen to Xian Shuang's subsequent explanations. This is the Pai Si De Assistance of our Star Dou Auction House. As is widely known, there exists a rare prodigy in the Douluo Continent, the Twin Martial Soul Wielder. Provided that the Twin Martial Soul Wielder does not meet an untimely fate, they are destined to become a soul master of great renown throughout the Douluo Continent. At that moment, Xian Shuang did not immediately introduce the grand finale auction item. Instead, he began to speak slowly about an unrelated matter. The soul masters present did not exhibit any impatience with Xian Shuang's words. Rather, they listened intently, probing the deeper meaning behind his discourse. Given the reputation of the Star Dou Auction House, it was evident that every utterance carried profound significance. The soul masters and soul beasts in attendance remained perplexed by the meaning of Xian Shuang's statement. However, in the private box, Bibi Dong's expression underwent a sudden and dramatic transformation upon hearing his words. She could no longer maintain her composure. Rising abruptly, she stared in astonishment at the orb in Xian Shuang's hand, her eyes wide with wonder. How could this be? The Star Dou Auction House could actually present such an item? Bibi Dong shook her head in disbelief, striving to dispel the conjectures swirling in her mind. Yet, no matter how she pondered, she felt that her assumptions were utterly correct. It was this very thought that left her profoundly shaken, unable to fathom the scene that was about to unfold. Your Holiness, what troubles you? Do you perhaps know what this final auction item is? At this moment, the ghost Douluo, positioned to the right of Bibi Dong, expressed a sense of bewilderment upon witnessing her behavior. Observing her reaction, it seemed she possessed knowledge of the true nature of the final auction item, prompting him to quietly inquire. Despite his repeated scrutiny, he was unable to decipher the essence of the black orb and the chains entwined within it. As soon as his words fell, the chrysanthemum Douluo, equally perplexed, cast a questioning glance at Bibi Dong. Undoubtedly, Both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo were as clueless as to the identity of the centerpiece item at the Star Dou auction house. Given Bibi Dong's stature and strength, it was evident that mere trinkets could not elicit such a profound reaction from her. Not even the first 4 auction items had evoked such astonishment. Consequently, a shared thought emerged in the minds of both Douluos, suggesting that the value of this final auction piece far surpassed their wildest imaginations. They braced themselves to hear Bibi Dong's elucidation regarding the origins of the centerpiece item at the Star Dou auction house. This object is truly enigmatic. There seems to be no direction for a breakthrough. Chapter 88. The Chain of Darkness. Bibi Dong's attention remained fixated on the black orb in Xian Shuang's hand. The astonishment in her gaze lingered for quite some time. Upon hearing the perplexity of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo beside her, she solemnly articulated her conjecture. If I am not mistaken, the item within this orb is highly likely to be a martial soul. Bibi Dong's startling hypothesis jolted Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo into a state of disbelief. They questioned whether their ears were deceiving them. How could such a bizarre notion arise? A martial soul? Is it not birthed within a soul master? How could it be extracted from nothingness? Such a method is simply unfathomable. A martial soul is innately possessed. How could it possibly be augmented by external forces? No matter how one contemplates it, it feels exceedingly implausible, and they remain skeptical of the conjecture they just heard. Your Holiness, are you certain that the contents of that black orb are indeed a martial soul? It feels far too strange. Ju Douluo was the first to voice his doubts, as he found it hard to reconcile the idea. Without a doubt. You should further sense the power within that black orb. It is strikingly akin to the essence of a martial soul. The earlier introduction by the Star Dou auction house spoke of those who possess twin martial souls, which, through this series of speculations, substantiates that the orb indeed contains a martial soul. As for how the Star Dou auction house accomplished this, that remains unclear for now. Bibi Dong endeavored to calm her emotions and began to articulate the basis for her conjecture. Even at this moment, she firmly believed that her intuition bore no error. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's unwavering conviction, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo found themselves ensnared in doubt. Could it truly be, as the Holy Pope surmised, that Xian Shuang holds a form of martial soul? In the ensuing contemplation, Xian Shuang unveiled the true nature of the contents within the orb. Today, the final item for auction at our Star Dou auction house is the entity contained within this orb, known as the Chain of Darkness. I believe you are all quite curious about what it is. It is indeed a martial soul. The Chain of Darkness is a top-tier martial soul, imbued with dark power. And it can be said that a soul master who possesses this martial soul is inherently a control-type soul master as well as a formidable attack-type soul master. After all, this chain not only possesses formidable control capabilities but also boasts astonishing offensive power. At that moment, Xian Shuang proceeded to introduce this unparalleled martial soul. Did I hear correctly? The contents of this orb are a martial soul. How could a martial soul be extracted and auctioned? Even if it is truly a martial soul, how shall we absorb it? The martial soul of every spirit master is awakened at the tender age of 6. As Xian Shuang's words echoed in the air, a wave of perplexity washed over the majority of the spirit masters present. Within this orb resides an astonishing soul, evoking a profound sense of wonder. Rest assured, every item we present at the Star Dou auction house is authentic. Indeed, this is a supreme soul, known as the Chain of Darkness. The methods by which we facilitate the successful absorption of this extraordinary soul are well within the capabilities of our esteemed establishment. You need not worry. Once you absorb this soul, you will experience no detriment, but rather immense benefits. Henceforth, you shall be the bearers of twin souls, emerging as the most exceptional talents of the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing this, Xian Shuang expressed her thoughts with a calm demeanor, displaying no apprehension towards the auction of the Chain of Darkness. This is indeed a most precious treasure. Once all the soul masters ascertain its authenticity, they will undoubtedly be willing to expend vast amounts of soul crystals to bid for this dark chain martial soul. Even the most average of soul masters, upon absorbing this dark chain martial soul, will ultimately transform into an extraordinary genius, ascending to the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. This supreme martial soul represents an entirely new form, capable of cultivating a top-tier talent. Its ultimate worth need not be elaborated upon. For the initial bidding price for the Dark Chain Martial Soul is set at 60,000 soul crystals. Xian Shuang announced the opening bid for this Dark Chain Martial Soul. A treasure of such caliber, truly deserving of its reputation as a centerpiece auction item. The final transaction price is equally extraordinary, and there is no cause for concern. No faction would dare neglect this elite martial soul. Who would have thought it was indeed a martial soul? However, can this martial soul truly enable a soul master to absorb it and become a dual martial soul possessor? Upon hearing Xian Shuang's proclamation, both Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo were taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. They turned to gaze at Bibi Dong beside them. Realizing that the previous conjectures of Her Holiness were indeed accurate, it truly is a top-tier martial soul. Previously confident in the offerings presented by the Star Dou Auction House, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo found themselves engulfed in doubt at this moment. Is this supreme martial soul truly as the Star Dou Auction House has described? It is indeed perplexing. 80,000 soul crystals. Before Bibi Dong could utter another word, an urgent voice resonated throughout the entire Star Dou Auction House. Within this private chamber resides the influential figures of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, including the esteemed Ning Fengji. At this very moment, Ning Fengji gazes intently into the abyss of the dark chain before him, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Upon hearing that this was a martial soul, he found it impossible to maintain his composure, immediately placing a bid to compete for this supreme martial soul. The limitations of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul have always been a profound regret in his life, preventing him from ascending to the true rank of a soul Douluo. Thus, he is unwilling to forfeit such an opportunity. Should he succeed in acquiring this top-tier martial soul and subsequently absorb its power, he would undoubtedly become a veritable dual martial soul wielder. Even if the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul cannot evolve to incorporate the remaining 2 soul rings, the acquisition of this novel martial soul would enable him to transcend the realm of soul Douluo, potentially emerging as a formidable title Douluo. Faced with such temptation, even Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, struggles to maintain his composure. Fengji, are you certain this martial soul is authentic? Inquired the Sword Douluo, his voice laced with concern upon hearing Ning Fengji's initial bid. The moment the final piece de assistance of the auction made its appearance, he expressed his disbelief immediately. However, upon observing the unwavering confidence of the Starry Auction House, a semblance of possibility began to take shape. Nonetheless, Sword Duelist still harbored a flicker of skepticism within. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's eager bid, he discerned the intentions that lay within Ning Fengji's mind. Rather than opposing Ning Fengji's actions, Sword Duelist found himself in complete accord with them. There remained an air of peculiarity, prompting a desire for Ning Fengji to deliberate for a while longer before entering the bidding fray. However, I have faith that the Star Auction Pavilion, with its esteemed reputation, would never deceive us with a counterfeit item. Besides, my current soul power level has reached a plateau, and advancing further seems unattainable. Should I acquire this supreme martial soul and assimilate its essence, the prospects of my ascension to a title Douluo would significantly increase. Such an alluring temptation is impossible for me to refuse. Regardless of the dangers that may lie ahead, I am compelled to take the plunge, without attempting. How can I ascertain the authenticity of this exceptional martial soul? Ning Fengji subtly shook his head, fully aware of the sentiments of the Sword Douluo and his companions. Yet he tactfully declined their suggestions. The auction item before him was pivotal to his future, and he certainly would not allow it to slip through his fingers. He was resolute in securing this crowning auction piece. Upon concluding his thoughts, the Sword Douluo let out a soft sigh, mirroring the sentiments of the Bone Douluo, and chose not to impede Ning Fengji's course of action. In their hearts, a conviction began to solidify. The likelihood of this supreme martial soul being genuine was high, and they resolved to follow Ning Fengji's lead in the bidding. 90,000 soul crystals. Before Bibi Dong could respond to the remarks of the Zhu Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, upon hearing one faction raise the bid, she disregarded her own status and boldly announced her price. This time, Bibi Dong personally took charge of the auction, and the likelihood of this supreme martial soul being genuine was quite high, prompting her desire to acquire it. As a possessor of twin martial souls, she was determined to prevent this coveted martial soul from falling into the hands of rival factions. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong harbored her ambitions, and at this moment, a new thought emerged in her mind. She yearned for this supreme martial soul, aspiring to become the first individual in the history of Douluo Continent to possess 3 martial souls. Moreover, the attributes of this dark chain martial soul resonated with the essence of her own 2 souls, both embodying the essence of darkness. If she were to absorb this martial soul, it would not conflict with her existing soul power, which was precisely why Bibi Dong was unabashedly determined to secure it. Your Highness, do you believe this final auction item is authentic? If so, should we acquire it? In the private box occupied by Qian Renxue, The three individuals could hardly maintain their composure upon hearing that the last and most significant auction item was a martial soul. Subsequently, the serpent spear Douluo, breathing rapidly, turned to Qian Rinxue for confirmation. If this dark chain martial soul were indeed genuine, they must seize it for Qian Rinxue to absorb. Currently, Qian Rinxue possessed a divine-level martial soul, and acquiring this new soul would grant her twin martial souls, ensuring her future accomplishments would far surpass those of all soul masters in Douluo Continent. The Star Dou Auction House exhibited profound depth, even offering martial souls for auction. One could only wonder what other treasures it might unveil in the future. Upon meticulous observation, it seemed that the aura of this martial soul was of the dark attribute, entirely contrasting with the sacred and luminous properties of her angel martial soul. Recklessly adding it as her second martial soul could lead to a repulsion of her own soul power, the ultimate consequences of which were unpredictable. Qian Rinxue began to analyze the compatibility of this martial soul with her own situation, realizing that it was not suitable for her absorption. Though I cannot absorb it, there will surely be others who can. At any cost, we must secure this martial soul for me. Qian Rinxue sighed softly, acknowledging that while this martial soul was not fitting for her, its extraordinary nature was impossible to overlook. Thus, she instructed the serpent spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo to ensure the acquisition of this martial soul at all costs. As for its ownership, Qian Rinxue had her own plans in mind. Consequently, nearly all the top factions on Douluo Continent began to place bids in fierce competition. Setting aside the question of the martial soul's authenticity, the mere possibility of its existence was enough for numerous factions to seize this opportunity. This is indeed an opportunity that could alter their destinies. Even the expenditure of countless soul crystals would be deemed inconsequential. The unveiling of this final piece d'resistance elevated the atmosphere of the starry auction house to an exhilarating climax. All soul masters exerted their utmost efforts, bidding fervently for this supreme martial soul, and the auction once again ignited with fervor. The price of this martial soul has surged to a staggering 100,000 soul crystals, and it continues to ascend at an astonishing pace towards even loftier heights. Some of the weaker soul masters display expressions of awe, acknowledging the rapid escalation of this price. If the final auction item truly is a top-tier martial soul, capable of transforming a soul master into a dual martial soul wielder, such a price seems entirely foreseeable. 150,000 soul crystals. 130,000 soul crystals. After a brief moment, Ning Fengji, disregarding any cost, resolutely raised the bid once more. For this martial soul is the key to altering his destiny. There can be no retreat. 140,000 soul crystals. Bi Bidong closely followed Ning Fengji's bid, increasing the offer by an additional 10,000 soul crystals. This price increase has, at one point, driven the majority of the contenders out of the competition. The price of this supreme martial soul has escalated to an outrageous level. They simply do not possess sufficient soul crystals to continue bidding. As time flows gently, the auction remains fervently underway. As anticipated, the final transaction price for this martial soul is astonishingly high. After all, the allure of a twin martial soul is irresistible to any soul master. Standing on the third level of the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yin observes the intense atmosphere below with a serene smile. He had long foreseen the fervor that would ensue once the last featured auction item made its appearance. This scene is precisely what he longs to witness. The more intense the competition for the final auction item, the greater the profit he stands to gain from it. This supreme martial soul was acquired by Lu Yun from the Divine Store, and the cost in auction points was not exorbitant. The Divine Store offers an overwhelming array of martial souls, including many that do not exist in the Douluo Continent, alongside a plethora of divine-grade martial souls. As for martial souls above the divine grade, they are indeed available, although their prices are rather outrageous. Given his current financial standing, he cannot afford them just yet. Nevertheless, top-tier martial souls are exceedingly rare in the Douluo Continent. Those who possess a top-tier martial soul are assured to become at least a soul Douluo, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, and they have a significant chance of becoming a titled Douluo, a figure of great renown within the continent. After much contemplation, Lu Yun purchased a top-tier martial soul, the Chains of Darkness. P.S. As per tradition, there will be one more chapter for 1,000 words, updated at midnight. Chapter 89, Soul Spirit Pavilion 200,000 Soul Crystals. In an instant, a grave voice resonated throughout the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, abruptly silencing the atmosphere. No one had anticipated that the previous bid of 180,000 soul crystals would surge to a staggering 200,000. This increase was astonishingly steep. Some factions that had previously participated in the bidding, unwilling to concede, chose to withdraw from the competition. This amounts to 200,000 soul crystals. Given their faction's annual resources, it is inconceivable that they have amassed such a quantity. It remains a mystery which faction possesses this many soul crystals. At this moment, after Ning Fengji announced this price, he listened intently to the surrounding sounds, his expression grave. 200,000 soul crystals constituted his entire reserve, as he had not succeeded in auctioning any of the previous 4 items. Had he done otherwise, he would have regretted missing the opportunity to acquire this top-tier martial spirit. A flicker of relief crossed his mind. Fortunately, the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile sect had not engaged in a fierce bidding war with other factions during the earlier auction. Damn it! Upon hearing this price, Bibi Dong realized that the remaining soul crystals of the Spirit Hall had dwindled, and her countenance darkened. With a malevolent gaze fixed upon Ning Fengji's private box, she was taken aback by the unexpected ability of that box to produce such a substantial sum of soul crystals. How infuriating! Initially, after offering 18,000 soul crystals, she had believed victory was assured. Yet, suddenly, a rival faction emerged, elevating the bid to 200,000 soul crystals. This scene filled Bibi Dong's heart with intense fury. Had she not previously captured that puppet, the Dark Chain's martial soul would undoubtedly have been hers. Yet, confronted with this moment, she was compelled to relinquish her claim to this supreme martial soul. This is indeed the Star Dou Auction House, where Bibi Dong dared not act out of line, her fury manifesting in her tense posture as she sat on her chair, her gaze flickering with inscrutable emotions. The other factions, too, opted for silence, their expressions dim as they relinquished hope for the auction of the supreme martial soul. 200,000 soul crystals for the first time. 200,000 soul crystals for the second time. 200,000 soul crystals for the third time. With no further bids forthcoming, Xian Shuang confidently declared the final prized lot's ownership, which belonged to the private box of Ning Fengji. At last, it was in his grasp. Upon hearing the announcement, Ning Fengji slumped back in his chair, exhaling a long sigh of relief. His gaze remained fixed on the black orb held by Xian Shuang. Eager to absorb this top-tier martial soul, the Chain of Darkness. If he successfully assimilated this novel martial soul, he might instantly ascend to the rank of Soul Douluo, continuing to absorb the initial 8 soul rings of the Chain of Darkness. Ultimately, his soul power level would likely surge significantly, bringing him closer to the legendary title Douluo. Should he acquire a treasure from the Star Dou Auction House in the future, it could facilitate the complete evolution of his 7 Treasures Glaze Tile martial soul. The prospects of such a future left Ning Fengji awestruck, his heart swelling with gratitude towards the Star Dou Auction House. For it was this establishment that had catalyzed his remarkable transformation. Moments later, Xian Shuang presented the final auction item to Ning Fengji. While imparting the method to absorb this elite martial soul, simply shatter the orb, and the absorption would be successful. Could it truly be that simple? Upon hearing the method conveyed to him by Xian Shuang, Ning Fengji was taken aback, for he had never anticipated such simplicity. Nevertheless, he harbored no doubts regarding the words of the Star Dou Auction House. Previously, while observing this martial soul from a distance, he had failed to sense any formidable aura. It was only upon his touch that an overwhelming dark energy surged forth, and upon experiencing the pressure emanating from this supreme martial soul, Ning Fengji's heart swelled with ecstasy. He reaffirmed that the final item of the Star Dou Auction House was indeed authentic. Regarding the absorption method, there was no question in Ning Fengji's mind. He even contemplated absorbing it right there and then. However, he soon relinquished this notion, as the Star Dou Auction House was a congregation of the continent's foremost powers. To rashly absorb this top-tier martial soul in such a setting might provoke unnecessary complications. The safest course of action would be to await his return to the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, where under the guardianship of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, he could become a dual martial soul possessor. Consequently, Ning Fengji carefully stored the black orb, proceeding with utmost gentleness, fearful of damaging it. Having invested 200,000 soul crystals to procure this martial soul, he could not afford any mishaps. Thus concluded the auction hosted by the Star Dou Auction House. Before we proceed, I must announce a significant change. From this day forth, our auctions will be categorized into 2 types, large auctions and small auctions. The large auctions will be held annually, akin to the previous 3 events, showcasing only the most elite items of the Douluo Continent. As for the small auction held monthly, the treasures presented are quite ordinary. However, they hold immense value for the average soul master. Occasionally, 1 or 2 exceptional items may surface, much to the anticipation of all soul masters. Ultimately, Xian Shuang announced the conclusion of this auction, conveying to all soul masters the matters previously entrusted to her by Lu Yun. Lu Yun had also recognized this issue. After 3 preceding auctions, it became evident that nearly all auctioned items were claimed by the leading factions of Douluo Continent. Weaker soul masters and factions found it nearly impossible to acquire anything at these auctions. Over time, this trend could prove detrimental to the Star Dou Auction House, potentially resulting in only the top factions of Douluo Continent attending future events. Thus, the Star Dou Auction House must ensure that its auctions cater to the needs of weaker factions and soul masters. The small auction, held each month, features items that, while not exceedingly precious, are still rare treasures within Douluo Continent. Ordinary soul masters can certainly afford these items, though they may not pique the interest of some elite factions. To encourage participation from top factions and prevent their absence from these smaller auctions, Lu Yun opts to occasionally unveil 1 or 2 exceptional artifacts, ensuring that each auction remains vibrant and engaging. When selecting auction items, Lu Yun remains judicious, even if some items are of lesser value. Their rarity and uniqueness may incite competition from the larger factions. All these factors must be taken into account by Lu Yun. The Star Dou Auction House truly captivates one's admiration. Who would have thought that one day our modest faction could also partake in the competition? Indeed, during the previous 3 auctions, every item was claimed by the most formidable forces of the Douluo Continent, leaving us with no opportunity whatsoever. The Star Dou Auction House's approach considers some of the weaker factions, which is splendid. We eagerly anticipate the small auctions held each month. As Xian Shuang's words fell, all the weaker factions and soul masters expressed their genuine excitement. Meanwhile, the other top-tier forces revealed a hint of regret, lamenting that the grand auction occurs only once a year. Some elite factions began to entertain other thoughts. After all, with the Star Dou Auction House's methods, even the treasures offered at the monthly small auctions would surely entice them. Moreover, rare treasures occasionally surface at these smaller auctions. Nearly all top-tier factions would choose to participate in such events. What if they stumbled upon the coveted treasures mentioned by the Star Dou Auction House? Wouldn't that be a windfall for them? As the auction concluded, various factions sequentially departed from the Star Dou Auction House. Xian Shuang entrusted all the soul crystals acquired this time to Lu Yun. Observing this, Lu Yun converted them entirely into auction points. And upon seeing the number of points he possessed, a look of elation graced his features. The items at this auction, acquired from the Divine Store, cost less than 50,000 auction points. Yet, this auction has astonishingly amassed 500,000 soul crystals, equivalent to 500,000 auction points. Regardless of the perspective one adopts, this is undeniably a remarkable bargain. He merely needs to assume the role of a passive participant. For the auction requires no active involvement on his part, his sole responsibility is to collect the auction points. Such a life is truly delightful. However, just as Lu Yun was beginning to bask in his joy, a chilling voice from the system echoed in his mind, abruptly dousing him with cold water and bringing him back to reality. With a face full of resentment, he glared at the system within his consciousness. Ding! It has been detected that the host is excessively languid. Therefore, the system will now issue a long-term task. Long-term task. The host is to disseminate the soul spirit throughout the entire Douluo Continent, with a time frame of 5 years. Reward, mysterious and unknown. Just as expected, upon the emergence of this long-term task, Lu Yun's expression soured considerably. He had yearned to continue living his current life, yet the system issued a task that compelled him to spring into action immediately. Lu Yun gazed upon the reward awaiting completion of the task, a mysterious and unknown prize that appeared rather enticing. What treasures might he receive upon fulfilling this endeavor? In Lu Yun's estimation, the task seemed rather arduous, though not insurmountable. To disseminate the soul spirits across the entire Douluo Continent was evidently a long-term undertaking, demanding a considerable investment of time. Might the host choose to accept this long-term task? At that moment, the system's cold voice continued to resonate. Commence the task. Lu Yun spoke with a hint of indifference. The system detected that the host had accepted this long-term mission. In light of its considerable difficulty, it bestowed upon him an auxiliary item, the Soul Spirit Pavilion. The system's frigid voice persisted, yet this particular announcement piqued Lu Yun's interest. He had not anticipated that accepting this task would result in the acquisition of such a valuable tool. Subsequently, Lu Yun delved into the specifics of the Soul Spirit Pavilion. The Soul Spirit Pavilion, a repository for collecting all soul beast species that have emerged throughout the ages on the Douluo Continent. These soul beasts have successfully transformed into soul spirits. By expending sufficient soul crystals, one can obtain specific soul spirits without any limitation on quantity. At this moment, a stream of subtitles appeared before Lu Yun, detailing the specific introduction of the Soul Spirit Pavilion. Goodness, is this truly the extraordinary Soul Spirit Pavilion? With it, the time required to complete this task will undoubtedly be reduced to an endless extent. This system is truly remarkable. Upon grasping the specific functions of the Soul Spirit Pavilion, Lu Yun's eyes shimmered with a hint of awe. The Soul Spirit Pavilion has arrived at a most opportune moment. Previously, he had been troubled, pondering how to disseminate souls throughout the entirety of the Douluo Continent, and where to procure such an abundance of souls. Although the soul beasts of Douluo Continent are countless, they will inevitably be depleted one day. Moreover, Lu Yun was reluctant to convert soul beasts in their prime into souls, as this would disrupt the delicate balance of the Douluo Continent. He had been contemplating how to address this issue. Little did he know that the system had bestowed upon him a miraculous Soul Spirit Pavilion, which housed all the souls of the Douluo Continent. As for the origins of these souls, Lu Yun chose not to delve too deeply. After all, these souls were identical to those found in Douluo Continent. What if I were to sell these souls? Would the resulting soul crystals be convertible into auction points? A sudden notion flickered in Lu Yun's mind, prompting him to focus his thoughts inwardly and inquire softly. Yes, came the system's icy response, however. The host must expend a certain amount of soul crystals to purchase souls from the Soul Spirit Pavilion before selling them onward. The final pricing is at the host's discretion. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Lu Yun's face, but soon after, a realization interrupted his musings. He had initially assumed that the souls within the pavilion would be free for him to sell at will, thus amassing a significant quantity of soul crystals to convert into auction points. To his surprise, the souls within the pavilion were not complimentary. He would need to purchase them before selling them to others. This convoluted process meant he would earn significantly less in soul crystals. Lu Yun understood that to spread souls throughout the Douluo Continent, the pricing of lower-tier souls could not be exorbitant. Otherwise, many would be unable to afford them, making it impossible to achieve his goal of disseminating souls across the continent within 5 years. He needed to carefully consider the final selling price. Naturally, souls of higher tiers would command a much higher price. For the elite soul masters of Douluo Continent, soul crystals were not in short supply. They sought high-tier soul rings and bones. He needed to cater to the majority of ordinary soul masters, for they comprised the largest segment of the population, thus enabling him to complete his task and earn the mysterious, unknown rewards. After a considerable time, Lu Yun relaxed, choosing to set aside his concerns. Reassured by the presence of the Soul Spirit Pavilion, an extraordinary tool, with the promotion from the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, countless soul masters from Douluo Continent would inevitably come forth to purchase souls. In due course, it would merely require time to ensure that souls would be thoroughly disseminated throughout the entire Douluo Continent. P.S. May I inquire if you are interested in the narrative regarding the mission issued by the system? Rest assured, the entire novel will consistently revolve around the theme of auctions. Chapter 90. The first day of business upon acquiring the extraordinary Soul Spirit Pavilion. Lu Yun found himself enveloped in deep contemplation regarding the optimal location for its establishment. The purpose of the Soul Spirit Pavilion is twofold: to disseminate soul spirits throughout the Douluo Continent and to amass a considerable number of auction points. Thus, it is imperative that the pavilion is not situated in a remote area, but rather in a prime location. After considerable deliberation, Lu Yun resolved to place the Soul Spirit Pavilion on the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest. The Star Dou Forest is renowned as one of the largest soul beast forests on the Douluo Continent, frequented by the majority of soul masters seeking soul rings. By situating the pavilion near the forest, he would undoubtedly attract a greater number of soul masters eager to purchase soul spirits. During the next small auction, he could leverage the promotional capabilities of the Star Dou Auction House to enhance visibility. Such a strategy would likely yield a thriving business for the pavilion, allowing him to accumulate numerous auction points. With this thought in mind, Lu Yun focused his intent inward and addressed the system. System, please position the Soul Spirit Pavilion at the bustling outskirts of the Star Dou Forest. No sooner had his words left his lips than the Soul Spirit Pavilion within the system transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing toward the distance, ultimately settling at the periphery of the Star Dou Forest. At this moment, the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest were devoid of any presence. As the auction held by the Star Dou Auction House had concluded, and the soul masters who had come to this place had long since departed. The descent of the Soul Spirit Pavilion did not evoke much commotion. However, the surrounding soul beasts were startled by this disturbance and scurried in all directions. A cold voice from the system resonated in Lu Yun's mind, announcing the successful placement of the Soul Spirit Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun closed his eyes tightly, and with a mere thought, he vanished from his original location, reappearing inside the Soul Spirit Pavilion. The Soul Spirit Pavilion, bestowed upon him by the system, possesses a reciprocal teleportation function with the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. Moreover, this pavilion harbors a remarkably formidable capability. The invincible domain is equally applicable within its confines. This implies that Lu Yun enjoys an invulnerable stance while inside the Soul Spirit Pavilion, rendering him unmatched by any adversary, a significant assurance of safety. He was acutely aware of the immense power possessed by the spirits within the pavilion. Should other formidable experts converge upon the Soul Spirit Pavilion to seize the spirits, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Although the Star Auction House enjoys a formidable reputation, it is not immune to unforeseen circumstances. During the month-long interlude that follows each of its modest auctions, Lu Yun seizes the opportunity to not only engage in cultivation but also to leisurely visit the Soul Spirit Pavilion as a means of relaxation. As Lu Yun meanders through the interior of the Soul Spirit Pavilion, he is captivated by the seemingly boundless expanse within. Outside, the pavilion appears to be nothing more than an ordinary structure, devoid of any peculiarities. Yet, Lu Yun is astonished to discover the vastness that lies within. His gaze sweeps across the entire pavilion, revealing distinct sections labeled according to the attributes of various soul spirits, those of life and darkness, among others. One category is naturally determined by the inherent attributes of the soul beasts themselves. However, other sections provide further distinctions, classifying them into plant-type and beast-type soul spirits, among others. The classification of soul spirits within the pavilion is indeed extensive. Beyond the aforementioned categories, there are even classifications related to bloodlines, showcasing remarkable detail. Nevertheless, these classifications greatly facilitate Lu Yun's efforts. Henceforth, when customers inquire about specific types of soul spirits, he will no longer have to search aimlessly. With this precise categorization, future searches will undoubtedly prove far more efficient. Subsequently, Lu Yun strides lightly forward, opening the grand doors of the pavilion to formally welcome guests. He settles quietly into the foremost chair, patiently awaiting the arrival of patrons. The atmosphere within the Soul Spirit Pavilion is saturated with dense soul energy, making it an ideal environment for cultivation. Thus, Lu Yun finds himself in a state of gentle meditation, all the while anticipating the entrance of customers. As time drifts by, the entire vicinity surrounding the Soul Spirit Pavilion descends into tranquility. At that moment, three figures emerge from the distance, making their way toward the Star Dou forest. Approaching are three women, a middle-aged lady accompanied by two young girls, all clad in ethereal light blue gowns that emanate an unmistakable aura of frost. "Director, what is that?" One of the young girls inquires with an expression of bewilderment, pointing toward the Soul Spirit Pavilion at the edge of the Star Dou forest. "We never noticed this building during our previous visits to the Star Dou forest. It is indeed peculiar that this structure has only now appeared at the periphery of the forest." "Strange," replies the middle-aged woman. "I distinctly recall that there was no such pavilion when we arrived this morning." The middle-aged woman also wore an expression of curiosity, for she had attended the auction held at the Starry Auction House in the morning and had not encountered this particular pavilion. However, upon her return in the afternoon, she was astonished to discover the emergence of this new structure, piquing her interest immensely. "The Spirit Pavilion?" One of the young ladies gazed upon the name inscribed above the pavilion, a hint of perplexity crossing her features. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, the girl appeared incredulous. Could it be that the term spirit hinted at something more profound? "Dean, could this pavilion perhaps be a place where spirits are sold?" The young girl's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she solemnly addressed the middle-aged woman beside her. She had certainly heard tales of the soul spirits that circulated from the Star Dou Auction House, which were indeed quite extraordinary. Not only could they bestow several soul rings upon a soul master, alleviating the future burden of searching for them, but they could also accompany the soul master in battle. Such a soul spirit was something she deeply desired, especially as her soul power had now reached the 30th level, preparing her to absorb a soul ring and ascend to the rank of a genuine soul sovereign. "Binger, do not be deceived by the scene before us. How could soul spirits possibly be found within that pavilion? Soul spirits are unique to the Star Dou Auction House. It seems implausible that there would be a place solely dedicated to their sale, the middle-aged woman cautioned. Upon hearing this, she cast her gaze towards the three prominent characters spelling out Soul Spirit Pavilion, her heart equally astonished. Yet, she soon shook her head in disbelief. Everyone knew that soul spirits were exclusive to the Star Dou Auction House. So how could a pavilion suddenly appear to sell them? It was evidently unrealistic. At that moment, the trio consisted of three individuals who had journeyed from the Heavenly Water Academy. The middle-aged woman was the academy's principal, accompanied by two young maidens, Shui Bing and Shui Wu, both of whom had also attained the 30th level of soul power. The principal had come to the Star Dou Great Forest to assist them in acquiring their third soul ring. Principal, should we not venture inside to take a look? If they truly sell soul spirits, we would be in for a significant gain, Shui Wu remarked, her curiosity piqued. To openly sell soul spirits on the outskirts of the Star Dou Great Forest, the Soul Spirit Pavilion must possess considerable means. Otherwise, they would surely face assaults from rival forces. Indeed, Principal, let us take a look. If it is real, we stand to gain, and even if it is not, we shall not waste too much time, Shui Bing echoed, her interest now thoroughly ignited as she turned to the principal. Very well, since it has come to this, let us proceed and investigate. It is still quite early, the principal of the Heavenly Water Academy conceded, albeit reluctantly, agreeing to the wishes of Shui Bing and Shui Wu. Thus, the three of them walked briskly towards the Soul Spirit Pavilion, eager to discover the true nature of this intriguing establishment. Could it truly be selling the world's rarest soul spirits? Meanwhile, as Shui Bing and her companions approached the pavilion, Lu Yun, the proprietor, sensed the arrival of guests and opened his bright eyes, filled with curiosity about who the first patron of the Soul Spirit Pavilion might be. As the three individuals officially stepped into the Spirit Hall, the world before them seemed to undergo a breathtaking transformation. What appeared to be an ordinary small pavilion in the outside world revealed an extraordinary realm within, its expanse seemingly limitless. It was as if they were immersed in an infinite space, rendering the three speechless as they beheld the scene before them. Upon seeing these three, Lu Yun summoned their specific information, which materialized before her. This was one of the many functions of the Spirit Hall. Whenever a spirit master or spirit beast entered, their identity information would manifest before them. Thus, it is convenient for Lu Yun to recommend the soul spirits that suit them best. Welcome to the Soul Spirit Pavilion. You three are the first guests since its grand opening. Lu Yun rose, smiling at Shui Binger and her companions. The trio of Shui Binger, enraptured by the spectacle before them, were jolted back to reality by Lu Yun's voice. They turned to face Lu Yun, retreating slightly in surprise. The principal of Tianshui Academy was equally astounded by the scene, murmuring in disbelief. This is the Soul Spirit Pavilion. Everything you see before you is genuine. The pavilion offers for sale all types of soul beasts that have ever existed in the Douluo Continent, now successfully transformed into soul spirits. Lu Yun calmly provided detailed information about the Soul Spirit Pavilion to Shui Binger and her friends. What? This place really sells soul spirits? How can that be? Aren't soul spirits exclusive to the Star Dou Auction House? At that moment, the principal of Tianshui Academy voiced her skepticism. Although the interior of the Soul Spirit Pavilion had already left her in awe, she instinctively chose not to believe that it sold soul spirits. We naturally sell all soul spirits from the Douluo Continent. As for your concern, you will come to understand in due time. For the Soul Spirit Pavilion is indeed a branch of the Star Dou Auction House, specifically established for the sale of soul spirits. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun no longer kept them in suspense, revealing the true nature of the Soul Spirit Pavilion, which is entirely affiliated with the Star Dou Auction House. What? You mean the Soul Spirit Pavilion is a branch of the Star Dou Auction House? After his words, the three present stared at Lu Yun in utter astonishment. This news is truly astonishing. In their eyes, the Star Dou Auction House is the most enigmatic force on the Douluo Continent, possessing a depth of heritage that no one can fully discern. Yet, they have learned that this spirit hall actually belongs to the Star Dou Auction House. This is indeed quite astonishing. They had never heard of the Spirit Pavilion and its announcement of existence to the outside world. After a moment's contemplation, the trio seemed to conclude that if the Spirit Pavilion truly belonged to the Star Dou Auction House, then the sale of spirits posed no apparent issue. Rest assured, today marks the inaugural day of the Spirit Pavilion. At the next minor auction, the Star Dou Auction House will publicly declare the existence of the Spirit Pavilion to the Douluo Continent. Lu Yun softly articulated. Do you have all types of spirits available for purchase here? After a lengthy pause, the president of Tianshui Academy made a concerted effort to compose herself, a look of delight illuminating her face. She had not anticipated that they would be among the very first to step into the Spirit Pavilion, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Reflecting on their journey to the Star Dou Great Forest, the president recalled that their purpose was to assist Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu in acquiring their third spirit ring. Initially, she had been troubled by the prospect of hunting spirit beasts, but the emergence of the Spirit Pavilion alleviated one of her concerns. They were acutely aware of the formidable nature of spirits. Why pursue the uncertainty of spirit beasts when spirits were readily available? Thus, the president of Tianshui Academy resolved to procure a spirit for Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu. We have spirits of all kinds available for sale in the Spirit Pavilion. Naturally, the rarer the spirit, the higher the price. Please specify the type of spirit you require, including details such as bloodline and attributes. And I shall assist you in finding the most suitable spirit for your needs, Lu Yun continued, inviting those present to articulate their specific requirements for spirits. Lu Yun recognized that for Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu, the priority would naturally be to consider ice attribute spirit beasts for their third spirit ring. The essence of the soul must be meticulously selected from the ice attribute spirit beasts, taking into account factors such as bloodline strength and species of the soul beasts. We desire 2,000-year-old ice attribute soul spirits. The dean of the Heavenly Water Academy fell into deep contemplation and soon articulated a vague concept. Both Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu possess ice attribute martial souls, making the selection of their corresponding soul spirits relatively straightforward. They require only ice attribute soul spirits to absorb, ensuring a perfect harmony with their martial souls. We have a plethora of ice attribute soul spirits available. However, I am uncertain about the specific type you seek. For instance, do you prefer a 1,000-year soul spirit with the bloodline of an ice dragon, one of the ice phoenix lineage, or a more common spirit? Lu Yun stroked his chin. Introducing several formidable ice attribute soul spirits he was aware of to the three individuals before him, allowing them to choose. Upon hearing his words, the three were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. The existence of such powerful bloodline spirits was astonishing. Ice dragon-type soul beasts had become completely extinct on the Douluo Continent. Yet, the Soul Spirit Pavilion surprisingly possessed such ice dragon spirits, which was truly remarkable. As for those with the ice phoenix bloodline, they too were exceedingly rare, having nearly vanished from the continent. From these observations, it became evident that the Soul Spirit Pavilion harbored an unimaginable quantity of soul spirits, far exceeding the comprehension of any soul master on the Douluo Continent. However, the dean of the Heavenly Water Academy was acutely aware that even a 1,000-year spirit of this caliber would command an exorbitant price. She doubted their ability to afford such a treasure and thus turned to Lu Yun with a troubled expression. We possess only 5,000 soul crystals. I wonder if it is possible to find suitable 1,000-year soul spirits for the two beside me, ideally reaching the threshold for the third soul ring. Hesitant to make a decision, the dean disclosed her soul crystal count, hoping that Lu Yun would assist in selecting the appropriate soul spirits. Very well. I shall first identify a few soul spirits that are compatible with your martial souls, from which you may choose. Lu Yun nodded slightly, meticulously selecting from the ice attribute soul spirits priced within 5,000 soul crystals, ultimately choosing several that were well suited for Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu. After a brief moment, Lu Yun settled on 5 soul spirits that aligned harmoniously with the martial souls of the two young women. Chapter 92. The Mysterious Maiden. Although Lu Yun had identified 5 soul spirits that were appropriate for Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu, she proceeded to refine her selection based on price. With only 5,000 soul crystals in their possession, Lu Yun could only choose 2 soul spirits that were both affordable and exceptionally compatible with their martial souls. With a grand gesture, Lu Yun summoned forth 2 magnificent soul spirits, their presence rippling through the space around them, exuding an overwhelming aura of ice. The 3 individuals before her were taken aback, for their extensive dealings with ice attribute soul beasts allowed them to distinctly sense the purity of the chilling power emanating from these 2 soul spirits. Undoubtedly, these spirits were formidable. The soul spirits I have selected for you are the Ice Phoenix Spirit and the Ice Extreme Sky Tiger Spirit. These 2 spirits are perfectly suited to you both, each having reached the limits of the third soul ring. The combined price of these 2 spirits precisely matches the 5,000 soul crystals you possess. The Ice Phoenix Spirit, which is particularly fitting for the young woman on your left, boasts a potent soul beast lineage, the Ice Phoenix bloodline, commanding a price of 3,000 soul crystals. In contrast, The Ice Extreme Sky Tiger Spirit, ideally suited for the other young woman beside you, is also a top-tier ice attribute soul beast. Priced at 2,000 soul crystals, Lu Yun proceeded to elucidate the details of these two soul spirits to the dean of Tian Shui Academy and the others, clearly stating their respective prices. Upon hearing her words, the three individuals present displayed expressions of astonishment, unable to maintain their composure. Since their arrival, they had never revealed information about themselves or their martial souls. They were taken aback by how the young man before them could discern their martial souls, which explained his selection of these two types of soul spirits. They were indeed perfectly tailored for them. Shui Binger and her companions recognized the enigmatic nature of the Star Dou Auction House and the Soul Spirit Pavilion, as a branch of the Star Dou Auction House, possessed equally profound foundations. Might I inquire if you wish to purchase these two soul spirits? Lu Yun, having perceived the subtle shift in the trio's gazes indicating their desire to acquire the spirits, continued to inquire. Purchased. After considerable reflection, the president of Tianshui Academy reluctantly acquiesced to the purchase of the two soul spirits, although the expenditure of 5,000 soul crystals represented a substantial sum. The vision for the future of Tianshui Academy necessitated the investment in Shui Binger and Shui Wu, ensuring they could embrace a promising destiny. Thus, she resolved to forego a portion of her immediate gains and allocate the 5,000 soul crystals for the acquisition of the two soul spirits. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's face blossomed with a joyful smile as he promptly bestowed the two soul spirits upon Shui Binger and Shui Wu. He then secured the 5,000 soul crystals, converting them into auction points. The pricing of these two soul spirits, set by the system, was remarkably affordable. However, Lu Yun intended to inflate the final price tenfold. His strategy was to augment the base cost of all soul spirits by a factor of 10, thereby allowing him to reap considerable profits. The soul spirits could not be priced excessively high, lest they become unattainable for other soul masters. Naturally, the rarer the soul spirit, the more exorbitant the selling price would be. Particularly, soul spirits of 100,000 years in age would likely remain beyond the reach of most on the Douluo Continent for the foreseeable future. Given the extreme rarity of such ancient soul spirits, it was believed that formidable soul masters would eventually opt to expend their years of accumulated soul crystals to acquire them. As for the method of absorbing the soul spirits, Lu Yun reiterated the procedure to the trio, ensuring that no errors would occur during the absorption process. "We understand how to absorb the soul spirits," responded the president of Tianshui Academy with a faint smile. Subsequently, the president departed the Soul Spirit Pavilion accompanied by Shui Binger and Shui Wu, their arms laden with treasures. Once the trio exited, they would undoubtedly promote the existence of the Soul Spirit Pavilion, ushering in a substantial influx of clientele. There lies a significant drawback. Should he remain alone within the Spirit Pavilion, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. Lu Yun resolved to seek an individual to oversee the Spirit Pavilion and concurrently sell these spirits, for he could not perpetually dwell within its confines. The business of the Spirit Pavilion must not falter, as it possesses the potential to yield substantial auction points. Relinquishing it was out of the question. Thus, Lu Yun solidified his intention. It was time to find someone to vend the spirits akin to a server in his past life. Contemplating in his mind, he pondered who might be suitable for this role. In the midst of his reflection, a sudden cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the periphery of the Spirit Pavilion. Simultaneously, the clashing of weapons rang out incessantly, resonating throughout the vast starry forest with remarkable intensity. "Halt! You have no path of retreat." A middle-aged man's voice reverberated through the woods, imbued with a chilling intent that instilled fear. Lu Yun, naturally, took note of the commotion and extended his formidable spiritual awareness outward. What unfolded before his gaze was a scene where a young girl, her garments tattered, was sprinting towards the Spirit Pavilion, her attire stained with copious amounts of blood. In pursuit were two men clad in dark robes, their faces obscured by eerie masks. The faint yet palpable aura of murderous intent and the scent of blood emanating from them made it impossible to overlook. It was evident that these men had recently committed murder, as the stench of blood clung heavily to them. The girl, in her frantic flight, bore an expression of utter despair. Upon catching sight of the Spirit Pavilion ahead, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes, prompting her to muster the last vestiges of her strength and race towards it. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yun raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining inscrutable. He was intrigued to discern the motives of these individuals. Why had two formidable soul masters been dispatched to pursue a defenseless girl? Through his perception, he discerned that the two middle-aged men were of soul sage rank, whereas the fleeing girl had only just attained the level of soul master. This piqued Lu Yun's curiosity. What could possibly warrant the deployment of two soul sage level powerhouses to pursue a single soul master? This truly evokes an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Lu Yun stroked his chin, eager to observe the unfolding of events, for he was not a person prone to excessive sympathy. What if the fleeing girl ahead was not as innocent as she appeared? That would undoubtedly invite endless trouble upon him. Although he possessed unparalleled strength within the spirit pavilion, he was reluctant to let this matter disturb his tranquility. The moment the girl stepped into the spirit pavilion, the world before her transformed completely, and a flicker of astonishment inevitably danced in her eyes. Soon after, she beheld Lu Yun seated in a chair, her expression tinged with a plea for salvation. "Save me." The young girl, having exhausted all her strength in that moment, managed to utter two words before succumbing to unconsciousness, her body collapsing onto the ground. Ah, how intriguing. It appears this matter is far from simple. However, once they enter, all answers shall be revealed. Observing this situation, a look of astonishment flickered in Lu Yun's eyes, a subtle smile playing on his lips, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions. Chapter 93, The Evil Spirit Staff. As the girl stepped into the Soul Spirit Pavilion, all information pertaining to her materialized before him. Witnessing her condition truly astonished Lu Yun. Name: Murong Shui. Age: 12. Soul power: level 30. Martial soul: evil spirit staff, sealed. Gradually unsealing. Physical condition: severely injured, on the brink of death. This encapsulates the circumstances surrounding the young maiden. At the tender age of 12, this young girl has already attained the remarkable level of 30 in soul power, marking her as a prodigy on the Douluo Continent. However, what astonished Lu Yun most was the nature of her martial soul. The evil spirit staff, as its name suggests, is undoubtedly a weapon of malevolent origins. Through inquiries made with the system, Lu Yun learned that this type of martial soul is exceedingly wicked. Should it reach its pinnacle, it would inevitably become a harbinger of destruction for countless lives. Originally, for reasons unknown, this martial soul lay sealed within the girl. Yet, due to unforeseen circumstances, the seal on her martial soul has begun to gradually unravel. Once unleashed, the dark powers of the evil spirit staff will undoubtedly corrupt the girl's mind, transforming her into a true female fiend. At that time, the number of soul masters who might perish at her hands on the Douluo Continent is beyond reckoning. Lu Yun cannot remain an indifferent observer in this situation. He cannot allow a soul master who poses a threat to the Douluo Continent to emerge before his very eyes. If such dire consequences were to unfold, it would jeopardize the continued operations of the Star Dou Auction House. In a climate of fear, who would dare to participate in the auctions? Thus, Lu Yun finds himself compelled to intervene. Moments later, he reflects on the girl's life journey. Recognizing the cruel caprices of fate at play, this young girl resided in a modest family within the Douluo Continent, basking in the warmth of familial harmony. However, unbeknownst to her, a sudden onslaught of enigmatic figures descended upon them, mercilessly slaying all her kin. Under the protective veil of her kin, the young girl fled from her family, only to become the target of pursuit by two formidable soul saints. Within the recesses of her memory, it appears that the enigmatic group had come to the Murong clan with the singular intention of seeking her out. Could it be the evil spirit staff martial soul? Could it possibly be? At this moment, a conjecture gradually took root in Lu Yun's mind, as he became increasingly curious about the enigmatic force responsible for annihilating the entire Murong family. Thus, with a grand gesture, Lu Yun summoned a torrent of soul power that flowed incessantly into the young girl's body, aiding her in staving off the injury she sustained. Should her condition continue to deteriorate, her vital essence would ultimately dissipate, leading her inexorably towards death. He temporarily halted the progression of her injuries with his soul power, planning to tend to her wounds once he had dealt with the two mysterious individuals. Just then, the two middle-aged men pursuing the girl abruptly entered the spirit pavilion. In that instant, Lu Yun became acutely aware of all their circumstances. As realization dawned upon him, a shadowy glimmer flickered in his eyes. His suspicions were indeed correct. Indeed, from the information he gleaned about the two, Lu Yun discerned that they hailed from the Holy Spirit sect. He was well aware that in the far-off future of the unparalleled Tang sect, the Holy Spirit sect was a formidable faction associated with evil soul masters. However, Lu Yun had not anticipated that the Holy Spirit sect existed in this era. Why would it only begin to pose a threat to the Douluo Continent a millennium later? This is evidently quite contrary to reason. Lu Yun meticulously examined the experiences of the two individuals and realized that the Holy Spirit sect was merely a nascent force, with its most formidable member being merely a Soul Douluo. Indeed, such audacity is unwarranted. Perhaps it is precisely these factors that led the Holy Spirit sect, a millennium later, to evolve into an immensely formidable power, inciting trepidation among countless factions. These two enigmatic figures annihilated the entire Murong family, driven solely by the desire for this young girl's martial soul. Previously, the malevolent spirit staff martial soul lay dormant under a seal. The Holy Spirit sect's extermination of the Murong clan instilled within Murong Shui a profound thirst for vengeance and an array of negative emotions, gradually leading to the unsealing of the true power that belonged to the spirit staff. It appears that the Holy Spirit sect harbors grand ambitions. Fortunately, he has discerned this situation in a timely manner and must take measures to curtail it, ensuring that the Holy Spirit sect does not further endanger the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Who are you? At that moment, the two middle-aged men realized they had entered an unfamiliar realm, vast and boundless. Upon seeing the woman they had been pursuing lying motionless on the ground, a sense of foreboding surged within them. They looked up to see Lu Yun in the distance, and an alarm bell rang in their minds as they instinctively retreated. From this man, they sensed a lethal aura of threat. Though he emitted no discernible energy, an unsettling feeling enveloped them, as if a great terror were about to descend. "Are you from the Holy Spirit sect?" Lu Yun inquired calmly, addressing the two men before him. "What? How do you know of the Holy Spirit sect? Who are you?" The middle-aged men were taken aback, fear washing over them at the mention of the sect. The Holy Spirit sect had only recently been established. How could this human soul master be aware of its existence? "I am the master of the Star Dou Auction House. Your Holy Spirit sect's slaughter of soul masters will not be tolerated by me. You too shall vanish from the Douluo Continent, lest you commit further atrocities against the innocent." Lu Yun's expression turned icy, and he refrained from engaging in further discourse with the two men. In the next instant, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from his palm as he unleashed the invincible domain within the Soul Spirit Pavilion. With a wave of his hand, two terrifying attacks struck the middle-aged men instantaneously. You are the mysterious master of the Star Dou Auction House. How did you come to be here?" The men were filled with dread upon hearing Lu Yun's self-introduction. They had certainly heard of the enigmatic reputation of the Star Dou Auction House, and their leader had repeatedly warned them not to provoke it. They never imagined the master would appear in such a trivial place. Despair filled their eyes. The might of the Star Dou Auction House was formidable, and as its leader, he could not possibly be weak. "I refuse to accept this." The two middle-aged men let out a final, anguished roar before dissipating into specks of soul power, vanishing into the ether. The Soul Spirit Pavilion returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. After eliminating the two men, Lu Yun approached the injured girl, a thought flashing through his mind. The Star Dou Auction House was in need of a servant, and this girl, homeless and possessing a pure heart and kind nature, seemed a fitting choice. Lu Yun intended to have her sell souls. Her evil spirit staff martial soul presented a challenge, yet it was not insurmountable for him. Lu Yun recalled the girl's martial spirit, which was gradually being unsealed. In order to contain this malevolent force, he needed to devise a solution. Within the divine shop, he sought a remedy for this predicament. Indeed, he discovered a method that could impeccably resolve the issue concerning the girl's martial spirit, purifying divine water, capable of cleansing all forms of evil energy and restoring one to their most fundamental essence. Lu Yun was particularly fond of this purifying divine water, for it had the power to eradicate all negative emotions. The soul of this young girl harbors an immense and malevolent power. It is believed that the effect of the purifying divine water can undoubtedly resolve the issues pertaining to her soul. Lu Yun directly expended 1,000 auction points to procure a single drop of purifying divine water. This was not a gift bestowed upon her. Rather, it was as if he had advanced Murong Shui's wages. As a businessman, he would certainly not engage in a transaction that resulted in loss. A droplet of iridescent liquid materialized in the palm of his hand, exuding an extraordinary aura, a formidable purifying power that permeated the entire Soul Spirit Pavilion. In an instant, Lu Yun flicked his finger, and the purifying divine water surged into the young girl's forehead. Chapter 94. Fortune strikes again as this droplet of iridescent liquid entered Murong Shui's brow. An endless bloom of vitality unfolded. A resonant hum filled the air. The radiant nine-colored light erupted instantaneously, enveloping Murong Shui's entire being, as an extraordinary force flowed ceaselessly into her body. expelling the malevolent energy unleashed by the evil spirit staff within her. Lu Yun stood calmly, observing this spectacle, pondering how Murong Xue's martial soul would transform following the purification. After all, this droplet of divine water possessed the ability to restore all things to their fundamental essence. In truth, Lu Yun harbored a conjecture that perhaps Murong Xue's martial soul would undergo a subtle change as a result. Thus, Murong Xue gradually began to levitate, continuously reshaped by the radiant nine-colored light. The aura surrounding her became increasingly sanctified, as if she were untouched by the mortal realm, captivating all who beheld her. Moments later, the commotion subsided entirely, the radiant light retracting. Murong Xue's grievous injuries were completely healed by the purifying divine water. Though the primary function of this divine water was to cleanse all malevolent forces, it also harbored immense healing properties. Consequently, Murong Xue's wounds were entirely mended, leaving no trace of aftereffects. In fact, her soul power even experienced a slight enhancement, illustrating the remarkable strength of this divine water. Lu Yun gazed at Murong Xue, whose eyes remained closed, still not having regained consciousness. The next moment, the transformation within her manifested before his eyes. Name: Murong Xue. Age: 12 years. Soul power: level 34. Martial soul: Holy Spirit staff. The martial soul embodies the power of the Holy Spirit, capable of purifying all evil in the world. Upon witnessing the information regarding Murong Xue, Lu Yun felt no surprise when he observed that her martial soul had ascended 4 levels. The effects of this drop of purifying divine water are truly formidable. What astonished Lu Yun the most was the transformation of Murong Xue's martial soul, which completely shifted from the evil spirit staff to the Holy Spirit staff. The distinction between the two martial souls is evident from their names, clearly indicating which one embodies righteousness. The primary function of the Holy Spirit staff is likely conferred by the drop of purifying divine water. The extraordinary ability of the Holy Spirit staff's martial soul lies in its capacity to unleash divine power, purging all forms of malevolence, which mirrors the effect of that divine water almost perfectly. However, the utility of the Holy Spirit staff extends beyond this. Its other functionalities remain for Murong Xue to discover on her own. Little does Lu Yun know, after Murong Xue acquires the Holy Spirit staff's martial soul, what wondrous soul skills she will manifest upon absorbing soul rings in the future. Just as Lu Yun was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, Murong Xue gradually opened her eyes, gently descending to the ground, her gaze meeting an unfamiliar landscape. Suddenly, her prior memories resurfaced, and in a moment of panic, she glanced over her shoulder, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing that no one was pursuing her. "Thank you for saving my life." Murong Xue's eyes fell upon Lu Yun, brimming with gratitude. It was undoubtedly this man before her who had spared her existence. Reflecting on this event, Murong Xue recalled the tragic scene of her family being annihilated by a group of mysterious individuals. Tears glistened in her eyes, mingled with profound sorrow. All her kin had been lost, and at this moment, she found herself utterly adrift, uncertain of her next destination. Lu Yun, perceptive to Murong Xue's sorrowful demeanor, remained silent, understanding that fate can be cruel and immutable. "By the way, I know where the people who chased you came from. If you seek vengeance, I can reveal their identities." Lu Yun spoke softly to Murong Xue. He understood that to help her emerge from her grief, he must instill a sense of hope for the future. Perhaps the hatred residing within her would serve as the impetus propelling her forward. "Who are they?" Murong Xue's sadness flickered momentarily, replaced by a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. Her entire plight stemmed from that enigmatic group. Murong Xue's thoughts became resolute. She was determined to avenge her family. "I will tell you, but only when your strength reaches the soul Douluo level. Otherwise, seeking revenge with your current power might cost you dearly," Lu Yun cautioned her solemnly, urging her to temporarily set aside thoughts of vengeance. The most formidable members of the Holy Spirit Church are soul Douluos, and with so many strong individuals within that sect, Murong Xue's quest for revenge would be akin to courting death. Having gleaned insights from the experiences of the two middle-aged men, Lu Yun understood that the location of the Holy Spirit Church is ever-changing. Even now, he could not ascertain its whereabouts. One need not overly concern oneself with the threats posed by the Spirit Hall in the Douluo Continent. Presently, the Spirit Hall is incapable of stirring significant turmoil. Eventually, they will reveal their true intentions, and at that moment, I shall intervene decisively to bring them to justice. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, a flicker of despondency crossed Murong Xue's eyes. Indeed, given her current rank as a soul master, How could she possibly aid the Murong family in avenging their grievances? Suddenly, Murong Shui felt an inexplicable sensation, her expression turning to one of astonishment. She discovered that her soul power had elevated by 4 levels, and her martial spirit now radiated a sanctified aura, devoid of the previous malevolent energy. Confounded by these transformations, she turned her gaze towards Lu Yun. Could it be that all her changes stemmed from this man before her? You must understand that it was the very existence of your martial spirit that attracted those mysterious individuals to your Murong family. I have resolved the fundamental issue with your martial spirit, and thus you need no longer hide in fear of it, Lu Yun explained, having discerned the confusion in Murong Shui's eyes. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui felt a sense of clarity, utterly unsure of how to express her gratitude to Lu Yun. Not only had he saved her life, but he had also alleviated the most profound threat posed by her martial spirit. When she awakened her martial spirit at the tender age of 6, it had precipitated a series of ominous events. The overwhelming malevolent force nearly inflicted grave harm upon the clan members who assisted her awakening. Her father had engaged a powerful soul master to help seal away the evil energy within her martial spirit. Nonetheless, that very group of mysterious individuals had detected it, ultimately leading to the Murong family's demise, leaving her as the sole survivor. With a deep sigh, Murong Shui pondered her uncertain path ahead. By the way, we are currently in need of a servant at the Spirit Pavilion, specifically to manage the sale of spirits. At that moment, Lu Yun discerned the predicament faced by Murong Shui and thus proposed his earlier idea, suggesting that she act as a server for the Soul Spirit Pavilion. Soul Spirit? Upon hearing this familiar term, Murong Shui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The renowned Star Dou Auction House had garnered fame throughout the Douluo Continent, and the legends surrounding the soul spirits were well known among all soul masters. As the illustrious daughter of the Murong family, she was undoubtedly aware of the extraordinary nature of soul spirits. Regrettably, in previous auctions, all the soul spirits had been acquired by the most formidable factions, leaving her without the opportunity to grasp their profound mysteries. Considering the words of the man before her, selling soul spirits, had she heard correctly? Indeed, this was the Soul Spirit Pavilion, a branch of the Star Dou Auction House, dedicated solely to the sale of soul spirits. When the next small auction was held, news of the Soul Spirit Pavilion would resonate throughout the entire Douluo Continent, attracting countless soul masters eager to purchase soul spirits. Lu Yun continued to elucidate Murong Shui's confusion. Really? What would I need to do? At that moment, Murong Shui, upon hearing these words, felt a profound shock within her heart. She had never anticipated that the Soul Spirit Pavilion actually belonged to the Star Dou Auction House, and that the man before her would invite her to become a steward of the Soul Spirit Pavilion. Although she was uncertain about the precise meaning of the term steward, she understood that her future role would involve the sale of soul spirits, which filled her with immense joy. Currently, without any destination, the prospect of residing in the Soul Spirit Pavilion seemed to be an excellent choice. Behind the Soul Spirit Pavilion loomed the formidable Star Dou Auction House, assuring her that no petty forces would dare to disturb her, which encouraged her inclination to accept the offer. Her responsibilities would entail selecting appropriate soul spirits based on the guests' martial spirits and facilitating their sale, an endeavor that, overall, did not appear overly challenging. During busier times, there might be a bit of a rush, but at those moments, the Star Dou Auction House would dispatch additional spirit masters to assist her. Lu Yun conveyed to Murong Shui the tasks she would undertake in the future. At this current stage, there was certainly no issue with Murong Shui selling soul spirits alone. However, when the next auction was to take place, and the Soul Spirit Pavilion was promoted, countless spirit masters would undoubtedly flock to the pavilion to purchase soul spirits. At that point, it would be quite difficult for Murong Shui to manage everything single-handedly. Lu Yun intended to recruit other spirit masters to lend their support. He did not plan to seek out the existing spirit masters of Douluo Continent. Instead, he sought to acquire several puppets from the system. Previously, Lu Yun had selected a variety of puppets, as numerous as the stars in the sky. Among them was a type of puppet crafted entirely in human form, which could be commanded with simple instructions. When activated, these puppets would behave indistinguishably from ordinary spirit masters. They would not experience fatigue and could be intermittently powered by soul crystals. He aimed to purchase these types of puppets to assist Murong Shui in the sale of soul spirits. This represents a significant opportunity for auction points, which Lu Yun would certainly not overlook. I wonder, would you be willing to join? With a smile, Lu Yun inquired whether Murong Shui would be interested in becoming a service attendant at the Soul Spirit Pavilion. I would be delighted, Morong Shui replied without a moment's hesitation, expressing her agreement. This can be considered a monumental stroke of fortune that has unexpectedly befallen her. The gentleman before her not only assisted in healing her wounds and addressing the fundamental issues of her martial spirit, but also secured for her a promising future. Morong Shui felt an immense gratitude towards Lu Yun, silently wishing, "I hope you will not let me down." Upon hearing Morong Shui's agreement, Lu Yun spoke to her with a calm demeanor. Subsequently, he began to introduce her to the various types of soul spirits that surrounded them, along with their classifications. The multitude of souls presents an immensely formidable challenge. Morong Shui aspires to comprehend them thoroughly, including their classifications and locations, which evidently poses a significant difficulty. Lu Yun instructed Morong Shui to remain within the Soul Spirit Pavilion to familiarize herself with the various types of souls and related information. Henceforth, the Soul Spirit Pavilion shall be regarded as another home for Morong Shui. The internal space of the pavilion is exceedingly vast, naturally equipped with resting chambers. After completing this matter, Lian activated the teleportation function and returned to the Star Dou auction house. With ample time remaining before the upcoming small auction in a month's time, Lian intended to dedicate this period to cultivation. Upon returning to his room, an idea suddenly struck Lu Yun's mind. It had been quite a while since his last lottery draw. Perhaps it was time for a tenfold draw. After all, his auction points were still plentiful. Lu Yun accessed the divine shop and expended 100,000 auction points for a tenfold draw. Taking a deep breath, he gently pressed the golden button. A colossal disc materialized before him, commencing a vigorous spin. One by one, golden lights flickered in front of Lu Yun. A series of cold, mechanical voices echoed in his mind, announcing the 10 items he had drawn. Congratulations to the host for drawing 2 cars, powered by soul energy. Congratulations to the host for drawing a fragmented skywalking step. Congratulations to the host for drawing a 50,000-year soul ring. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Chiluot tulip. Congratulations to the host for drawing an external soul bone from the dark gold terraclaw bear, 200,000 years. Congratulations to the host for drawing a set of 4 items. Congratulations to the host for drawing a divinely bestowed soul ring. Congratulations to the host for drawing 10 service-type puppets. Congratulations to the host for drawing a soul energy pool. Congratulations to the host for drawing an irregular secret realm. Upon hearing the 10 items echoed in his mind, Lu Yun's expression turned to one of astonishment. After all, upon hearing the initial items, he sensed that he had not fared well. Among them, the most precious were the Chiluot tulip and the 200,000-year external soul bone from the dark gold terraclaw bear. The other items seemed rather unimpressive. What puzzled Lu Yun most was that he had originally intended to purchase service-type puppets from the system, only to draw them directly in this lottery. He harbored deep suspicions that the lottery was somehow manipulated by the system. It seemed implausible that he could wish for something and have it materialize instantaneously. Please do not unjustly malign this system. The lottery is entirely based on the host's luck. The system sensed the thought swirling in Lu Yun's mind and promptly voiced a rebuttal. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun offered no response to the system and proceeded to examine the several items he had acquired. Among them, certain items held little value. Lu Yun did not linger on these, as their names suggested they were nothing extraordinary. He placed the exquisite Chiluot tulip and the 200,000-year soul bone into the system's space. What piqued his curiosity the most were 3 particular items. Chapter 95, The Unregulated Secret Realm. These 3 objects were exceedingly unfamiliar to Lu Yun, gradually giving rise to an unpredictable notion within him. It appeared that these 3 items would bestow upon him an immense surprise. These 3 items are the incomplete skyward step, the irregular secret realm, and a soul power pool. Lu Yun retrieved the skyward step from the system space. According to the principal description, this manual appears to pertain to the art of movement. In the next moment, Lu Yun eagerly opened the skyward step, and a torrent of information flooded into his mind. After a brief period of contemplation, Lu Yun assimilated this knowledge, and his expression transformed into one of sheer ecstasy. He had never anticipated that the skyward step would possess such formidable power. The incomplete treading the heavens technique can be described as a profound art. In the realm of Douluo Continent, such esoteric skills are almost unattainable. Treading the heavens is an exceptionally intricate form of movement, and even achieving the first level of mastery renders one unmatched in speed on the Douluo Continent. Not even an assault-type soul master at the title Douluo level could hope to catch up to a soul master who has perfected the first layer of treading the heavens. According to the ultimate description of this technique, if one were to fully cultivate all 9 layers to perfection, a single step could unleash cataclysmic forces. The might of a fully realized treading the heavens is truly apocalyptic in nature. A vivid image emerged in Lu Yun's mind, envisioning a day when he would achieve complete mastery over this technique. With a single step, the entire Douluo plain might be reduced to nothingness. Lu Yun was acutely aware of his own talents. While this divine art is undoubtedly formidable, the difficulty of its cultivation is equally unparalleled. Moreover, the current tier of the Douluo Continent's realm is insufficient to support his complete mastery of treading the heavens. He had only drawn the first 3 layers of the technique, while the remaining 6 layers depended solely on his luck for acquisition. He had come upon this extraordinary technique in the divine shop. Yet the ultimate price for the complete art was exorbitantly high, far beyond his current means, leading him to abandon the thought entirely. Should he, by some fortunate chance, obtain the complete treading the heavens technique, even if he were to cultivate it to perfection, he would dare not wield it lightly, fearing that a single misstep could unleash devastation upon the entire Douluo continent. From his insights on the fragmented treading the heavens, Lu Yun speculated that even with just the first 3 layers of its mental methods, should he achieve complete mastery, he would be unmatched. Not only on the Douluo continent, but even beyond the reach of the deities in the divine realm, who would be unable to glimpse even his shadow. With utmost caution, Lu Yun tucked away the treading the heavens technique and turned his attention to another incredibly mysterious item, the ruleless secret realm. Upon seeing the word secret realm, a conjecture formed in his mind. Could it be akin to those timed openings in the realms of cultivation, containing countless treasures and resources? If that were the case, Lu Yun was at a loss for thoughts, as such a secret realm would undoubtedly be overwhelmingly powerful. Ruleless secret realm, a newly birthed secret realm, where everything is ephemeral, requiring the power of rules for its evolution. This simple yet enigmatic description left Lu Yun utterly perplexed. What is the situation at hand? What is the power of rules? Why does this secret realm require the power of rules to evolve? After pondering for an extended period, Lu Yun found himself at a loss, ultimately deciding to pose this question to the system. In essence, if the host claims ownership of this chaotic secret realm, it implies that you are the master of this realm, inherently wielding the power of rules within it. To grasp the power of rules contained in the secret realm means that, in a sense, you become its creator, fully capable of evolving various aspects within. Eventually, when this secret realm ascends to its ultimate state, it might even give rise to living beings, transforming into a genuine world. At that moment, the system's cold voice resonated, elucidating the mysteries of this chaotic secret realm. Can it truly evolve into an authentic world? Hearing this, Lu Yun was left speechless, unable to fathom the immense power of this realm. How extraordinarily bizarre. The potential to evolve into an entire world is simply unimaginable. However, the system cautioned the host against indulging in such unrealistic dreams. A chaotic secret realm aspiring to transform into a true world requires innumerable opportunities and vast resources for its advancement. Most importantly, the host's strength must reach an unparalleled pinnacle. After a brief pause, the system's icy voice interrupted Lu Yun's impractical fantasies. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun let out a deep sigh, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet, he also felt content. This chaotic secret realm was still an extraordinarily powerful entity. Subsequently, Lu Yun retrieved this realm from the system. In an instant, a grayish orb materialized in his right hand. With a mere thought, he vanished from his location and entered the orb. Within the orb, Lu Yun sensed the myriad powers of rules encircling him, impervious to the surrounding forces. His experience within the secret realm mirrored that of his time at the Star Auction House, both existing in a domain of invincibility. Before him lay stretches of gray terrain, devoid of sky, land, or even a breath of air. Any ordinary soul master entering this space would likely perish within seconds. However, Lu Yun was uncertain how to harness the power of rules to evolve this secret realm. System, how can I utilize the power of rules to evolve other entities? Lu Yun inquired, seeking the system's guidance for potential advice. Given that this was the host's first encounter with the secret realm, the reward system would intervene, stating that the host need only articulate the desired entity for evolution, and the system would assist in the transformation. As soon as Lu Yun's words fell, the system's cold voice continued to resonate. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's eyes glimmered with surprise at the unexpected benefit. He pondered, stroking his chin, on what entity he should evolve. Aware of the system's vast capabilities, he naturally wished to extract a significant advantage from it. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a meaningful smile graced his face as he contemplated what to manifest. Chapter 96. The Power of Rules Evolution System. Assist me in transforming this secret realm into an environment reminiscent of the primordial chaos, encompassing all essential conditions for life, such as the sky, the earth, spiritual energy, and everything else. Lu Yun articulated his vision for evolution. After all, this secret realm held the potential for limitless advancement. Should it truly evolve into a world, the prospect would be utterly astonishing. To transmute this secret realm into an existence akin to the primordial chaos would mean he could possess a miniature world reminiscent of it in the future. This opportunity presented by the system was intricately linked to the rules of the Douluo Continent. Moments later, the system coldly responded. Upon hearing the limitations imposed, Lu Yun could only let out a deep sigh. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for he did not genuinely expect the system to transform this secret realm into something akin to the primordial chaos. The existence of the primordial chaos was exponentially more formidable than the Douluo Continent. If successful, the realm's level would be utterly incapable of accommodating the birth of this secret realm. Then, help me evolve the environment within this secret realm to perfectly mirror that of the Douluo Continent. Moments later, Lu Yun instructed the system to replicate the living conditions of the Douluo Continent within the secret realm. This secret realm will prove invaluable in the future, especially as vast resources accumulate. It possesses the potential for infinite evolution. A cold voice resonated, signaling the initiation of the evolution process within this chaotic domain. In an instant, Lu Yun's gaze was drawn to a remarkable transformation as a brilliant light erupted amidst the boundless darkness. Before him unfolded breathtaking scenes that seemed to herald the very creation of the world, with the earth and sky manifesting in the blink of an eye. Such a remarkable transformation appeared to Lu Yun as merely a fleeting moment. He gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. It was truly astounding. Under the evolution of the power of rules, this chaotic secret realm had completely transformed into an environment reminiscent of Douluo Continent. In less than a moment, the chaotic secret realm had entirely completed its metamorphosis. Lu Yun descended onto solid ground, taking in the breathtaking scenery around him, his heart unable to contain its awe. What was once a dreary expanse had now blossomed into a beautiful landscape, rich in soul energy. At that moment, Lu Yun felt as if he were truly situated within the Douluo Continent, with no discernible difference. It was simply magical. As Lu Yun extended his spiritual perception, he sensed that the area of this secret realm was approximately 1/4 the size of the Douluo Continent. Even so, its vastness was boundless. Ultimately, Lu Yun chose not to linger any longer in this secret realm. This secret realm can be likened to a world that has not yet undergone complete evolution, devoid of any living beings. Lu Yun is poised to harness his intrinsic power of rules to manifest certain entities. Ultimately, what he aims to create will require considerable contemplation on his part. In this enigmatic realm, Lu Yun finds immense utility. His primary objective remains the accumulation of auction points. He intends to harness this secret domain to harvest a substantial quantity of soul crystals. Within it, there must exist alluring treasures capable of enticing the soul masters and soul beasts of Douluo Continent to willingly part with their soul crystals. To leverage this unregulated sanctuary for the gathering of auction points, it is essential to establish a connection with the beings of the Douluo Continent. What, one wonders, do soul masters and soul beasts desire most? Lu Yun pondered a critical matter. There must be individuals willing to venture forth. Only then could he amass a considerable fortune in auction points, which must include elements that captivate the soul masters and soul beasts. The requirements of the soul masters are primarily soul rings and soul bones. Soul rings can indeed be substituted with soul spirits, while soul bones may be obtained from the remains of soul beasts. Lu Yun murmured softly, recalling another crucial aspect of interest to both soul masters and soul beasts: the age of the soul rings and soul bones, as well as the cultivation levels of the soul beasts. A sudden realization dawned upon Lu Yun, causing him to momentarily pause in astonishment. He had finally identified this pivotal detail. With this thought in mind, he set forth, and in the next instant, he reappeared within the unregulated mystique of the realm. Witnessing the transformations of the entire world, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe despite the familiarity of the sight. Standing still, Lu Yun's mind raced with various methods of evolution. He gently lifted his hands, gesturing towards the void, as boundless power of regulation swiftly radiated from his palms, enveloping the surroundings. In a fleeting moment, a delicate blue grass materialized before him, symbolizing the infinite, harmonious essence of life. The blue grass before us is none other than the most ordinary plant-type soul beast of the Douluo Continent, blue silver grass. However, this particular specimen is merely a commonplace 10-year soul beast. As Lu Yun's soul power surged within his palm, it erupted forth, causing the blue silver grass to suddenly dissolve into nothingness. Ultimately, it transformed into wisps of orderly power, merging seamlessly into this chaotic realm. At a distance of 100 miles from Lu Yun, the identical blue-silver grass reappeared, unchanged in any way. Indeed, it appears that this method is truly effective. Witnessing this phenomenon, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lu Yun's gaze. The previous blue-silver grass had been conjured by him through the manipulation of orderly power. Even though it was obliterated, it could still revert to its essence as orderly power. However, since the rules have been enacted, this blue-silver grass essentially embodies an eternal existence, albeit solely within this chaotic realm. Its existence in the outside world remains uncertain, which is not particularly strange. Overall, this blue-silver grass possesses no intrinsic life. It is merely life bestowed upon it by orderly power. This mechanism allows external soul masters and soul beasts to vanquish the corresponding evolved soul beasts, thereby extending the soul ring lifespan of the hunters. Concurrently, the soul beasts will enhance their own cultivation by defeating these soul beasts born of orderly power. Lu Yun recalled the primary method of amassing wealth, utilizing orderly power to manifest countless soul beasts within this realm. External soul masters need only invest a certain amount of soul crystals to enter the secret domain, where they can hunt these soul beasts and thereby augment their own soul ring longevity. Among these evolved soul beasts, some soul bones may emerge, which would similarly extend a soul master's soul bone lifespan. The more Lu Yun contemplated this notion, the more he deemed it highly feasible and worthy of further pursuit. System. I wonder if this form of evolution is viable, he suddenly inquired of the system. After all of this was merely his conjecture, and Lu Yun was uncertain about its utility for external soul beasts and soul masters. This is merely a secret realm. The rules of Douluo Continent are firmly established, and the longevity of a soul master's spirit rings and spirit bones cannot be altered by human intervention. He engages in such extraordinary endeavors, uncertain whether he will ultimately succeed. Chapter 97. The Chaotic Secret Realm. Indeed, the power of rules is profoundly mysterious. It represents the most fundamental force of existence within a world, possessing an innumerable array of extraordinary effects. Within certain parameters, it is indeed possible to manifest that which the host has evolved. The system's cold voice resonated, elucidating the doubts within Lu Yun's heart. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun offered a faint smile, confirming his suspicions that this method was indeed viable. This indeed constitutes an immensely grand scheme. From the system, he gleaned the sheer potency of the power of rules. However, Lu Yun refrained from further inquiries, for with his current strength, it was evident that he could not yet grasp the power of rules. The power of rules represents the fundamental force behind the birth of a world, possessing the ability to assist soul masters on the Douluo Continent in enhancing their soul rings and the longevity of their soul bones, as well as aiding soul beasts in their cultivation. It seemed quite ordinary. After comprehending everything, Lu Yun commenced the formal evolution of these elements. The vast soul power within him surged forth, harnessing the power of rules to continuously transform the Douluo Continent and the myriad soul beasts that had ever existed. He endowed them with unparalleled combat prowess. Each soul beast's fighting capability stood as the pinnacle within its own species, with several possessing exceptionally rare bloodlines, including a multitude of dragon-type soul beasts. These soul beasts, Lu Yun has endowed with a lifespan of 100,000 years. In but a moment, the soul power within Lu Yun was nearly depleted. Even though he comprehended the vast rules of this secret realm, he still required the support of his own cultivation. Currently, he had only manifested a 3-digit number of soul beasts, and his soul power was almost exhausted. Given this situation, it would be impossible to evolve so many soul beasts within a year, thwarting the plan that resided in his heart. With this thought, Lu Yun understood that the system would not assist him in the evolution. He must find a way on his own. Thus, Lu Yun gritted his teeth and purchased a divine-level experience card from the system. Although the price was rather steep, for the sake of his future plans, he had to make a significant sacrifice. One must be willing to risk something to gain something. A golden card appeared in Lu Yun's hand, which he crushed, unleashing an endless surge of power within him. Boom. The pressure of a divine-level powerhouse suddenly enveloped the entire chaotic secret realm. Lu Yun felt the violent momentum within him and, with a joyful expression, leaped into the air, positioning himself at the center of the chaotic realm. With arms outstretched, a phantom identical to him materialized behind him. This was Lu Yun's second martial soul, the true self martial soul. As Lu Yun activated the martial soul possession, the two forces merged, and an even more ferocious aura erupted from his being. The true self martial soul possessed an extraordinary capability. When activated, it could double one's strength. After utilizing a level 1 deity experience card and merging it with the true self martial soul, Lu Yun unleashed a power so formidable that even the mightiest of divine kings dared not challenge its brilliance. This is merely the true form of my martial soul, devoid of any additional soul rings. One can only imagine the extraordinary capabilities this martial soul would possess once augmented with soul rings, truly deserving of its chaotic grade. It stands unparalleled, akin to the martial soul of the time-space divine tower. With ample strength at his disposal, Lu Yun unleashed his immense divine power, allowing it to permeate throughout the boundless realm of chaos. The endless force of rules trembled, and soul beasts, each one an embodiment of evolution, materialized throughout the secret domain. The soul beasts that have evolved exhibit varying lifespans, ranging from a minimum of 10 years to an astonishing maximum of over 100,000. Some of these creatures even attain the formidable status of ferocious beasts, yet their numbers are exceedingly rare. To evolve such extraordinary soul beasts, Lu Yun must expend considerable energy and endure a significant investment of time. Furthermore, Lu Yun has his own deliberations. The soul beasts he creates closely resemble those found in the Douluo Continent, possessing an exceptionally high combat consciousness. Among their peers of the same rank, they are undeniably invincible. When external soul beasts and soul masters enter the realm of chaos, only the most exceptional talents stand a chance of matching their peers. Engaging in battles across ranks is utterly implausible. Thus, Lu Yun sees no necessity in evolving overly powerful soul beasts. A dozen ferocious beasts suffice to address the current circumstances of the Douluo Continent. As the overall strength of soul masters on the continent increases, he will make corresponding adjustments. In this manner, soul beasts continuously emerge, and Lu Yun harnesses the immense power of the rules to begin transforming the entire secret realm. Certain areas are transformed into fertile grounds, while others become perilous abysses. Mighty soul beasts lurk throughout, their presence concealed so deeply that the average individual remains oblivious to their existence. Towering ancient trees, adorned in vibrant green, rise from the earth, swiftly integrating into the entirety of the secret realm. Lu Yun meticulously crafts the secret space to mirror the external Star Dou forest. The atmosphere imbued with an ominous and oppressive aura. The expanse of this area surpasses that of the starry forest, magnified countless times, concealing within it a multitude of soul beasts, which can be deemed unparalleled in the Douluo Continent. Indeed, once Lu Yun completed the evolution of all soul beasts, he surveyed his surroundings with great satisfaction at the creations he had brought forth. The entities he had evolved genuinely existed within the realm of the chaotic secret domain. However, their existence in the Douluo Continent remained uncertain. After all, the profundity of the power of rules was beyond Lu Yun's comprehension. In a certain sense, the evolved soul beasts lacked self-awareness. They were merely imbued with consciousness through Lu Yun's manipulation of the power of rules. Otherwise, if true conscious beings could emerge, it would transcend the nature of a mere secret domain, transforming it into a complete world. Upon the demise of the evolved soul beasts, what legacy in terms of soul beast years would they bestow upon their hunters? Lu Yun pondered a perplexing question. If a soul master were to defeat 100,000-year soul beast, would that not elevate the age of their soul ring by 100,000 years? This is rather terrifying, isn't it? If such regulations are to be enforced, the cost of admission to the secret realm will undoubtedly be exorbitant, resulting in a scarcity of visitors. This was not the scene that Lu Yun had envisioned. Nevertheless, the ratio was established at 10:1. After a considerable period, Lu Yun determined this ratio to be 10:1. A soul master who vanquished 100,000-year soul beast could augment the lifespan of a soul ring by 10,000 years. Similarly, for the soul beasts, they could enhance their cultivation by an additional 10,000 years. As for these evolved soul beasts, they would ultimately yield soul bones. Adhering to the very same rules of the Douluo Continent, soul beasts below the 100,000-year mark possess a certain probability of yielding soul bones. while those at the 100,000-year level are guaranteed to produce 100,000-year soul bones. The recently unveiled soul bones will augment the lifespan of a soul master by 1/10. After establishing the regulations, Lu Yun gently descended to the ground, the time allotted for the divine level experience card having completely elapsed. Observing this situation, Lu Yun let out a sigh of relief, having successfully accomplished all tasks at hand. With everything now complete, it was time to announce the emergence of this secret realm to the Douluo Continent. He decided to name this unstructured secret realm the Chaos Realm. As for the reasoning behind this name, Lu Yun harbored ambitions. He envisioned transforming this realm into a genuine world residing within the depths of chaos. Chapter 98. A change in the world. Upon the successful full evolution of the Chaos Realm, Lu Yun returned to the Star Dou Auction House, embarking on a month-long seclusion journey. Time flowed gently, and before long, a month had passed. The small-scale auction held once a month commenced. Various factions from the Douluo Continent flocked to the Star Dou Auction House to partake in the event. However, at this juncture, the Star Dou Auction House had already declared that the small-scale auctions would be held monthly. The items up for auction this time may not possess the remarkable value of those at grand auctions. Nevertheless, the other prominent factions remain unwilling to overlook this modest auction. Thus, they dispatched their formidable members to the Star Dou Auction House, hoping to acquire the rare treasures that occasionally surface. As the foremost powers of the Douluo Continent hastened towards the Star Dou Forest, on the third floor, Lu Yun and Xian Shuang stood within a chamber. Xian Shuang, I shall take charge of today's auction. After all, I have been in seclusion for a month. It is time to unwind. Lu Yun said with a smile directed at Xian Shuang. Let him oversee this auction. Since the establishment of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion, he has yet to conduct a single auction. Furthermore, having secluded himself for a month, these two factors combined have ignited within Lu Yun the desire to become an auctioneer. Very well, master. Upon hearing this, Xian Shuang gently nodded in agreement, entrusting this auction to the master. This time, the 5 items presented by Lu Yun, while not exceptionally precious, are indeed rare and extraordinary. It is believed that this auction will still attract a significant amount of soul crystals. Various powerful factions have gathered at the Star Dou Auction House, securing their seats in anticipation of the event's commencement. Observing that few soul masters have returned to the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun chose not to linger. With a light and graceful stride, he made his way toward the auction platform, exuding an aura that seemed to merge with the very essence of heaven and earth. Within the Star Dou Auction House, Lu Yun possesses an unmatched domain, harmoniously intertwining with the surroundings. What is this? Has the auctioneer changed today? Yet, who is this individual? Could he also be a formidable presence within the Star Dou Auction House? Indeed, the moment this unfamiliar figure of Lu Yun appeared, expressions of astonishment filled the room. Previously, auctions had been conducted by Xian Shuang, but this time, a stranger, a man, took the stage, leaving everyone perplexed. Most attendees, however, paid little heed to this change. Regardless of who conducted the auction, their primary concern was to prepare sufficient soul crystals to secure the treasures. At this intimate auction, the foremost powers of the Douluo Continent gathered, and the moment the formidable beings beheld Lu Yun, their expressions were imbued with an unmistakable gravity. Their prowess was evident, allowing them to perceive nuances invisible to weaker soul masters. They discerned that Lu Yun emanated a remarkably unique aura, as though he were intricately woven into the very fabric of the Star Dou Auction House, evoking an air of profound mystery. Despite the collective mental energies of those present, none could encroach upon Lu Yun's vicinity. It was as if an elusive force enveloped him, restraining their mental prowess from drawing near. This subtle yet potent display immediately alerted the elite attendees to the fact that the man presiding over today's auction possessed an extraordinary strength. No one among them could associate Lu Yun with the enigmatic master of the Star Dou Auction House, for his visage betrayed an undeniable youthfulness, rendering it implausible that he could be the elusive figure behind the establishment. The aura radiating from him was indeed remarkable. In a private box, Bibi Ong fixed her gaze upon Lu Yun, her delicate brows furrowing as a serious glimmer flickered in her eyes. Her own power was equally unable to breach the barriers surrounding Lu Yun, leaving her ignorant of the extent of his true capabilities. This ignited a profound curiosity within Bibi Dong, for in the present Douluo Continent, apart from the godly powers, scarcely anyone could conceal themselves beneath her vigilant gaze. Yet, the young man before her had accomplished this feat, rendering the situation truly astonishing. After a considerable interval, Bibi Dong dismissed any concern regarding the identity of this individual. He was affiliated with the Star Dou Auction House. Given the enigmatic and formidable nature of the Star Dou auction house, such circumstances appeared rather commonplace. Bibi Dong suppressed her inquiries and awaited the commencement of the auction. Welcome, esteemed soul masters, to today's auction conducted by the Star Dou auction house. Let us proceed directly to the main event, Lu Yun declared with a smile, signaling the official start of the auction. With a grand gesture, he summoned a wave of spatial energy, and beside him materialized a luxurious black carriage, resplendent and shimmering with an array of colors. Its overall appearance exuded opulence. This automobile is one of the two vehicles that Lu Yun won in the previous lottery. Regarding this rare gem, Lu Yun plans to auction one of them, keeping the other for himself. He envisions driving it to the Douluo Continent, where it will undoubtedly attract attention and admiration along the way. In certain respects, this vehicle may not serve a significant practical purpose, yet its uniqueness is its greatest asset. The inhabitants of the Douluo Continent have likely never encountered such an automobile. Furthermore, this car has been ingeniously modified by the system, eliminating the need for gasoline or any new energy sources. It merely requires the input of one's soul power. Alternatively, soul crystals can be used as a substitute, making it exceptionally convenient overall. Lu Yun has come to understand the remarkable capabilities of this vehicle, which, when powered by soul crystals, can achieve astonishing speeds. According to Lu Yun's assessment, when this car reaches its maximum velocity, even a Soul Emperor-level agility-type Soul Master would find it exceedingly difficult to keep pace. Thus, this vehicle serves as a miraculous tool for escape. Though it may hold little value for top-tier experts, nevertheless, for weaker Soul Masters, it remains a vital artifact for preserving life. Indeed, as soon as this sedan made its debut, everyone was left utterly perplexed by the peculiar contraption before them. What exactly is this object? They are well aware that the auction held by the Star Auction House will not feature any worthless items. Thus, the crowd suppresses their curiosity, eagerly awaiting Lu Yun's subsequent introduction. This is the first item of our auction, named the carriage, a unique offering from our Star Auction House. This carriage can be regarded as a mode of transportation, specifically propelled by the use of soul crystals or one's own soul power. The maximum speed this carriage can achieve rivals that of a Soul Emperor of the agility type, unleashing their full potential. Overall, the value of this carriage is not particularly high, leading to an initial bidding price of 1,000 soul crystals. Lu Yun briefly outlined the specific functions of this carriage, announcing its starting bid. The cost of this sedan is remarkably low, requiring merely 10 soul crystals for acquisition. Regardless, it is undoubtedly a profit. As soon as Lu Yun's words fell, the various factions present were astonished by the vehicle's capabilities. However, the majority remained skeptical. Could this seemingly haphazard contraption truly unleash such terrifying speed? Observing their reactions, Lu Yun understood the need for demonstration. Since acquiring these two vehicles, he had yet to test them personally. He was intrigued to experience the sensation of propelling this miraculous car with soul energy. Noting the audience's confusion regarding the vehicle, he addressed the assembled soul masters directly. Upon concluding his statement, Lu Yun's fingertips shimmered with a faint ripple of spatial energy. He concentrated and conjured a silver sphere at his fingertip, gently directing it towards the void. The silver sphere erupted violently, expanding outward and unleashing a tempestuous wave of spatial power that instantaneously enveloped the entirety of the Star Dou Auction Pavilion. Panic ensued as this scene unfolded. Terror etched itself upon the faces of all present. The ferocious spatial force was about to engulf them. In a desperate bid, everyone unleashed their full strength to resist the oncoming wave of power. Alas, their efforts proved futile against such overwhelming force, helplessly witnessing themselves being consumed by the spatial energy. Chapter 99. The scheme to trap Tang Xin. When the crowd regained consciousness, they found themselves facing an endless expanse of land, still seated in their chairs. Their hearts raced with anxiety, grappling with the unfathomable nature of their experience. The preceding spectacle had been utterly terrifying. What realm was this? A mere illusion? Or perhaps a tangible reality? Bibi Dong surveyed the transformed scene before her, now saturated with dense soul energy, as if there were no distinction between it and the outside air. This was the aspect that left Bibi Dong utterly astounded. She could not fathom the nature of the power that the man wielded to transport them all to this unfamiliar realm without a trace of awareness. How could this possibly be? In her mind, Bibi Dong speculated that the man's strength had transcended that of a mere soul master, perhaps even reaching the echelon of a divine being. However, this thought stirred a pang of doubt within her. Could a divine entity truly orchestrate such an enigmatic spectacle? To relocate them to an unknown expanse without their slightest realization seemed, upon reflection, rather astonishing. Moments later, a figure suddenly materialized in the clearing ahead. It was none other than Lu Yun from before. Beside him stood the very carriage they had encountered earlier. This scene is, of course, a manifestation of Lu Yun's prowess. He sought to test this vehicle, for the confines of the Star Auction House were undoubtedly insufficient. Venturing outside posed a risk to his safety, as his invincible domain would not be available. Thus, within the Star Auction House, Lu Yun invoked his invincible domain, forcefully creating a space to temporarily experiment with this automobile. In the realm of the Star Auction House, Lu Yun existed as an invincible entity. Not only could he carve out a small space, but he could also conjure an expanse rivaling that of a world, albeit at a considerable expenditure of energy. Now, allow me to unveil the marvels of this vehicle. Paying no heed to the astonishment of the surrounding soul masters, Lu Yun promptly opened the door and took his seat. Once inside the automobile, memories of driving in his past life flooded his mind. Infusing his soul power into the vehicle, it emitted a resonant hum, exuding a ferocious momentum as it surged forth. Grasping the steering wheel and pressing the accelerator, the automobile vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. With Lu Yun continuously accelerating, the vehicle reached its utmost speed. The speed of the sedan reached its zenith, rendering it invisible to the naked eye of the feeble soul masters. Only those possessing formidable spiritual power could discern the vehicle's destination. It was astonishing to discover just how swift this automobile truly was. Upon witnessing the car, which seemed to fulfill the grand descriptions of the Starry Auction Pavilion, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the onlookers. Have you realized how incredibly cool it appears to drive this car? Some individuals recognized Lu Yun seated within, his commanding aura inspiring a singular thought among the majority of the soul masters present. This sedan indeed possesses a certain coolness when driven. They yearn to take it for a leisurely ride across the Douluo Continent. This vehicle serves as an admirable means of transportation, for its maximum speed can rival that of a soul master of the Soul Emperor rank, unleashing their full potential. Moments later, Lu Yun circled back to his original position. Upon opening the car door and stepping out, a sense of exhilaration lingered on his face as he reminisced about the sheer joy of driving. It was indeed a delightful experience. Casting aside any lingering doubts, Lu Yun waved his hand, and all the soul masters were instantly transported back to the Star Dou Auction House. Upon their return, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the spectators. For such a display of power was truly beyond comprehension. You are all well aware of the specific functions of this vehicle. Hence, I hereby announce the commencement of the auction, Lu Yun stated calmly, as he officially initiated the bidding for the automobile. 1,000 soul crystals. No sooner had he finished speaking than a soul master eagerly called out a bid, his gaze brimming with anticipation to acquire the prized item. 1,100 soul crystals. Thus, the bidding escalated, primarily driven by ordinary soul masters, while the top-tier forces, though immensely curious about the vehicle, remained somewhat indifferent. Each prominent faction adopted a watchful stance, awaiting the subsequent auction items. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Star Dou Auction House, several young men and women occupied seats in the front row. These individuals are none other than Tang San and his companions from Shrek Academy. There are only 6 individuals present here. Upon closer inspection, one will notice that Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy is conspicuously absent from the Star Dou Auction House. Initially, Lu Yun's attention was drawn to Tang San and his companions, yet he dismissed them with disdain, as he held them in low regard. It is evident that the news of the Xiantian skill has likely reached Tang San. Lu Yun could easily imagine the expression on Tang San's face upon learning that the Xiantian skill was bestowed upon all soul masters of Douluo Continent by the Star Dou Auction House. It must have been a sight to behold. Regrettably, Lu Yun did not witness that moment. Upon further contemplation, Lu Yun discerned the reason for Xiao Wu's absence from the Star Dou Auction House. Each auction hosted by the Star Dou Auction House draws the attention of the continent's most formidable powers. It is not uncommon for titled Douluo-level experts to make an appearance at these events. Given that Xiao Wu is a transformed soft-bone rabbit of 100,000 years, her presence at the auction would undoubtedly expose her to the watchful eyes of numerous titled Douluo, which would be tantamount to courting disaster. The ice and fire duality is already affiliated with the Star Dou Auction House, and it is believed that Tang San has not procured the heartbroken red from there, which would fail to conceal the aura of soul beasts emanating from Xiao Wu. Shall we acquire that carriage? Dai Mubai inquired, his curiosity piqued by the vehicle ahead. He entertained the thought that if they were to drive it out, it might attract considerable attention from the majority of soul masters. As long as the price is reasonable, they could secure it. Tang San's gaze was fixed intently on the carriage beside Lu Yun. He too felt an overwhelming intrigue toward the vehicle, which appeared to be constructed from the most ordinary materials. However, it was surprising to discover that when activated with soul power, it could unleash a peak speed rivaling that of a Soul Emperor-level agility-type Soul Master. This stirred a profound desire within Tang San regarding the manufacturing method of the vehicle. With this in mind, he resolved to place a bid. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai received the consensus of several teammates, gritted his teeth, and began preparing to auction for the car. 3,000 soul crystals. Dai Mubai announced his bid. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun's eyes flickered with inscrutable emotions. The fish had finally taken the bait. He then communicated telepathically with Xian Shuang, devising a plan to ensnare Tang San. Chapter 100. The grand finale auction item. Upon receiving the precise instructions, Xian Shuang suddenly vanished from her location, reappearing within a private booth. 4,000 soul crystals. Xian Shuang's altered voice declared the specific price. Lu Yun, upon seeing this scene, nodded in satisfaction, intending to ensnare Tang San further. Naturally, Lu Yun was well aware of the quantity of soul crystals possessed by Tang San and his companions. Their little tricks could not escape his discerning gaze within the Star Dou auction house. Lu Yun planned for Xian Shuang to bid, aiming to completely deplete the soul crystals in Tang San's possession. He was confident that Tang San would undoubtedly stake all his wealth to secure this extraordinary vehicle. Tang San held a deep interest in the Tang sect's hidden weapons, and this remarkable and rare car was equally captivating. He believed that, true to Tang San's character, he would never allow such an opportunity to slip away. This is where Lu Yun's grasp lies. Thus, time swiftly passes, and with the addition of Xian Shuang, Tang San becomes increasingly anxious. The price has approached an infinite limit, nearly exhausting all the soul crystals they possess. Perhaps we should concede, after all. This price has nearly surpassed the total of our soul crystals. At that moment, Dai Mubai found himself engulfed in hesitation and turned to inquire of Tang San and the others, contemplating abandoning the competition. No, we must secure this vehicle. Tang San objected vehemently upon hearing this, for he was exceptionally skilled in the art of hidden weapons. Yet, the object before him confounded him, and thus, regardless of the cost, he was determined to acquire this car at the auction to study how to manufacture such a vehicle. However, the others were equally mired in uncertainty, unsure if they should acquiesce to Tang San's resolution. To them, the price was indeed outrageous. Do not worry, even if I place the bid, I shall reimburse you all for the soul crystals you contribute later, Tang San reassured them, sensing their hesitance. Very well, consider these soul crystals as our support for you. Nevertheless, prepare yourself for the likelihood that the final price of this vehicle may far exceed our budget. With a deep sigh, Dai Mubai resolved to entrust all their soul crystals to Tang San for management. Thank you. Tang San expressed his gratitude upon receiving their agreement. With sparkling eyes fixed upon the car ahead, he raised his bidding paddle and declared, for 1,300 soul crystals. Seeing the series of reactions from Tang San and his companions, Lu Yun smirked slightly, a cryptic smile gracing his face. As anticipated, given Tang San's character, how could he possibly relinquish this vehicle? Subsequently, Xian Shuan continued to raise the bid, intent on extracting every last soul crystal from Tang San. For 1,800 soul crystals. Following Lu Yun's command, Xian Shuang escalated the price to 4,800 soul crystals. Upon hearing this figure, Tang San displayed a troubled expression. The total of their combined soul crystals amounted to merely 4,900. What if the opponent continued to bid higher? After a moment's contemplation, Tang San gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble, boldly declaring, for 1,900 soul crystals, which represented all the soul crystals he possessed. Seeing his objective achieved, Xian Shuang refrained from further bidding and promptly exited the private booth. 4,900 soul crystals for the first time. 4,900 soul crystals for the second time. 4,900 soul crystals for the third time. With no one else willing to raise the bid, the vehicle was thus awarded to the holder of paddle number 18. Lu Yun announced the final ownership of the car, promptly exchanging payment with Tang San. Lu Yun was acutely aware that Tang San's relentless pursuit of this vehicle stemmed from his desire to study its intricate structure. However, Tang San's aspirations were rather naive. The car had undergone systematic modifications that rendered it a seamless entity, utterly impossible to disassemble. Any attempt to forcibly dismantle the vehicle would inevitably lead to its self-destruction, rendering it irreparable. In light of this predicament, Lu Yun chose not to disclose this information to Tang San, allowing him to ponder the matter at his leisure. Should he indeed attempt to take the car apart, not only would he incur a loss of nearly 5,000 soul crystals, but the vehicle itself would also meet its demise. Lu Yun eagerly anticipated Tang San's reaction, though regrettably, he would not witness that moment. Subsequently, the auction continued, with the second item being the service-type puppet that Lu Yun had previously drawn. Though not particularly precious, it was intriguing enough to handle various mundane tasks. This particular puppet, having undergone fierce competition, was acquired by a minor faction. The third item up for auction was a divine soul ring. However, the limitations of this divine soul ring were considerably weaker compared to those presented in previous auctions. This divine bestowed soul ring possesses a limit that can only reach the remarkable age of 50,000 years. Nevertheless, this soul ring is an extraordinary treasure, for it grants a soul master the most suitable soul abilities. No matter how one contemplates it, there is no loss to be found. And there is also no need to fear the threats posed by hunting soul beasts. A soul beast of 50,000 years is not something an ordinary soul master can successfully hunt. The price of this divinely bestowed soul ring soared dramatically, ultimately being acquired by Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall for 50,000 soul crystals. The fourth item up for auction was a 10,000-year-old soul bone. As Lu Yun had no use for this soul bone, he decided to put it up for sale. Predictably, this soul bone also entered into fierce competition. In the end, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family secured this rare 10,000-year soul bone for 80,000 soul crystals. This soul bone harbors a trace of dragon lineage, making it exceptionally suitable for soul masters possessing dragon-type martial souls. Undoubtedly, this soul bone rightfully belongs to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Other factions may aspire to compete, yet the exorbitant price compels them to relinquish their ambitions. The leading power's decision to forego this millennium-old soul bone stems from additional considerations. After all, the profound heritage of the Star Dou Auction House ensures that the soul bones they present in the future will undoubtedly surpass this one in age. This has prevented other leading powers from engaging in frenzied competition. Thus, the first 4 auction items have concluded, and we now arrive at the final centerpiece of this modest auction. The last item is exceptionally precious. It is time for Lu Yun to unveil his grand plan and seize the opportunity to gather a substantial quantity of soul crystals, converting them into auction points. Let us now turn our attention to the pièce de résistance of this small auction, which can be said to rival the grand centerpiece items from previous larger events. The final auction item is a unique existence, and we hope that all factions present will seize this opportunity. Should you miss it, future encounters will be exceedingly rare. Suddenly, a serene smile appeared on Lu Yun's face. He refrained from immediately revealing what the centerpiece item was, thus adding an air of mystery. As his words hung in the air, the elite attendees heightened their focus. The Star Dou Auction Pavilion had made such a bold claim, suggesting that this centerpiece item was even more invaluable than those presented in prior auctions. How could this fail to astonish the prominent powers? The previous highlight auction items were all among the most exceptional entities of the Douluo Continent. Thus the crowd brimmed with anticipation for the final piece. Before the auction of this ultimate item commenced, I shall first introduce to you all a secret realm of our Star Dou Auction House, the profundity of which will undoubtedly leave each of you in awe. Lu Yun spoke softly, as a grayish orb materialized in his right hand, shimmering with an ethereal quality. This is the chaotic secret realm that Lu Yun has finally evolved. He tossed the sphere forward, and in an instant, it hovered at the very center of the Star Auction Pavilion. Under the influence of Lu Yun's power, the sphere began to gradually enlarge, ultimately floating entirely before the eyes of the onlookers. With a grand gesture, Lu Yun waved his hand, causing the gray mist encircling the sphere to disperse immediately. Upon witnessing the scene within the sphere,